The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The philosopher tells us justice without strength is helpless. Strength without justice is tyrannical. And so many times, unable to make what is just strong, we have made what is strong just. Ah, justice, justice. How much smoke and how little flame. How much shadow and how little substance. But not all the time.
I think we'll have to take care of him.
I don't like the sound of that, Ben.
We don't have a choice.
Yes, we do. We can pay him the money.
And keep paying him for the rest of our lives?
But it isn't an awful lot of money.
Because this is only the beginning.
What if we're caught?
We won't be. I guarantee it.
How can you guarantee it?
Because I just figured out the perfect crime.
Our mystery drama, In Another Place, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. They say the perfect crime does not exist. This should teach us to be skeptical concerning all statements that begin with, they say. In the first place, who says it? Certainly not the police. Indeed, they'll tell you that their files are filled to overflowing with perfect crimes. Because the fact is that any unsolved case is a perfect crime. And any uncaught criminal has committed one. That legendary little detail that the criminal is supposed to have overlooked exists purely for the benefit of the mystery story writer and not for the convenience of the police. However, since you insist, you're going to get a perfect crime with a tiny, insignificant, minute, loose end.
Who's that?
You know who it is?
But Tamar.
Sit still. Now keep away from the window.
Well, suppose it has to be Sheriff Morrison.
Of course it's Sheriff Morrison.
What, do you think he suspects?
Of course he suspects. He was born suspicious. That's why he's the sheriff.
But Tamar...
Ben, there's nothing Morrison can do. You have the alibi.
The alibi?
Oh, stop looking guilty. Stop thinking guilty. Stop feeling guilty.
But
What's gotten into you? You're Ben Blankenship. You're one of the Chicago Blankenships. Who is Morrison but a hick sheriff? Oh, come on, Ben. Get some of that beautiful contempt back into your manner.
I've never been on a spot like this before.
Ben, you are the lord of the castle. He's a peasant. Now open the door.
Yes?
Afternoon, Mr. Blankenship.
Oh, you must be Sheriff...
Morrison.
Oh, of course. Yeah, Morrison. Won't you come in, Sheriff?
Thank you. Afternoon, Mrs. Hartfield.
Sheriff?
How should we begin?
Oh, we might start with a cup of tea, Sheriff.
We can't do that, Miss Hartfield.
Why not?
Because that would make it a social call.
And you're here on business.
That's correct, ma'am.
Well, then, Sheriff, how shall we begin?
I would like to be able to say you're both under arrest.
Well, whatever for?
You don't know, Mrs. Hartfield.
See here, Sheriff. What are you trying to...
I'm trying to uphold justice.
And what does that mean?
It means that you and Mr. Blankenship here murdered your husband, Alvin Hartfield.
You can't prove that, Sheriff.
Now, notice what has just been said. I accuse you, Mr. Blankenship, of murder. And what is your immediate reaction? You're not angry. You don't even deny it. You simply tell me I can't prove it.
The fact is, Sheriff, you can't.
I know that. If I could, I'd have both of you in jail by this time.
Well, then how dare you make such a damnable accusation?
There you go again, Mr. Blankenship. You don't call the accusation false, just damnable.
What is the point to this?
We've had a murder. Alvin Hartfield was found shot to death here in his summer home. It's my job to find the killer, or killers. Well, I did find them, but I have no proof.
Well, what makes you think you found them?
The two of you did it.
Why do you say that?
Because you've been, in some places it's called having an affair. In others, it's known as committing adultery.
I didn't know that word was still being used.
Why not? It's still being done.
Score a point for your side, Sheriff.
He was your old doddering husband. You were the youthful, vigorous wife.
You make it seem so physical.
And that's what it's all about, Mrs. Hartfield, wouldn't you say?
Sheriff, why do you insist that Mr. Blankenship and I murdered Alvin?
Because people who violate one commandment would scarcely hesitate to break another.
And on such evidence, you...
It's pretty good evidence. The two of you have been making a fool out of poor old Alvin.
Why does everyone insist that we were making a fool of him? Wasn't he making a fool of himself? Pretending that a man of 80 could be a satisfactory husband for a woman of 35?
Then why didn't you divorce him?
Divorce $10 million?
Aha. You do admit you married him for his money.
Of course. And why did he marry me? For my good looks, for my youth? That was the bargain.
Sheriff, I object to this entire line of conversation. May I ask what you're doing in this house?
First, I have to ask, what are you doing in this house?
Oh, Mrs. Hartfield is a friend of mine. Her husband was killed here a week ago. I've come here to pay my respects.
You sure have.
Sheriff, how could either of us have killed poor Alvin?
Oh, I know. You have alibis.
On the night poor Alvin was shot, I was at the opera.
Mm-hmm. And you can produce witnesses who saw you there. I know. And you, Mr. Blankenship?
Well, as you know, I was in California.
That's your story.
I had driven out there to visit a friend. We had some business to discuss.
I know. We have his signed affidavit.
Oh, Sheriff, there's no doubt that both of us were away at the time. We can prove it. Why do you insist we're guilty?
Because I know it. You won't get away with it.
We won't get away with what?
Because as long as one person knows, then your guilt has to come out eventually.
Sheriff, I am not sure that we're required to put up with...
it will. One day. I liked old man Hartsfield. He was good to me. He was good to the people who live around here. You had no right to kill him. And I'm going to prove you did it if it takes me the rest of my life.
That's a fine melodramatic statement, Sheriff. And I believe it can't be topped as an exit line.
Just make sure you remember I said it. Good day, Miss Hartfield. Mr. Blankenship.
Well, wait. Don't tell me he's lurking at the door.
No, he's getting into his car.
Oh. That wasn't nearly as difficult as I thought.
Oh, he's suspicious. But we knew he would be.
The alibis, they have to hold up.
Oh, there's no question about mine. I was at the opera.
Jordan, I can depend on Jordan.
Oh, there isn't any doubt about Jordan. We've got him locked in.
That's right. I guess we have.
Don't let even the shadow of a doubt cross your mind. I've got the documents. I can prove he was stealing from the firm. He can go to jail for 10, 15 years. He has to stay with the story. You were with him in California that night.
Oh, I know. I'm not worried. It's Morrison, our beady-eyed sheriff. He can give you a few bad moments until you realize that he's nothing but a dumb farmer with a badge. Still...
Still what, darling?
Oh, we can't have him going around shooting off his mouth like that.
Oh, what's the harm? Everybody knows he's a fool.
Even so. I'd like to clip his wings and make him pull in his horns.
Morning, Sheriff.
How are they treating you, Percy?
Nobody never treated me to nothing. Always paid my own way. Fill her up?
Well, yeah. Yeah, now that we got all that straightened out, fill her up.
So, you sick of being sheriff?
Sometimes.
You spoiling to lose out next election?
Who'd vote against me?
What's it take to be sheriff around these parts anyhow?
Suppose you tell me that, Percy.
All we need is a fella who looks good in a campaign hat, a badge, a gun, and riding breeches.
And, I don't look good?
You look fine.
So?
Ever ask yourself why we need a sheriff?
To enforce the law.
Oh, come on, Joe. We got state troopers over to Pickettsville to enforce whatever law's been busted.
All right, so, you tell me, Percy.
For the summer people.
Summer people?
Yeah. It makes a place feel more rural. What does lady call it? What word did she use?
Bucolic.
That's the word, bucolic. What's it mean, Joe?
Rural.
The whole idea of a sheriff now. It's kind of romantic to them rich city folk that summer's up here.
Where's all this leading, Percy?
We can't alienate them summer people. And that's what you happen to be doing, Joe.
Is that a fact?
You're accusing Ben Blankenship and Tamar Hartsfield of killing old Alvin.
How do you know, Percy?
The word's out.
They're guilty.
But the state police couldn't find anything.
I know they're guilty.
She was in New York attending the Metropolitan Opera. He was 3,000 miles away in California.
So they say.
Oh, you don't have any evidence?
Not yet.
That's 15 gallons.
Will you write it up?
Yeah. There ain't much harm done yet. But you keep it up, and this can become one of them media sensations. Old husband, young wife, handsome boyfriend. Folks around here ain't going to like it. It's going to scare off the summer people.
Yeah, well, thanks for the tip, Percy. See you around.
I hope so.
Oh, and I wanted to talk to Sheriff Morrison.
It's all right, Rosetta. I done it.
I don't understand what has got into him. I have known Tamar Hartsfield since she got married to Al and started coming here in the summer. It is 10 years. Now, why would she want to kill him? Why take a chance on losing all that money that was sure to come her way anyhow? And Ben Blankenship. Huh. I remember him in knee pants. What has got into Joe Morrison? We may need a new sheriff.
Yeah.
Hey, Percy, you got that faraway look in your eye.
Huh? I'm thinking about what Joe Morrison's been saying. You know something? He may be right.
Tamar Hartsfield and Ben Blankenship killed Alvin?
Between you and me, he's right.
But Alvin was shot while she was in New York, and Ben was in Los Angeles, and they can prove it.
Yeah, I know.
Well, then how can Joe Morrison possibly be right?
I believe Joe Morrison. Don't ask me why or how. I just believe him. That's all.
Let's face it. If you're a woman of 35 with a heavenly face and a ravishing figure, and if you're married to a rather faded gentleman a half-century your senior, and if you've been rather friendly with a handsome fellow close to your own age, and if one day friend husband is mysteriously shot to death, alibi or no alibi, shouldn't there be at least a few raised eyebrows? Well, hopefully, we can raise a few more when I return here with Act 2 shortly. Alibi. The word, as you may know, is compounded from the Latin alius ibi, or another place. elsewhere, which is exactly what an alibi is supposed to do for you. To wit, prove that you were in another place while a crime was being committed. This supposedly proves your innocence, since it has been scientifically demonstrated that it is impossible for one person to be in two locations at the same time. Now that we have reestablished our premise, onward and upward.
Percy, do you realize what you just said?
Yes, Rosetta. I said, if Sheriff Joe Morrison thinks Tamara Hartsfield and Ben Blankenship are guilty, then they did it. And that's all.
But why does he think so?
It might be he knows something we don't know.
Oh, he knows nothing. If he has got proof, if he's got evidence and facts or information, why don't he come out with it?
Yeah, guess he just knows, that's all.
Sheriff Joe Morrison. What brings you here, Joe?
Eustace, you're county prosecutor. Are you satisfied with the progress of the Hartsfield murder investigation?
Joe, you know it's in the hands of the state police.
It's in my hands, Eustace, since I'm town marshal of the place where it happened.
Of course.
Well, I asked if you were satisfied with the progress of the investigation.
I can only answer that yes and no.
Uh-huh.
Satisfied that you and they are doing the best possible job, and, of course, not satisfied because we have not yet arrived at a solution.
So far, all we have is that Alvin Hartsfield was shot to death by a person, or persons, unknown.
That's probably just what happened. He was killed by an intruder, a burglar.
Uh-huh. You're satisfied that's what happened?
Yes and no. I'm not satisfied that it happened, but I'm satisfied with it as an explanation.
Why?
Why? His money was missing from his wallet, his expensive shotguns, plus his fishing tackle and other valuables about the house are gone. What else could it be?
Eustace, when the shoe factory closed up, this town was ruined. And then old Alvin Hartsfield bought some property.
You don't have to tell me about the history of the town.
No, but I think I'd better remind you. All the rich summer folk followed old Alvin here, and the whole region was born again.
Joe, I must tell you, I felt like I lost my father.
Tamar and Ben, they did it. Nothing else makes sense.
She was at the opera, seen there by at least 30 people who know her. They'll testify. We have to accept that.
What about him? How do we really know he was in California?
He drove out in his car, he says. He visited this Jordan fellow. Now, we have Jordan's sworn statement. Jordan was old Alvin's personal secretary. With him 20 years. The old man made him rich. Why would Jordan lie?
That's what I want to find out.
Both Tamar and Ben have alibis.
Ah, that's what's bothering me.
Well, why should it bother you?
It's been my experience that most innocent people don't have alibis. Certainly not ironclad alibis. Tamar and Ben made sure in advance.
I'll go this far. Maybe Tamar and Ben could have hired a killer and made it look like a robbery, but how could we prove it, ever?
I'm sure Ben did it.
Why?
He couldn't trust anyone else.
He's trusting this fellow Jordan out in California to give him an alibi.
Yeah, well, let me see if I can break that down, huh? Let me go out there.
All the way out to California? Do you know how much that costs?
I'll fly coach. I'll go tourist. I'll ride in the baggage compartment. Come on, Eustace. Authorize the trip.
Yes?
Mr. Jordan, Edward Everett Jordan.
Yes?
I'm Sheriff Joseph A. Morrison of Iroquois County, New York.
Oh, you wish to see me?
I do.
Well, do you have jurisdiction here?
No. I didn't think it was necessary for me to enlist the cooperation of the local police. I was sure that you, as a law-abiding citizen, would be eager and anxious to do everything possible to aid in bringing criminals to justice.
Oh, I am. I certainly am. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Now, you say that Mr. Ben Blankenship was here last week.
Yes. He'd driven out in his car.
Driven out in his car. It's quite a trip. Did he tell you why he didn't fly?
He gets airsick. And the trains, well, we don't have the train service we used to have. I think that's a pity. But I already told all this. I said all this in a statement. Why are you asking me again?
Mr. Blankenship had arrived here on a Wednesday.
Oh yes, on Wednesday.
And he spent Wednesday night here.
Wednesday night, yes, of course.
And you talked business.
Yes, we talk business relative to Mr. Hartsfield's affairs. I was his secretary.
Thursday night, there was a phone call. Mr. Hartsfield had been found shot to death back home in Iroquois County.
That's right. There was a phone call, yes. That reminds me, it's 7 o'clock. I did have an important phone call to make. Will you please excuse me? Make yourself at home, Sheriff Morris.
Morrison.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll return in a moment.
Hello?
Tamar,
Jordan.
he's here.
Who's there?
The sheriff. That Morrison or whatever.
Be calm.
How can I be calm? He knows I'm lying.
How does he know?
Oh, he knows.
Well, now, you just stick to your story.
But I'm committing perjury.
Wouldn't you rather commit perjury and get away with it? Or go to jail for forgery, embezzlement?
Don't say those words, not on the phone.
You made free with Alvin's checkbook.
But this sheriff, he knows I'm lying.
He knows Ben and I are lying, too.
Tamar.
Just stick to your story. He has absolutely no way of proving it's wrong.
Morning, Eustace.
Well, what have you got to show for that expenditure of the taxpayers' money, Joe?
Everything and nothing.
Mostly nothing.
Jordan is lying.
But you can't prove it.
They got something on him.
Maybe.
He's a very weak and a very nervous little fella. Maybe it has to do with the fact that he might have been stealing from old Alvin.
Maybe, but how can we prove it?
Well, couldn't we have an audit made of the books of the corporation?
On whose behalf?
The stockholders.
It's not a public corporation. It's a private company. The only surviving stockholder is Tamar Hartsfield. You want to ask her to authorize one?
Whatever you turn on this thing, you're licked.
I'm sorry, Joe.
You and I know Ben Blankenship didn't go to California.
Where did he go?
He disappeared somewhere in New York or anywhere. He came up here that Thursday night and shot old Alvin. Come on, Eustace. You know he did it.
Well, you know it and I know it, but I keep asking and asking, how can we prove it?
There's an answer. There has to be.
Let me know when you find it. Meanwhile, just don't alienate people unnecessarily.
Lunch ready?
In 1 minute. You want to check Ben Blankenship's left rear tire?
Oh, what's wrong with it?
He says it has got a slow leak.
Yeah, I guess.
He dropped the car off a little while ago and then drove away with Tamar.
The two of them shouldn't make it so obvious.
Oh, why don't we mind our own business?
The law is everybody's business.
You want to look at that tire?
Can I eat first?
I promise you have it fixed by 1 o'clock.
All right.
Was my car ready, Rosetta?
Oh, afternoon, Mr. Blankenship. Yes, it should be. I ain't heard a sound in the shop for the past 20 minutes, so Percy ought to be finished. Why don't you just sit down there in the shade? And I will go back in the shop and tell Percy you are here. Percy? Percy, where are you? Percy? Why are you just standing there like that for? Is something wrong? Percy?
Something wrong, Rosetta? Yeah. I guess you could say something's wrong.
You're not feeling well.
No. Matter of fact, I'm even feeling pretty good.
But you are just standing there like someone in a trance.
I guess. Maybe that's the way it's affecting me.
Mr. Blankenship is here. He wants his car.
Does he? Well, we gotta give Ben his car. Let me back it out the shop. There she is, Mr. Blankenship.
Oh, tire looks okay. Anything serious?
Just a nail hole. I plugged her up.
Did she need anything else?
No, sir. She didn't need nothing else.
Well, then, see you around, Percy.
See you around, Mr. Blankenship. See you around.
Percy.
Huh?
You're doing it again.
Doing what again?
Standing there like a statue. Something's wrong. Tell me.
I'm wondering, what should I tell you? How much should I tell you?
I am your wife. You have to tell me everything.
I'll tell you this much. More than a week ago, old Alvin Hartsfield was murdered.
Now, Percy, what does this have to do?
5 people know who killed him. First off, old Alvin knows who killed him, so that's 1.
Now, Percy.
His wife, Tamar, she knows. That's 2.
Are you crazy?
Ben Blankenship knows. That's 3. This fella on the West Coast who gave Ben the alibi by saying Ben was out there with him, he knows. That makes 4. And do you know who the 5th fella is?
I want you to stop scaring me like this.
Guess who's that 5th person? Me.
Does he know? Let us assume that Sheriff Joe Morrison has been right all along, and that Tamar and Ben are guilty of murder. On that basis, you should also be able to figure out why. You're already in possession of every clue, and you know the rationale for every assumption. If you were doing your homework, you should already have the answer. Check with us in Act 3, which I shall unveil here shortly. On the one side, we have morals, ethics, duty, not to mention responsibility and obligation. And what about conscience? These are all things that are supposed to regulate our thinking and our action, and we like to believe they do. However, on the other side, we have something called self-interest, and therefore, life is always a matter of deciding which side we're on, more or less.
Percy, are you saying you know who killed old Alvin Hartsfield?
That's what I'm saying, Rosetta.
Who?
I can't tell you.
What do you mean you can't tell me?
I can't, that's all.
Well, how do you know?
Can't tell you that neither.
Percy, I am your wife. You've got to tell me. If you know who killed Alvin, it is your duty.
My duty?
Your duty to tell Sheriff Joe Morrison.
Yeah, I know.
Then what are we talking about?
I don't know.
Oh, Percy, what am I supposed to think? You say you know who killed old Alvin.
And I do.
Then you should tell Sheriff Joe Morrison. It is simple enough. What is the problem?
The problem is life itself. Life ain't that simple.
Call the sheriff.
What do I gain by telling Joe Morrison?
I don't know what to say.
I've been a hick all my life. I never had $100 that I didn't need to pay a bill with.
We are not starving.
No, we don't starve. We get along, sure. But where did we ever go in all our life?
We went to New York twice, Chicago once.
You see them women in the magazines, the pictures, the TV, the furs, the jewels. They have servants. They eat off silver dishes. Didn't you ever want to be like one of them?
Fur don't keep you any warmer and good wool padding. A diamond is just a piece of coal with big ideas. I couldn't stand having a servant snooping around. And victuals are victuals, whether you eat them off a silver platter or a dish from the 5 and dime.
I am 59 years old, And all I ever had was grease on my clothes, grime on my face, and dirt under my nails. Are all the good things only for the rich people?
Well, I suppose so.
You suppose so, huh?
Well, only the rich can afford them.
Well, then there's your answer. We have to become rich. And I may just as well start working on it right now. Morning, Miss Hartsfield.
Oh, morning, Percy.
I was wondering if Mr. Blankenship might be here.
Oh, you're in luck. He just dropped over. Won't you come in?
Oh, thank you, Miss Hartsfield.
Ben, Percy would like to speak with you.
Well, hello there, Percy.
And I'd like to speak with you, too, Miss Hartsfield.
Oh, well, what can we do for you?
You can make me rich.
All right. How can we do that?
You can give me... I could ask for more, but I always been a moderate kind of fella. You could give me $500,000.
$500,000?
With what you just come into, Miss Hartsfield, you'd never even notice $500,000.
Why should Mrs. Hartsfield give you $500,000?
To protect her investment.
What investment?
Her investment in you.
Well, assuming I have such an investment, how does giving you $500,000 protect it?
It gets me to keep my mouth shut.
About what?
About who killed old Alvin.
Well, who did kill him?
You did.
Oh, you must have been listening to Sheriff Morrison.
That man must be infectious.
There's one difference between me and Joe Morrison.
Yes? What's that?
All Joe's got are hunches. I've got facts.
And what are your facts?
You told the cops you were in Los Angeles, California, more than 3,000 miles away from here.
I've got an alibi.
I can prove you don't have an alibi.
How?
Interesting, ain't it? You should be laughing in my face. You should kick me right out the front door. Instead, you're talking about it.
Percy, suppose you tell us what your facts are.
That's what you have to pay the $500,000 for.
You realize, Percy, this is blackmail.
Yeah, I guess. But I decided I'm going to see the world before I die. How's tomorrow, just about this time?
Tomorrow's fine.
Well, Ben, Tamar, till tomorrow.
So it's Ben and Tamar now, is it? Ben, Tamar, and Percy.
Why not? He's just become one of us.
What are you saying?
I intend to give him that $500,000.
What?
What does it amount to? Besides, Ben, he knows.
What does he know?
He knows you weren't in Los Angeles.
How?
That information is worth the money.
And do you suppose that'll be the end of it?
Why not? He's an honest man.
An honest man?
Of course. This will be his one fall from grace.
No. I think we
We what?
We have to somehow...
No. We just barely got away with Alvin.
If something happens to Percy, who would suspect us? Why would anyone suspect us?
When we decided about Alvin, the idea was that we could be together all the time. I say pay him the money. We can afford it.
We can afford the money, yes. But can we afford to trust him? Look, Tamar, listen. Let me do it my way. I promise you we'll be out of it. Completely out of it.
Percy's garage. Yeah? Oh, where is that again? Oh, wait a minute. Percy, some fella stuck on 88, a couple of miles north of the freeway. Can you get the tow truck up there?
Tell him it'll be about an hour.
Yeah, he'll be there. About an hour or so. Well, it is the best we can do. Why don't you read a book or pick some apples? Bye.
Who was that?
Sounds like some city fella.
Why would anyone want to take Route 88? It's the most deserted and God-forsaken stretch of road in the country.
It's the same gun that killed Alvin Hartsfield. I just got the lab report from the state police.
Some holdup guy did it.
Is that what you think, Eustace?
What am I supposed to think? Why else would anyone want to murder poor old Percy?
He gets a call to go up to Route 88, a couple of miles north of the freeway. Next thing we know, he's found sitting in his truck with a bullet in his head.
His wallet's gone, his watch is gone, his ring is gone. According to Rosetta, all of it didn't add up to more than maybe $100.
And you want me to think it was just a holdup?
Oh, be reasonable. Some small-time hoodlum's short on cash. He figures he can lure someone up here and get some money. Want to call it tow truck.
Yeah.
And since it's the same gun, you have to give up on Ben and Tamar for Alvin's murder. Why would they want to kill Percy?
Yeah, but...
I know. You get a good theory and it dies hard, but this should prove it. We have a dangerous prowl around the loose. You might want to swear in a couple of deputies and run him down.
Are you all right, Rosetta?
Yes, I am all right, Joe. They killed him, you know.
Who?
Ben, Tamar.
Why would Ben and Tamar want to kill Percy?
I know they killed him.
But how do you know?
Remember, you say you knew they killed Alvin. You couldn't say why, but you knew. You just knew.
As it turned out, that was all wrong.
No, it was right. Percy found out why.
He did? Well, why didn't you say so before?
Can I trust you?
Why, of course you can.
Percy said to me, I know who killed old Alvin.
Well, why didn't he tell me?
Because... Oh, Joe, this is the awful part. He wanted to blackmail. I can't find a prettier word. Tamar and Ben. But he worked so hard all his life. He was so sick of this play.
Rosetta, I won't say a word. Not a word. But we have work to do. He found out. Okay. Do you know when? Do you know how?
Yesterday, Ben Blankenship brought the car in. He had a slow leak in the left rear tire. Percy fixed it, and then he got the queerest look on his face. He started saying all them crazy things.
Percy discovered something.
Yes, I am sure.
But what?
I don't know. He wouldn't tell me.
But he found out something here. In here. In the shop.
The shop. Or Ben Blankenship's car.
Yeah. Or both. The answer is here. It has to be here. And if Percy found it, I can find it.
Well, Sheriff, what can we do for you today?
Mr. Blankenship, I have a warrant for your arrest.
My arrest? What for?
Suspicion of murder.
What? That's ridiculous.
See here, Sheriff.
And I must ask you to come along, too, Mrs. Hartsfield.
Me?
Material witness. To think you could get away with murder.
You can't prove we murdered Percy.
Oh, we. Were you in on that one, too, Mrs. Hartsfield?
I don't know what anyone is talking about.
I'm talking about old Alvin. You want to confess? Well, you only have one life, and all you can do is spend it in prison no matter how many murders you committed.
We didn't commit any.
I didn't commit any.
I guess not. You were definitely at the opera. But Mr. Blankenship here has no alibi at all.
Oh, yes, I have. I have a witness.
And I have a better witness. Your car.
My car?
10 days ago, you let it be known that you were driving out the West Coast. You brought the car into Percy's for a complete check. Do you deny it?
Well, I don't...
We have the records. You signed a work slip authorizing Percy to mount new tires, change your oil and filter, and check your brakes. Do you deny that?
Why should I?
If only you could. On the slip you signed, and on the sticker Percy placed inside your car door, was the mileage to date. 20,000 odd. Do you see what I'm driving at, Mr. Blankenship?
If
you did drive to California and back, your speedometer should read very close to 27,000. But it doesn't.
Ben, you lied to me.
No, see here, Tamara.
You didn't go to California.
No, ma'am. He has not driven more than 100 miles in the past 2 weeks, according to his speedometer.
Then you killed him. You killed Alvin.
What do you mean I killed Alvin?
Sheriff, he lied to me.
Don't you think you're going to pin it all on me?
Folks. Plenty of time for arguing and squabbling at the trial. There's guilt enough and to spare for both of you.
The fabric of eternal love. How swiftly it may unravel. How short a time forever can be. You heard what happens when sieves fall out. But this is nothing to the havoc which ensues when lovers become haters. And both of them try to get into a lifeboat which only has room for one. I shall return shortly. What you have heard on our show this time has been a story of amateurs. It concerned two people who committed murder, but didn't really know how to go about it. A man who tried blackmail without understanding the basics of that reprehensible profession. The predictable result? All three failed. The predictable moral? Well, to all of you good people out there who may feel tempted by a fit of temporary madness, don't do it. Leave crime to the professionals. Our cast included Fred Gwynn, Evie Juster, Court Benson, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Make yourself at home. Home is where the heart is. Be it ever so humble, there's no place like home. Home. In a single word, there is contained such warmth, such security, such completeness. Say it in 100 languages. Its meaning remains unchanged. Home. The place we all come from. And at the same time, the place we spend our lives searching for. To some of us, home is the one place we can never return to.
Well, what happened to your brother?
Please, Doctor.
Where did he go?
He's gone away.
But he was lying here just a moment ago. He couldn't have disappeared just like that.
I told you where he has gone. He has gone home.
But I just saw him.
He has gone home.
Home? You keep saying home. Well, where is home?
Our mystery drama, All Unregistered Aliens, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Victoria Dan and stars Ann Williams. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. What is the force that drives us to seek our roots? You hear so much talk about such things these days. It seems as if all of America is out there finding themselves. What is the power that can suddenly compel a person to give up material success and return to their old neighborhood? What is so magical about one's place of birth, anyhow? That is, if there is anything magic in the word home at all.
Oh, now, sweetheart. Oh, now, that was just a little vaccination. Remember, please, Mrs. Rodriguez, bring the other children in for their shots by the end of the week. Oh, and be sure to tell your neighbors it's free. The city will pay for inoculation. Oh, thank goodness it's lunchtime. Inez, is there anyone else waiting to see me? Who? Oh, sure, I certainly can't keep him waiting, can I?
Dr. Anna Quiller?
Yes, what can I do for you, Officer McKeegan?
That's Lieutenant McKeegan. Kind of young to be a doctor, aren't you?
What is it you wanted to see me about, Lieutenant?
Well, I came to welcome you to the neighborhood.
Oh, how very nice of you.
After all, it's an admirable thing you're doing here.
Is it?
Yeah, setting up a free clinic in a neighborhood like this.
A neighborhood like what?
Well, Doctor, let's face it. This isn't exactly paradise.
That would depend on your point of view.
Oh, come on. You don't belong here.
I happen to have been born here.
No kidding.
I was lucky, Lieutenant. I went to college, med school, on a scholarship.
You know, you could be making a lot of money in the suburbs.
I thought you came here to welcome me to this neighborhood.
So I did. Doctor, you know, it's always good community relations to have citizens cooperate with the police. Especially if they happen to be in the medical profession.
Cooperate how?
Well, for example, wasn't your last patient Nadia Rodriguez?
Well, she brought her baby here for a vaccination. Why are you so interested?
Well, I couldn't care less about Mrs. Rodriguez's baby. On the other hand, didn't you treat her husband Carlos last week?
Who?
Carlos Rodriguez.
Carlos?
A stab wound. Don't you remember?
No, I can't seem to recall.
Sure. But I'd just appreciate your reporting interesting injuries to the precinct.
I am a doctor, not a policeman.
You're aware of the problem of street gangs, aren't you?
You do your job, Lieutenant, and I'll do mine.
And gang fights aren't the only problem we got here, Doctor. You know, do you know how many illegal aliens passed through this neighborhood in just 1 month?
Illegal aliens?
Yeah. They come into the country, stowed away in freight compartments of foreign ships. Sure, thousands of them. No passport, no entry permit. And they're here to stay. Now, you must treat some of these people every day.
You're asking me to report on my patients, Lieutenant?
The word is cooperate with the authorities.
Well, I'd like to thank you for coming by, Lieutenant. Our conversation has been most enlightening.
Are you going to have lunch now, Doctor?
Yes, I am.
Oh, well, it's a great little cafe right across the street run by a fat old guy named Stephan.
I know. He's my uncle.
Oh. Well, look, I was wondering if you...
Goodbye, Lieutenant.
You know what I think? I think you're not eating enough, Anna.
I'm not hungry.
You're not still upset about the visit from Officer McKeegan?
But how did you...
What's ever gone on in this neighborhood I didn't know, little one?
You know what he said, Uncle Stephan?
What?
He said that I didn't belong here. Have you ever heard anything so ridiculous? Uncle? Have you?
Why did you suddenly decide to come back, Anna?
This is my home. I grew up here.
You couldn't wait to leave. As soon as you graduated high school, what made you suddenly decide to come back? I thought you were happy uptown in that fancy office with the carpet and the paintings.
Well, I was, but...
But what?
I suddenly...
Yes?
Oh, I can't explain it. I just knew I had to come back.
Why?
Because I was needed.
Yes. I'm unkind not to tell you that in the few weeks you have been back, you've done only good. You are needed here. I'm proud of my niece, Anna. That's what my head says. But my heart says my brother's child should have the best. What kind of men can you meet here? You should have a house with a lawn and trees and flower boxes. Swings for the children.
Oh, Uncle. Oh, what in heaven's name?
Oh, more glasses again.
That poor busboy.
I don't want to hurt his feelings.
Mr. Quiller, I am so very sorry for this
Yes, never mind, Eli. It's all right.
I am not to be discharged?
No, Eli. Just clean up the broken pieces.
Yes, you're very kind, Mr. Quiller. Really very kind.
Just a minute, Eli. Where is your cousin? I thought this was supposed to be his shift.
I do not know.
It isn't right, Eli, taking his place all the time. You work hard enough as it is.
Well, he's young, Mr. Quiller. He wants to be with his friends. I try to tell him they're bad company, but he does not listen.
So, what were we talking about, Anna?
Still doing it, aren't you, Uncle Stefan?
What?
A one-man Salvation Army. Taking in refugees, giving them jobs.
Hey, now, little one, don't think I'm a charity ward.
No? But just look at that man, Eli. I've never seen such a down-and-out expression on anyone's face.
Yes, well, things were pretty bad for him in his old country. Anyhow, just so you don't think I'm running a charity ward, you ought to see the mural Eli's doing for my office. You know, he's quite an artist. Why don't you come back?
Look at the time. I'd better get back to the clinic.
Well, you really should see his painting.
Maybe later, Uncle. Maybe later. Inez, why don't you go now? Sure, I can lock up. See you tomorrow. Well, let's see. Where did I put it? Who could that be at the back door? Oh, just a minute. All right, I'm coming. You should use the regular entrance in front.
Doctor.
Yes, you're Eli, the busboy, but who?
It is my cousin. Please, doctor, can you help him?
Well, of course, bring him in. What happened?
Please, where should I put him?
On the bed, there. Easy now, easy. He's been shot.
I'm sorry.
Well, now, keep still. Look, bring me the solution to that bottle by the sink.
Of course.
It hurts. It hurts bad. Now, please, don't try to talk.
Doctor, how bad is it?
It's bad.
Is he going to...
What is your cousin's name?
Cleo. I told him not to go around with those boys, but he wouldn't listen to me.
Where are you, Eli?
No, I'm right here, Cleo.
I'm sorry about the night. We went to the warehouse. They said it was an initiation. Something went wrong. Eli, there was a man, an old man. He shot at us. We ran. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right.
No. It was bad what we were going to do. I didn't understand then. I only wanted him to like me.
Never mind.
I only wanted to belong.
I know, Cleo, I know.
I can't do anything else for him. It's too late.
Cleo?
I want to go home.
This is home.
No, I want to go back. Back to a real home.
But Cleo,
I want to die on my own soil.
No, listen to me. You are not going to die.
I am. You know I am. Don't let me die here, please. I want to go home.
Doctor, could you leave us alone now, please?
But I...
You said there was nothing more you could do for him.
Yes. I'll be right outside.
Cleo, can you hear me?
I want to go home. Go home. Send me home.
To go home, you must listen for the wind.
Yes. The wind. The wind will carry me home.
Think of the wind.
Where am I? I'm lost.
Find the wind, cousin. Find the wind.
Wait. I hear it. I hear the wind. I'm going home, Hila. The wind is taking me home. Home.
Goodbye, cousin. Goodbye. Forever. Dr. Quiller?
Your cousin. Is he...
Cleo is gone.
I'm very sorry. I'd better go in and... Where is he?
I already told you.
Wait, you said he was dead.
I said he was gone.
Well, how? He was dying. He didn't have the strength to move.
He found the strength.
Well, that's impossible. Well, what's happened to him?
I told you he's gone.
Well, where did he go?
Where?
Tell me. Where did he go? Where?
He has gone home, Doctor. He has gone home.
Well, that's a simple enough answer. Of course, you and I know that if Dr. Anna Quiller believes that settles that. We wouldn't have a second act. And consider this. I, for one, am rather curious about where Cleo went myself. I intend to find out where exactly home is when we return in just a few minutes with Act Two. There are many people in this world who do not like to become involved in the lives of others around them. And after all, there is something to be said for the uneventful but also safe habit of minding one's own business. But Dr. Anna Quiller, who has returned to her childhood slum neighborhood to open a clinic, has chosen the path of curiosity and concern. A young man, fatally injured in a warehouse prank, has disappeared from her examination room. And his older cousin calmly remarks that the young man has simply gone home.
But how could he have gone anywhere? He was dying from that bullet wound.
I must go now.
No. No, I want answers. That was a mortal wound. The damage was irreparable. That boy had only moments to live.
Yes, you are right. He had only moments to live.
Then how did he leave?
How?
Well, you said he went home.
He was carried, of course.
But carried by whom?
By the wind.
What?
That is, friends. Yes, several friends came in through the alley and...
No, you're lying. No. None of this makes any sense. Why were you in such a hurry to get rid of Cleo?
Do not speak that way. It is ugly.
Oh, I understand everything now.
Do you?
If your cousin had died in my presence, I would have to sign a death certificate.
Death certificate?
Oh, don't play dumb. You know what I'm driving at.
But I do not.
You had to get rid of your cousin's body because I would have had to call the police. And that would mean trouble, wouldn't it?
Oh, I do not...
You certainly do understand. You and Cleo are both in this country illegally. Do you deny it?
No, I do not deny it.
If the police came here and found Cleo's body, it would be over for you. You'd be deported.
It would be over, but not the way you believe.
Oh, don't you see? It's no use. The authorities will find out as soon as you try to bury him.
He will not be buried.
What?
Cleo will not be buried. He is no longer in this city.
But you said he was home.
He is.
You said he had been carried home.
To his real home. Not to the dirty little room in his adopted land, but home. True home.
Wait, just a minute.
Back home to where he was born. His native soil.
You sent him home? Literally? Like on a boat?
Well...
But that is what you mean, isn't it?
Yes, that is what I mean, Doctor. Now, I must go.
No, but wait. We still have to talk.
About what?
I mean, your cousin was involved in the shooting. I have to tell...
Tell who?
The police are going to want to know.
Well, why must you tell anyone what happened here tonight?
But...
It is hard for me to hide my pain. Without Cleo, I am alone. So alone. But I must go on. So I ask you for your help.
But I have to inform the...
When I first brought Cleo here, I was not sure if he would die. If there was any hope. I wanted to help him. The people in the neighborhood, they say, you can trust the doctor. She is okay.
Believe me, I don't want to get you in trouble, but...
So, you will not say anything. I trust you still.
Oh, Harry, make that one coffee black to go.
Well, if it isn't Dr. Quiller. Good morning.
Is it?
The usual with the Danish, Harry. You look like you didn't get much sleep last night, Doctor.
Oh, you're mistaken. Thank you, Harry.
Oh, listen, could you wait a minute? I want to ask you something.
Lieutenant, I've got a room full of people at the clinic.
Yeah, well, this will only take a minute.
All right. What is it?
Did you, have any late-night visitors last night?
Is that any of your business?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm here at the clinic, and that is my business.
No, I didn't have any late-night visitors at the clinic, Lieutenant.
So, about what time did you close up?
The usual time.
Which is?
9:30.
Really? What happened to the kid with the bullet wound?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, now, didn't we have another discussion like this once? No, Doctor. There was a warehouse robbery last night. The watchman said he got one of the kids. Who did you treat late last night?
Nobody.
You really think you're doing a noble thing, don't you? Well, you're not doing these kids a favor, you know. All you do is glue them together so they can go right out again and commit worse crimes.
Spare me the lectures, McKeegan.
You tell me something, Doc. Huh? I'm just trying to do my job in a neighborhood like this, and it isn't easy. Why are you making me the heavy, huh?
I'm sorry. I don't mean to snap at you. In a way, you're right, but in a way, you're also wrong. You can go around doing the arresting. That's your job. My job is to help whoever walks through the door of that clinic.
What was the name of the kid the night watchman shot?
Now, officer, how would I know?
What are you doing here so early in the day, Anna?
Well, I have to talk to you, Uncle Stefan.
You did not sleep last night.
It really shows, doesn't it?
Come, we talk better in my office. All right, we talk.
Uncle?
Come, sit in the soft chair here.
Uncle? This wall.
Oh, you like the mural Eli's painting, eh?
I never saw anything quite like it.
Oh, well, art is a matter of taste.
I don't understand what it's supposed to be.
Well, it's supposed to be a picture.
A picture of what?
Landscape.
Oh, sure is weird. The colors it uses, it's almost creepy.
It's makes you feel afraid?
No, not afraid, just strange. Can't explain it. Oh, listen, Uncle, I've got to ask your advice.
About poor Cleo?
Oh, boy, you do know everything, don't you?
So young, but so foolish, so reckless.
Eli said he sent Cleo's body home.
That would be right.
Uncle, all my life you've helped people that came through here. You never talked about it. But I'm curious. I want to know about these people.
What people?
You sound like me talking to Lieutenant McKeegan, Uncle. Look, what country did Cleo and Eli come from?
Country?
Yeah, I'm curious. I know it's somewhere in Eastern Europe, but I can't place the accent.
I wouldn't exactly call it a country.
A state?
No.
A place can be pretty small and still be a country. Tell me the name.
Melagania. Have you ever heard of it?
Melagania? Can't say it rings a bell. I'll have to look it up in my old high school atlas.
Oh, you won't find it there.
Why not?
Well, you see, they just granted it sovereignty.
Oh.
What's troubling you?
Well, that's what I really wanted to talk to you about. I treated Cleo in my office last night.
Where else would the poor boy have gone?
Oh, I can't forget the picture of him. So young, so beyond hope. Lying on that bed in my clinic.
Anna, you are a doctor. Death is not new to you.
It never stops hurting. No matter how many times you see it. And this time, I can't explain it. I felt an even deeper hurt.
Because he was so young.
Perhaps that's it. Uncle Stefan, I don't know what to do. I've got Lieutenant McKeegan following me around.
Is that so bad? I hear he's a college man.
Well, I don't mean that, Uncle. He's following me, trying to get me to talk about Cleo.
I know.
Oh, you know everything. But do you know how I can get out of this? Sooner or later, McKeegan's going to trip me up, and I'll accidentally say something.
Don't always act as if you had something to hide, little one. That is why Lieutenant suspects you.
You're probably right.
Is something wrong?
Melgania is the name, you say?
Yes.
That mural. Something very peaceful about that sky. So blue. Unreal kind of blue, like the water in the Mediterranean. Is that supposed to be Melgania?
Yes. And I will be truthful. I worry about you. You work. You never have any fun. I joked before about McKeegan, but there is a danger. In a way, he is right.
But Uncle Stefan, he says...
One day, a very dangerous person could walk into the clinic. Maybe the type who doesn't trust doctors.
I'm not afraid.
You're like a fish out of water here.
Only because you keep telling me I am. But I'm not.
What do you really want to do here?
I want to help.
A doctor helps anywhere.
It has to be here.
What is so special about here?
What's the matter, Uncle? Why are you acting this way?
I only want to...
To what?
Protect you.
Oh, Uncle. Protect me from what?
From
what?
Once you become involved, there will be no turning back.
Oh, Uncle, you're not making any sense.
Your life will never be the same again.
Uncle Stefan, I don't understand what you're trying to say.
I help immigrants. Why not? I was one myself. Anyone comes to my door, they say, help me, I say yes. No one do I turn away.
Why are you talking in riddles?
They need food, a place to stay, a job. Okay, I help them. Most of them, they're in the country without papers. They come from Russia, from Hungary, Romania. Some I don't ask, I don't know. But Eli and Cleo, they're different.
How is that?
They're not human.
Oh, now,
They
really?
are not human because they come from Melgania.
What are you saying?
Melgania It is not another country. It is another world.
You're kidding, aren't you?
I'm serious. Melgania exists, but not on Earth.
Now, just wait a minute. Did he say what we think he said? Another world? But, of course, it can only happen on this program. After all, our listeners have become very open-minded. Another country, another world. What does it matter? To the refugee in a foreign land, isn't the feeling of strangeness the same? I'll be back in a moment with Act 3. Give me your tired, your poor. The inscription on the Statue of Liberty begins. More than any other country in the world, America has remained a haven for a world of immigrants. But is it conceivable that our reputation as a land of opportunity is more widespread than we would normally believe? Maybe in worlds beyond this one, people have heard the call. Perhaps Melganians are one example.
Uncle Stefan, that's absurd. How can Eli be from another world?
Is it so impossible?
Yes.
Why?
Because it is, that's all.
Melganians look human, but they aren't.
You don't expect me to believe any of this, do you?
There's one difference between Melganians and humans. When they die, their bodies disintegrate almost right away.
Say what?
Their bodies disappear.
Where'd you get that old wives' tale?
You know why you could not sleep last night? It was because you knew something very strange had happened to Cleo's body.
It wasn't really strange.
You cannot even explain how Cleo was gone so quickly.
Well, Eli said some friends came and then...
But you didn't believe him, did you?
No. Not at first. But the more I thought about it...
You did not believe it because there are certain instincts that tell us something is not so.
All right, maybe I didn't believe him. But I couldn't think of another explanation.
I just gave one to you. Little one. There are powers you know nothing about.
Oh, hey, it can't be 10 o'clock already.
Anna, you must listen to me.
Uncle Stefan, I am in no mood for the old mumbo-jumbo about the forces that be.
Anna, you did not just decide to come back here to this neighborhood. You were summoned.
Uncle, I really don't have time for the...
I say you were summoned.
Summoned? By whom?
I don't know.
Oh, well, when you find out, let me know. Meanwhile, I've got to get back to work.
Dr. Quiller.
Eli, I have a question to ask you.
Oh, please come inside. Would you like a glass of water?
Eli, I don't want anything.
Oh.
I just want to ask, what have you been telling my uncle?
Mr. Quiller, I tell him nothing.
You've been using Uncle Stefan.
Using?
Oh, don't pretend you don't understand. What kind of nonsense is this about Malgania?
You know about Malgania?
Don't look so surprised. He told me about it.
You know?
I think he really believes that Malgania is another world.
But it is.
Oh, is that a fact?
You are mocking me.
You used me, too, with Cleo.
You are not to say such things.
Why not? They're true, aren't they?
I was not afraid of the police. All Cleo asked for was the wind on which to ride home. If a man should die before his time, if a man should die away from home, let him listen for the wind. Let him find the winds of home, and he shall be carried back again to his rest.
You really believe that, don't you?
Why shouldn't I? It is true.
If Cleo couldn't wait to go home, why did you leave in the first place?
Why does anyone leave a homeland? Why did your people come to America?
Because they were persecuted.
Yes, well, it is the same all over. I go where I am allowed to paint the things I wish to paint, not what a high council tells me I must.
You really believe you come from another planet, don't you?
No.
We're getting somewhere.
No, a planet is on the same plane as your Earth. My world is here, but in another, you would call it dimension.
Oh, boy.
I thought you understood at first, but you do not.
Eli, I think you would enjoy talking to a friend of mine who helps in matters such as...
No. No more help. Where was the help we needed when we first came here? Help from others who have gone before us.
There are others like you?
They were to be here, waiting to help us.
But Uncle Stefan helped you.
Yes, he is kind, but he is not one of us. What happened to them? Why did they desert us?
Oh, well, wait a minute. Why are you looking at me like that?
You are here to help me.
Oh, now, hold on.
Yes. Your eyes.
What about my eyes?
I see it in your eyes. Yes.
I don't know what you see, but you see wrong. I just came here to tell you...
You came here to tell me, Anna, that I have a friend. A new friend.
I was talking about my uncle. That's why I came here. You can't go around telling stories about...
You are my new friend.
About coming from another world and bodies disintegrating. You don't think anyone would believe that?
Yes. You will help me.
No, I can't.
You must help me.
Help you?
It is so strange and new here, Anna. It is so lonely. Back in Melgania, I was brave. I was strong. But this world, it is so alien. It's so gray, so vast, so terrifying. It turned me from a man into a child.
What am I supposed to do to help you?
There is a door between our worlds. Those who pass through it promised they would make a home for the others who would one day also travel through the door.
Well, speaking of doors, I think it's time I was leaving.
But those who came before Cleo and me, they were not here. They must perhaps be dead.
Goodbye, Eli.
No, wait. Where are you going?
You need help, all right, Eli, but from a different kind of doctor.
No, please, listen. I must explain to you. You must understand.
Oh, let go of my arm.
No. You are the only one who can understand. You are the only one who can help me. Why won't you believe me? Why won't you listen to the truth?
You're hurting my arm.
There is a Malgania. There is another world.
No, it's just a delusion. Is it possible? There can't be any such places.
Can it be so frightening, the truth? Can it be so horrible?
I don't want to talk about this anymore. Now let me go.
What do you know of loneliness? In years, we are the same age, but half my life I am in a cell without windows to see the colors of life. No sound of another voice.
You were in prison?
Yes, and my only crime is to paint what is in my heart. But without sunlight, the heart becomes old and withered, and the years go by, and one day I am no longer brave or strong. And they let me go at last, because they have won. Inside, I am only gray and empty.
You were in jail?
Yes, for 15 years. Oh, I remember the good Malgania. Oh, how it was before the evil ones had such power. Maybe one day it will be beautiful again, but not for many lifetimes. My lifetime must be spent here. Look at me, Anna.
No.
I am only asking you to be my friend, to help me understand about this new world. Look at me. It's my eyes. They tell the truth.
Can't be.
Can it be you see, Malgania?
No. No, I don't see anything.
Is that what your heart tells you? Is that what my touch tells you?
Why are you doing this to me? I don't understand.
Tell me now I am wrong. Tell me now that you do not believe me. Tell me and I will never again bother you, Anna.
I believe you. But why? Why do I believe you?
You will be my friend, Anna?
Eli, I will be your friend.
Say, Mr. Quiller, I think I'll have another one of those great sandwiches today.
Of course, Lieutenant McKeegan. It's my pleasure.
Uncle Stefan, I've got to talk. Oh.
Oh, Doctor. How are you? Well, you look a bit upset.
Oh, no, not at all, Lieutenant. Not at all. I was just in a hurry to get my lunch.
Hey, I'm glad I ran into you. I wanted to ask you some questions, and
Questions about what?
This busboy working for your uncle, what's his name? Eli?
What about Eli?
Never mind, Anna. I take care of this. Here, a napkin for your sandwich, Lieutenant McKeegan. I tell you about Eli. He's a refugee from the old country.
Oh, is that right?
Yes, he's from the old country.
Well, I don't believe he has any papers.
He does not have any papers.
Uncle.
But that is because he is political prisoner in the old country. He escapes with help of underground.
Hey, I'm not a hard-hearted guy, Mr. Quiller. Now, I don't want to send somebody back to one of those totalitarian states where they're going to get tortured, but look...
The law is the law, and you won't bend it, right?
Well, yeah, that's right.
As I recall, Lieutenant, if an alien has family in this country, authorities tend to be more lenient.
Oh, come on. That guy doesn't have any relatives here.
But you're wrong. I am my nephew's legal guardian.
Your nephew? That guy Eli is your nephew?
He is nephew of Anna's mother, my sister-in-law.
Doctor, is that true?
My uncle does not lie, Lieutenant.
Ah, well, this makes the situation different.
It does?
Yeah, I mean, he's a relative of yours, and
You what?
Look, I'm not such a bad guy, Doc. I mean, legally, there are ways to get around. Well, what I'm saying is, I can bend the rules sometimes, too.
You will not
wrap up my sandwich, will you, Mr. Quiller? I better be going.
You believe me?
Well, let's put it this way, Doc. I believe you. But one day...
One day what?
One of these days, you're going to run out of cousins.
He believed me, Uncle.
I suppose he wanted to believe you.
Yes, but I lied. I feel terrible.
You didn't lie.
Oh, come on, Uncle Stefan.
Okay, so we lied about Eli being your cousin, but...
But what?
We don't know that for sure, do we?
Wait a minute.
On the other hand, your mother never said she didn't have a sister. Who knows? Maybe he really is your cousin.
Uncle, what are you saying?
You always assumed that your mother and my brother came from the same country.
But they did.
No. Your father and I met your mother when she came into this city. Alone. Not a friend in the world. She talked about a door. We didn't understand then. When she died, I decided to let that be the end of it. But the call of the blood is too strong. You came back to help one of your own.
You mean that I...
And you will help Eli. And maybe one day others will come through that door.
My mother was from Melgania?
But Anna, you must have known it all the time.
Did she know it all the time? Is blood, as they say, really thicker than water? Was that the force driving Anna Quiller back to her old neighborhood from the beginning? Or do you believe that there is no place called Melgania, and Stefan and Anna are victims of an incredible hoax? In the long run, does it really matter where anybody comes from? I'll be back shortly. Do people believe what they want to believe? Or perhaps there is a greater truth that the eyes will not accept, yet the heart knows must be. We credit logic with the mind, but what about the logic of that inner self? For in the end, do we not usually choose to act with the heart and not with the head? Our cast included Ann Williams, Court Benson, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The eye sees much more than the heart sometimes cares to feel. Haven't we all gone into situations which involved some degree of ethical compromise? We harden our minds and disengage our consciences, and such can be our facility for deception that we succeed in fooling everyone. But the eyes are like a camera. They know what they have seen.
I'll be coming for you in a few hours, Larry.
To take me to the gas chamber. I'm innocent.
I believe you. And as your lawyer, I did my best.
If only I could get my hands on the man who framed me.
There's nothing more you can do.
I think there is.
Larry, in 4 hours, you're going to be dead. What can you do then?
What if not all of me dies?
Our radio mystery drama, Second Sight, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Court Benson. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
We designed the new Buick Electra to be trim and intelligent.
A little science.
But we also endowed it with all the luxury and elegance that make an Electra an Electra.
A little magic.
So while you're feeling wise and prudent about buying one,
A little science.
you can also feel rich and successful driving one.
A little magic.
The new Electra, intelligence and elegance.
A little science. A little magic. A little science.
Crime does not pay is a statement many of us have come to wonder about. It sometimes seems the criminal, especially the so-called white-collar criminal, goes free on a technicality. Our legal system has grown so complex that lawyers have become like the high priests of the Middle Ages, mystical men with a knowledge and a language we laymen cannot understand. But extraordinary situations sometimes breed extraordinary solutions. We're at a farmhouse on the edge of a valley near a major city.
I know this is difficult, Mrs. Hadley, but you're the only one who can make positive identification of the man who killed your husband.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant Rambo. It happened so quickly. I was numb. I didn't feel a thing. Jason was on the porch, lying at my feet. I didn't even have to look down. I could feel his death rise into my face like a cold wind. And I just stood there. And now
I know. It sometimes takes a while for the shock to wear off. That's when the grief hits the hardest.
Oh, now, you said, Lieutenant, you said you had some questions to ask me.
Well, we've picked up a suspect. The evidence is virtually conclusive.
Oh, this is his picture.
Yes. Do you recognize him?
Well, it all happened so fast, and it was dark. We'd just finished dinner. There was a knock at the door. I was doing the dishes, so Jason said he'd answer it. A few moments later, I heard what sounded like an argument. Jason was raising his voice, which he almost never does. I went to see what the trouble was, and that's when I heard the shot. When I reached the door, Jason was lying there, and a man was running off into the dark.
So you saw only his back?
No, he looked over his shoulder for a brief instant.
And this picture, is this the man?
I don't know. I'd hate to be responsible for sending an innocent man to jail for the rest of his life.
If he's convicted, he won't get life, Mrs. Hadley.
You mean he'd be executed?
That's right.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant. It could be the man.
Could be?
Yes, but I can't be certain. Who is this man you picked up?
Well, his name is Larry Millard. He's a drifter, has a police record.
And you think he's the man?
Well, he's a weird kid, Mrs. Hadley. He's got a mystical streak. Imagine he has certain powers, you know.
But how can you be sure it was he?
Well, because he was in the valley at the time, and because he was carrying the murder weapon when he was arrested. If something should jar your memory, Mrs. Hadley, please call me. I'm Lieutenant Rambo, and here's my card.
Yes, I will, Lieutenant.
In any case, though, I think we've got the man who killed your husband.
Glenn? Hadn't a call come through from the courthouse?
Not yet, Tip.
Well, the jury convicted him, didn't they? And given the death penalty? So what's the point of dragging it out like this?
Relax.
Now, how can I relax? Now, Larry Millard is the one guy who can identify you as the real murderer.
Tip, we've got nothing to worry about.
Oh, boy, I thought you'd really blown everything when you shot that farmer.
Well, I was having one of those headaches. By the way, have you closed the deal with his widow yet?
Yeah. It couldn't have worked out better. Now, she just wants to sell and move away.
Bad memories, huh?
Mm-hmm. We own it all now, buddy. Every piece of property surrounding the valley. And when the federal government announced publicly its plan to build a reservoir, the value of that land is going to skyrocket.
Yeah. What used to be second-rate farmland will suddenly become premium shoreline on the largest man-made lake in the state.
Mm-hmm. We paid an awful lot of bribe money to get that advance information.
Like I always say, Tip, if you want the water to flow, you've got to prime the pump.
Oh, hey, there it is.
Yeah. Hello? Yeah, this is Glenn Claxton. What's the word? Good. Terrific. Thanks. Millard's appeal was denied. He goes to the gas chamber next week.
It's a good thing you had the presence of mind to pick him up that night and slip him the murder weapon. Let's have that drink.
Yeah.
Hey, what's the matter?
It's just my eyes. They're blurring again. And that headache's coming back.
Will you do your wife and me a favor and go to a doctor, huh?
Yeah, sure.
No, I mean it now. Judith and I are very worried about you.
Yeah, all right. I'll make an appointment this afternoon. The last hurdle's been cleared. Nothing stands between us and the biggest real estate profit in the state's history.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Larry. They aren't coming for you yet. It's only me, Mr. Jarvis.
Oh, yes, my faithful attorney. What time is it?
Well, it's almost midnight.
6 more hours. Why'd you disturb me, huh?
Well, I thought there might be some last thing I could do for you.
Well, you can't get me out of here so I can find the guy who framed me.
Well, you know that's not possible, Larry. All appeals are exhausted.
Every time I close my eyes, I see that face.
Oh, yes, I brought your newspaper. I thought it might distract you. Well, there's one other thing. The warden wanted me to ask you, it's customary for condemned prisoners to be asked if they'll permit any of their vital organs to be donated to science.
Why? What does science ever do for me? Thanks for the paper.
I understand. Well, Larry.
Hey, that's him.
What?
This guy. Here on the front page of the paper. This is the guy who framed me. Look.
Oh, you must be mistaken. This is Glenn Plaxton. He's one of the leading businessmen in the community.
Do you think I could ever forget the face of the man who's sending me to my death? That's the guy who picked me up the night I was hitchhiking through the valley.
Well, it doesn't make sense. What reason would he have for killing that farmer?
I tell you, that's him. Oh, boy, we discovered this in the nick of time, didn't we?
Well, I wish that was so.
Well, now we can reopen the case.
Larry, there's no time.
No time? There's still 6 hours, isn't there?
You have no more rights.
What? But there's new evidence.
What evidence?
That he's the murderer.
It's your word against his, Larry, a respected businessman versus a condemned criminal.
But that's not fair. There's got to be some way I can get to him. Well, what's his picture doing in the paper, anyway?
Oh, it's an appeal to the good folk of the community.
What for?
Harry's going into the hospital for an eye operation or a transplant.
And they need a donor?
Uh-huh.
Well, it'd be a shame if Mr. Plaxton went blind, wouldn't it?
Well, at least it would be some satisfaction.
Jarvis, tell the warden that he has got a volunteer.
You'd give your sight to the man who's sending you to the gas chamber? Why?
I'm not sure yet. Maybe it's my sentence on him. Condemned to see with eyes that know the truth.
Oh, Larry, that's nonsense.
You offered to do me a last favor, didn't you?
Okay. I'll tell the warden you're volunteering.
Oh, and Jarvis, one more thing. If they use my eyes, no matter what happens, I want the donation to remain anonymous.
Glenn, are you still conscious?
Who's that? Oh, Judith. Hi, honey.
Oh, I just came by to wish you good luck.
Why didn't you come earlier? Before they doped me up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was busy shopping. I got here as quickly as I could.
Is Tip with you?
Oh, he's around somewhere, I guess. I think he stopped to talk to the surgeon. Oh, here they are now.
Hello, Mrs. Plaxton.
Doctor?
Mr. Plaxton, the orderlies here are taking you down to surgery now.
Good luck, old buddy.
Thanks, Tip. Judith, will you wait here for me? Please?
Of course, dear. Dr. Soames, is he going to be all right?
As I was telling Mr. Foster here, the extent of the decay in your husband's sight makes this a difficult operation, but You will be happy to know that we have found an excellent donor.
Oh, who?
He's asked to remain anonymous. But he was examined carefully, and I can assure you his eyesight was 20/20.
Well?
I don't relish the thought of hanging around this hospital all night.
Well, you know my place is just around the corner.
I know. I think Glenn is sufficiently preoccupied, don't you? I'm sure he won't miss us.
Are you sure that Glenn doesn't suspect anything about us?
Relax, darling. I know Glenn's priorities. He's not going to do or say anything that might jeopardize your partnership.
You mean he knows and he doesn't care?
Financial success is far more important to him than domestic integrity.
Hello. Yeah, this is Tip Foster.
Who is it?
The hospital. Yes, doctor. Good. Terrific. Oh. Well, how long will that take? I see. You Mrs. Plaxton? Oh, no, I can tell her, doctor. I think I know where she can be reached. Yeah. Yes. Thanks. So long. Mm-hmm.
Well, what's happened?
It was Dr. Soames. He thinks the operation was a success.
Thinks?
Well, there's no way of knowing for certain what the final result is going to be until the bandages come off.
Well, how long will that take?
Oh, doctor said no more than 3 weeks.
Hello, Mr. Foster. Good morning, Mrs. Plaxton.
Good morning, Dr. Soames.
Sorry I was delayed. Well, today is the big day, Mr. Plaxton. Your bandages are coming off.
It's about time.
How are you feeling this morning?
I don't know, Doctor. I've been in total darkness for so long it feels like I've been living in another world.
I think we can bring you back to your old, familiar world very easily, Mr. Plaxton. Just as soon as I unwrap these bandages.
What will be the effect of Larry Miller's ironic gift to the man who sent him to his death? The eyes, after all, are the windows of the soul. And through them, not only do we see out upon the world may also see in. I'll return in a moment with Act 2. A young man is unjustly accused of murder and condemned to die. Then, on the eve of his execution, he sees a most extraordinary chance for revenge and seizes upon it. But will it prove to be revenge or charity?
There now. That's the last of the bandages.
Doctor, will he look any different?
No, I shouldn't think so. There.
Everything's blurred.
That's to be expected at first.
Judith? Is that you?
Yes.
Lord, things are coming into focus now. Oh, this is amazing.
Oh, what?
I can see you.
Hey, old buddy, come on, let's have a look at you.
What's the matter?
You.
Tip, what is it?
Well, I don't know. But for a moment there, he looked like someone else.
Someone better looking than me, I hope.
No, it was a face I recognized.
Who?
I can't say.
Must be this dim light. Well, now, Mr. Plaxton, if you'll put on these dark glasses, I want you to wear them until you get used to using your eyes again.
Okay, Doc. Am I free to go now?
Yes, but I should caution you, it may be some time before you are fully recovered. I want you to call me at the least sign of any irregularity. I must be on my rounds now.
Good day.
Well, I'll get your clothes from the closet.
Thanks, honey.
You're getting out just in time, pal.
Why? What's happening?
Our source contacted me. You know, the government's making its public announcement tomorrow about the reservoir.
Tomorrow?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's when the fun begins. Oh, I'll see you at the office first thing in the morning.
Well, good morning, Glenn. Did you sleep well?
A lot better than at the hospital. Do you know how good it feels to get back to the old routine after 3 weeks flat on my back in that hospital?
Your eggs will be ready in a minute.
How do I look, Judith? Do I look okay?
You look fine.
How do you know?
What?
I said, how do you know? You didn't even look at me. You just answered automatically.
Well, you look like you always do, I suppose. What do you want me to say?
I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I didn't mean to yell at you.
Here's your breakfast.
Oh, these eggs are terrific. Just the way I like them. What time is it?
Nearly 9.
What's your schedule for today?
Oh, this and that. Nothing much. The usual errands.
Huh?
I might not be home until late.
Oh?
Well, I'm meeting Melissa for tea, and she may want me to drive over to the far side of town to see the new house she and Tony are building, so I may be out most of the evening.
You're having an affair with Tip Foster, aren't you?
What?
I don't know why I said that.
An affair with Tip? How dare you?
Well, it's the truth, isn't it? There's no point in denying it. I've known about it for years.
Well, then why are you bringing it up now?
Because I don't know. I don't know what came over me.
Well, maybe it's just as well. At least now it's out in the open.
I want you to stop seeing Tip Foster behind my back. I don't care what it means to our partnership. I want it to stop now because it isn't right.
What's the matter with you? When have you ever cared about what's right?
Well, I care about it now. You stop seeing him or...
Or what?
I don't know.
Just what would you have the courage to do?
I didn't mean to... Please forget I said anything. I got to get down to the office. I don't want to keep Tip waiting.
Well, good morning, Glenn.
Morning, Tip.
You seen the papers today, old buddy?
No, I didn't.
Well, then you feast your eyes on this. Here it is in black and white. Federal government announces multi-billion-dollar reservoir recreation project.
Tip, do I look different to you?
What?
I feel very strange.
Well, you look okay to me. Yeah, it is probably those 3 weeks in the hospital.
I'm getting these flashes, and my eyes burn.
Now, you've just been laid up. Now, you're just getting your equilibrium back.
Yeah, I guess. Forget it. We've got a long day ahead of us.
Well, the first thing we've got to do is complete the paperwork on the dummy corporations we set up. And if anyone decides to check and is able to trace all those land purchases back to us, well, it could raise some very uncomfortable questions.
Yeah. Like, why did we bribe that government official?
Yeah. So I thought that...
Or aren't I guilty of Jason Hadley's death and Larry Millard's death, too?
Yeah. Hey, Glenn, are you all right?
The dummy corporations. If you file the papers, I'll open the various accounts we'll need from which to make the necessary interest payments on our loans. And we'll have to negotiate a quick sale or two right away to get some operating capital. But, of course, the right thing to do would be to sell the land back to the people we conned, and at the same price we paid.
Whoa. What was that last statement?
What we did was wrong.
Oh, so what? Hey, who did they have you sharing a room with in that hospital? A priest?
We bought the land at rock-bottom prices from poor farmers because we had illegally obtained advance information. Don't you see? That's not fair. Don't you see?
What is happening to you, Glenn? Get away from me.
What's the matter?
The look in your eyes. It's the same look I saw yesterday in the hospital.
What look?
I don't know. I only know I've seen it somewhere before.
Good morning, Mr. Blackston. Please have a seat.
Thank you, Doctor.
My nurse said you were most anxious to see me.
Doctor, I want to know what you did in that operation.
Why? Is anything the matter?
I'll say there is. What did you do?
It was a normal transplant operation.
There's something happening to me. I don't know what's causing it, but I'm beginning to act very weirdly.
Well, try to describe the symptoms to me.
Well, I can't put my finger on it, but I feel as if I'm losing control.
Are you getting headaches?
No.
Is your vision blurring?
My sight's never been better. I can see things more clearly than...
Well, then what, Mr. Plaxton?
Than ever before.
Well, then just what is the trouble?
It's as if my eyes are... Well, as if they're seeing things, people, situations, in a new light for what they really are.
That's not so unfortunate, is it?
But then I blurt things out before I can stop myself.
People do sometimes go through personality changes as a result of surgery.
The donor. Could it be something that was transferred from the person who gave me his eyes?
You mean, could the donor have given you more than just his sight?
Yes.
Well, I can assure you that is a medical impossibility.
But I feel like a different person. Who was it, Doctor? Who was the donor?
I'm afraid I cannot tell you.
Did I know him? Did he know me?
I would say it is highly unlikely you two would have ever met.
But I've got to find some way of stopping what's happening to me.
Tip.
Judith, what are you doing here at the office?
Look, I have to speak to you. Is Glenn around?
No.
Well, it doesn't matter. Tip, he knows about us.
You know, he was acting very strange when he came to the office this morning, too.
What happened? Did he say something about us?
No, but he wanted to sell back some land we'd bought at no profit. Now, I don't like this, Judith. Now, we're on the verge of making a good deal of money, and the way he's acting could ruin it all.
What you're involved in, is it illegal?
No, of course not, honey. Now, there's no time to explain now. We have got to find Glenn before he ruins everything.
Judith? Judith? She's not home. What's this? Glenn, since you've finally confronted me with what you've known to be true all along between Tip and me, it is no longer possible for us to continue living under the same roof. Judith, what is this? What's that?
Oh. Hi, Glenn.
Where's Judith?
I'd like to talk to you.
Where's Judith?
Now, she's outside my car. We drove here together from the office. Glenn, we're both very concerned about you.
I'm sure you are.
You know, I think that operation took more out of you than you realized.
Maybe.
You know, pal, I think the best thing you could do right now is take a good, long vacation.
Vacation?
Mm-hmm.
I don't need a vacation. I just had 3 weeks in the hospital.
Well, maybe go to Hawaii.
No.
Look, I have an even better idea. Now, you and Judith could go together. You know, patch things up between you.
I don't see how that's possible.
Well, I had a long talk with her. Everything between us is finished.
Really?
Yeah, now she's out there now waiting to come in. And while you're away, you won't have to worry about a thing. I'll carry on the business.
How? Everything we do has to be co-signed.
Oh, that's simple. You just give me a temporary power to act unilaterally.
Give you what?
No, it's just a formality. Now, I got the paper right here.
What's to stop you from making this temporary power permanent?
I wouldn't do that.
Why not? We've baked a pretty big pie. You could have it all to yourself.
Are you saying that you don't trust me?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, pal. I'm going to lay it on the line. This whole scheme was your idea in the first place. Now, you're the one who paid those political bribes, and you are the one who killed that farmer. So you better think twice before you speak.
But that's just it, Tip. I can't.
We tend not to like people who won't go along with the little and sometimes not so little deceptions with which we surround our lives. But what if the moralist himself has feet of clay? What if he is guilty of nothing less than murder? And what if his compulsion for truth is actually a bizarre form of revenge? How far will it go? Will the punishment fit the crime? Will it be an eye for an eye? I'll return shortly with Act 3.
The 1978 Century, a Buick like you've never seen before.
A little science.
The fastback design is pure function. But the execution is pure Buick.
A little magic.
It's trimmer than last year's, easy to park, fun to drive.
A little science.
Yet incredibly, there's more head and leg room inside.
A little magic.
The new Buick Century. Will wonders never cease?
A little science. A little magic. A little science.
Truth tellers have traditionally been jeered at, ignored, or worse. One of the most famous was Cassandra, the daughter of Priam, the king of Troy. She spurned the attentions of Apollo, and in retaliation, he put truth on her tongue and disbelief in the ears of those around her. Her predictions of ruin and defeat met with scorn until it was too late. The central character in our present story has also been condemned to speak the truth. But there is one difference. The truth that Cassandra spoke could have saved her city. The truth Glenn Plaxton knows could very well destroy him.
Did you have any luck with him, Tip?
Oh, none. Judith, I thought I was getting somewhere, and suddenly he went off again.
Hey, you're perspiring.
Yeah, I know.
Where are we going?
Anywhere, so long as we get away from this house. He got that same look in his eyes as before. His whole appearance changes. Now, his gaze becomes so penetrating, it seems to take on a life of its own. It's like another force was animating his body.
If you ask me, I think he's just gone crazy.
Oh, he is putting me in a very dangerous position.
What do you mean? Tip, you wouldn't do...
I don't know. Now, all men are the same when their backs are to the wall. Look, we stand to make millions, but I can't move an inch without his cooperation. Hey, I just got an idea. You gave it to me.
I did?
When you said you thought he was going crazy.
Oh, well, that was just a figure of speech.
Judith, I want you to have Glenn committed.
What?
Don't you see that's the only way to nullify our partnership and give me the power to act on my own? Now, a wife can have a husband committed on her word alone. It's simple.
You ask me to have my husband committed to a sanitarium, and you won't tell me what's going on? There's a look in your eye I don't like. Or maybe I should say there's a look that's left your eye. Our relationship was never especially dignified, but I thought at least there was a semblance of love. Stop the car.
Now, Judith. Judith, wait.
Stop it.
All right, then. All right, go on, get out. Now, I don't need you or Glenn, but you tell him I'm keeping my eye on him, and any flaky move he makes, I am going to be right there.
Judith? What are you doing here?
I live here.
Do you? Do either of us, for that matter?
Oh, Glenn. Then I'm sorry. I've left Tip. It's over between us.
Oh? Why?
Well, he tried to persuade me to have you committed.
To get me out of the way?
What's happening to you?
I don't know. I can't tell. I lose control of myself.
You and Tip are involved in something illegal, aren't you?
Oh, please don't ask me, Judith. I can't tell you.
You can't lie anymore? What is it you've done?
I killed a man. I killed 2 men.
Who? Who did you kill?
You remember that farmer who was murdered in the valley?
Jason Hadley? Yes.
Well, they executed a young man for his death. A boy named Larry Millard. But Millard didn't kill Hadley. I did.
You?
Tip and I knew about the government's reservoir project in advance. We'd been buying up the property that'll eventually be the shoreline of the lake. Do you know how much that'll be worth? The resorts, the beaches, the marinas. But Jason Hadley was stubborn, and well, I lost my temper.
And you let an innocent man take the blame.
I was just trying to get away from that farmhouse as fast as I could. I wasn't thinking. I saw Millard hitchhiking. I picked him up and slipped the gun into his pocket.
Oh, so the story he told the court was true.
What are you going to do, Judith? Are you going to go to the police?
No, that's up to you.
I'm not turning myself in. I just want to be rid of this affliction. I feel like I'm being pursued by the Furies, howling for revenge, and I've got no place to go.
Glenn, look. Across the street.
That's Tip's car.
Mm-hmm.
What did he come back for?
He told me that as long as you were acting strangely, he wasn't going to let you out of his sight.
Do you think he'll try to kill me?
I don't think he'd hesitate to do whatever is necessary to protect himself and that scheme of yours.
Yes. Maybe I should go to the police.
What for?
Protection.
How?
Well, if I filed a complaint saying that Tip's been threatening me, then if he tried anything, they'd know where to point the finger.
What if he reveals that you murdered Jason Hadley?
He can't. There weren't any witnesses. Hadley's wife didn't get a clear look at me. The only person who could identify me was Larry Millard. And he was executed last month. I'm the only person who can convict me now, Judith. And I'm not licked yet.
Yes, can I help you?
You're Lieutenant Rambo?
I am.
I'd like to file a statement with the police department.
What's the problem?
Well, there's been some trouble between my business partner and myself.
You want to press charges?
No, nothing's happened. I just want a complaint on file in case.
I understand. He's threatening you, huh?
Yeah, sort of. It's probably nothing, but it doesn't hurt to be cautious.
Okay. We'll just fill out a...
What's wrong? What are you looking at me like that for?
But haven't I seen you somewhere before?
What are you talking about?
You look familiar somehow.
I've never met you before in my life.
Well, I'm trained to remember faces, and I don't usually forget one. And there's something about yours, your eyes.
What's wrong with my eyes?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean any offense. Now, why don't you tell me the whole story, huh?
What?
What's the trouble between you and your partner?
What business is that of yours?
If you're going to file a complaint, we have to have the details.
Oh, yeah. Well, you see, no, forget it. Just forget it.
Glenn.
Huh?
What were you doing in there, Glenn?
Nothing.
I followed you down here to police headquarters. Now, you were in there long enough to dictate a full confession.
Confession?
It'd be in keeping with this newfound morality of yours now, wouldn't it?
You think I'm crazy, Tip? You think I want to go to the gas chamber? I came here to get protection from you.
Protection?
Yeah. So I'll know who to turn to if anything happens to me.
Well, now, that is very clever, but I don't believe you.
What?
I think you're bluffing. I don't think you filed a complaint at all. Did you?
No. What do you want, Tip? The business? You can have it. The whole thing. It's yours.
Are you serious?
Do you still have that paper on you?
The one giving temporary control of the company to me? Yeah, sure. Right here.
Make it permanent control. There. It's signed, okay? Now just leave me alone.
Right. And now, wait, there is just one more thing, Glenn.
What?
I can't afford to have you around town. You know too much. And given your compulsion to confess, that makes you dangerous. I'd hate to see all that beautiful land slip through my fingers because it became known we had illegally obtained information.
Where can I go?
I don't really care, Glenn. If you stick around here, I'll put a contract out on you.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Who is it?
Wonder if you have some water?
I can't see you. The porch light's busted. You'll have to step inside.
Thank you.
Oh, you look half frozen to death. What on earth are you doing out on a night like this?
My car broke down. If you just have a glass of water.
Oh, well, come on through here into the kitchen. I got a bit of soup still hot on the stove.
Oh, thank you.
Excuse the mess. Everything's in boxes because I'm getting ready to move. Sit down there at the table.
Well, it's very kind of you to allow a stranger in your house.
I'm probably foolish for not taking more precautions now that I'm alone here.
Your husband?
He's dead.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, it's been over a year now. It's odd. Something about the way you knocked on the door brought the whole incident back. It was just about this time of night.
What happened?
He was shot.
Your husband was murdered?
Yes. They executed the fellow they say did it, but I took no joy in that. It doesn't bring Jason back to life. Jason Hadley? Why, yes. What's the matter?
I have to go.
Oh, but you're about to drop from exhaustion.
Please let me go.
There's a bed all made up in the back room here. Now, you really must get some rest.
I can't rest.
Here, let me help you. Come on.
Please don't.
Oh, you're half asleep already. There. Now, I'll just cover you. And in the morning, I'll make you a nice breakfast.
Why are you so kind to me?
Oh, we all deserve some kindness, Mr.
Johnson. James Johnson.
Mr. Johnson. Sleep well. Operator, would you give me 555-2030? It's Clara Hadley, phoning Lieutenant David Rambo.
It's fortunate that you called me when you did, Mrs. Hadley. I was just about to go off duty.
I'm glad.
You say there's a man asleep in that room, and you are certain he's your husband's murderer?
Yes.
If you're right, do you know what it means? We arrested, convicted, and executed an innocent man.
I never did truly believe Larry Millard was the man who killed Jason.
And yet you claim with this man you can make positive identification?
Yes.
How?
It's his eyes, Lieutenant. I know that's the man. I can see it in his eyes.
We've all heard the expression, going into a situation with one's eyes open. It means we proceed with no illusions. We're aware of the possible dangers to our souls as well as our own bodies. Glenn Plaxton didn't care about the danger to his soul. And he might never have considered the ethics of his actions at all had it not been for a most mysterious avenging force. They say justice is blind. In our story, just the opposite proved to be the case. I shall return in a moment. Flaws in character often reveal themselves in physical mannerisms. A hunch in the shoulders, a nervous tic, a look in the eyes. But why this is so is not always clear. In Glenn Plaxton's case, could we attribute his downfall to a force beyond our comprehension, or simply to an overriding sense of guilt? This is the kind of question we often leave you with on Mystery Theater. Our cast included Court Benson, Earl Hammond, Bryna Rayburn, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
If the thing does turn up, you'll know I had nothing to do with it.
What's on the other side?
Just some wheat fields and quiet, rolling Wilshire country. Plus whatever else you might see. You're on your own.
The moonlight was bright, of course, but with that soft brightness that leaves everything just a little uncertain in outline. It was as if Bryce had walked away into water. One minute I saw him, and the next he was gone, as the night swallowed him up. I walked on up toward the top of the hill with the corona of moonlight outlining it, and as I came over the top, I witnessed something which in all my dreams I never could have imagined.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. But before you come in, stop a minute and look up at the night sky. Familiar? But there are those who will tell you that our sky is not all that familiar. That more and more it is filled with unidentified flying objects, and they will offer you stronger and stronger factual proof that they are there. Is it true? Are they really UFOs? Or to use a less scientific phrase, flying saucers?
Well, Pete, did I steer you wrong?
What do you mean, Bryce?
The spacecraft. You just sighted it, didn't you?
One way or another, I've seen quite a few stars tonight.
Including your first UFO.
Our mystery drama, A Message from Space, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Buick has some good news for procrastinators. Even though you waited, you can still enjoy the comfort and luxury of a full-size Buick. Even better, your Buick dealer just might give you an irresistible deal on a 78 LeSabre right now. But do hurry, because a lot of other procrastinators have been waiting for this kind of news, too. Buick LeSabre. Yes, you can at your Buick dealers.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
The term flying saucer was first used by a Texas farmer who saw one over his ranch in 1878. That's right, 100 years ago. For this information, I'm indebted to Arthur Shuttlewood, one of the foremost authorities in the world on UFOs. This is a story set down in the most part exactly as it was related by another recognized authority in the field, Bryce Bond.
Of course, you must decide for yourself. The mystery, which ended in Warminster, England, began in the office of the features editor of one of America's largest newspapers.
It's open. Come on in.
You wanted to see me, Prez?
Come in. Come on in. Close the door. And don't call me Prez.
Do I have to be that formal and call you Mr. Riley? I am your nephew.
Well, you can call me by my initials like everyone else does.
Well, I do. RX, prescription. Translation, Prez.
All right. Anyway, you're not my real nephew, except once removed.
You can't wriggle out of it, Uncle. They still grumble around the paper about nepotism because you had me promoted to your department.
I grabbed you off hard news because you're a better feature writer. Now, I've got an assignment for you.
Shoot.
You ever hear of a place called Warminster, England?
It doesn't spring to mind.
That's in Wiltshire. It's one of the most ancient historical areas in Britain. Sitting right in the middle of burial mounds. They're called barrows. Some of them date back 45,000 years.
Oh, it's a cozy little spot. Has it got any other claim to fame?
Well, in this quiet little backwater of country within the last 15 years, there have been hundreds of peculiar phenomena. Something cited, not by hysterics or nuts, reputable people, head postmaster, clerics, hospital matron, flyers, engineers, so on, you know. They all bear witness to their existence, to say nothing of many photographs which have been subjected to rigid spectrographic tests and others.
Yeah, to their existence. To what existence?
The objects that have been cited. UFOs.
Flying saucers again? Visitors from outer space? Oh, you gotta be kidding.
You don't believe in them?
Of course not.
Good. That's exactly why I want you to go to Warminster.
Oh, wait a minute, RX. Look, I'm no scientist. What am I supposed to do? Take pictures?
No. I want a series of articles for the magazine section. You know, color stuff. Lay it on as thick as you like. Debunk the whole crazy business.
Well, that's okay by me. How do I go about it?
Well, I'll give you some contacts. The rest you make by yourself. You have to get enough facts to prove the whole thing is nuts.
It's duck soup. Thanks for the plum.
At that point, of course, I hadn't yet met Pete Harron. But a meeting was to come shortly, at the beginning of the experience which was to change his whole life and lead to a sudden and breathtaking climax. I was on my way to visit an old friend of mine in Warminster, England, but the nearer I got to the town, the traffic became unbelievable. Stop and go, in this quiet English countryside. A few miles short of the little town, I abandoned my taxi and decided to walk it. A decision I applauded myself for because the traffic had ground to a total halt. I'm afraid that's not going to do you any good. There's a little bridge up ahead. That's a complete bottleneck. If anything's stalled there, you're going to be stuck for a while.
The ugly American. I should learn the virtue of patience.
Particularly the British variety. When they put up with things, they don't gripe, they grin.
Object lesson for this American. Noted. And we'll try to learn from example. So you're American too, aren't you?
Guilty as charged.
Oh, you're not guilty. You're just plain smart. I guess I should have had the courage and the good sense to hoof it, too.
I can't claim either. Only some prior knowledge. I had a taxi, but I bailed out when I saw the jam. I realized from experience it was one of those hopeless evenings.
What do you mean?
Well, it looks like it's going to be a good night. The low cloud cover seems to be lifting. And if you're sensitive, you can just feel the magnetism bristling in the air. I think you'll see a UFO tonight.
What?
Isn't that what you're here for?
Yeah, in a sense. What are you, clairvoyant or something?
I have no need of ESP or extrasensory knowledge to deduce that. What do you think all the rest of these people are here for?
You mean all this traffic is just people who are screwy enough to think they might sight a flying saucer?
That's right. Oh, I don't mean they're screwy. Just that they expect a sighting. And probably will get their wish. Who are you? Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to be rude. I'm Pete Herron.
I'm Bryce Bond.
Well, I'm a newspaper man.
Yes, I know.
Hey, you made my day. I mean, I always hope somebody reads my articles, but I never expect them to remember the byline. What do you do, Mr. Bond?
Let's just say for the moment that I'm in communications, too. Radio and other media. You're here to do an article or a series on UFOs.
Yeah, that's right. That what brings you here?
In part. I have been here before.
Well, then clue me in. You ever see any action?
Oh, yes. Many times.
Oh, you mean you actually believe you saw something from outer space around here?
I didn't say where they were from. Just that I've seen them. And so I'm sure have a good many of these other folks in the traffic tied up here.
Oh, come on. Look, what kind of people fall for this malarkey?
People just like us. You're staying at the inn when you get to Warminster.
Yes. You?
Yes.
Listen, you seem tuned in on this whole deal. Could we have dinner together? Or, on me, of course. I mean, on the paper.
Oh, we'll have dinner together, but I'll pay my own freight.
Oh, why? It's a justifiable expense.
Well, I really have to move on. I have an appointment to keep.
Can I say something? I don't know, maybe it's out of line, but...
Well, say whatever thing you want.
Well, you know, you're kind of an oddball, aren't you? I mean, look, just thinking back, things you said, they weren't questions. They were more statements, and I don't know. Like my byline. You haven't really read any of my stuff, have you?
No.
Well, then, how do you know so much about me? Why I'm here and all that?
Right where you are, you're sitting in an electrical matrix of energy beyond belief, or most human conception. You'd be surprised to know how much knowledge and communication can be carried on its waves. Well, meet you at 6:30 in the common room at the inn. If you ever get out of the traffic jam.
How about a brandy, Bryce?
No, thank you. But don't let me stop you.
Oh, I'll pass that, too. Look, please go on. Look, you were telling me about the magic triangle.
Well, it's formed if you draw a line, say, from Glastonbury to Avebury to Salisbury and back to Glastonbury. Warminster lies right in the middle of it, at a point where all the ley lines intersect.
The what?
The ley lines. Invisible lines of electromagnetic energy.
How do you spell ley?
L-E-Y. It's an obsolete Old English word for a flame or a blaze or a fire. You can see the obvious derivation.
Ancient people knew about these ley lines?
It seems incontrovertible. This was a cradle of early English civilization. The burial mounds everywhere attest to that. King Arthur is supposed to be buried in Glastonbury. The Druids built their temple at Stonehenge. More than a temple as we know today, scientifically. Really a giant computer from which the date, star shifts, eclipses, equinoxes, and solstices can be reckoned. Heaven knows how many other universal discoveries that we consider modern discoveries were common knowledge to these people 2,000 years before the birth of Christ. There's an even bigger one at the north of the triangle, at Avebury. And right in the center is this matrix of energy.
But what is this energy?
Electromagnetic, psychic, spiritual. Each man may have his own explanation.
Well, why here? Why in this little dump?
I suppose the best answer to that is why not? You're skeptical.
Yeah, you're too darn right.
Then it's time to go up to Cradle Hill and see for yourself. By the time you come down tonight, or tomorrow morning, you may have changed your mind.
You want to bet?
Perhaps I can't guarantee you a UFO, but I think I can guarantee you that you will see something that will change your mind.
I went out into the soft but damp and chill English night with my new friend, Bryce Bond. Friend. There is something about him that's compelling. Some inner strength that kind of gets to you. We drove a few miles in my rented car and stopped beside a field. There was only one other car parked there.
You can cut the motor, Pete. We'll go by foot from here on.
Check. There's a flashlight in the glove compartment.
Okay. I have one, too, but I don't think we'll need them. The moon's pretty bright.
Shall I leave the parking lights on?
Better not. We might be all night, if you're up to it.
Oh, I'm up to it.
Good. Let's go.
Is there a gate or a road or something?
We duck through the fence and across the fields.
Well, the moonlight is pretty bright.
Get through all right?
Yeah. Where'd they all go, by the by?
The crowd is over on Cradle Hill. This is Star Hill.
Yeah, well, why'd you bring me here?
It's a good question for which I don't have a definitive answer. In terms we both understand, can I call it a gut hunch?
You got some antenna that sends you the message I might get to see something here?
Give your own antenna a chance, and maybe you will. I think I'll let you climb the rest of the hill yourself. Then if anything does turn up, you'll know I had nothing to do with it.
What's on the other side?
Just some wheat fields and quiet, rolling Wilshire country. Plus whatever else you might see. You're on your own.
The moonlight was bright, of course, but with that soft brightness that leaves everything just a little uncertain in outline. It was as if Bryce had walked away into water. One minute I saw him, and the next he was gone as the night swallowed him up. I walked on up toward the top of the hill with the corona of moonlight outlining it, and as I came over the top, I witnessed something which in all my dreams I could never have imagined.
Now, what do you suppose Pete Heron, success-oriented, skeptical, but otherwise completely normal and totally adjusted to life as we live it, saw on the other side of that hill? Well, you're an intelligent listener, and you have probably gone way ahead of me since we have been building to this moment. But don't be too sure. There is something unexpected beyond the supernatural, at least for Pete Heron. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Now, let me see. Where were we? Oh, of course. Just coming over the brow of Star Hill in the moonlight, magically diffused through the damp, cool, early spring English weather. A healthy young skeptic, Pete Heron, sent by his newspaper to write a series of feature articles on the appearance of UFOs, seems about to meet the ultimate test, face to face. So, let's meet it with him.
As I came over the brow of the hill, I'd been looking beyond to some gently rolling wheat fields, fading away out of the bright forelight to murky moon shadows. But in the middle of this dreamy landscape, below me and to the right, a strange thing was happening to the swaying waist-high wheat. Something like a giant fan spinning counterclockwise was laying a mirror image on the wheat below, which was blown back flat to the ground, trembling as if some whirling saucer from outer space was settling to a landing. And then it was there, circular, perhaps 50 feet across. Light slits like portholes shimmering till the craft, or whatever it was, stopped spinning and came to rest. And suddenly it was glowing so brightly I had to shield my eyes and turn away. And when I turned back and opened them, there was still rings of overexposure exploding in front of my eyes. And the craft was gone. But something else was there.
Hello?
No.
Did you see it?
What?
The spacecraft. What would you like to call it? The UFO?
I thought I saw something, but... Hey, did you see it?
Of course I did.
Hey, where did you pop up from, anyway?
What do you mean? I came here just the same as you.
You did? Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I parked my car right behind a little blue hatchback. That must be yours, huh? Excuse me, I'm sorry. I ought to introduce myself. I'm I'm Pete Harron, World Features.
A reporter.
Yeah, right. Well, sort of. Feature writer, you know.
Human interest. Color stories. Tongue-in-cheek. Or exposés. Debunking the bunkum.
Yeah, something like that. You? You must be in the business, too, huh?
Yes. You could call me a reporter. My name is Maru.
Uh-huh. Who are you with?
I don't think you'd ever heard of my outfit. Aren't you missing the real story?
What? The thing. It was so bright, I couldn't look at it anymore. But Hey, it's gone.
You mean you can't see it anymore?
Yeah, if I ever did see it. I mean, self-hypnosis, induced delusion. You sure you saw it?
Oh, yes.
What did it look like to you?
Just like all the others.
All the others, huh? Oh, you mean you've seen spacecraft before? Huh?
Oh, yes.
How many?
I haven't bothered to keep a record. Too many to count, I should think.
Here?
Around here. And other places.
What other places?
Why should I tell you? You wouldn't believe me.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't go.
Why not? There's nothing more for me here tonight. There won't be any more.
How do you know?
I know. If you really want to write a good story for your feature editor, you'd better do a little more legwork.
What do you mean?
Go down and examine the field more carefully.
Aren't you going down there, too?
No. You see, I don't have to be convinced. You're the one who has to be educated.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't go away sore.
I'm not sore, but I have to leave.
Well, I'll go with you.
I prefer to be alone.
But look, Maru, wasn't that it?
Maru was the name I gave you.
What's your other name?
Why do you ask?
Well, it would kind of help so I could get to see you again.
When you want to see me again, you won't need a name to find me.
Maru, wait a minute. I had started after Maru, but a root or a rock ledge tripped me, and I fell headlong. I suppose I must have hit my head on something and been out for a while, because when I became conscious again, the moon had climbed to its zenith in the sky. I scrambled to my feet. There was enough light to see all the way down the hill to my car. It was still there, but the other car, the little blue hatchback, was gone. I turned back to where the illusion of the UFO had been and saw someone down in that wheat field silently surveying it. In the moon brightness, I could see it was Bryce Bond. So I went down to join him.
Well, did I steer you wrong?
What do you mean?
The spacecraft. You sighted it, didn't you?
Well, one way or another, I've seen quite a few stars tonight.
Including your first UFO.
No, that was just some sort of a hallucination.
You still don't believe? Even with the evidence right here in front of you?
What evidence?
We're standing on the perimeter of a field of delicate wheat. From anywhere around the edge of it to the center, there is not one mark of passage. The wheat stands unbroken. But the center of it is one of a deep impression, with the wheat churned flat in a counterclockwise direction. The earth is scorched beneath it. If something didn't land there, how do you account for it?
Oh, a sudden squall, the wind...
In an English summer? Even so, the edges would have been affected, too. Don't you believe the evidence of your own eyes?
I don't know. I mean, did you see the girl I was talking to?
What girl?
Well, she suddenly showed up on top of the hill there. She said her name was Maru.
I don't know anybody by that name.
It does sound like a phony, doesn't it? It's just as phony as all the rest.
Is that the way you really feel, Pete?
Now, look, I'm sorry, Bryce. I don't mean to be a dog in the manger. It's just that I feel like one. Hey, I took a fall up there. I gave my head a whack.
Well, let's have a look. You feel dizzy?
No. Just I don't know. A little woozy, I guess.
We'd better get you back to the car and home to bed.
Hey, look, I wouldn't kid you. I could use some shut-eye. I think I still have jet lag. I should have waited another day before I started out on my scientific explorations.
You mightn't have been so lucky another night.
Lucky?
Yes. Whether you want to admit it or not, you did have some visions.
I'm afraid in my book that's just what they were. My timing got out of sync. Maybe everything I saw was after I fell and hit my head.
Including the girl? What did she look like?
Oh, man. What a dream. Great violet eyes, skin like mother of pearl. Long, dark hair, and she smelled like
a mixture of roses and lily of the valley.
Yeah, something like that. Like a summer garden.
You have been fortunate.
Well, yeah. At least I dream in Technicolor.
You refuse to count your blessings.
If that girl were for real, I might. I'll look for her tomorrow, but I don't even know her second name or what town she lives in. She was out of this world.
Hasn't it occurred to you that is exactly what she must have been?
I was too beat, and my head ached too much to bother to reply or think about anything more. I let Bryce drive the car back to the inn, and I hit the sack. Some gung-ho rooster woke me up at sunrise. I looked at my watch. I'd had just about 5 hours rest, but I knew I couldn't get back to sleep. I was going looking for Maru. I didn't have any luck, which was why I was back in the car after dark and headed again for Star Hill. I'd avoided Bryce Bond all day, sneaked out of the hotel after dinner, afraid to admit that at least one thing he'd said had shaken me. Maru. Maybe he was right, and she was out of this world. But the drive, the need to see her again, was so strong, I was almost ready to become a believer. It was very peaceful on the top of the hill. The moon had risen earlier, and I could see the wheat field with the impression, that strange, inexplicable impression, still there. I had brought a sweater, and I was warm, and the last thing I remembered before I dozed off was Maru, and how much I wanted to believe I hadn't lost her forever.
Pete.
Oh. Maru. Where did you come from?
I told you. When you wanted to find me, you wouldn't need a name.
I've been hunting for you all day. Everywhere.
You must have been looking in the wrong places.
Well, at last I found the right one.
Where two worlds meet.
What does that mean?
Just what it says. A point in time where the lines cross.
What lines?
Force, energy, communication.
Maru, are you for real?
I'm just as real as you.
But you're not a reporter.
Oh, yes. I've already written my account. That's where I've been today. What about you?
I haven't had time. You were more important.
Why?
I don't know. Yes, I do. It's crazy. It doesn't make any sense, but I guess I'm in love with you.
It makes all kinds of sense, Pete.
What? You mean... You can't mean that you love me?
And of course I do. That's what it's all about.
Oh, I think you're putting me on again.
Oh, no. I have to go now.
No, wait. Where?
There.
The UFO. It's in the depression in the wheat field. But where did it come from?
It's been there all the time. If you only looked hard enough. You see, the portal is open. They're waiting for me.
Oh, no, but you can't go away.
I must. They're calling me.
What are you? What are you, some kind of a prisoner?
Oh, of course not.
Yeah, but who are they? What are they? What's inside that thing?
Knowledge. Peace. Love.
I don't believe it.
Come see for yourself. Take my hand.
I can't. I'm afraid.
When you're filled with love, there's no room for fear.
I can't, Maru. I'm still afraid.
You are not yet ready. I must go now.
Will I see you again?
That will be up to you, Pete. Up to you.
With lightning speed, Maru was suddenly through that strange portal that closed like a mouth and became an indistinguishable part of the hull. Immediately, the thing glowed with a light so intense I had to shield my eyes. I heard a great whoosh, and the hum like a dynamo drummed in my ears, spinning away like some giant top into the vastness of space. When I could look again, it was gone. There was nothing left but the depression in the field, and I started to run towards it like a madman. I've never felt so alone in all my life.
These words of Pete's, reported to me by Bryce Bond, still ring in my ears. The presence and reality of that strange UFO sends tingles up and down my spine. A reaction to the unknown. But nothing in this eerie otherworld tale could have prepared me for the astounding climax. I'll return with that shortly, and the rest of Act 3. An Englishman named Arthur Shuttlewood, in his book, Key to the New Age, has said, "One must see one of these amazing phenomena to believe it, and there is no such thing as an expert in matters ufological. Individual experience is the key to all the answers." Well, now, I've never seen one, and I'm sure most of you haven't either, so we certainly can't qualify as experts. The only person I know who even comes near it is Bryce Bond. So let's turn this account back to him.
I was concerned about young Pete Herron after that knock on the head. He had remained incommunicado all day, and I was busy myself. So when I returned to the inn and found he had gone out after dark, I suspected where he had left for. So I borrowed a car to drive out to Star Hill. I came over the brow of the hill by full moonlight to see Pete rush suddenly from the edge of the wheat field to that curious depression, only to stop suddenly, his shoulders drooping, forlorn. Pete!
Yeah? Oh, Bryce. How long you been here?
I just arrived.
Then you didn't see it.
A UFO?
Yeah.
No.
And you didn't see her either.
You mean the girl you met last night, Maru?
Yes.
No, I didn't.
I could have gone with her. Oh, what's the use? I didn't. I didn't have the guts.
Come on, Pete, take it easy. How's the head?
Solid bone, clean through. Why couldn't I have... Oh, you mean the bump last night? Oh, that's nothing. It's just a scrape.
Sure you're all right?
Yeah. I'm all right, except for...
For what happened tonight?
Yeah.
You want to talk about it?
Maybe I do. There's so much to sort out. Yeah, I do. But not here. I need a drink. Come on, I got a bottle in my room. Aren't you coming?
Right with you. Yes, they've been here. I can feel the warmth. The electricity still pulsating in the air. And that smell. That glorious scent. Roses and lily of the valley.
Yeah, that's her smell.
It's the way they all smell, Pete. Come on, let's go talk.
What am I going to do, Bryce? I never should have come up here.
No way you could have stopped it.
Oh, sure I could. Sure, RX is a tough man to cross, but he's not wholly unreasonable.
I didn't mean because of your uncle.
Oh, now have a heart. I mean, you're not going to tell me it was my karma or my fate or something, are you?
Look, pick your own word. It all adds up to the same thing.
Look, Bryce, I can't believe any of this mumbo-jumbo. Come on, it's against everything I've ever been taught, I've ever learned, I've ever believed in for myself.
Then what are you so upset about?
Hang it, Bryce, I have been through a wild set of hallucinations or nightmares. Sure, I'm shook.
Why? If that's all they were, just write them off.
How can I do that? I'm beginning to think I've gone round the bend. That I'm a nut.
Then what do you think caused these hallucinations?
I don't know.
What are you going to write about in your article? You're going to poke fun at all us certifiable nuts who run around saying that we actually see just what you have?
I tell you what I want to do. I want to put my tail between my legs and run. I would. If it weren't for her.
Maybe that's why she was sent.
Sent?
To keep you from running. Obviously, they don't want you to.
Well, why would they care about me?
Hasn't it occurred to you that you may have been chosen?
The only person I want to choose me is Maru. I don't care about them. Who the devil are they, anyway?
People like you and me, a higher order, of course.
Yeah? Well, where do they come from?
From another planet. From another point in time. Perhaps they are right here with us. Living in a world alongside ours. In a time continuum with us.
But what do they want with us?
To help us. To guide us.
Why?
I believe because they are extensions of us. Another evolvement in the pattern of life. Another step upwards on the road to peace and perfect resolution.
Oh, not all this and reincarnation, too.
Why not?
Listen, I don't want to open that can of beans, huh? I have enough trouble swallowing the UFO business. Help me, Bryce.
If I can.
Well, all right, tell me, why now? Okay, why at this point in time do they suddenly start showing up?
Well, there are a lot of theories on that. I won't go into them because I don't believe it is only, as you say, at this point in time. What about Elijah's fiery chariot, or Moses' burning bush, or Ezekiel's wheel within a wheel, or even the Star of Bethlehem? We know that no star could come into our system without overturning the axial tilt of the Earth, even a comet. So why not a UFO? You have eventually to take it on faith. It's a matter of what you believe.
Well, I don't know what I believe anymore.
Then stay. Write your articles. Once you start to put your thoughts down in black and white, I think it'll all come clear.
So I stayed. Nights, I waited on the hill, but nothing happened. Days, I wrote my articles. And 3 days after I sent off the first one, another visitor from another world contacted me.
Pete? Are you Pete?
Okay, RX, you don't have to try to shout all the way across the Atlantic. I can
What's
hear
all this gibberish you mailed over here for the first article?
I'm only reporting the facts, RX.
What facts? Were you drunk or something? All this gobbledygook about seeing UFOs?
Well, that's what you sent me over here to report on, RX.
Well, you sound as if you believe this hogwash.
I just reported what I saw.
Well, you couldn't have seen what you said you did. There ain't any such thing as UFOs. There just ain't any such animal. And that girl business. Look, I didn't ask you for a comic strip. Violet eyes. Hooey. I want the truth on this story.
If you don't believe that's what I'm reporting, maybe you better come over here and see for yourself.
Well, I might just take you up on that. You just stay put at that end.
I suppose I should have waited for the old boy, but I didn't know what plane he was coming in on, or even perhaps if he mightn't have changed his mind. Besides, when darkness came that night, wild horses couldn't have dragged me away from Star Hill, and the off chance that this might be the night for Maru's return. I left word at the inn where I'd gone, and Bryce was nice enough to say he'd keep an eye out for my uncle. I almost turned back at one point, but some inner voice drove me on. It was chilly and dark on Star Hill, and this night watch seemed interminable. Then, shortly after midnight, the air was suddenly warm and balmy, and the field below the hill was bathed in golden light, and the sound of it came. The strange portal in the spacecraft gaped open like a mouth, and from it Morrow came straight to me.
We meet again, Pete.
I thought you might never come.
I hated to waste the time.
What time?
Till you believed. You believe now, don't you?
Yes. Yes. Of course I believe. But I don't understand.
You will. It will all be made clear to you. Shall we go?
Where?
To the craft. To meet the others. What do you feel?
I don't know. The air is warm. You could bask in it. Sunbathe in it. I feel alive. Liberated. And yet at peace.
Don't you understand? They're reaching out to you. Communicating. Telling you you are not alone in the universe. It's a message of love.
Well, I don't need them. Only you, Morrow. You're the one I love.
We'll have each other, my darling. But don't you see that is not enough? It's got to reach out, that love, and wash over everyone else. Till we are all one, as we are in our world. Perfect love.
Confound it, Mr. Bond. What's that reckless young fool doing up there on that Devil's Hill? What are you people trying to do to him, anyhow? That's a sensitive boy for all he tries to act hard-boiled.
We, whoever we are, we're not trying to do anything to him. What's happening to him is within himself.
Ah, don't give me that double talk. How do I get to this witches' carnival?
If you like, I'll take you there myself.
I don't like any of it, but I'll make the best of it. Well, what are we waiting for?
The top of the hill wore a corona of light, which I thought was the rising moon, and never afterward could convince him was anything different. For as we breasted the rise, we saw totally different things.
There he is. Pete! Pete! Stop! What's that young fool doing? He's walking to the middle of that wheat field by moonlight by himself.
He's not by himself. Can't you see the girl with him?
I may be old, but there's nothing the matter with my eyes. There's no girl. He's alone. Where does he think he's going?
To the spacecraft that's waiting. The door is open for them.
What are you talking about? What spacecraft? Are you out of your mind? That's an empty field.
Don't be too sure. Watch. What I saw was Pete and Maru, hand in hand as they walked to that shining ship, outlined in the aura of golden light as they stepped through the portal. And suddenly...
Good Lord. He disappeared. Like that, into thin air.
Not into thin air, Mr. Riley. Listen.
Listen to what? I don't hear anything.
I suppose not. But then you didn't see either.
Well, there's nothing to see. An empty field and Pete just vanished. What kind of a trick is this?
No trick, sir. He just chose to go with a girl and love. Chose and was chosen.
There was no girl. He was alone.
Oh, no, Mr. Riley. He will never be alone again.
Impossible? Fantasy? If you wish. But within this same triangle, in a town named Shepton Mallet, with snow everywhere on the ground, a man once walked off his front porch and disappeared from the face of the earth, without, incidentally, leaving a single footprint. You see? Nothing is really impossible. I'll be back shortly. If it's a nice night tonight, wherever you are, or if not this one, the first one, when you can see the stars, step outside and look up. Is it the same familiar sky, or can you spot any unidentified flying objects wheeling with the stars? Perhaps you can't. But remember, You have many fellow human beings who think they can, and who are sure we are not alone. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Bryce Bond, Jana Rowland, and Joe Silver. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Something about his appearance may have buried itself in your subconscious, and now it's been released into your dreams.
Doc, he scares me.
Why should a man like this scare you?
Because he's going to kill me.
Now, how can you say that?
I know exactly where he's going to do it, when he's going to do it, and how he's going to do it.
How can you be so sure?
Because I already seen him do it. Every night for a week, I've been having the exact same dream, just me and him. He points his gun at me, and he kills me.
But why?
I don't know, and I don't care. All I know is he kills me. Now, you tell me. Am I or am I not crazy?
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Every coffin asks us whither. And every cradle asks us whence. The poorest barbarian, weeping over his dead or marveling at his newborn, can answer these questions as intelligently as the highest robed priest of the most authentic creed. Whither? Whence?
I killed him.
Erica, you must control yourself.
I shot him and killed him.
No.
Don't tell me no. We have to call the police.
We'll call the police and tell them I did it.
But you didn't kill him, Alan. You didn't kill him.
I know. But I can only hope that I'll get away with it.
Our mystery drama, The Red Scarf, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Ralph Bell. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Basically, you're kind of a procrastinator, aren't you?
Can I get back to you later on that?
But you don't just put things off. No, sir, you put things off for a reason.
Say, when do these snow shovels go on sale?
August.
I'll wait.
But what about the 2 feet of snow in our driveway, Wally?
It'll melt.
Well, for you purposeful procrastinators, Buick has some very good news. At this time of year, your Buick dealer may get very accommodating when it comes to deals on compact, fun-to-drive Skylarks, roomy, comfortable Centuries, luxurious Regals, even full-size LeSabres and elegant Electras. Now, while we hate to hurry you, this is what a lot of other procrastinators have been waiting for, too. So stop dawdling, because you can afford a Buick. Yes, you can. Right now at your Buick dealers.
Am I too late?
No, sir. I'd say you're just in time.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
In ancient Persia, people worshipped the stars. It's the same in modern America. Only our stars are not in the heavens. They walk among us. They are the singers of songs, the actors of plays, the tall, strong athletes, the beautiful, the rich, the powerful, and yes, even the criminal. Their life force consists of the bright but brittle light of publicity. They glow until that light goes out. And because they cannot live in the dark, they die.
Hello.
Hello.
My name's Tom Turner.
I know.
You recognize me, which means you must go to the movies.
I don't. But there's no escaping you. The fabulous Tom Turner. I see enough of you on the TV.
Enough? How much is enough, I wonder?
Do you?
It's a problem that has troubled philosophers through the ages.
Has it?
I know what you're thinking. You're saying to yourself, where does this collar ad, this matinee idol come off, babbling about philosophy?
Color ad. Matinee idol. I haven't heard those words used in years.
Naturally, they belong to another era.
My era, no doubt. And this was your way of telling me I'm an old lady.
But I really wasn't showing off. I am interested in things like philosophy.
Oh, in other words, you're more than just a handsome face.
Why do you disapprove of me?
Why do you say that?
You're giving me that same look of disapproval I used to get from my third-grade teacher.
Why should you worry what an old lady who runs a shop in the lobby of a resort hotel thinks of you?
Why do you disapprove of me?
Well, for one thing, you're having an affair with another man's wife.
Oh, that.
You mean it isn't true? It's just publicity?
No, it's true.
Are there no moral twinges?
I don't think so.
But this woman, she's the wife of your best friend.
Would it be better if she were a stranger?
Oh, you're incredible. He is Alan, and she is Erica Standish, America's favorite married couple. Young, beautiful, talented. On the surface, so devoted to each other. And yet...
It's the oldest story in the world.
Erica Standish. She has breathtaking beauty.
Yes.
That brilliant, flaming red hair. It's the envy of millions of women. Why does she find it necessary to deceive her husband? And with you, his best friend.
You have such a refreshingly old-fashioned way of putting things, Miss,
Jerry.
Mrs. Jerry.
My name is Smith. The name of my shop, as you can see on the window, is Geraldine's. But everyone calls me Jerry. When I heard you were coming to the hotel here to do some... what was the word?
Shooting.
Shooting. Little did I believe that it might be literally true.
Literally?
Yes. You pretend to be such free thinkers, free livers, free lovers, but actually, it's a pose.
Oh, is it?
I've seen Alan Standish in the lobby. I've seen his face when he thinks no one is watching.
And?
He pretends to be quite sophisticated, civilized about his wife's conduct with you.
And he isn't?
I don't think so. No. I believe he resents it very deeply.
And you think he might shoot me?
The man who feels betrayed is capable of anything.
Well, I came in here to buy a gift. I must compliment you, Jerry. I've been to the most exclusive shops in New York, Paris, Rome. I must say, your merchandise compares favorably.
And what would you like?
A gift for a beautiful woman. The present love of my life.
Present?
The past is gone. The future may never come. All we have is the present.
I could show you something I really...
Don't bother. I see it. This beautiful scarf.
Yes. Yes, you do have good taste.
Thank you.
It's a special silk import from Paris and quite expensive.
How much?
$100.
Oh, I thought you said it was expensive. Please, wrap it up as a gift.
This one?
Of course.
But...
But what?
It's such a brilliant, flaming red color.
I know. What's the problem?
Well, if you know, I guess there isn't any problem.
How the dear girl will adore it.
I hope so.
Just let me place a little card in there. To my best
beloved.
Alan?
Just a moment, then. I'm on the phone. Yes, Lou. I understand.
Lou, is that Lou Diamond?
It's not going to do that little black-eyed beauty of yours any harm, you know.
Linda Montez is
Star
agent.
billing with Tom Turner and Erica Standish.
Alan, I will not stand for it.
All right, Lou. I've got your word, and you have mine. We can put it down on paper later. Goodbye.
What does this mean, Alan?
It means we are writing Linda Montez into the picture.
Now, just a minute.
Yes?
You may be the writer, director, producer, but the film belongs to Tom Turner.
I know.
What will Tom have to say about that?
It was Tom's idea.
That's a lie.
Why don't you ask him?
Tom would never...
Never what?
Never put anybody else into a picture who would distract attention from me.
Yes, well, he's done it.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Why? It makes a great deal of sense.
How can you say that?
Dramatically. Visually, you're a redhead. She's a brunette.
Oh, stop that nonsense.
Your eyes are glowing amber. Hers are flashing black.
This is ridiculous. This is supposed to be a tender love story.
It is?
With Linda Montez?
It's a different kind of love story.
What kind?
A love story of today.
Today?
It's a menage a trois.
Are you trying to tell me he's supposed to be in love with both of us?
In love with and living with.
I will not tolerate that.
No, why not?
My public. I have always projected a wholesome image.
Don't worry, my dear. No one takes that very seriously anymore.
But I
and
do.
you never took it very seriously either.
You didn't fight Tom at all?
Fight? How could I fight? You said it yourself just before. It's Tom's picture. He's the boss.
But you're my husband, or have you forgotten?
And you're my wife. Or have you forgotten?
Alan, you knew about Tom and me before we were married. I told you.
Yes, you told me.
And I also told you that I hadn't gotten over him.
You did.
And I said I might never get over him. You remember, I said that.
Yes.
So you knew everything.
Yes, but I thought...
What did you think?
Nothing.
I'll tell you what you thought. You were struggling. You were a nobody.
I was an established writer.
Established B Pictures low-budget writer. You thought you could use me.
And maybe you thought you could also use me.
What good could you possibly have done for me?
Tom was getting tired of you.
That's a lie.
And so you thought if you married somebody else, that would revive his interest. But you had to marry somebody harmless. Somebody like me, who couldn't give you any real trouble. And somebody he could buy off with assignments to do big and important pictures.
Then what are you complaining about?
Well, I thought that after a while, we would fall in love. I know that I did.
He can't do this to me.
Erica, walk away from him. We have 3 or 4 more days shooting here and then back to the studio. It'll be 2 or 3 weeks before it's announced that she's coming on the picture.
She is never coming on the picture.
You'll be the one to walk away from him. Do it now, before anyone knows about her.
Maybe he doesn't even mean it.
Oh, Erica.
Maybe it's just intended to be a publicity
Erica,
stunt.
it isn't too late for you and me.
He won't get away with this. I won't let him get away with it. May I help you?
I don't know. I'm just looking.
Oh, you go right ahead, Mr. Standish.
You know my name?
You're one of the famous film people.
Huh. Infamous would be more like it.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, then you know very little about us.
I wouldn't say that either.
Well, what is it that you do know?
I have a very fine selection of pure silk scarves.
Oh, I see you know how to change the subject.
I would assume the merchandise in the shop is why you're here.
You're not very impressed with me, are you?
Should I be?
Oh, I've won an Academy Award, Best Director, Best Writer, last year. My name is almost a household word.
Really? I am impressed.
No, you're not. You're amused.
Am I?
There's something about you. I would say you can look straight through a person and see exactly what's inside.
You give me too much credit.
What do you see inside me? A somewhat ludicrous man?
What makes you say that?
Oh, it's true. I am ludicrous.
I didn't say that.
You're too well-mannered.
Why would I even wish to say it or think it?
It's in all the gossip columns.
Oh? What is?
The story of my wife, Erica Standish, and Tom Turner.
I never read the gossip columns.
Well, by this time, you must have seen them together in the hotel, in the lobby, in the dining room. Isn't there something in the way they walk together, talk together, sit together?
Why are you saying all these things to me, Mr. Standish?
I don't know.
These are personal, private things. And we don't even know each other.
Perhaps I do understand that amused look on your face.
I'm not aware of it.
Oh, it says, here is this extremely powerful, talented man. And see how shabbily he permits himself to be treated by his wife and his best friend. Oh, yes, I've seen that look on other faces, but it was tinged with contempt. I could armor myself against it, but the look on your face, that's touched with pity. It finds me helpless.
I'm sorry. You don't have to justify yourself to me.
Oh, but I do have to justify myself to me.
Well, may I show you something?
No. I say you've shown me enough. Good day.
There's a very, very complicated man.
You in the habit of talking to yourself, Jerry?
Oh, good morning, Sheriff. I didn't see you come in.
I'm just checking on security. Tell me there hasn't been this much excitement in town since Calvin Coolidge was nominated. What do you think of all these moving picture folk, Jerry?
Do you really want to know, Sheriff? It's my belief that one of them is going to kill somebody.
She's a most perceptive and unusual woman, Mrs. Geraldine Smith. But murder? Let's see. We do have a pretty well agreed on candidate for the victim. That would be Tom Turner, who forms the apex of the triangle. The other two sides are Erica and Alan Standish. Vote for your choice, and we'll check the results when I return with Act 2. The square of the hypotenuse of a right triangle is equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides. However, Mr. Euclid and all other learned mathematicians and philosophers were dealing with triangles as a shape. We storytellers, however, are concerned with triangles as a force, possibly the most explosive force in the world.
You say one of them's going to kill somebody, Jerry?
It's possible, Sheriff.
Well, who and why?
Why has to do with the oldest motive in the world, love.
That's the second oldest. Now, who?
I really don't know.
That's what I like about you, Jerry. You're always so definite and specific.
Life itself is a very ambiguous affair, Sheriff.
But I couldn't enforce the law on that basis, could I? Well, let me know if you run into something, eh?
But I have run into something.
What?
That's just it, Sheriff. I don't know what. It's just a feeling.
What's a feeling?
I've already told you. Someone's going to kill somebody.
Ah, Erica.
Yes, it's Erica. Are you going to ask me in?
Well, of course. Now, may I offer you a drink?
That sounds rather formal, doesn't it?
All I'm asking
is... this how we talk to each other now? May I offer you a drink?
Well, it's just that
I'll tell you what you can offer me. An explanation?
Darling, what are you talking about?
Linda Montez.
Oh.
Yes. Oh.
It has to do with the money, people.
Yes.
Well, you know how it is today. Pictures are made by big business. They're a product, like any other piece of manufactured goods.
I don't believe I need a lecture on the finances of the movie industry.
But this is all background for the Linda Montez thing. Anyway, the money fellows believe they can make a lot more money if we did a new lifestyle type of picture.
I understand that, too.
Well, then you understand it all.
All except for Linda Montez. Why Linda? She's 10 years younger than I am.
Well, now she doesn't...
Is she the new girl, Tommy?
What new girl?
Your new girl.
What makes you think
A new ending will be written for the picture.
Well, it has to be. Alan has to work it out.
At the final curtain, which one of us gets you?
Which one of you?
Me or Linda?
Well...
Me or Linda? So that's how you intend to do it?
Do what?
Announce that it's off with the old and on with the new.
Now, listen, Erica...
Tom, I've been there before. That's how you got rid of Doris Leeds. Admit it.
All right, I admit it.
Then it is true.
Yes.
Tom, not us. It can't be over between us.
Erica, everything comes to an end.
We're supposed to be in love.
Oh, that's the trouble. We're supposed to be, but we're not.
Tom, I love you.
No, you don't. You love yourself.
How dare you preach to me?
I know better than you are. Neither of us is any good at all.
Speak for yourself.
Both of us playthings for the public. It would be different if either of us knew how to act.
I am considered one of the finest
bodies. And so am I. You know what happens to toys? They get old, they get scuffed. Erica, the chin is just a little bit fuller, and some of those lines...
You're not getting any younger either.
No, of course not, but on me it isn't starting to show yet.
You can't just throw me over.
Darling, you could have found somebody else any time.
But I didn't. We have 6 years together. Don't they mean anything?
They're part of the past.
Tom, please, don't.
Why do you pretend,
I'm
Erica?
not
yes,
pretending.
You are. You're pretending that you and I, that we're real people.
We are real people.
No. We're shadows on a screen, pictures on a tube, blocks of print and papers and magazines. What emotions do we have that belong to ourselves? It's all a pretense. Even our private lives, even this is a pretense.
We are real. We bleed.
Oh, please, don't recite. Prick us, do we not bleed? That belongs to make-believe, too.
We bleed.
Erica, you're getting tiresome.
But we do bleed.
Very well. Have it your way.
Yes. We will have it my way.
No. Let's be civilized. We'll have a drink for old time's sake, and we'll work together and make lots more money together.
But we bleed.
Now, Erica, this isn't funny.
Of course not. It's very serious.
Erica.
Now, you see? Here is something real.
Now, Erica.
Could anything be more real than this piece of steel? Blue steel. And from this comes the ultimate reality.
Erica.
Death. You're real, Tom. And I can prove it. I can make you bleed.
Erica, put that gun away.
Here's something real for you, Tom. Something real.
Eric.
Alan?
Erica? Erica? What is it? You're trembling.
Alan,
What's wrong? No, dear. You simply must get home. Come here, sit down.
Tom.
Yes, what about Tom?
I just killed him.
You what?
I shot him.
Are you telling me that you just shot Tom?
I shot him and I killed him.
Oh.
I shot him with the little .32 caliber pistol you carry around in your case.
Eric.
It's your fault. Why did you have to carry a pistol? If you didn't have a pistol, I wouldn't have been able to kill him.
Erica, listen.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
Where is the pistol?
I'm so scared. I'll go to prison.
Where is the pistol?
After I shot him, I looked at the pistol in my hand. It was such a terrible, unclean thing, I threw it on the floor.
That it's on the floor, in the room. Tom's room?
Yes.
And it has your fingerprints on it?
Oh, Alan, I don't know why I did it. What are we going to do?
You killed him.
Oh, Alan, darling, I see it now that it's too late. Oh, I love you so much.
You love me?
When he fell to the ground, suddenly something just happened to me. I felt free. Do you understand? Free. This power, this evil power he held over me, it suddenly just disappeared.
Erica.
And I realized how much I loved you. And now it's too late.
Too late?
I'll go to prison. Our lives will be broken, destroyed. Oh, what a fool I was.
Erica. Erica, do you love me?
Oh, yes, yes. But now it's too late. Now that I know I love you.
You won't go to prison.
Well, how can you say that? I killed him.
No, you didn't.
But who did?
I did.
You?
Yes, dear, I killed him. I'll say I killed him.
But you'll go to jail.
No, I won't.
But the law?
There's a law that will set me free. It's called the unwritten law.
I don't believe that.
This man has been deceiving me. Finally, when I could stand it no longer, I faced him, and in a fit of passion, I shot him.
No, I can't let you do that.
Well, why not? I told you I loved you. Let me prove it.
But it isn't true.
Darling, we're all so far from the truth. What does it matter? We live in this tensely make-believe world.
No, I can't let you.
You can't stop me. It's the only way. You'd go to jail, but, you see, I'll be acquitted. What jury would ever vote to convict me? Or I'll get a suspended sentence, but I'll be free. And we'll be free.
Free?
We've wasted so much time. Let so many years go by. We have no more left to spare. Each one has to count, my dear. We must spend every moment together.
But you'll be blamed for his death.
I've been a fool, a timid, spineless fool. It has to end. The way I'm telling you, I did it.
But how can...
Wait. Did anyone see you go into his room?
No.
Anyone see you come out?
No.
I know that little 32 doesn't make any noise to speak of. Let's just hope no one heard the shot. What did you do as soon as you...
I dropped the pistol and...
How long did you stay in the room?
Not long.
Think, please.
Just a few moments, and then I came right here.
That didn't have to take more than a minute. Now, you've been here 2 minutes, maybe 3, so less than 4 minutes have gone by. It'll take me another minute to get there.
You mean you're going back?
I have to wipe your fingerprints off the gun and put mine on it.
You do love me. I know that.
Yes, I love you.
Oh, darling. How I love you.
Wait here. Where's the... Oh, Tom. In a crazy way, I guess we knew it would have to end up like this, didn't we? What you did, Tom, wasn't right. So I guess this evens the score. Operator, please get in touch with the sheriff. There's been a murder.
Yes, there has been a murder. And usually murder is a very definite thing. It usually takes two, a killer and a victim. Well, as we return to the scene of the crime, there has been a strategic change. While the victim remains the same, we do seem to have a brand new killer. Will the cast of characters change further? That shall be revealed in Act 3 shortly. There is no cure for birth or death. So the thing to do is to enjoy the interval, or so says the philosopher. From this, then, we may deduce that the basic problem is neither being born nor dying, but quite simply one of enjoyment. In which case, we shall postulate a rule. Those who fail to enjoy life only have themselves to blame. Consider Mr. Alan Standish.
You say you came here to see Mr. Tom Turner.
Yes, Sheriff.
For what reason?
A highly personal reason.
Don't matter what you tell me, Mr. Standish. I got all I need. I come in here, I find a dead body, find you sitting there holding the pistol. I got your confession. I got enough.
Well, then why are you asking me all these questions?
For the record, as I was saying, it don't matter what you tell me. If I was you, I'd be thinking about what I'd tell a jury.
It had to do with my wife.
And?
I found myself in an intolerable situation.
What you're saying is he was carrying on with your wife, and so you shot him.
Yes.
And you're going to plead the so-called unwritten law.
Yes.
Like you done in one of those moving pictures of yours a couple of years ago. Guy shoots his wife's lover, makes a great speech to the jury, he gets acquitted. You can never forget that picture, huh?
I'm flattered.
Because it was so, what word can I use? Unreal. Mr. Standish, you can't just kill a man because he's making time with your wife. If guys could get away with it, we'd have 1 million of those murders a year.
A man has a right to protect his honor.
In the movies. In real life, we have divorce courts.
I didn't realize what I was doing.
You killed him with a .32 caliber pistol. Do you, always carry one with you? Well, how did you happen to have it on you? So, you see? We have premeditation, which could make it murder 1.
But I...
Yes, Mr. Standish?
Well, maybe I didn't mean to kill him.
Then, why did you bring the gun?
To have it handy in case I would have to scare him.
Well, then what you intended to do was just say words to the effect of, you keep away from my wife or I'll kill you.
Yes, something like that.
And to emphasize the point, you took out the pistol.
Yes.
And it went off.
Yes.
And it was an accident.
Yes.
Well, I could understand an accident where the pistol would go off once, but twice?
Well,
Yeah. I'll have to ask you to come along.
Where?
Where do you think? Jail.
Jail?
You committed a murder, didn't you?
But
And jail's where you belong. Till a jury of 12 good men and true decide your case. Sheriff! I'm coming. No need to rattle them bars. I hear you, Mr. Standish.
Why am I not permitted visitors?
You can have visitors.
Well, then why are you keeping my wife away from me?
Nobody's stopping her from coming here.
Then why hasn't she? Didn't you tell her that she could come?
Yeah, I told her.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I went to see her. I said, Mrs. Standish, you're allowed to visit your husband.
And what did she say?
Nothing.
That's impossible.
Why is it impossible? She just doesn't want to see you, that's all.
How do you know?
I heard her say so.
She told you?
She told the whole world. Listen.
Turn that thing off.
The 12 o'clock news should be on in just a moment.
I don't care about the 12 o'clock news.
The whole gang of the media was down here to interview her. And she said... now, you're going to hear what she said.
12 noon and time for the top story. And, of course, the top story is the sensational murder of a movie star, Tom Turner, by Academy Award-winning writer-director Alan Standish. For years, there have been rumors of a torrid affair between Erica Standish and Tom Turner. And it was for this reason that Alan Standish claims he shot Turner. But at a press conference today, Erica Standish said,
I'm completely at a loss to understand what happened. There was never anything between Tom and me.
What?
It was all just rumor. Tom, Alan were the best of friends. I mean, they'd laugh about it.
Erica.
I simply can't imagine what happened to Alan. He has been so overworked lately. I guess it could have been temporary insanity.
Turn that off. Turn that off. Turn that off. She knows what happened. What is she trying to do? Bring her down here, Sheriff. Let her say that to my face. Bring her here. I don't care if you have to drag her. Everybody knows you were having an affair with Tom.
Oh, you poor darling, you poor darling.
Sheriff, she's lying.
Now, Mr. Standish, I convinced Mrs. Standish to come down here because I promised her you'd behave yourself.
But she is lying.
But if you're trying to create a defense at the cost of your wife's honor and good name...
What honor? What good name?
I forgive you, darling. I forgive you.
Oh. I get it. You don't want to be stuck with me. So, you think you can put me away for a long time, huh?
Darling, I will stand by you.
You come out clean, your career rolls along in high. You never loved me. You used me.
Now, look, Mr. Standish, none of this helps.
I was always Mr. Fall Guy, Mr. Patsy.
Oh, darling, I know you're under a terrible strain.
And how cleverly you led me on so that I could take the blame for you. All right, it won't work.
All right, Mr. Standish, that's enough.
Oh, no. It's over. It's all over. Whatever hold you had over me is broken, Eric. It's finished. And we're going to change places. I'm getting out of this prison cell and you're getting in.
Now, what are you saying, Mr. Standish?
I didn't kill Tom Turner. She did.
Oh, he's gone mad. Oh, my poor Alan.
You killed him. You went there to his room. He was going to throw you over.
Darling, what are you saying?
You shot him.
Mr. Standish, now, if you don't calm down, you might have to be restrained.
And I did this to help you, but it's finished, Erica. Now, let me out of here. I'm innocent.
You'd better go, Mrs. Standish.
I'm innocent.
Sure. Now, I just try to calm yourself. I'll get a doctor over here.
I want to thank you for coming, Jerry.
Well, I couldn't imagine why you'd want to see me, Mr. Standish. What with all the famous people you know.
Of all the people I know, it happens you're the only one I want to see.
Well, you hardly know me.
I think you're the only one who'd believe my story.
Oh, your story.
My lawyer doesn't believe it.
A very famous and high-priced lawyer, too.
Yes, but he says, okay, stick to it and we get you off on temporary insanity. But I tell you, I am telling the truth. I didn't do it. She did.
But why did you arrange a thing like that?
Because I was in love with her.
Love? Love is a beautiful feeling. It's a wonderful state.
Oh, not all love, not mine. My love was a terrible, ravaging illness. It was destroying me. It had already killed my self-respect.
Well, why did you put up with it?
Oh, no. Please, you mustn't ask that question. People like you who are strong, who are wise, who are sure of themselves, you don't really understand the rest of us.
But to agree to take the blame.
It was part of a dream. No, feverish fantasy. One day she would suddenly realize that I was the one.
Oh, those are the stories you write for the films.
Yes.
But what made you believe a jury would acquit you? Oh, surely the sheriff explained to you there's no such defense as the unwritten law.
Yes, he explained it afterward.
You would have to explain why you tolerated that relationship for 6 years, was it? Why suddenly you found it unbearable? A clever prosecutor could have a lot of fun with you.
I didn't kill him. I know I said I did. I know it looks bad for me, but I didn't kill him. She did.
Well, what do you want of me?
I want you to believe me.
It would be better if a jury believed you.
I don't think they will. But I'll feel better if I know that a person like you believes that I'm telling the truth. And I am. She killed him.
Why?
The oldest reason in the world, he was getting rid of her.
Was he?
Yes. He had a new girl, Linda Montez.
Oh, well, could you prove it?
He was having me rewrite the picture to create a part for Linda.
But how does this prove she was going to be his new girl?
Well...
In a court of law.
Well, Linda knew it, and her agent, Lou Diamond, knew it.
Well, will they testify?
In a murder trial, they want to keep far away from it.
So how can you prove Tom Turner was through with Erica and that she knew it and therefore she shot him?
I can't. But it's true. Please believe me.
Oh, I'd like to believe you. Wait. Does this Linda Montez have the black hair?
Oh, yes.
And black eyes?
Black, flashing.
Well, maybe I do believe you.
I'm telling the truth.
Yes, it's quite possible you are.
Yes?
Oh, may I come in for a moment, Mrs. Standish?
Oh, are you a reporter?
Hardly. I'm Jerry, from the boutique in the lobby.
Oh, yes, I thought you looked familiar.
Well, I have a little package for you.
For me?
Yes. Tom Turner had bought this, and he evidently neglected to give it to you.
Oh, well, what is it?
Why don't you open it and find out?
Thank you. Red scarf?
Read the card.
To my best beloved, your Tom. He bought this red scarf for me? Oh, he couldn't have. He couldn't have with my red hair, my amber eyes, my complexion. How can I wear red? And flaming red? Well, you don't know the hassles he would have with clothes designers and set decorators.
But you were his best beloved. Or you thought you were. Despite that line you tried to feed to the press.
What are you trying to say?
Well, you and Tom Turner have been, as they say, an item for years.
That isn't true.
It isn't? Oh, there must be people who know, who can be subpoenaed. Think of how often you and Tom were together since the day you met.
What is this to you?
You killed Tom Turner. You're crazy.
Why would I want to kill Tom, especially if it's the way you say? If it's true I was in love with him.
Because he was getting ready to take a new girlfriend.
That isn't true. Who told you?
Alan.
Well, don't you see? Alan has to lie to save himself.
Oh, no. No, Alan is telling the truth. Tom's new ladylove was to be Linda Montez.
He's lying.
I believe him. Because Tom did not buy that red scarf for you. He bought it for Linda. With her black hair, her black eyes, and here in his own handwriting, to my best beloved, your Tom.
Give me that card.
Now, just a minute.
That card is all there is. It's the only proof. Now, give it to me.
I'm sorry. It's a piece of evidence.
I'm rich. All right? I can pay you.
Are you asking me to...
What do you care? Alan's a chump. He was meant to be a natural-born fall guy.
Are you saying he took the blame for you?
Believe me, the Alan Standishes of this world are born to take the blame for other people. It's their fate. Now, let me have the card.
But it's wrong to make him pay for something.
He loves it. He has to be a martyr. He thrives on self-inflicted sorrows. He's eating it up, enjoying every minute of it. Don't deprive him of his chance to suffer. Now, name your price for that card.
I'm sorry.
Not as sorry as you're going to be. Now, look. I am younger than you, and I'm stronger. I can take that card away from you, and that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Hand it over! Hold it. Just hold it. Now, Mrs. Standish, none of this is going to do you any good. You okay, Jerry?
Yeah, just fine.
All right, Sheriff. Let the whole world know. I did it. Let them know I was not just something Tom Turner could use and throw away. Yes, I killed him. I killed him because he broke my heart. Destroyed me.
Would you believe that when she went to trial, Alan Standish stood by her and gave her all the tender and loving support in the world? After she was judged to be insane, Alan would visit her every day and spend hours walking and talking with her and nursing her back to health. And when she was finally cured and restored to society, would you believe she promptly divorced him and married an up-and-coming pop singer half her age? Is there anything on our Mystery Theater more mysterious than life itself? I'll be back shortly. A red scarf, a casual gift,
A hastily scrawled inscription, "To my best beloved." That's all it took to change the fate of 3 people. It caused the death of one, the criminal trial and conviction of another, and it should have brought the third to his senses. But there it failed. And what does it prove? Something you already know. Love can open the doors to heaven or the gates of hell. Step carefully. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Terry Keane, Bryna Rayburn, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Do you believe in ghosts? Or do you consider it a healthy attitude to scoff at visitors from another world and people who believe in them? Well, whatever you're feeling, believe me, they are nothing to mess around with. They can start out as fantasy and end up being very real. And I think you'll agree after listening to this story.
Corey, you know there's no such thing as a ghost.
Oh, yes, there is, Doctor. I kept seeing my brother Robert's ghost after he died. Oh, but he didn't want to hurt me. Mother is different.
What do you mean, different?
She wants me dead.
Now, why would she want you dead?
Because I deserve to be. I killed her.
Our mystery drama, The Impossible is True, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ann Williams. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. For all the delights of being wealthy, there are drawbacks. One of them is the kind of isolation it thrusts on those who exist in it. A second is the frequent haunting theme of tragedy that seems to run through the lives of the super wealthy. The Fulton Sterretts would qualify on both counts. Certainly, the great old mansion built by the first Fulton Sterrett generations ago is isolated enough. And we're about to hear another of the many tragedies in the long line of their history. Listen.
Jared! What was that?
I don't know, Miss Sterrett. It sounded like a gunshot from your father's study.
Oh, no. Please, God, not him. Where's my brother, Philip?
Philip was taking a nap before dinner. I was on my way in to wake him.
Well, get him quickly. Hurry, Jared.
Yes, Miss Sterrett.
Linda, are you there?
Yes, Miss Corey. I was in the pantry, and I thought I heard...
Oh, never mind what you thought. Get to the study.
Yes, miss.
Oh, hurry.
I can't open the door. It's locked.
Oh, knock on it. Knock.
Yes, miss. Mr. Sterrett? Mr. Sterrett? Are you all right?
Daddy?
What is it, sis? What happened?
Oh, didn't you hear it? It sounded like a shot.
A shot? Oh, good Lord, let's get the door open.
Oh, it's locked from the inside.
Are you sure Dad's in there?
He must be, if it's locked, Master Sterrett.
Of course. Let me see if I can... I can't budge.
Oh, what are we going to do, Daddy?
Easy, sis. We don't know anything's happened yet.
I know it has something dreadful. Just like everything else. Oh, there's a curse on us.
Stop it. Miss Spenner, help her.
Yes, sir.
Where's Jareth? I thought he was right behind me.
I saw him come downstairs, but I don't know where he went.
I need him to help me with this door. Father? Father, can you hear me?
No, he can't hear you. He's dead. Just as we're all going to be dead. All the Sterretts.
Knock it off, Corey.
Miss Corey, you keep on like this. You'll put yourself back in the hospital.
I don't care where I am. I
just want to be dead. I can't
Jarrett,
stand it.
where have you been?
I saw the door was locked. I thought perhaps you might need this, sir.
What is it?
It's a crowbar. Now, with your permission, I could force the lock.
Yes, open it.
If you would all just stand aside, please. I'm afraid there will be some damage.
I'll help.
Here now, sir. Pull with me as hard as you can.
It's coming.
Pull. Oh, no.
He couldn't have.
Daddy.
Sir, are the police still here?
No, thank heavens they're gone. All those questions.
They questioned everyone.
When? I didn't see them.
Well, while you were busy with Dr. Gentry and your sister upstairs.
Gentry? Has he left yet?
No, sir. He's still upstairs with Miss Sterrett.
What do they ask you, Jarrett?
Oh, just about what you'd expect, sir. Did I hear the shot? Where was I at that moment? Was the door securely locked? And how long it was before we broke it down and discovered that Mr. Sterrett had taken his life?
You believe he committed suicide?
What else? What else, Master Sterrett? A locked room. A man we all knew was in the profoundest of depressions since the madam met her terrible death. What else would one think?
I don't know. The way the police questioned me, you'd think there was some kind of foul play.
Or you're imagining things. How could there be? The windows were locked from the inside. No one could have come from outside. And no one on the inside would have harmed a hair in the master's head. That's what reason could we have? We all so depended upon him.
Yes, of course. Where's Linda? Miss Benner.
She was making arrangements with cook to reheat your dinner.
Oh, I couldn't eat anything. Oh, yes, come in.
Mr. Sterrett, may I see you for a few minutes?
Well, of course, Doctor. How's Corey?
I've sedated her. She's sound asleep.
Oh.
Will you need me for anything more, sir?
Oh, no, Jareth. You and Cook and the rest of the staff. Go ahead with dinner.
As well, we have all eaten, sir. It's quite late, you know. It's past midnight.
So it is. Well, then, tell everybody to go to bed.
Any special orders for tomorrow?
Oh, no, you can wake me as usual. We'll take it from there.
Yes, sir. Good night, sir.
Sheriff. Really too good to be true. The perfect butler. Right out of P.G. Wodehouse, except he was born in Brooklyn. My father once told me that. Well, he won't be telling me anything else.
Maybe you could use something to settle you down.
Oh, no thanks. I'll leave the pill popping to my sister. I shouldn't have said that.
I would have been asking you about it anyway.
Why ask me? Anything about the Sterrett family medical history ought to be in your father's files. I want to know about Corey.
Well, I'm concerned. She's shattered at the moment.
After seeing Dad, the way he was, no wonder.
Of course. So, may I ask you a few questions, Mr. Sterrett?
Let's make it Phil. We're not so far apart in age, Dr. Gentry.
Oh, okay, Phil. And my name is Mark, if you prefer. I knew your sister once, you know, when I was in medical school. She was just starting college. It was just before your older brother crashed his plane. I'd known him our senior year in college. That summer, our paths crossed again, and, well, he introduced me to Corey.
Oh, I didn't know you'd ever met any of the family.
Yes, I remember her as being one of the most radiantly healthy young women I'd ever met. Physically and mentally.
Little difficult to remember Corey that way. If she ever really was.
I know her brother's death was a terrible shock to her, but...
Let's get it all on the table, Mark. It's going to be there anyway. Robert's death was a shocker for all of us, but we weathered it, Dad, me. But Corey can't take any emotional traumas. I'm afraid she's the one who took after Mother. I know Robert didn't. And
Well, I hope I was spared.
I don't know what you mean.
As long as I've been old enough to remember, my mother was certifiably mad as I had her. That's why she was such a recluse. You know, she was always hearing voices, seeing things. She's the one who started the whole business about Robert's ghosts prowling the upstairs hall after he died. If you ask me, I think that's what really killed her.
A ghost?
She thought she saw something. Tripped and fell all the way downstairs. And broke her neck.
Yes, but I thought... I understood from my father...
That she'd been drinking, oh. Sure, that too. But that was always around it. It wasn't a cause, it was a cover-up. Mom just couldn't cope. She was a real schizophrenic.
Well, even if that were true, it's not hereditary.
But the tendency is... Look, Mark, do you think I like talking about my twin sister like this? I guess that's what Dad's trouble was.
And you think that's why he took his life?
Oh, no question about it, that. And seeing that Corey was going down the same road as Mother, even he had to admit it after she came home again this time.
She'd been away?
Yeah, ever since, well, right after Robert. Corey has been chasing into some far country or another. And, I don't mean only traveling.
Oh, drugs?
Well, no, just pills. But she's sick, Mark. Sick. I just hope that this is a quiet night. Did you really knock her out?
No, just light sedation. But enough to hold her till morning if no one disturbs her.
None of us will. But I can't answer for her private demons or the ghosts that haunt her poor, twisted mind.
Corey. Dear heaven. My poor darling, what is it?
It's Mother standing there, moving towards me. Her finger crooked, beckoning to me. Beckoning.
Linda. What is it? What happened?
I fell asleep, and Miss Corey somehow got out of the room, and I don't know. She says she saw something.
Corey, what did you see? Tell me. Corey, it's Phil.
Mother? Standing there? Middle of the hall?
Oh, Corey, baby, there was no one there. It couldn't have been Mother. You know, Mother... Mom is...
I know. She's dead. And it's all my fault.
Oh.
That's why she's beckoning to me. She wants me to be dead. And I want to be dead, too. Dead. Dead.
What have we got here? A young woman who, within a very few years, has lost a revered older brother and both of her parents. All of their deaths shockingly unexpected and violent. Small wonder she's on the verge of a nervous breakdown. But to the point of actually seeing ghosts. Are they only fantasies of the mind, or could they possibly be real? I'll return shortly with Act 2. An apparent sensory experience of something that does not exist outside the mind. Sense perception not caused by external stimuli. That's the dictionary definition of an hallucination. An apparition, on the other hand, is a specter or phantom, a ghostly appearance, a wraith. Now, the question here is, which? Hallucination or apparition? In other words, is the specter of Corey's mother a product of her unbalanced mind, or could it just possibly be an external, an actual spiritual emanation? Let's go back to our story and find out.
Good morning, Mark. I saw your car coming up the driveway.
Morning. How's Corey? your sister?
Oh, she's upstairs. Linda Venner, the housekeeper's with her. We finally got her to sleep.
Well, I'd like to get upstairs and check the patient.
Fine.
Are these the steps your mother...
Mm-hmm. Pure marble. Guaranteed to break anyone's neck falling down.
Yes, sir. Sorry, it's a silly thing for me to have brought up. I apologize.
Corey's room is to the right.
Ah, yes, I remember. Before we go in, may I ask a few more questions?
You're the doctor.
Where did Corey think she saw this ghost?
Right here. The head of the stairs.
Uh-huh. And where was your sister?
Coming from her room.
How did she wake up?
Oh, Mark, I don't know. She was so incoherent until we got her back to sleep. I couldn't get anything out of her except this idiocy about Mother's ghost.
Well, how did you get her back to sleep? Huh?
Oh, I gave her one of the pills you left.
You look pretty beat. Did you get any sleep?
Somehow. Listen, I'll manage. But it's going to be quite a day. Funeral arrangements, fighting off the press and all the rest.
How about the police?
Oh, no, they're all through, thank the Lord. She's still asleep, Linda?
Yes, Mr. Starrett. Oh, Dr. Gentry. Shall I wake her?
No, let her be.
You'd better get some sleep yourself, Linda.
I'll be all right.
You are taking the rest of the morning off. That's an order. Oh, who is that?
What is it, sir?
Old Wakeston. Dad's lawyer. Just driving up. I'd better go downstairs and see him.
Then I'll stay with Miss Corey.
No need, Miss Venner. I'll be here for a while.
Yeah, it won't take me long to get rid of Wakeston. Come on, Linda. I'll be right back, Mark.
I'm in no hurry. Miss Starrett? Corey? Corey, can you hear me? Miss Starrett, I want you just to try to wake up. This is the doctor.
Who?
Dr. Gentry.
No. Dr. Gentry is an old man.
Yes, I'm his son, Mark.
Mark? I knew a boy once named Mark.
Yes, one summer. Not so long ago.
100 years ago. 100 million years before. Doesn't matter. Dead.
Corey, I am Mark. And I'm not dead.
Not you, Mark. Me. Corey's dead.
Oh, no. No, she's not.
Oh, the one you knew. He died that summer. 1 million years ago. The one that's left will soon be dead, too.
Not if I can help it. Corey, what happened last night?
I saw my mother's ghost.
No, Corey. Now, you know there's no such thing as a ghost.
Oh, yes, there is. I kept seeing my brother's ghost after he died, but Robert didn't want to hurt me. Mother is different.
What do you mean, different?
She wants me dead.
Now, why would she want you dead?
Because I deserve to be. I killed her.
You what?
I killed my mother.
But why? Tell me about it, Corey.
I'd like to. I want to. I want to tell someone, to ask to be forgiven. But who would forgive me? Who would forgive me?
Maybe I would, Corey. And why don't you try? Why don't you tell me all about it? Do you have any idea why your mother should have been an alcoholic?
She once told me it was because she couldn't have any more children after me and Phil. So what? Isn't 3 enough?
Are you sure about the alcohol? You don't think your mother could have been...
What, insane? Oh, no. Well, that's Phil's idea. He'd have believed anything to make excuses for the fact he never could get her to love him as much as he wanted her to.
She didn't love any of you?
Oh, I think she loved Robert and me in her own kind of way. Robert especially. She really freaked out when he died. So did I. That's what caused the whole trouble. When she couldn't stop drinking, even at the funeral, that's when I decided I didn't care about anything anymore.
I was going to get out and sow a few wild oats of my own.
So you took off?
Oh, like a rocket. Blew my mind for 2 years before I came to my senses. Came back to do what I should have done those 2 years. And a lot of years before that.
What's that?
Help her. Help Mother find a way to some happiness. Be kind of a seeing eye dog for her. Oh, I was too late to help save her.
And that's why you say you killed her.
Well, if I'd been here...
But your brother was there, Phil. Your father was here. Don't they have to shoulder some of the blame?
I can't use my father's guilt to duck my own.
And what was your father guilty of?
Well, leave it alone, Mark. It's family business. I'm not opening any more closets to drag out skeletons. I'm afraid I'd find still worse ones there.
And what about Phil? Isn't he to blame, too?
Phil is Phil. I don't know what he thinks or where he lives in his mind. He has his laboratory and his photograph studio and whatever else he dabbles in. I don't know. We went our separate ways too long ago for me to bother.
He loves you very much, Corey.
Does he? I suppose I love him, too. Some way. I have to, don't I? We're twins, after all.
Well, I don't know that there's any law that says you have to, but...
Oh, come on, Mark. Leave it alone and get out of here.
I'm a doctor, and you are my patient. I have to know how to treat you.
There is no treatment. The patient is already moribund or mad or doomed. No one can save me.
I can. And I intend to.
How is Miss Sterrett, Doctor?
Oh, Jareth. She's asleep again for the moment. Where is Mr. Sterrett?
He's still with the lawyer.
She shouldn't be left alone.
It's away from this house she should be.
Oh?
Too many dark shadows here, Dr. Gentry, for any girl as sensitive and as bruised as poor little Miss Corey.
Jareth, come away from the door a moment. I'd like to ask you some questions.
Well, I'm not sure I can answer them.
Can't? Or won't?
It might be a little bit of both, sir, but try me.
All right. Now, you've observed Corey all her life. Do you think she is mad?
Oh, no, sir. Upset, shaken, torn apart, but no, not mad.
And then why do you think that she sees ghosts?
Dr. Gentry, after Master Robert lost his life, we were all seeing ghosts of him. He was a remarkable young man. Everybody admired him exceedingly.
And last night, the ghost of Mrs. Sterrett?
I don't know about that. I don't know what to think.
Tell me something. Was Mrs. Sterrett an alcoholic?
No, sir.
Yes. My father didn't think so either. He thought she drank to ease some burden, to dull her mind. What do you think, Jareth?
Well, it is not my place to...
Well, I think maybe it is. You love Mrs. Corey, don't you?
Take her away from here, please.
No, I can't. She wouldn't go. No, I have to prove something to her first.
What is that, Doctor?
That she's only lost her way and not her reason. First thing to do is get rid of the ghosts. If I could only be here when she thinks she sees one, but...
I'm sure Philip Sterrett would be glad to have yours as a guest.
Yes, I'm sure he would, but somehow I'd rather no one knew I was here. I need every weapon I can to fight the supernatural or such vivid hallucinations. Surprise could be my most valuable one.
Well, what would you hope to accomplish, Doctor?
I think if I could be here at the very moment Corey thought she saw this specter, I could convince her that it was nothing worse than a bad dream.
You could heal her, and make her well again.
I could make her find her way back to the girl I fell in love with. The girl I'm still in love with after all these years.
I can help you.
How?
This is my afternoon off, sir. I usually drive to the village for dinner, sometimes to the city. Now, I can arrange to meet you wherever you say, and if you'll excuse the expression, smuggle you back into the house.
But where can I hide?
Trust the butler, sir. I know every nook and cranny of this house.
All right, Jareth. All right. We'll do it. And let's both pray that tonight the ghost will walk again.
Mother?
Come, Corey. You know I don't like to be kept waiting. Hurry.
Mother, I'm coming. I'm coming.
It's Corey. Yes, sir. She's going towards the staircase.
Quickly, Jareth. After her.
I'm here, Mother. I'm here. What do you want of me? What do I have to do?
She's seeing the ghost.
She may be sleepwalking. Don't wait. I see it, too. Whatever it is, Jareth.
Clear as day. Standing right by the top of the stairs.
Is that Mrs. Starrett?
Oh, merciful Lord, Dr. Gentry. It's the madam. It's Mrs. Starrett to the life.
Now, how can you argue with that? When three people see the same ghost, it must be real. Or, at the very least, a visible presence. Unless, naturally, all three are under the influence of hallucinatory drugs. Or demented. Which seems quite as unlikely as the presence of the ghost. I'm sorry to leave you in suspense, but it will only be a short while till I return with the solution to this. Sherlock Holmes once said, "Watson, if logic rules out all the possibilities and only the impossible remains, then the impossible must be true." Or words to that effect. Do you subscribe to that dictum? If you do, then of course you believe in ghosts. But if you are of a more skeptical turn of mind, how do you explain away the apparition of a woman long and certainly dead, seen by no less than 3 pairs of eyes? You may doubt the evidence of Corey Starrett's, but surely not that of Jareth, the butler, and a young and healthy man like Mark Gentry. Is there an answer? Let's find out.
She's going to fall. Corey, look out!
All right, Mother. If you want me dead, I will.
I've got her. What happened to the ghost?
You walked right through her, Dr. Gentry.
Through her? Where is it now?
It has disappeared, sir. Just like that. One moment she was floating on the air, and then, puff, she went out, just like a candle.
Never mind that now. Help me get Corey back to her room.
Impossible, Linda. How could Mark Gentry be in his house?
I don't know, Phil, but he was there with Jareth. Just in time to catch her before she toppled down the stairs.
Thank heaven for that.
It would have solved everything for us if she'd broken her neck just like the old woman.
No. There's been enough killing. I told you that after our father, there wouldn't be any more. It would have been enough to have Corey declared incompetent and committed. Then we would have had all the money.
We? You'd have controlled it.
No more than you control me, my dear illegitimate sister.
No more illegitimate than you, brother.
That's a secret we better keep to ourselves. We sink or swim together. This is no time to quarrel. How do we get out of this?
You're the brain. You started all this. You tell me.
Linda, are you sure that they both saw the hologram as well as Corey?
The doctor even walked right through it.
I didn't kill the light on time.
No.
Lousy bright. Nothing went right. Where are they now?
They carried Corey into the bedroom.
She's not...
No such luck. Just passed out.
The panel. I've got to slide it back in place over the hologram. I'll get rid of this hologram. At least that'll give us some time. I wonder how much Mark Gentry suspects. Or knows.
He can't know anything yet, but give him time to start asking questions, and it won't take long.
How can we stop him?
There's only one way, little brother. Kill him.
What? Mark? Oh, we'd never get away with it.
We'd better if we want all those lovely millions. You've killed enough for them already. What's one more?
I didn't kill Robert for the money.
I know. You blew him and his plane to smithereens because you were jealous that he was your father's favorite. I used to laugh to myself to think how much extra relish you would have taken in planting that bomb in his plane if you'd known the real truth.
Why didn't you tell me then?
Mother was still alive. She would have ripped me to the bone if I'd opened my mouth. You didn't know her.
I never knew my own mother till after she was dead.
You wouldn't have wanted to know. You were too spoiled playing the little prince and dreaming of the empire that was soon going to fall into your hands.
All this could have been avoided if Dad hadn't decided to change his will.
It could have been avoided if you hadn't lost your head and clubbed him to death.
I didn't club him to death. I only hit him once. Didn't kill him. Huh? That's why I had to use a shotgun.
Well, I will say it made a convincing suicide with the secret passage to escape by. The loyal husband grieving for his poor departed wife. That's a laugh. When the only bed he'd shared since Corey was conceived was his housekeeper.
How could Mother have settled for that all these years?
She was a very proud and stubborn woman. When she made a bargain, she stuck to it. When she found out my mother was carrying me, Mrs. Sterrett was desperate. After I was born, our father took my mother in as housekeeper and guaranteed her and me a pension for life.
To shut her up. To have her here as his mistress. Mother should have made him get a divorce and marry her.
Come off it, Phil. He's a Sterrett. They don't allow that kind of scandal. Why do you think the old lady kept her mouth shut? She knew what was going on.
That's why I killed her. For all those years of trying to find love from someone I realize now must have hated me.
Yes, they really made good use of you, all right. You were a great bargain. A ready-made son and heir for a man whose wife, the old Dr. Gentry, had warned was having her last child. Presto changeo, and Corey had a twin brother, with no one the wiser except me, Mother, the Sterretts, and 2 faithful retainers, old Dr. Gentry and Jareth. A pity. It looks now as if the circle might be widened.
Oh, there's no way we can get rid of Mark, Linda.
Oh, I think there might be.
How?
Corey?
What are you talking about?
What is Dr. Gentry doing here in the middle of the night?
Well, that's what I'd like to know.
Here's how we explain it to the police.
The police?
Listen, tonight, Corey got completely out of hand. We sent Jareth for Dr. Gentry. When he came, he recommended that she be institutionalized. And Corey went stark, raving mad. Somehow she'd gotten the gun your father used to keep by his bed, and before any of us could stop her, she fired at her imaginary persecutor, Dr. Gentry, killing him instantly.
And how do we get Corey to go along with this little drama?
We don't. You're the one that shoots Gentry.
And what does Corey say to the police, or is she supposed to be so paranoid they don't believe her?
They won't hear anything from her. You see, after she shot the doctor, she ran from the bedroom. We tried to follow, but at the top of the stairs, she turned to fire back at us. The bullets will be found in the wainscoting. And she turned, she lost her footing to plunge headlong down the curving length of stairs, just as her mother did. She was found, poor broken bird, crumpled in a pitiful heap at the foot of them, the gun still clutched in her dead hand.
Might work. Might just work, only...
Only what?
What do we do about Jareth? You don't think he'd sit still for all this?
Oh, I think he might.
You can buy him off?
Not just with money.
What? Family loyalty?
A little of that, too. But most of all, something else.
What?
Me.
You don't mean that dried-up mock English robot.
Never underestimate the power of the sex drive, little brother.
Jareth has a yen for you.
For a long while. But it didn't come to full flower till Mother was out of the way. He was afraid of her.
Oh, Pete Tams.
You leave Jareth to me. Now stop gaping like a fish. Come on. We have things to do.
Let me go. Can't you understand? She's calling for me.
Corey, wake up. It's Mark. Your mother is dead.
Oh, she came back for me. I know you don't believe in ghosts, but you must listen to me.
Miss Corey, you must listen. I know she's there because I saw her myself.
Who are you? Who is it?
Don't you recognize me? Jareth.
Oh, of course I do, but you saw Mother's ghost?
As plain as day, floating in the air, and so did Dr. Gentry.
He did?
Yes, I did. Ask him, Miss Corey.
Did you?
I did.
But that doesn't change anything. It just means Mother's ghost is realer than ever. And she can't rest until
Now, wait a minute.
What is it, Dr. Gentry?
Jareth, you said floating in air. Yes, that's just the way she was. But that was the only feeling of movement. For the rest, she was frozen. Not a gesture or expression, or even the blink of an eyelid. Just like a...
Like a what, sir?
A picture. A photograph. Some kind of illusion. A trick. Corey, how did you know the apparition was there? What made you go out into the hall?
I heard her voice calling me.
No, you thought you heard it in your sleep.
No, I was awake.
And still you heard it?
Yes.
But where?
In my head. Far away, but somehow near, like it was under the pillow, but filling the room.
Sit up, Corey. Jareth, help her.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
I want to look under the mattress for a moment. At the head of the bed.
I wish you'd just leave me alone.
No, miss. You just listen to Dr. Gentry.
Yes, I thought so. Look at this.
What? That's a radio speaker.
Yes, there's your ghostly voice, all part of the trick to make you think you were seeing your mother's ghost.
It sounded like Mother. I mean, it was a woman. Who?
Yes, I'll tell you who, Miss Corey. That Linda Venner. You don't know it, but she is an evil woman. And your brother, Philip, he's even worse. Now that I've remembered the secret passage.
What secret passage, Derek?
It runs from your father's study to his bedroom. It was discovered years ago, long before you were born. But Mr. Stead had told me it had been closed up. I'd forgotten all about it. Yes, but it must be open again. That's how Mr. Philip must have...
Must have what, Jareth?
For your own sake, Jareth, you'd better not say any more.
What's the gun for, Philip?
The better to kill you with, Mark.
Are you out of your mind?
The pot calls the kettle black. Shoot him, Philip.
What for?
Well, we could say trespassing, but we have a better idea.
Oh, Mr. Philip, think isn't one murder...
Shut up, Sheriff, dear. Stay out of this. I promise you I'll make it worth your while.
I see it all now. You killed Daddy.
I hadn't much choice. He was changing his will, leaving all that lovely money to you. I couldn't have that.
If he left it to me, you can have all of it. You didn't have to try to frighten me to death.
I would have enjoyed it better that way. How did you like my hologram?
Hologram?
Photographer's dream. I've been messing with him for years, even had Mother. Well, the woman I thought was my mother down to my studio just before her death and made a hologram of her. Blown up, it made a very effective ghost, don't you think?
Stop talking, Phil, and let's get it over with.
Let me finish. That hologram is pure magic. From a distance, the image is invisible, but approach close enough and it looms up through the shadows till at last you have an eerie, fantastic, three-dimensional figure that seems to float in air.
Shut up, Phil. If you don't do it, I will.
You couldn't, Linda.
You're the one who's sick, Phil. I suspected so from the first moment I set foot in the house. But you can be helped. Now just give me the gun.
I'm not sick. I'll give you the gun, all right. Here's your prescription, meddler. This will be one disease you can't cure.
That Jared, you...
Oh, it's all right, Doctor. I have the gun.
And I didn't mean to... Give away from me.
Don't let him get away.
Give me the gun. Now hold it, Phil.
He'll never take me. No, never will. Alive. It can't be you.
What is it, Mark? Look. It's Mother. It wasn't an illusion.
No, get away from me. I realize I made you.
But I never made you. You were made to haunt me all my life. Now, for my daughter's sake, I unmake you. I shall destroy you just as you and your father destroyed me.
No!
Try to run if you can. I'll hunt you down for what you tried to do to my baby.
My way!
No! Die as I
did. Philip, can you hear me?
down the staircase just as I did to her. Poetic justice. Corey?
I'm here, Phil.
It's all yours. The way it would have been. Where's Linda?
She's dead, Phil. Your bullet killed her.
Bullet meant for you. Just as well. I killed enough for nothing.
You killed Father?
Yeah. And used the secret passage that my real mother used to sneak to his bed by night. That's why I set up that hologram.
But why did you panic and fall downstairs at your own illusion?
That was no illusion. When Linda and I came from the hidden passage, I destroyed the hologram.
You mean that was really Mother's ghost?
You don't know how real it was. She's calling me now.
Mark?
Yes, he's dead. God help him. Wherever he is. For no one else ever will.
Remember I suggested in the beginning that ghosts were nothing to mess around with? You know, for a long while there, I thought perhaps that the impeccable Sherlock Holmes was wrong for once. But I owe him apologies. It seems that the impossible was the only answer, after all. This was one ghost that may have started out as fantasy, but ended up being very, very real. I'll be back shortly. The hologram is the very newest thing in photography, and to view one is an eerie experience not to be forgotten. The subject projects itself right off the print, actually floats in air. Stranger yet, as you move right or left, the ghostly floating image changes perspective, just as faithfully as a real person would. To see one is not to believe it. The impossible has at last come true. Our cast included Ann Williams, Michael Wager, Paul Hecht, Catherine Byers, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Have you ever been in the cockpit of a jet plane? Faced that amazing array of instruments, row on row? Everything that science and mathematics can do to make man safe. And yet, when the elements choose to outwit them, the pilots still have to answer the challenge. And of all nature's challenges in the air, the most dreaded is the one known as CAT, clear air turbulence.
I don't like the way the temperature's dropping, Jake. I smell trouble.
We're cleared at this altitude, Chad. No wind shear.
What about clear air turbulence? There have been reports that... I knew it. By the good Lord help us, the cat's got us by the tail.
Our mystery drama, The Time Fold, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the sinus medicines, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
The Electra's all washed and loaded, and you're on your way. You figured 300 miles the first day, but with all of Electra's luxury and room, you're out 400 miles before you know it. Not only that, but the EPA mileage estimates are 22 highway, 15 city, and 18 combined. That's with the standard 5.7-liter engine and automatic transmission. Of course, your mileage will vary depending on how and where you drive, your car's condition, and how it's equipped. And EPA estimates are lower in California. But it's nice to know that a car with as much prestige and elegance as Electra can also be efficient. Buick Electra, a car that can actually make you look forward to a long trip.
They surely will astound you, the amazing things you see. The cars they've built, the wonders work, how can such things be? A little science, a little magic, a little science.
Electra models are equipped with GM-built engines supplied by various divisions. See your dealer for details.
In the field of private executive airplanes, number one is the Silver Streak, a twin-engine jet designed to seat 12 in the utmost luxury, capable of flying 3,000 miles without refueling, fully automatic, a jewel. Feed its computer, the size of a small camera, and except for takeoff and landing, you could rely on automatic pilot. The Barracuda, as this plane is named, is a corporate plane, but no one ever uses it except J. Bruce Proctor. He is the only passenger, with the exception of Meg Chatham, his secretary. Flying the plane are number one and two boys, pilot Chad Stevens, co-pilot Jake Slade.
How's the weather, Jake?
Wild, Chad, wild.
What?
We get a front eating up the sky. 6-0. It's the big mother.
Well, not so long as we stay clear. This doesn't bother me. It's the other.
Huh? What?
Hold it a minute. XN 743 to Little Rock, VOR. Do you have a weather update, my flight path?
Roger, XN 743. Stand by.
What's a good word?
Well, he put in his nickel. Now we wait for Charlie Computer to answer. Is that possible CAT canceled?
What do you have to ask for? You can see what's up front.
Well, it isn't always what's up front that counts. Like who's going through that?
Oh, like you said, we bypass.
Yeah, only which way?
VOR, this is 2743.
I read you.
Cancel the CAT.
Well, what about those pilot reports?
No sweat. Light turbulence, 1900 hours, central. Commercial 747 to 350, this side of Kansas City. Ditto corporate pilot flying jet over Shreveport at 280-2010 central. All other flights report no turbulence. Will you follow machine plan or file new flight plan? Notify.
I'll get back to you, VOR.
Chad, what's eating you?
Anytime I hear anything about clear air turbulence, I get goosebumps. You ever ridden any out?
Nope.
Oh, me neither. I'm not anxious to try.
So why play Lone Ranger? You got a clean bill of health if you pick up the new MFP.
Yeah, which will bring us into New York pretty near an hour late.
I'll be later if you try to go around the front the other way.
I guess. Okay, I'll swallow my hunches and follow the rest of the sheep. You better tell our boss, the great shepherd, that his little sheep are going to be late tonight.
Yeah, look, why don't you tell Proctor? You handle him better than me.
Not anymore, I don't. Not after the last few flights and the way he's handled Meg.
Hey, hold up, lover boy. Anybody got an eye for that lady, it's got to be me. You're married up and all.
Yeah, don't remind me.
Uh-oh. Gone sour again?
Still.
You think Proctor's really making out with Meg?
Proctor doesn't make out with anyone. He just issues a requisition. He owns us all, body and soul.
Oh, he doesn't own me.
Okay, free spirit. Then what are you wasting your life up here in this old cockpit playing second fiddle to Mr. Proctor's uniformed air chauffeur?
Hey, you can't knock the pay, and I like to hang loose. There's too much red tape with the airlines.
Well, you could call your life your own.
You don't like it? Why don't you check out?
Don't knock your elders. I'm too old to go into commercial flying.
At 35?
37. It'd take too long to get seniority and haul down that captain's pay. I have a wife keeps me in debt, remember? All right, go back and tell the boss man we're going to be behind schedule.
He'll blow his stack.
Money can't buy everything.
Yeah, just try to tell him that.
You're the diplomat. Besides, I want some privacy.
For what?
I want to call the wife.
Meg, build me another scotch.
Yes, J.V.
How about one for you?
Oh, no, not while I'm working. I mean, as a secretary.
1 hour out of Houston, and we're still working on these merger papers.
Oh, why bother with New York steel and casing? That's small potatoes.
Because once I get that pokey little firm in my hip pocket, then International's got to come to me on its knees. And once I get them, I'm pretty near as big as I want to be.
And how big is big?
The most. Number one. I got a hind end don't fit too comfortable in anything short of the catbird seat.
I guess we all ought to know that by now. Here's your drink.
A little short on scotch and long on ice.
Oh, I thought you might like to try something in moderation. Tell me, what are you going to do when you die, J.B.?
What the devil are you talking about? I'm not planning to die.
Oh, I don't mean right away, but that's one deal you can't buy yourself out of, as it must to all men.
You know, I don't know what the Sam Hill's got into you lately, Meg, but I'll tell you one thing. I don't lay out all I do on you to get sniped at. If you think you can... Yes, Slade, what do you want?
Excuse me, sir, but Skipper asked me to tell you we've got some weather we got to go around. We're going to get into New York about an hour late.
No, that's no good. I got a meeting with my lawyer as soon as the plane lands. Can't we climb over the stuff?
It's too high, Mr. Proctor. This is a 60,000-foot front.
Then go through it.
You're in that much hurry to mount the throne?
Forget it, Meg. This is business. Business is time, and time is money. Slade, no way we can beat it?
When the man upstairs makes the deal, no, sir.
No shortcuts.
Well, you'd have to talk that over with the skipper.
I might just do that right now.
Give him a couple of minutes, sir. He's just busy realigning the course.
Where are you calling from, Chad?
What do you mean, where am I calling from, Alice? Isn't that obvious? 33,000 feet over Shreveport. And would you mind telling me where you were when I called before you left Houston?
Minding my own business, I expect.
Yeah, you were so tied up you couldn't answer the phone, huh?
Maybe I wasn't home.
Look, let's not play games. Just wanted to let you know we should be at LaGuardia around 11 and to ask you to please pick me up at the usual place.
Oh, just like that. I expected you home for dinner.
Did you? Then why didn't you answer the phone when I tried to call you to tell you I wouldn't make it?
I went down to the store for cigarettes or something.
Or something, Alice, huh? You're not drinking again, huh?
Same old thing. You can't trust me.
Alice, are you going to meet me at the field?
Maybe. I've nothing better to do.
Never mind. I'll grab the limo or a cab, but I'll be home in a few hours. And then we can...
Well, don't hurry on my account. Maybe I'll be around, maybe not. What difference does it make anymore? We got nothing left.
Oh, we back to that again.
We never left it.
Well, why don't you come right out and say it? You want a divorce.
Only on my terms, lover.
You can't expect me to sit back and let you take me 6 ways from nowhere.
Why not? Didn't you me?
Alice, come on. Just because we've lost whatever we once had, we don't have to fight dirty, do we? Not us.
Then cut me loose.
On your terms.
Only on my terms. I want it all, lover. Now, why don't you find your own way home?
Alice? Alice? It's kicking up. Whew. Look at that.
Hey, Jake. Yes, Skip, right there. Hey, how's it going?
I don't know.
Maybe we're kicking around quite a bit on my way up for it.
Now, that's just loose turbulence around the edge of the front. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, so what does?
I don't know. Get your phones on. Pull on Kansas City and get me a weather update.
Roger. Look, what's got you so steamed?
Hunch. The wrong vibes. Look at that outside temperature, how it's dropping.
So what? Why should...
No, forget it. Just get me that weather report.
Roger. This is XN 743 to Flight Service Station. Request weather information on our new heading. We are at 330, bearing 320. Repeat, that is 320. Are we still at same segment? Bed aboard.
Hey, Meg, how'd you like to build me another scotch?
To stoke you so you can keep knocking out enough ideas to gobble up the world, or to relax?
Oh, we sifted through all the papers. It's time for fun games.
In that case, you got your scotch.
You'll join me?
I just might.
Sometimes you even like me, don't you?
That's a fine question to ask a woman who...
I want you to be different. Now, I can buy all of that.
I know. You bought me.
Now, don't say that, Meg.
No, it's true. Well, I didn't think so at first. But then the sun was in my eyes.
Huh?
There's a wild glory in absolute power, J.B. It dazzles the subjects. Like Louis XIV did.
You're trying to make fun of me again.
No, not really. Here. Want to drink a toast?
Sure. To what?
To thanks. So many thanks. And farewell.
To
me.
No way.
Oh, why not, J.B.? We're at a dead end. It didn't work for us.
It works for me as long as I say it does. No one walks out on me.
Well, I'm not walking out. I just want to shake hands and agree to end a bargain.
Not until I'm ready. You know too much about me, lover. You're too dangerous to let go.
How can you stop me if I want to?
You'd be surprised how many ways, if I ever made up my mind to use them.
I don't believe it.
Hey, what is this, Skipper?
The temperature, it's dropped again.
We've left the front behind. There's only light turbulence.
I know, but something's out there.
Hey, what are you doing?
Cutting airspeed. What do you read?
Mach 8, 245. But with all the hurry, what...
Did you press the call button, Chad?
Yeah, Meg, I want you to secure everything back in the cabin and the galley. Belt yourself in with the big boss.
Oh, I just mixed a drink.
Well, dump it. Get rid of the glasses and do as I say.
But we just passed the front. The sky's as blue as the 4th of July.
Let's not mess around, Meg. I'm preparing for severe air turbulence, and you'd better get back inside pronto.
Yes, sir, Captain.
Hey, come on, Chad. What's eating you?
It's a hunch. You know where I got my schooling? Barnstorming, stunt flying, ever since I came out of Korea and went civilian. I love all these instruments. And for all they feed into my brain, I still fly by what's at the other end of my spine. And when that aches, when I feel my backside's in a bucket, I'll fly by that every time. Holy cow. Yeah, I smelled it. Severe air turbulence. Hang in with me, Jake. It's trying to take the stick out of my hands.
We must have shot up 1,000 feet. The updraft's wild. Watch your trim.
I'm holding.
Oh, no, you're not. You're upside down. We're in a dive.
You're disoriented, Jake. We're climbing.
You gotta be crazy.
Check your instruments. Come on, help me bring her nose down.
Roger. Holy mother, will you look at the wings shake? They'll throw the engines right out of their mount. Oh, there goes one of them, I think.
Jake, help me get her nose down. She stalled out. Now we dive. Hang in there. We're going into a spin.
Four people in a modern aircraft, equipped with every safety device and instrument to protect lives, caught in the pilot's dread, the phenomenon known as clear air turbulence, or more simply, CAT, spinning as helplessly as a bullet, but without any destination or target, and doomed to end up in a world beyond our own. I shall return shortly with Act Two.
This year, cut down on your yard work as you cut your lawn. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you True Value Hardware stores offer the Jacobson self-propelled 20-inch twin-blade mulching mower. It makes yard work easier by turning grass clippings into lawn food and by eliminating bagging and raking. The twin blades cut and recut your grass into tiny pieces that disappear into your lawn, decompose quickly, and become vital nutrients for the soil. So as you cut your grass, you're helping fertilize the lawn as well as eliminating bagging and raking problems. And the Jacobson 20-inch mulcher from True Value Hardware stores comes with another exclusive feature to make your yard work easier. Its power burst handle gives extra engine power to help cut through long, tough, or wet grass quickly and easily and without stalling. So cut down on yard work as you cut your grass with the Jacobson 28 self-propelled twin-blade mulcher. It's just $269.95 at participating True Value Hardware stores.
Now that the cat's out of the bag, I think I should say a few words about this acronym, the three letters that spell out clear air turbulence. It's a very rare phenomenon, and every commercial pilot is trained to react instinctively to its unexpected appearance. But like every other cataclysm in nature, sometimes it's beyond mechanical or human control. The air shock has sent the plane into a high-speed stall. As it whirls and falls, the instruments vibrate violently. Impossible to read.
Skipper, what can we do?
Hit left rather hard as you can. Nose up.
She's lead. Oh, manual.
Must have got it. The only chance we have.
What damn briefcase hit me right on the head?
Never mind your head. What you're trying to say right now is your...
What was that?
I don't know.
We're not in a dive anymore.
And we're out of the spin.
Look out for the briefcase.
It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, that's right. It's just hanging there in midair.
Hey, look outside. It's bright sunlight.
Well, it can't be. We were coming up on 2100 hours. It was night.
Well, it isn't anymore. Hey, look at the controls. They're slack.
Well, maybe the cable snapped if we're out of electric power.
No, I don't think so. Have a gander at the instruments.
Holy cow. They're crazy. They just don't read. How come? Did every system, all the backups blow?
I don't know. I don't think so. But what I guess is... I'm afraid to say.
What, Chad?
We're in free flight. I don't know how. But somewhere we spun right through a hole out of the atmosphere and ended up in space.
Are you nuts?
If you had just one point of reference after a blind flight, what would you guess the only land mass we could see might be?
Where?
About 10 o'clock, right off to the left.
Well, we were only at 33,000. That couldn't be...
The Earth? No. No way. Ah, but you know what it is just as well as I do.
The moon.
Yeah, that's just what I read. Look at the configuration.
But that's crazy, Chad. What are we, dreaming or dead or what?
I think we're in free orbit around the moon.
Come on, how? From 33,000 feet to nearly 90 million miles in 1 second, how?
Maybe it wasn't CAT after all. Maybe we just fell through a hole in space, got folded up in the time warp. Whatever's happened, we got to get busy. First, there's too much pressure in this cabin. We got to release it before we just plain disintegrate.
Okay, Ken.
Why not take it easy, real slow.
Roger.
And not too much. We have to hang on to all the oxygen we have.
What for, if you're right? All we're with now is the insurance.
We can try to get the engines turning over.
But no atmosphere? Well, for what?
We're yawing pretty badly. We could get her on an even keel. I'm going to try to fire them. Meanwhile, you better check aft and see what happened to Meg and the big wheel.
JB?
Huh?
You all right?
Yeah, certainly. Hey, there was some kicking around. I'm going to have a few words with Chad Stevens.
Oh, why do you have to automatically blame Chad?
He's flying the plane, isn't he? Who else would I blame?
Well, it seems to me thanks to Chad's foresight in belting us in, that we're lucky to be alive.
Yeah, it's what I pay him for. And I pay him enough so he doesn't have to get caught in them.
Well, you were the one who didn't want him to go around.
I'm not going to argue with you. Let's get out of our seatbelts.
Don't you think we should wait till we're released?
I don't have to take orders from anyone. And I'm getting a little tired of...
JB, what is it?
What the devil?
Well, now, what's wrong?
It's like I'm floating. Don't unbuckle your belt.
Why not?
I can't tell you, except move your arm. Maybe you'll see. It's as if we didn't have any weight at all anymore.
Yeah, I see what you mean. But what... Jake, what's the matter?
Look, I'll try to explain that in a moment best I can. I don't really understand myself, but until we all get belted down, nothing's going to make much sense.
When I belt myself down again, it's going to be beside the so-called pilot of this plane. Now, I want to know what's going on straight from the horse's mouth. I demand to know what's happening.
Just take up on your belt and sit back, Mr. Proctor. Hollering isn't going to help.
Where are we? How late are we going to be into New York?
All right, first questions first. Where are we, sir? Just an educated guess? In orbit around the moon.
Are you out of your mind?
I don't know. What I suspect is I'm out of our world.
Now, what the deuce does that mean?
Well, at the least, I don't think we're on our way to LaGuardia Airport, New York.
Then where are we on our way to?
Infinity. You know, Mr. Proctor, if I were a deeply religious man, I would say that all four of us on this plane were on the way to meet our Maker.
No, there's no question, Meg. We're in free flight somehow.
How, Jake?
Search me. Chad says we fell through a hole in the time warp.
What?
But I don't even know what that means. All I do know is where we are right now.
Where?
In orbit about the moon.
Well, can we land there?
And this craft, forget it.
Well, then what's going to happen to us?
That's the question none of us should ask, honey. Because I'm sure none of us wants the answer.
How long?
48, 72 hours, as long as the oxygen lasts.
We can't get back to Earth?
How? If we really are in moon orbit, no way. No way we can get this crate back home.
I'd like to talk to Chad.
He won't tell you any different.
Well, that's not what I'd like to talk to him about.
Where are you going, Mike?
That's a good question, J.B., since I have to float and bump. I don't seem to have much control.
None of us do. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Who does? Oh, where are you going?
Back for a drink. If I can ever make the galley. Why don't you build one for me?
Build your own, J.B. I've got other fish to fry.
Just relax. Let yourself go, Meg.
It's so long since I could do that, I've forgotten how.
Well, it's never too late to learn.
Except now.
Relaxing is a full-time job. There we are. You're almost in Jake's chair. Here. Let me help you with a seatbelt.
No, I don't need a seatbelt. This flight's smooth as honey.
Oh, well, you'll need it to hold you down. Oh, won't you? There you are. Now, what can I do for you?
You can level with me, Chad. It's that important.
Okay.
What's happened to us?
I don't know.
Jake said something about a hole in the sky.
Well, the fourth dimension has to be involved somehow. By our standards, you don't travel 90 million miles in a second or two.
You think we did?
I don't know of any other explanation.
And what happens now?
We're drifting in orbit. Even if I had the kind of engines I need in this aircraft under normal conditions, we couldn't re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, or even the moon.
What?
Well, we'll last as long as the oxygen lasts.
How long?
I honestly don't know, Meg. 24 hours, maybe, not more than 48.
Then we're going to die?
You don't expect me to answer that.
Except you did. It was something I had to know. Chad?
Yeah?
We could have fussed around, as we have. And nothing would ever have happened because neither of us could make it happen. Chad.
Yeah?
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. But I couldn't start it.
Oh, you had to wait for me.
I guess maybe I just prayed.
It wasn't because I was scared of him.
And what?
You and your conscience. What you were married to.
Well, she is my wife.
Oh, his name. What do you owe her?
Everything I own.
Oh, well, give it to her. What does it matter? Do you own yourself?
What?
I didn't. I sold myself. And I want to buy it back. My self-respect.
Is that all?
Oh, no. My whole soul. Just what you ought to do, Chad. So we can be together for good. I'm not ashamed. If there ever was a time and a place to say it, it's now. I love you. And in whatever time is left, I wish to heaven you could say it back to me that you love me.
I never thought I'd have the chance, but... Yes, now I have. Hold it. Hold it a minute. What? What is that?
What is it?
I've raised something on the radio. Yes? Yes, would you repeat, please?
This is Major Alexander speaking. Goodspeed 1, Moon Constellation. Welcome.
Acknowledge. We welcome contact. Huh, we thought we'd bought it.
Would you repeat that, please?
Yeah, we thought we were out of touch with anyone. We have oxygen supply for less than 2 days. You are our only hope of survival.
What are you, military, pro-craft, commercial flight?
No, none of these. We've had an accident. A private flight lost in unaccountable weather conditions.
Yes, we know. We have suspected that you were sucked in through the horn.
What? Repeat, please.
The horn. We will not explain now. We must make preparations for your landing.
Where? On the moon?
You could not maintain life there. Besides, you will need some approximation of Earth's atmosphere to land your obsolete craft.
Obsolete?
That's something else we can discuss later. Do you have reserve fuel?
Well, enough for, say, 1.5 hours of normal flying under conditions as I understand them.
Then you have more than enough to land at Goodspeed 1.
I am not familiar with that airport.
Not surprising.
Where is it located? The Earth? The Moon?
Neither. It is a self-contained space station, one of the worlds of the future.
I don't understand.
We don't expect you to. Just put yourselves in our hands, and you will be safe.
You realize that I am apparently in space in an aircraft not equipped to handle this medium.
That is no problem for us. Let us bring you in by electric magnetic force field controls.
Hey, Chad, did you see it? There's some great big UFO right off the starboard. It's spinning like a top.
Well, I not only see it, I'm talking with it. How do I identify you?
Goodspeed 1. Release all your controls, and we will bring you home. Stand by your radio to start engines once we are inside of the envelope.
The envelope?
Certainly. You need air to land just as much as you need it to breathe. So do we. Keep this channel open.
Suspended in space, one of our most sophisticated airplanes hangs out of its element on the edge of death. 4 people inside it rely on the atmosphere to remain alive. Suddenly, a voice from space is more than disembodied. It extends a helping hand. Who of us would not choose it, but at the same time, fear the consequences? I shall return shortly with Act 3.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablet?
No, it relieves headache and congestion, internal sinus pressure, and postnasal drip. And it has added strength.
You mean added strength sign-off?
Exactly.
Added strength sign-off tablets give you pure aspirin plus 50% more sinus drainer.
To help sinus pain while you drain.
Right. And more sinus dryer for postnasal drip.
Added strength sign-off.
The sinus medicine in the bright red box. Take when needed, only as directed.
SINEOFF. Sign-off.
Can you imagine the terror of having been catapulted into an accident in the air, only to find that instead of crashing to Earth in flames and disaster, you are somehow suspended in space, in a vehicle not suited for this element, and with a rapidly diminishing supply of the air you need to breathe. Small wonder that you would grasp at any hope of staying alive.
Now you are inside the envelope, XN743. You are now in normal flight posture. Activate your engines.
Roger. How about that?
Very good. Now take your normal declination and follow the tower's instructions in.
Where am I landing?
As I told you before, station Goodspeed 1. And have no fears. We may be new to you in space, but believe me, we are very little different once you bring your spacecraft to our land. If you want it, you are coming home. Approach control.
This is XN743.
We have you, XN743. You are 1,500 feet from threshold, 50 feet high, and hot.
Chad, the airspeed is 17 knots too high.
Oh, let's hope there's plenty of concrete.
Well, maybe we should go around.
We're out of fuel. This is it.
You better pull back on the thrust.
Touch those and I'll break your arm. Now, just hold on to your hat.
Welcome to Goodspeed 1. I am Major Alexander.
And I'm J. Bruce Proctor, and I can't waste any time. How soon can we get a connecting flight?
Oh, I don't think you quite realize where you are, Mr. Proctor.
So tell me.
You are now on Space Station number 1, named at its inception as Goodspeed 1. From here, the only connecting flights are to the moon and such other stopovers as you might select in our area.
What are you talking about? I want to get home to Earth.
Many other people in your position have.
I don't think you quite understand. Tomorrow morning, I have a meeting with my lawyers and all the other people from International Ore and Carbide. My deal has to be firmed up by the end of May. And that's the day after tomorrow.
Oh, what year is that?
Oh, come on, don't be ridiculous. This year, 1978.
Oh, then I think you can stop worrying about the whole deal. It's ancient history. You see, this is 2978.
What? But last night before our flight... What did you say? 2978.
I don't blame you for being surprised, sir. It's the consequence of falling through a time fold. The older we get, we do nod now and then and lose a few precious moments, huh? It must be catastrophic to wake up suddenly and realize that somewhere we've lost 1,000 years. I'd like to have a few words with you, Captain, if I may.
Well, that suits me, Major Alexander. I'd like to have a couple with you. Where's Mr. Proctor?
I'm afraid I had to have him temporarily restrained. One of our doctors is treating him now.
Restrained?
For his own good. He has a heart condition, or did you know?
Oh, I knew he was hypertense.
He's had at least one coronary. He should be more careful. Well, the man has no control.
What's bugging him now?
His belief that we are making a prisoner out of him, that is not true. I hope you understand that.
Well, we are confined to the plane.
You are quarantined, Captain Stevens, that is all. You must understand that this is a controlled environment. After nearly 1,000 years, we have finally managed to make our population almost 100% disease-free. We have no infectious or contagious disorders and have made gigantic strides against the normal systemic ravages of old age. This is a far different world from yours, with its poisons, its savage wear and tear, its bent for destruction.
What is your world like out there, Major?
Let's see. You are from the 20th century, 1978, correct?
Yeah.
Then you know nothing, of course, of the history of space stations like this, or colony orbits, as we call them.
No. There's been talk and speculation about establishing them, but, of course, none have ever been started. Hadn't been before.
I can understand your problem with time folds. Even we are just getting used to them.
I beg your pardon?
Intergalactic flights are just moving out of the experimental stage now. It's possible to go to Centauri 4 now, for example. But the time lag there is really a bummer. Knocks you out. It's approximately another 1,000 years.
You're kidding.
Not at all.
Well, you were going to tell me something about the history of, what do you call this?
Goodspeed 1.
Yeah.
We were the first station, you see.
When was that?
Oh, back in your millennium, around 1990, I think. Maybe a couple of years later. Of course, it was nothing like it is now. Then it was just an experiment to collect and store solar power to bring cheap energy to Earth.
You deliver energy to Earth now?
Earth? that burnt-out cinder for what?
Burnt-out cinder?
Well, I'm afraid Earth moved too late to develop energy. By the middle of the 21st century, it choked itself to death on ecological poison.
How did you and the other colonies you mentioned grow so large?
Well, what would your choice have been? Our colonies grew by leaps and bounds. The waiting lists grew longer and longer. Here on Goodspeed, we rotate at such a controlled speed that gravity is reproduced within the envelope that encloses us. Our grass is always green. We live in a temperature like that of Hawaii, and the air we breathe is pure. We are, insofar as it is possible, all of one class. We're as close to utopia, I suppose, as man can come.
And we can be part of this.
Once you are decontaminated, I would think so. Oh, our immigration laws are necessarily strict, but yours is an unusual case. However, the question may be academic.
Oh, why?
Because your employer is adamant that he must return to Earth.
The burnt-out cinder.
Not that Earth, no. The one you left.
Yes, but that's impossible.
Not if you move quickly. I won't go into scientific details, but that is why I wanted to talk to you. If we are to take advantage of the time fold that brought you here to return you, there is no time to lose. Now, as captain of the ship, it is entirely up to you. I can give you 1 hour to talk it over with the others, but no more.
You're not going to try to get back, Chad?
The big man's orders, Meg. He pays my salary. What else can I do?
Well, stay here. Don't you know what it could mean?
Yes. I know.
We'd all be free. We could live our own lives. It'd be like a second chance, a chance to live down the mistakes.
I understand.
Well, isn't that what you want?
It's not what I want. It's what Mr. Proctor wants.
Oh, you can't be serious. What about what I want? What Jake wants?
Jake doesn't care where he lives.
And me?
You could be your own woman anywhere.
Well, I'm not now.
Bought and paid for. Maybe it'd be the same here.
No. Oh, Chad, don't you see? I'd be free here. He can't control me. And you're not free if you go back. You're only going back to her.
To Alice? Oh, no. No, never. That's over.
Well, she'll take you for everything you have.
Okay, let her. We could manage somehow.
If you stole me from J.B., he'd break us both, grind us to powder.
We can still take the chance.
Why, Chad? Why?
Because if you and I are going anywhere, Meg, it has to be because we fought for it, not ran away from it. It has to be a matter of conscience. I have to go back. I have to live with myself. Maybe you should stay.
No. No, darling. You're right. I have a conscience, too, that needs quite a bit of polishing. No, we'll go back together and face whatever has to be. God willing, it'll work out for us.
We are circling you now, Captain Stevens, and drawing you by magnetic field toward the time fold.
Roger, I read you.
We cannot guarantee your safe re-entry back to the last century. So, if you, or any of you, wish to change your mind, this is it.
What's he saying? What's he saying?
He's giving us a last chance to back out, sir.
Tell him absolutely not. We don't belong in this Jim Crack fantasy world. We belong in the real one.
Well, that's your decision, J.B. The others are entitled to theirs. Meg?
Are you going back, Chad?
Yes, I am.
Then so am I.
Okay. Jake?
How can you fly a plane through all that flak without me, old buddy? Besides, I either want to be best man or give away the bride.
Did you read me, Captain Stevens? I said this was your last chance to stay.
I read you, sir. And our thanks for all you have done. But our decision is to return.
Very well. Fire up your engines.
Roger. Engine start completed.
We'll start the countdown at 30. Bon voyage and good luck. Are you ready?
Ready, sir.
Synchronize. Coming up 30 on zip.
Read 30.
29. 28.
Get back and get belted in. JB, Meg.
Go ahead, Meg. I heard what your co-pilot buddy said, Stevens. I just want you to know, if we get back, I'll break you in two before I ever let you take Meg away from me.
Wow. I hope I never have to sweat anything like that out again.
Me too. But we lived through it.
Hey, Chad.
Yeah?
Did I go off on some sort of a crazy trip or...
The Major? Goodspeed one? I don't know. Doesn't seem very real now, does it?
Oh, hazy, man, hazy. Only, what about you and Meg?
Oh, that? That's for real.
How are you going to handle the heavyweight?
I don't know. Take over. I'd better check back in the cabin.
Okay, take your time. I feel 1,000 years younger and ready for anything.
Chad, quick.
What is it, Meg?
JB, I think it was his heart. It was just too much.
What? Is he dead?
Well, right after we hit the turbulence, he just sort of hunched over. He made this terrible sound and slumped. The way we were being thrown around, I couldn't get to him. Oh, Chad.
Yes, dear.
I feel terrible. I wished him dead so often.
No, Meg, he wished this on himself.
I wonder.
What do you mean?
It's like a gift from God. For us.
Yeah. Or the answer to a prayer. Yeah, you said, God willing, it'll work out for us. Meg, it seems like 1,000 years, but we finally found our way home.
There's quite a little tale to muse over. The fact of CAT is real enough, but what was all the rest? Real or imagined? Does that really matter in the larger sense? All of our travelers returned safely from beyond whatever veil they penetrated, except one. And there will be few to measure the death of such a selfish man. I'll be back shortly. By the time you hear this program, or shortly after, the first experimental space station should have been placed in orbit. Of course, it'll be small, but it's a beginning. With the Earth's desperate need for new sources of energy, it doesn't stretch the imagination to think that within 1,000 years, colonies like Godspeed 1 will not only exist, but will proliferate. Unfortunately, neither you nor I will be there to check the statement. But wouldn't you consider it a good bet? Our cast included Paul Hecht, Ian Martin, Evie Juster, and Fred Gwynn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Many of us in our work reach out for the unknown. A scientist involved in research is sometimes astounded by the results of his experiments. They turn out in ways he would never have predicted. Likewise, a detective looking for clues in an unsolved crime must be prepared for any development, even the most unexpected.
These, Lieutenant, are the people whose backgrounds our organization was asked to investigate.
The names of the 4 murdered men are all on this list.
Yes, it would appear, then, that the person who requested us to investigate is behind the killings.
Do you have his name?
Yeah, it is right here.
Hey, there must be some mistake. This name isn't possible.
I can assure you that this is the person. Why? Do you know him?
Our mystery drama, Delusion of Reprieve, was written especially for Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act One. A detective deals in that most elusive of all areas, human motivation. How easy it can be to conceal the desires that motivate us, to tell a lie, to cover up our true thoughts and feelings, to hide, in fact, who we really are, and how difficult that can make the detective's job of ferreting out criminals. We're in the locker room of a police station in a suburb of a large industrial city.
Hey, good morning, Lieutenant Bernstein. Welcome back.
Oh, Peter, thank you.
How is your father now?
Well, the operation was a success, but his heart is still weak.
You look pretty tired.
Yeah, I was at his bedside the whole time. The doctor said it was only my being there that kept Dad's morale up.
Oh, wasn't your mother there?
No, she's been dead for many years, Peter. She died before we left Europe during the war.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, how have you been?
Oh, my arthritis keeps getting worse. Makes it harder all the time to tend to my custodial duties around the station house.
Haven't you ever thought about retiring?
Oh, what good would that do? Now I've got my arthritis and my job. If I retired, I'd just have my arthritis.
Yeah, that's true. Captain Nolan in yet?
Oh, yeah, he's already in his office.
Any action around the precinct while I was gone?
Oh, he didn't hear.
Well, I haven't seen a newspaper since I left.
There's been another murder 2 days ago.
Another one? Like the others?
Well, seems to be. But judging from the expression on Captain Nolan's face, there still aren't any real leads.
Yeah, well, excuse me, Peter. I'd better get down to his office.
Captain, the lab reports just came in on that latest murder.
Thanks, Florence.
Mm-hmm.
Mike said he'd be back today. Have you seen him yet?
I think he's in the locker room.
Hello, Tony. Oh, hiya, Florence.
Well, speak of the devil.
Mike, how's your father?
Well, it's still touch and go, but he's okay for now.
Did you hear we've been visited by the phantom murderer again?
Yeah, Peter Fleming told me.
If you gentlemen will excuse me, I'd better get back to the front desk. I'm glad you're back, Mike.
Thanks, Flo. Well, what's the story on this one, Tony?
Well, the guy's name was Thomas Heinrich. Florence just brought in the lab reports.
Anything that links this killing to the others?
Same method. Shot from the front at close range.
Yeah, like the killer might have known him.
Or wanted to confront him for some reason before pulling the trigger.
Yeah, what does ballistics say?
Well, the bullet that killed Heinrich came from the same kind of semi-automatic pistol that was used on the others.
4 murders in less than 2 months in a town that normally has 1 or 2 murders a year tops.
Yeah, but what's behind it? These four men had nothing in common. They didn't even know each other, so far as we can tell. Now, the FBI has checked for possible interstate activity, mob connections. Nothing comes up.
I don't suppose Heinrich was robbed.
No, neither were the others.
Well, it is possible that the murderer is picking victims at random.
Yes, but not likely. Mass killers generally follow one or two patterns. Either they hold themselves up somewhere and start blasting away at everything that moves, or they choose their victims because of something they all have in common and kill them one at a time over a period of months or even years.
Well, following that prescription, we seem to have a representative of the second variety on our hands.
Yeah, but what is the link? 3 of the victims were married. 1 wasn't. 2 owned their own small businesses. The other 2 worked in factories. Now, if the murderer is picking his victims at random, it means we're helpless until he makes a mistake.
And what was Heinrich's profile?
Oh, here, look for yourself. He seems to have led a simple enough life. A hard-working, middle-class guy. Owned his own paint store. Nothing out of the ordinary.
It says here he was a naturalized citizen.
Oh, yeah. He and his wife immigrated here from Germany.
Weren't the other 3 victims also immigrants?
Mike, that profile fits 80% of the people in this town. Why, your own father was an immigrant.
Hey, look. Look, here's something else.
What?
Heinrich had a police record.
Yeah, that. He was booked once for a brawl in a bar over on the south side. I checked it out. It was, 15 years ago. The bar isn't even there anymore.
Well, it is interesting, though.
Why?
As I recall, the others all had police records, too.
Well, they'd all been arrested once on various minor charges, so what? I've already considered that possibility. Heinrich was arrested in 1963 for brawling. Schulman was arrested in 1958, and Blotz in 1972, both for drunken driving. Let's see, the first victim, Gregor Wyszynski, was booked in 1958 in connection with some labor dispute at the factory where he worked. That's a 14-year spread, and the offenses are totally unrelated. What can you possibly make out of that?
Nothing. Nothing yet, anyway. But anything these men had in common ought to be kept in mind.
Obviously, we're up against a very clever person.
I don't know, Tony. I almost think the guy's a lucky amateur.
Why? He hasn't left a single clue, and there's yet to be a single witness.
We're looking for patterns, right? Well, we'll look at this one. The first murder was 2 months ago. Then for 4 weeks, nothing. Then the second murder. And this time, in less than 2 weeks, the third, and a week later, the fourth. It's almost as if he were gathering courage.
But what is it this guy's after? What's driving him to kill? He doesn't like immigrants from Central Europe? Oh, terrific. There are 40,000 of them in this town. Is he planning to kill them all?
Yeah. Have you interrogated Heinrich's widow yet?
No. Get your hat. That's where we're going now.
Yeah? Who is it?
Mrs. Heinrich, it's Captain Nolan from the police department.
Oh, yeah. I have been waiting for you. Come in.
This is my associate, Lieutenant Bernstein.
Bernstein?
Yeah, I'm sorry about your husband, Mrs. Heinrich.
Oh, well, please, have a seat.
Thank you. It shouldn't take long.
Would you like some coffee?
No, thank you. We just like to ask a few questions, and then we'll go.
Oh, please, ask as many as you like. Oh, can I get you a more comfortable chair?
Mrs. Heinrich.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. But since Thomas died, I have felt I must keep busy. I am afraid to stop.
Yeah, we understand. Now, first of all, is there anyone you can think of who, might have had a reason to kill your husband?
That is a question I have asked myself 100 times. And every time the answer is no. I can think of no one.
Did he have any outstanding debts?
None. Our mortgage, insurance policies, they're all paid up. Everything we own is paid for.
We are certain that he owed money to no one.
I was the bookkeeper for our household and the store captain. No, I am certain.
Miss Heinrich, did your husband have any habits?
Habits?
I mean, did he play the horses? Did he gamble in any way?
Well, he bet sometimes on sports events, but never more than a few dollars. And only with friends, people he knew. Oh, he fancied himself an expert on American football.
Mrs. Heinrich, in the few days before he was shot, was his behavior any different?
How do you mean?
Or did he seem in any way upset? Or...
What do you mean? Did he act as if he expected to be killed? Oh, no, Lieutenant.
He never expressed any fears or doubts to you about his safety?
No, why should he? Thomas lived an open, honest life. He worked hard. He'd nothing to fear.
Do the names Hans Schulman, Henry Blotz, or Gregor Spasinski mean anything to you?
They do not sound familiar. Why?
Those are the other 3 men who have been murdered.
Oh, yeah. We read about them in the papers. No, Thomas did not know them.
Are you aware that your husband was arrested once?
He was?
Yeah, he got into a fight in a bar.
Oh, that. Yes, I remember. But that was years ago.
Well, we have to follow all leads, Mrs. Heinrich.
Did he ever tell you what the quarrel was about?
Yeah. It was because of a disagreement about a football game. He still did not know the rules so well then.
I see. Well, I think that's all we have to ask him.
Oh, must you go? Wouldn't you like to stay for some coffee? It would be no
Mrs.
trouble.
Heinrich, let me ask you one more question.
Huh?
Do you think that your husband was deliberately murdered for a reason or shot down at random?
A friend of Thomas once said he had a genius for living an ordinary life. He read the newspaper and never held a grudge. His ambitions were modest, and he knew how to be happy. Now, why should anyone want to kill such a man?
I don't know, Mrs. Heinrich. That's what we hope to find out. Good day.
Good day, Captain. Thank you for coming to see me.
Well, still nothing. Yeah. Nothing concrete to go on. Let's go.
Just a minute, Tony. Something's trying to click.
What?
Did you notice the way she looked at me? And when you introduced me, her eyes dropped to my nameplate. For just a split second, a look came into her eyes.
Yeah?
I've seen that look before, Tony. I was a small kid in Europe.
What look? What are you getting at?
My name. My name, Tony. Bernstein.
Oh, since when did you become so sensitive?
I don't care what she thinks of me, Tony. That's not the point. The point is Europe.
What do you mean?
The link that we're looking for. We've only gone into the murdered man's backgrounds in this country, but what if they knew each other before? Yeah, there's a whole possibility we've been overlooking.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing?
A couple more questions for Mrs. Heinrich.
Oh, you are still here.
Mrs. Heinrich, what nationality are you and your husband?
Why, American.
But before you came to this country?
German.
And what business was your husband in?
He had his own paint store.
And before you immigrated?
Before? Well, I'm not sure. I think we worked for a factory.
You don't know?
We didn't meet until 1946, just a few months before we sailed for America.
Excuse me, Mrs. Heinrich, but that's not true. Your records from the Department of Immigration indicate that you were married in 1941.
Yeah, we were.
Okay, I'll ask you again. What did your husband do?
He was in the German army. But he never was an officer, just a sergeant, a common soldier. I'm sorry I lied, but it is a habit. Such feelings can still be aroused, even after all these years. That it is here, this way.
Where was he stationed?
The Eastern Front, Russia. It was horrible. Thomas never believed we would win.
Thank you, Mrs. Heinrich. Thank you very much.
Oh, Florence couldn't leave the front desk, Lieutenant. She asked me to bring you the files on those 4 murdered men.
Oh, thanks, Peter.
Peter, would you stop by my office tomorrow morning before work? I've got to speak to you about something.
Oh, certainly, Captain.
Thanks. Mike, I've got those files memorized, and I can tell you right now that you're not going to find anything that matches. Heinrich and Schulman were German, okay? Blotz was Romanian, and Basinski was Czechoslovakian. And look, they immigrated as early as 1946 and as late as 1962.
But all after the war. I think it's a lead worth following up, Tony. I'd like to contact Interpol headquarters in Paris and see if they can come up with more information on these men.
Go ahead, but don't hold your breath. If these 4 had anything in their past they didn't want known, they probably changed their names long before they left Europe.
A lot of people did that. I know. If my hunch is correct, these men didn't. And that's why they're dead.
Millions of people have come to this country in search of a new life. Most have found it, and in the process have left their old lives behind forever. Now today, we're hearing a great deal of talk about people who would like to go back and rediscover their roots. Would our 4 murder victims have been amongst those people, or would they have preferred the earlier chapters of their lives to have remained a closed book? I shall return shortly with Act 2. Unsolved murders. 4 men who apparently did not know each other, who apparently had nothing in common except the manner in which they died, all killed by bullets from the same gun. But was there another link between them, a link somewhere in their pasts? And more importantly, will such a link, if it exists, lead the police to the murderer before he strikes again?
Oh, Mike.
Oh, hi, Florence.
There's a rather large envelope here that's got your name on it.
Oh, thanks. Hey, it's from Interpol. Gee, that was quick. I only made the request 4 days ago.
What all's in there?
Oh, 4 complete dossiers on the 4 men who were murdered. And every one of them contains photostated copies of old records. Hey, I think I found what I'm looking for, Florence. Is the captain back from lunch yet?
He's in his office.
Tony, we've got our answer from Interpol. Already? And I think I found the connection we've been looking for. It seems Maria Heinrich didn't quite tell us the whole truth. Her husband was in uniform, all right, but not in the regular German army. He was a member of the Schutzstaffel. What's that? Hitler's elite guard, otherwise known as the SS. But more than that, he was in a branch of the SS known as the Death's Head Battalion.
Or didn't they have something to do with the concentration camps?
Yeah, they ran them.
Ah, so that's what Thomas Heinrich, the genius at ordinary living, had in his past. What about the others?
That's it. That's the link. It's the same story on every one of them. It's all here in these dossiers. All were in the SS, and all were guards at concentration camps.
And 30 years later, someone's caught up with them.
Well, that's the way it looks.
Well, it could be just a coincidence.
Or it could be the first real lead we've had.
All right, let's go with this assumption for just a moment. Right away, it raises questions.
How so?
Well, look here. In the first place, no 2 of the dead men served in the same camp. Heinrich was at Treblinka in Poland. Blatz was at Dumanovka in Romania. Wyszynski was at Dachau. And Schulman was stationed at a labor camp in France.
Yeah, but people were transferred from one camp to another.
Yeah, but 4 times?
Yeah, very few would have survived that long.
So, it's unlikely the murderer would have known his 4 victims personally.
And he could be working for a larger organization.
Perhaps. But that brings up another problem. All the Nazi hunting outfits we know about only go after high-ranking fugitives, the men who were behind the whole machine. Heinrich and the rest, they were all common soldiers. According to these dossiers, none of them attained any rank higher than sergeant.
But there would almost have to be an organization behind this, Tony. I mean, how else could you get this kind of information on people? Look at the resources you need, the hours of research, the amount of traveling, the credentials to gain access to confiscated Nazi files. No one person could do all that by himself.
So, either we've stumbled onto a new organization whose very existence hasn't even been known until now, or one of the older groups is broadening its sights. There's a big difference between hunting down a handful of top Nazis and going wholesale after the hundreds of rank and file.
Yeah, well, they were all part of it, weren't they?
Yeah, I suppose they were. Well, even if we are on the right track, none of this helps us answer the question, where do we go from here? Who do we protect? No one's going to admit that he was a member of the SS, and asking Interpol to research the background of every person who's immigrated here since the war is hopeless.
Yeah, 30 years later. And now the hunters are the hunted.
Mike, how do you feel about this?
What? Well, what do you mean?
Well, you do agree, don't you, that these killings have to be stopped?
Tony, what are you trying to say?
Mike, I know you lost your mother and most of your family in those camps. Yet you feel that you can't pursue this case in good conscience.
I'm a police officer, Tony. That's my job.
Hey, afternoon, Lieutenant Bernstein.
Hi, Peter.
Do you mind if I go ahead with my cleaning up?
No, go ahead.
Is, something the matter? You're usually gone by now.
It looks like we've come onto our first real lead on those murders.
Well, isn't that good?
Well, if our assumption is correct, there's a part of me that isn't sorry those men are dead.
Does it surprise you to have such feelings?
I was brought up to respect the law, Peter. Religious and secular.
And now you're afraid, huh?
Afraid?
Well, that inside the man you've been taught to believe you are, there lingers the shadow of a primitive ancestor.
Yeah. The one who said an eye for an eye.
Well, there are always two possibilities to everything, aren't there?
Maybe. But I don't see how it helps.
Well, the lead you've discovered, either it's correct or it's incorrect, right?
Right.
Now, if it's incorrect, you've nothing to worry about.
And if it's correct?
You have no way of knowing that for certain until you've caught your criminal, right?
Right.
So why worry about it now?
You know, Peter, I had a great-grandfather who reasoned the way you do.
Well, you see, it helped him to live to be a great-grandfather.
He died in a concentration camp. His reasoning did him no good there.
How do you know? The mind is a wonderful thing. It can lift us out of the heaviest chains. Of course, the mind can also be unbelievably stupid and decide quite arbitrarily that a person is unfit to work because of his age.
What?
Oh, that talk I had with Captain Nolan this morning. Apparently, there's a new law that makes it mandatory for certain state employees to retire at 65.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry to hear that.
I told the captain the law didn't apply to me. I'm not 65. I said I'm 73. You know, the silliest thing is, if you applied that law to the judge who upheld it, he'd have to retire, too.
Yeah. Well, there must be other things you could do, Peter. You're obviously an educated man.
Oh, in my native Holland, I was a doctor of jurisprudence. But when I came to this country, I was too old and too lazy to set about learning a whole new legal code.
Yeah. Well, this job means a lot to you, doesn't it?
When you leave here at night, you go home, don't you? But I have no home to go to. Just a hotel room I rent for the month.
Hey, I never knew that, Peter.
Oh, it's not so bad. See, I've come to consider the police station like a home. The various rooms are like parts of a house, and you and the others, well, you're just like my family.
You don't have any family of your own?
No, they're back in the old country.
Well, don't you keep in touch with them?
If you'll excuse me, Lieutenant, I'd better get on with my work.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry, Peter. I didn't mean to pry.
Oh, that's all right.
Yes. It's late. I should be getting... I should be going, too. Good night, Peter.
Hello.
Tony, it's Mike. I have to see you right away.
Mike? But it's 4:30 in the morning. Where are you?
I'm at Kermit's Diner on Parsons Boulevard.
Are you all right? What's happened?
Well, just meet me here as soon as you can, okay?
Tony, I haven't been able to sleep all night.
All right, Mike. Now, what's up? Huh?
How was Interpol able to respond so quickly, huh?
What?
On Monday, I telexed to them the names of 4 men and asked them to develop whatever information they could. That's a process that should have taken 2 weeks minimum. And yet we heard back from them within 4 days. Now, why?
So they're efficient. You woke me up for that?
But don't you see what I'm getting at? I think there's only one way they could have responded that fast. If they already had dossiers on those 4 men in their files. And if that is so, there must be a reason why Interpol has dossiers on them. And someone at Interpol headquarters must know what that reason is. All right, it's now 5 a.m.
Don't remind me.
That means it's noontime in Paris. Now, if we get a wire off now, we should have a response later today.
Mike, you don't have to prove anything to me.
What do you mean? We're after a killer, aren't we? So what if the men he's killing were the cogs in the machine that destroyed 6 million people? He still has to be stopped. Now, that's the law. That's our job.
Mike, calm down, huh?
All right, I'm sorry. My mind's been on fire all night. I feel like I'm racing with myself. Yeah, you know, there's part of me that just wants to sit back and wait until the murderer strikes again so we can double-check our theory.
Mike, go by the station and send the wire to Interpol. And then go lie down on the couch in my office and try to get some sleep. This case, Mike, well, it could go on for a long time. Don't let it get to you.
Anything yet, Forrest?
Oh, relax, Mike. Look, it could be hours before you get a response from Paris.
I'll wait.
What time did you send the wire?
6 a.m.
You look like you haven't gotten any sleep at all. Now, why don't you go back into Captain Nolan's office and try to rest?
Hey, look. Look, something's coming in over the telex. What is it?
This is what you've been waiting for.
What does it say?
Major Baki, Interpol officer, flying to San Francisco for International Conference on Crime. Now,
What?
just a minute, there's more. He'll be laying over for 2 hours at O'Hare Airport, and you'll have the information with him that you requested.
Does it say when he's coming through?
October 14th. Hey, that's tomorrow.
What time?
2 p.m. Here's the flight information.
Thanks, Flo. Oh, one other thing. Get me the number of the Records Bureau at the U.S. Department of Immigration, will you? There's something else I want to check out as well.
Lieutenant Bernstein?
Yes, Major Baki.
How do you do? I'm sorry my flight was late.
Yeah, I appreciate your cooperation, Major. Shall we have a seat over there?
If it is all the same to you, I prefer to stay on my feet. I have been sitting on a plane for 8 hours.
Yes, of course.
The information you desire does not come from my department, but I have been briefed, and I hope I can answer all your questions. Now, you wish to know about certain Interpol dossiers.
Yes, I do. Tell me, did they exist prior to our department's request for them?
Yes, he did.
And why?
Why? Oh, that is very simple. Because we had already been asked to investigate these men some months before. But, in fact, we were asked for information on many more men, not just these 4.
You were?
Yeah. I have brought a copy of the list with me. Here it is.
Oh, thanks. Why are some of these names crossed out?
Those are the persons we could not trace, for whom no records could be found. In the war, Lieutenant, many things were lost.
Yeah. Why do some of these names have another name beside them?
Some of these people changed not only their country, but their identity.
And how were you able to trace them?
So their fingerprints. The original request was accompanied by certain information on the persons, including their fingerprints.
Yeah, of course. That's why only people who'd been arrested have been killed.
Pardon?
The person who requested these investigations, do you have his name?
I should have the order here somewhere. Did you say these men are being killed?
4 of them are now dead.
So the others, they are in danger too.
Possibly.
I see. And you think that the person who made the request... here's the order. This is most strange.
What?
The person who asked for the investigations, he's from your own police department.
What's his name?
Nolan. Captain Tony Nolan.
A policeman's lot is not a happy one, opined Gilbert and Sullivan. That is surely true for Lieutenant Mike Bernstein at this moment. The long and winding search for a murderer has taken him across 8,000 miles of continent and ocean, back through 30 years in time, and led him right into the office of the man with whom he works. I shall return in a moment with our final act. Circumstantial evidence is a curious thing. It can point overwhelmingly to a certain conclusion, yet, by definition, circumstantial evidence is always incomplete. It offers no smoking gun. And mystery fans know that many a story turns on the old adage, things are often not as they seem. The only problem is, just as often, things are exactly as they seem. So, which is it to be in our story? Well, that would seem to turn on what Lieutenant Bernstein decides to do next. But unfortunately, we won't find out just yet what that is. For when he returns to the police station, another shock awaits him.
Mike?
Hi, Florence. Is the captain in?
He's waiting for you.
Thanks.
Well, was your trip to the airport successful?
Yeah, I missed the rush hour traffic.
Oh? The fellow from Interpol wasn't any help, huh?
They gave me some information that's wrong. That has to be wrong.
Well, I hope you don't mind the drive because you're going back out to the airport in the morning.
Oh, no. What for?
You remember that officers' exchange program you applied for several months ago? Well, it's come through.
Exchange program?
You're going to New York City for 6 months.
Nat, I'm in the middle of a case. I can't go now. Whose idea was this?
Yours.
No, Florence. No, this timing is just a little too neat. It's too convenient.
Mike, it's an honor to be selected for this program.
Someone must have pulled some strings.
Well, I'm just a desk sergeant on the day shift.
Yeah. Was it Tony, Florence?
What?
Was it Captain Nolan? I mean, is he behind this?
Oh, Mike, no matter how it came about, you know you deserve it.
Is he?
Well, just between us, Mike. I think the captain did make a few calls on your behalf. He knows how much you wanted it.
I'll bet. Thanks, Flo.
Oh, Mike, wait a minute. Something came for you while you were out.
Oh, what?
A wire from the Department of Immigration.
Oh, thanks.
Well, aren't you going to open it?
Later. I have a couple of things to discuss with the captain first. Tony?
Oh, Mike, how is your...
Why am I being sent to New York?
What?
Florence says I'm going to New York tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, congratulations. It's that exchange program you applied for.
I know what it is, Tony. What I want to know is why now?
Well, you've been on the waiting list for months.
Why are you trying to get rid of me?
What?
Florence says you made some calls. Now, is that right?
Well, yes.
Why? Why, Tony?
Okay, Mike, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm wrong, but I had to use my best judgment.
What are you talking about?
Have you looked at yourself in the mirror today?
Don't change the subject.
I'm not. Mike, you are a mess. You're unshaven. You look like you haven't slept.
I haven't.
All right, then. That's my point. Your wife called me today to find out if I knew what was happening to you.
And what did you tell her?
This case is putting too much stress on you.
That's not true.
Isn't it? Ever since we discovered the truth about those murder victims, you've been half crazy.
Tony, am I doing my job or not?
Mike, you are trying too hard, and sooner or later it's going to catch up with you.
I am a police officer. I am trained, and I am in control of myself.
You also lost your entire family except for your father in the concentration camps. Oh, Mike, I'm sorry, but I really don't want to watch you going through this. Your orders are being completed for the exchange program. You and Betty will leave as soon as all the arrangements are settled. Now, what about your meeting with Major Baca? Did you find him?
Yeah.
Well, what were you able to learn?
Nothing.
Evening, Lieutenant.
Oh, evening, Peter.
Why are you cleaning out your locker? It isn't Friday already, is it?
No, I'm being sent to New York on an officers' exchange program.
Oh, well... Oh, I see. I'd like to say congratulations, but I can tell by the tone in your voice that's not what you want to hear.
Look, we're sitting on top of 4 unsolved murders, Peter. It isn't the best timing in the world.
Well, you know what they say about bureaucracies. They were invented by people who had nothing better to do than to frustrate those who did, eh? How long will he be gone?
About 6 months.
6 months, huh? Well, then, I guess we'd better say goodbye.
What?
Goodbye. See, I'll be retired by the time you return.
Oh. Well, I'll miss you, Peter. I've enjoyed our talks.
I enjoyed them, too. Sorry you had to put up with so much from an old man.
Peter, do you have a minute?
Sure. All the time in the world. The dust will wait.
Now, Peter, suppose I had proof on a guy that he was guilty of a crime I was convinced he hadn't committed.
Well, and I'd say that either there's something wrong with your proof, or you're a bad judge of human nature.
But I have the evidence. I got it in black and white.
But you don't believe.
I don't know. I was convinced of his innocence. That is, until I talked to him.
Well, you confronted him?
No.
Oh, maybe you should. That might be your answer.
He'd never confess.
He may not be guilty.
How could I be sure?
Well, now, is this person a friend?
Yeah.
Close friend?
Yeah.
Then it seems you must confront him. Otherwise, for sure, the only thing you'll ever be certain of are your suspicions.
Yeah. Thanks, Peter.
Oh, that's all right. Oh, you dropped something, Lieutenant.
What? Oh, yeah. Oh, that telegram Florence handed me. I'd almost forgotten about it.
What is it? More bad news?
I'm afraid so. It's a wire that confirms something I'd almost forgotten about. You're right, Peter. A direct confrontation is going to be the only way to deal with this.
Oh, Mike, I'm glad I caught you before you left.
Are you?
Now, look, you're going to be gone for 6 months. We aren't going to see each other. And I don't want you leaving under a cloud.
Who says I'm under a cloud?
Perhaps I ought to go clean up some...
No, Peter. No, I want you to stay. I'll need a witness.
A witness for what?
Why are you getting rid of me, Tony?
What?
What's the real reason?
Well, I've explained...
No, Tony, I don't think you have.
What are you getting at?
You want me out of the way because I'm getting too close to the truth.
Which is?
Which is that you killed Heinrich and the others.
What?
Major Baki gave me the whole story. Now, you sent a list of names to Interpol and asked for investigations into their pasts. The 4 slain men all appear on that list.
I sent a list. Well, this is crazy.
Is it? Now, here are some photostats the Major left with me. And there's the list, and there's a copy of the order with your name on it.
Mike, I swear to you I don't know anything about this.
That's not a very viable defense.
I didn't even know those men. Why would I want to kill them?
Yeah, that's what a jury is going to want to know, Tony. I'm arresting you for the murders of Thomas Heinrich, Hans Schulman, Henry Blotz, and Gregor Zbazinski.
Mike, come off.
I've had my eye on you for a long time, Tony.
Why?
You got a gun collection at home, don't you?
Well, you know I do. You've seen it.
And in that collection, you got a semi-automatic like the one used in the killings.
No, I don't.
A Croydon Spitz 38. You weren't very smart to use it, Tony. There's not many of those around anymore.
What are you talking about?
You thought you could get me off your back, didn't you? Well, I got an airtight case that's going to send you to the chair for the murders of 4 men.
Lieutenant, you're making a mistake.
I don't think so, Peter. I know exactly what I'm doing.
Captain Nolan didn't kill those men. I did.
I know. I know you did, Peter.
You killed those men, Peter?
Yes, Captain. How did you know, Lieutenant?
Well, you told me yourself. You said if I was certain my friend was innocent, then there must be something wrong with my evidence. If Tony didn't send that list to Interpol, then it had to be someone with access to Tony's identity, his badge number, and the police department telex code.
Let me take a look at that list.
They're all from our files. I first began to suspect Peter yesterday when he was reluctant to talk about his family. I called the Records Bureau of the Immigration Department in Washington. This telegram here is their response.
What does it say?
It says they have no record of a Peter Fleming who immigrated from Holland. What's your real name?
Obradovich. Piotr Obradovich. I'm from Poland.
And your family?
My family? Lost in the camps during the war. My wife, my 4 children, my mother and father. You and my brothers.
And you were the only survivor?
Yes.
But, Peter, the men you killed weren't responsible. They were from the very lowest echelons of the SS.
The camps couldn't have been run without them, could they, Captain? Every person is responsible for his actions. Taking orders can be as much a crime as giving them.
Mike, what was all this nonsense about my owning a gun like the murder weapon?
I knew Peter would never just confess. But I didn't think he'd be able to stand by in silence while an innocent person was accused of his crime. I was right, Peter. Your sense of justice did run deeper than your thirst for revenge.
The 4 men I killed lived for 30 years under the delusion that they had escaped all culpability for their crimes. And I disabused them of their delusions of reprieve. I have no right to expect to escape the same fate myself.
Past lives half erased in the smoky tumult of war. The innocent are slain, the guilty live on. The temptation for retribution is strong within us, and indeed no person ought to be allowed to go free from his crimes. But in Peter's case, the men he killed will not return his family to him. He would have done better to heed Longfellow's dictum. Let the past bury its dead. I shall return in a moment with a final word. Many of us live more than one life during our time on Earth. Conversions can change the man into a beast and the beast into a man. But we are wrong to lay the praise or blame at the doorstep of circumstance. For each of us carries within himself the whole range of possibilities of the race. And therefore we must, as Pyotr Obradovich said, assume the responsibility for our own actions. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Norman Rose, Evie Juster, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
E.G. Marshall. The mandrake is a plant with a darkly colorful history. In ancient times, it was used as a narcotic for healing bones and as an anesthetic. It was also considered to form the basis for an excellent love potion. But there was just one problem. When torn from the ground, so folklore has it, it would emit such a piercing scream that any living mortal hearing it went mad or died.
What was that?
Inspector, we must go to the manor at once.
I'm afraid we may be too late.
You think someone else has been lured to his death?
Yes.
That's just an old wives' tale, Inspector. I say those people are being murdered. mystery drama, The Shriek of the Mandrake, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Anne Williams. There is no remedy for love but to love more, said Thoreau. It's a pretty sentiment, but hardly helpful to the person who finds himself or herself ensnared in a destructive affair in which the only possible happiness can be escape. But how does one escape from the headstrong and irrational demands of the heart? New relationships? Travel? Work? Our story is about a prominent young woman who would seem to have all these distractions going for her.
Good evening. I'm Virginia Stewart.
Yes, I recognize you from your films. Come right in.
Oh, thank you. You must be Mr. Coombs. Oh, what a lovely, quaint little inn this is. You know, this is my first triptych.
Your room is upstairs. That's all the baggage you have?
Yes.
Well, I never thought a film star would travel so light. All right, follow me.
I suppose the rest of the cast and crew has already arrived.
They've gone to dinner in the village, all except that William Boyer all the women drool over. He ain't arrived yet.
Well, we drove up together from London.
Oh. So where is he then?
He's gone to have a look at the old manor where we'll be making the film.
By himself?
Yes.
Oh. If he knows what's good for him, he won't stay there long.
Why?
Here's your room. The bath's at the end of the hall, and sorry for the inconvenience.
Oh, you're not happy we're here, are you?
No, I'm not. This was a peaceable place before you and your film crew showed up. Now we'll be overrun by all manner of curiosity seekers.
Well, it should be good for business, at least.
There's more to life than business.
Hello. May I come in?
Oh.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I'm Denton Norris.
Oh, the author of our marvelous script.
And the marvelous book from which the marvelous script was made.
Well, you'll excuse me.
He's a charming fellow. Who is he?
Mr. Coombs. He runs the inn. Aren't you staying here?
No, I guard my solitude. I've taken a room in the village. I was just driving about, and I stopped here in hopes of meeting you.
Oh, will you forgive me if I unpack?
Oh, should I go?
No. Please stay. I'd rather not be left alone.
This English countryside can be pretty gloomy. I promise to set my next script on the French Riviera.
Mr. Norris, is there something the matter with the house where we're filming?
Wicklow Manor?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. Thanks to our director, Jake Weller's grim sense of humor, we are shooting in a house that apparently is possessed.
You mean haunted?
It seems the original resident, a Thomas Foxgrove, was jilted by his mistress some 4 centuries ago. In revenge, he tricked the lady into plucking a mandrake root to make a love potion for her new beau. The mandrake shrieked, as mandrakes are reported to do, and the poor lady went dutifully mad. Thomas Foxgrove, in remorse, threw himself to his death from the tower which is attached to the house.
Oh, dear.
Anyway, ever since then it's been claimed that Thomas's ghost haunts the place, enticing poor souls to their deaths in the same grisly manner.
And people have actually died?
Oh, yes, about 6 all told, I believe. And always, so the legend goes, the mandrake's shriek is heard to echo across the moors. If you ask me, I'd say the story's been exploited by persons looking for a convenient way to do in their enemies. You were seeing a lot of William Boyer in London, weren't you?
What? Oh, yes, he likes to be on intimate terms with all his leading ladies.
Oh, and you?
I made it clear to him I'm here to work. The last thing I want now is an emotional attachment.
In that case, you have nothing to fear from the legend of Wicklow Manor.
Why?
Well, apparently the only people vulnerable to the ghost's suicidal invitation are those unhappy in love.
Oh.
Something wrong?
No, nothing.
Oh, but something in your suitcase, that photograph.
It's only... I didn't know it was there. It's just the sort of thing he would do.
That's a handsome man.
Well, I'm afraid the photograph doesn't tell the full story.
He's your boyfriend?
Was.
You don't sound very convinced.
Well, Larry is the kind of person one can't easily forget. He was demanding, self-centered, ruthless.
But utterly charming.
Yes.
I think I know the type. Impossible, but irresistible.
Worst of all, he was impossibly jealous. Oh, please, let's talk of something else. Oh, I am so nervous about starting this new film. I've never worked with Jake Weller before. Is he anything like his reputation?
Well, if you like to play poker and shoot pool, the two of you will get on just fine.
Oh, Mr. Norris, I think you've written a beautiful script. It's rare, even in this day and age, to find a story in which the heroine controls her own destiny.
Well, thanks. I try to keep up.
Well, I'm the one who owes you thanks. It was your script that finally gave me the courage to confront Larry. I guess I'd known all along it could never work out between us. His kind is incapable of forming genuine attachments. But he's so passionate and persuasive.
Miss Stewart, are you in there?
Who's that?
Sounds like Jake Weller, our director. I'll get it. Hello, Jake.
Denton, what are you doing here?
Oh, I came by to introduce myself to Miss Stewart.
Inspector, come on up. I've got two of them.
Inspector?
Jake, what's wrong?
It looks like we're going to have a delay in our shooting schedule. Oh, in here, Inspector. This is Denton Norris. He wrote the script, and that's Virginia Stewart. She's an actress. This is Inspector Havisham. He's the local constabulary.
Well, is something wrong?
William Boyer is dead.
What? What happened?
It appears to have been a suicide, Miss Stewart.
Suicide? William Boyer?
He was found at the base of Wicklow Tower.
He fell?
So it seems. Miss Stewart, Mr. Weller says that you and Mr. Boyer drove up together from London.
Yes.
You were probably the last person to see him alive. What sort of spirits was he in?
Oh, he was very excited about starting work tomorrow.
What about his personal life?
His personal life?
Well, anything that might possibly have been a source of frustration?
No.
I'll tell you exactly what happened, Inspector. He was murdered. An athletic guy like Boyer wouldn't slip. And he was too healthy-minded to take his own life.
Murder is, of course, a possibility. Mr. Norris, did you know the deceased?
Well, Boyer starred in my last script, but I don't kill people for failing to understand my characters, Inspector.
Can you account for your whereabouts in the past 2 hours, Mr. Norris?
I've been with Miss Stewart for perhaps 15 minutes.
And before that?
I was driving about the countryside.
Alone?
Yes.
Did you stop anywhere? Is there anyone who might be able to verify your movements?
Why, no, Inspector. There isn't.
Mr. Weller, is there anyone else connected with your company?
No, the rest of the cast and crew were all with me at dinner in the village.
Inspector, who found William's body?
Mr. Perkins. He's a retired ornithologist. He was in the woods near the manor, making tape recordings of the birds there when he heard a piercing shriek from the direction of Wicklow Manor. Went to investigate and found the body.
Well, did Mr. Perkins get a recording of this shriek?
He did. He gave it to me here in his tape machine.
Could we hear it?
Certainly.
That's the most awful sound I ever heard.
There is, of course, not a possible explanation for Mr. Boyer's death.
Well, now, you don't take that legend seriously, do you, Inspector?
No, I don't, Mr. Norris. Mr. Weller, if you'd be so kind as to furnish me with a tape of Mr. Boyer's voice, I'll run a voice scan of his voice to compare it to the scream. If the scream came from the deceased's throat, I'll presume suicide. If not, I'll presume murder. Yeah. Good evening.
Oh, it's terrible.
Now what are we going to do, Jake?
Well, we'll hold a memorial service tomorrow morning and begin shooting in the afternoon.
Begin shooting? How can you?
Simple. We'll film around Boyer's scenes until we come up with a replacement. I believe you would have preferred James Caddell in the role all along, wouldn't you, Denton? See you in the morning.
How can he be so callous?
Oh, he's covering Virginia. Jake liked Bill Boyer a lot. He wasn't much of an actor. Oh, forgive my saying so at a time like this. But he was one heck of a man. Jake sometimes gets the two confused.
What do you suppose could have happened?
I don't know. But I sure am glad the script I wrote only calls for daytime shooting.
Cut. Oh, finally, we got a take we can print. It's a wrap.
I'm sorry, Mr. Weller. I found it very hard to concentrate today.
It's okay. I understand. Go back to the inn and get a good night's sleep. Well, as a wandering screenwriter, I wonder what local phenomena he's been observing today.
Jake, Virginia, I've just been to the police station. They ran a test of that tape. It wasn't Boyer's voice.
So I was right. He was murdered. Unless you want to believe that legend.
Virginia, could I speak to you for a moment?
I'll see you two later.
Virginia, there's something I think you ought to know.
What is it?
It was publicized that you were seeing a lot of Boyer last week in London, wasn't it?
Of course. There are always photographers around. Why?
Well, I was having lunch today in one of the pubs in the village. I noticed a man talking to the bartender, and I knew at once that I'd seen his face before.
Where?
In that photograph you found in your suitcase.
Larry?
If Virginia Stewart had come to England hoping to close the book on the previous chapter of her life, it would appear she has not been successful. One of the main characters, it seems, has no intentions of retiring quietly from the scene. Yet Virginia is determined to have him out of her life once and for all. At least, that's what she says. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Manor house with its very own ghost, a ghost reputed to have the ultimate persuasive power, that of enticing certain suggestible persons to their deaths. A young woman attempting to put behind her an unhappy love affair, one man dead in the precise manner prescribed by legend, another man fleetingly glimpsed who might be the woman's estranged lover. We enter Act 2 with a number of possibilities.
Oh, Mr. Norris, you have to be mistaken. It couldn't have been Larry you saw.
Virginia, I don't forget faces. Observing people is second nature to me.
But Larry is in California. Besides, you only saw his photograph.
Look, be honest with me. Is the photograph a good likeness?
Well, yes.
And is this the sort of thing he would do, follow you like this?
No, he's not the kind to give up easily, Mr. Norris. He's very proud. When I told him our relationship was over, he reacted as if I'd insulted him. Then he tried to ply me with doubts. He told me he was in my blood, that I might hate him, but I would never stop loving him.
And?
I don't know. It was never easy with Larry, but it was never boring either. If he really is here, Mr. Norris, I don't know what I'm going to do. I never thought he'd go so far as to follow me to England.
Would he go so far as to commit murder?
You think he might have had something to do with William's death?
Virginia, you told me yourself he was insanely possessive.
I didn't say insanely.
And it was in the society pages of all the London papers that you and Boyer were seeing each other.
Yes, but there was nothing romantic about it.
Larry wouldn't have had any way of knowing that. I even remember reading an interview you did in the Morning Telegraph, in which you stated you thought your working relationship with William Boyer was going to be better than any of your previous male co-stars. Now, what kind of effect would a statement like that have had on Larry?
But the inspector said it was suicide.
The scream on that tape recorder didn't come from Boyer, remember? That means it had to come from someone else.
Or something else.
Now, you don't believe Thomas Foxgrove's ghost really inhabits that tower, do you?
I went up there today.
Virginia, Jake gave specific orders that no one was to go into that tower until we had the film.
I know, but I couldn't resist. Something seemed to draw me there. There is something up there. I felt it.
Well, you were foolish to go.
I stood there in front of the French windows where William must have stood just before. I felt my gaze being pulled down.
Oh, you were just dizzy, that's all. That tower's 5 stories high.
I kept thinking of the legend, that only those who were unhappy in love were vulnerable to the spirit's influence.
I see. Part of you is sorry that you left Larry.
The man you saw in the pub. Did you speak to him?
No.
Well, I want to know if it was Larry.
Virginia, let's go back to your room and get that photograph. Then I'll drive us into the village and we can show it to that bartender.
Evening.
Oh, good evening. I wonder if we could have a word with you.
Oh, you'll have to make it a quick one, Gov. You can see my trade is heavy tonight.
Well, I had lunch here this afternoon, and I noticed you talking to a gentleman. He was about my height, but very swarthy.
I talked to a lot of people.
We have his photograph here.
You recognize him? He was wearing a tweed blazer with a dark turtleneck.
Yes, a well-dressed chap. Had on a fancy cologne, too.
It was the same man as in the picture?
Yeah, I'd say so. Not likely to forget those eyes.
And do you remember what you were talking about?
Well, he just dropped round to thank me. He'd been asking me about places of interest here in the Shire.
Oh, this wasn't the first time you'd seen him then.
Oh, no. He'd been in a couple of days ago, making all manner of inquiry.
But he's not from these parts.
No. I'd say he was an American.
Are you certain of that?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Mr.
Pisa.
Yes, Mr. Pisa. What kind of inquiries was he making?
Well, mostly about various buildings of interest in the area. The 8th century abbey down the road, the Blanchard House.
And Wicklow Manor?
Oh, yes. Oh, he seemed particularly interested in that one, especially the legend. He quizzed me real close as to the particulars of that bit of superstition. Sure. I say, ain't it awful what happened to that actor?
But did he mention his name?
A gentleman? No.
Did he happen to mention where he was staying?
No, I'm afraid not. Should I tell him you were looking for him if he comes in again?
Oh, no. That's all right. Thanks, Mr. Pisa. You've been very helpful.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how often this happens.
What's that?
Well, folks traveling abroad and seeing someone they know from back home. And you know, the funny thing is, most of the time you can tell that they'd rather not have run into each other at all.
You want me to take you back to the inn?
In a minute. I need some air. Oh, it's cold.
Virginia, what do you think?
Well, did you tell Inspector Havisham about this?
No. I thought I should tell you first.
What do we do now?
Well, I think you know the answer to that as well as I do. Turn this photograph over to Inspector Havisham and tell him everything.
And just what is everything?
If what you've told me about Larry is true, he has not only the motive, but the temperament to have killed William Boyer.
Well, that's a lie. No, Larry would never do such a thing.
Look, Virginia, I know
How can you possibly think you know him on the basis of a few words I spoke in anger?
It seemed to me you were anything but angry, that you weighed your words pretty carefully.
Oh, it's my fault we broke up. I should have been willing to give it another chance. Larry knows that. He knows I'll be back. So why should he want to kill anyone, even if he were capable of it?
Nevertheless, if he's here, we have an obligation to inform the police.
Yes. Well, now that's the key word, isn't it, Mr. Norris? If.
You showed the photograph to Mr. Peaser yourself. You saw his reaction.
Yes, I did. Didn't I? That was very nicely executed.
What?
Well, how do I know you didn't just plan this all out in advance?
Now, why would I want to do a thing like that?
Well, all my life, everyone has always thought they knew what was best for me. Every man I dated wanted to improve my mind. You know why I love Larry? Because at least he accepted me for who I am.
Sometimes that's not enough.
Even my closest friends never understood. I was always having to justify and apologize. Well, I am tired of doing that. And I won't listen to you, a perfect stranger, stand there and presume to tell me my own mind. I want to go back to the inn. I haven't had anything to eat.
Miss Stewart.
Oh, Mr. Coombs, you frightened me.
That's obvious, all right. Well, what did you think of Wicklow Manor?
I don't think I'm any happier about us being here than you are. Good night, Mr. Coombs.
I've got a note for you.
Who is it from?
Mr. Weller. I was on my way to put it under your door.
Oh, he wants to see me.
That's right. His room's down the hall. Number 11.
Well,
Mr. Weller?
Ah, come in, Miss Stewart. Close the door.
Mr. Coombs gave me a note. Is something the matter?
He's a character, isn't he?
He obviously despises every one of us.
Well, at least you know where you stand with someone like that, don't you?
What do you mean?
You don't think a great deal of me, do you?
Well, I've always admired your work as a director.
But as a person?
I don't think I've met you yet as a person.
I see things that perhaps you wouldn't give me credit for noticing, Miss Stewart.
Mr. Weller, I'm very tired.
And I could see that you didn't think much of the way I reacted to the news of Bill's death.
Well, Mr. Norris enlightened me.
Norris?
Mm-hmm.
What did he say?
You're just not the type given to displays of sentiment.
That's true. I don't wear my heart on my sleeve. No, excuse me. Would you care for a drink?
Oh, no. No, thank you. I don't drink while I'm working.
Yes. You have that reputation.
What?
Of turning into something of a cold fish when you're involved in a film.
I have that reputation.
You save all that famous Virginia Stewart appealing innocence for the cameras, don't you? You're pretty cold-blooded, Miss Stewart. In fact, I'd say we're two fish from the same pond. I think we understand each other, and I think we'll get along just fine.
Is that all?
There's something else we have in common.
What?
We're both responsible for Bill's death.
What?
Me, because I chose Wicklow Manor, knowing full well the truth about the place, and you, because Bill was in love with you, wasn't he?
You don't really believe that legend, do you?
I'm a romantic at heart, Miss Stewart. Much as that may surprise you. I believe in a great many things. Will you come with me to the tower?
When?
Now. Two cold-blooded fish like us shouldn't be frightened, should we?
Why?
I have to, Miss Stewart. I have to find out for myself if there really is a ghost there. I really am partly to blame for Bill's death.
I think you've had too much to drink.
There's another reason, too.
Oh, what's that?
I'm very attracted to you, Miss Stewart.
I'd better go.
No, Virginia, wait. Look, I'm a very lonely man.
Good night, Mr. Weller.
Inspector Havisham.
Oh, just a moment. It's almost midnight, Inspector. What do you want?
You didn't hear anything?
Well, I'm a very sound sleeper. Hear what?
The Mandrake shriek.
What?
Mr. Jake Weller is dead. He was found at the base of Wicklow Tower.
No!
I'm afraid I have to ask you to come down to police headquarters.
Me? Why?
Mr. Coombs says that you went to see Mr. Weller in his room earlier this evening.
Yes?
In the span of barely 24 hours, 2 men have died identical deaths. In both instances, you were the last person to see them alive.
Someone once said that we are fascinated by the mystery of a detective story because we are all full of crime, only we don't dare. Could it be that we're fascinated by the ghost story for a similar reason? That no matter what the scientific bent of our minds, in our inmost souls, we're all as full of superstition as our primitive ancestors. Of course, at this point, we still don't know which kind of story we're dealing with, detective or ghost. We shall find out when I return shortly with our final act. Be kind to the people you meet on the way up, because you never know who you might meet on the way down. That's an old show business maxim. We have no way of knowing if Jake Weller's and William Boyer's conduct during their rise to fame was exemplary, but more to the point, we don't know who they met on the way down, or rather, who or what they encountered at Wicklow Tower that precipitated their untimely falls. Inspector Havisham has taken Virginia to police headquarters and has sent for Denton Norris.
Inspector, I came as quickly as I could. Your man told me what happened.
Sorry to have to arouse you at such an unseemly hour, Mr. Norris.
Well, Virginia, what are you doing here?
The inspector thinks I'm the murderess.
I didn't say that, Miss Stewart. But you were the last person to see them alive, so far as we know.
You saw Jake after I left you out?
He asked me to come to his room. He wanted to talk.
About what?
A number of things. I can't remember. He was drunk.
Drunk?
Well, just a little, I think.
Well, there's your explanation, Inspector. If Jake was drunk, he probably lost his balance and fell.
Perhaps. But we aren't dealing with one murder. We're dealing with 2. Miss Stewart, forgive my having to ask this, but was Mr. Weller interested in you romantically?
No, of course not.
You're absolutely certain of that?
Well, he did say he was lonely.
I see.
Oh, now, Inspector, you're not trying to manufacture another disillusioned lover for the tower's ghost, are you?
Legends do have a way of being self-fulfilling, Mr. Norris. Especially if the person involved is susceptible.
Virginia, forgive me, but I'm afraid the time has come.
What for?
I'm going to have to tell him.
Oh, no, you're wrong.
Oh, tell me what?
I think we may know the man you're looking for.
You don't know the man you saw was Larry?
Larry?
Well, he's an acquaintance of Miss Stewart's. I saw a man very much resembling him at the Quail and Raven pub at noon today.
Can you describe him to me?
Virginia, is that photograph still in your purse?
Oh, yes. Here it is, Inspector.
What motive could this person have for murdering the two men?
Jealousy?
Miss Stewart, is that true?
Larry? I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore.
Well, I'll have my men familiarize themselves with this snapshot. If he's anywhere in the area, he'll be picked up soon enough. I suppose that's all for now, though I would like both of you to keep yourselves available for further questioning.
Virginia, I'll drive you back to the inn if you like.
Thank you. Oh, Inspector?
Yes, Miss Stewart?
When you're finished with that photograph, could I have it back?
Well, I guess they'll have to cancel the film now.
I don't care. I just want to get away from this place.
I'm sorry, Virginia. I had to tell him.
Oh, it's okay. You did what you thought was right.
I couldn't bear to have you mad at me.
If Larry is here, he could be questioned. And if he's innocent, he has nothing to fear.
You are upset.
Oh, of course I'm upset. To think the man I've loved might be capable of murder.
Well, under the right circumstances, I think all of us are capable.
Do you?
Oh, yes.
But if Larry did kill them because he was jealous, I don't understand it.
What?
Well, I've spent as much time with you as anyone. If Larry is watching me, why hasn't he tried to kill you?
I haven't gone to the tower.
Still, it's almost enough to make one believe the legend.
Oh, why?
William and Mr. Weller both wanted something from me, but you don't. Mr. Norris, I want to apologize for my outburst this afternoon. I have no right to lose my temper.
It's all right. I should have been more tactful.
No, your suspicions are very honest. You've been kind to me. I need that just now. Oh, what's the matter?
Darn, I meant to take that turnoff we just passed.
Why?
To approach your inn from the other direction. Well, I mean, this way we'll go right past Wicklow Manor, and I shouldn't think you'd want to see it now in the middle of the night. I'll just back up.
No, don't. Look, you can see it from here.
Now, Virginia, you're only going to scare yourself.
Mr. Norris, I want to climb that tower.
Oh, don't be silly.
Well, I couldn't get back to sleep now. Not after what's happened.
Why?
I can't stand this uncertainty. I think I'm being driven mad. If it is Larry, I want to know.
There is one way we could find that out.
How?
If I went up that tower alone.
No.
I have a revolver back in my room.
No, Mr. Norris, it's too dangerous. I wouldn't think of letting you risk that. Please. Now, you must get me back to the inn right away.
All right. But I'll call on you first thing in the morning to make sure you're okay.
No, you mustn't see me anymore.
Why not?
Look, if Larry is here, if he is watching me, he could draw the wrong conclusion. He might think you've taken a romantic interest in me as well. I couldn't ever forgive myself if anything should happen to you.
Virginia...
Now, please, start the car. Don't you realize that your life is in danger?
No, please, Virginia, I started to tell you yesterday that I was grateful for what you said about my script. I've been going through a rather difficult period recently, a condition known to the outside world as writer's block. It's a crisis far more awful than you might imagine. A fear that the very talent by which one makes his living might just simply have vanished.
I'm sorry to hear that. But what does that have to do with me?
You see, from the moment we met, I've begun to feel better about myself. I can't explain why, except to say that I know it's a feeling necessary to my work.
Oh, Mr. Norris, please stop. Every word you're saying could be putting your life in greater jeopardy.
No, it's not, Virginia.
What?
You think I'm too old for you, don't you? That's the real problem, isn't it?
Mr. Norris.
But I'm not. I'm intelligent, I'm sophisticated, and Virginia, I need you.
Mr. Norris, please start the car. Where's my key?
Stuart, finally you're back.
Thank you, Mr. Coombs. I must have left my outside key upstairs.
I suppose you people will have to stop making that film now, won't you? Now that you lost your leading man and your director.
Well, that should make you very happy, shouldn't it?
Does indeed, Jim.
I'm sorry if I woke you up.
Oh, that's all right. I've been waiting for you.
You have?
You had a caller.
A caller? At this hour?
That's right. He came by to see you shortly after you left with the inspector.
It was a man?
Oh, yes.
What was his name?
Well, he wouldn't say, but he left a message. He said he wanted to speak to you, and that he would be waiting in the room at the top of Wicklow Tower.
Hello? Is anyone here? Hello?
Hi, sweetheart.
Who's that?
Don't be afraid, Ginny. It's only me.
Larry? Oh, Larry, it is you.
Why, did you expect it to be someone else?
No, it's just... Well, so it is true. You did follow me all the way from California.
Well, don't let it go to your head, Ginny. I wasn't going to let you leave me like that. Since when did I ever let you have the last word?
Oh, Larry, it's been so awful here.
Hey, come here. Hey, you know what we're going to do as soon as you finish this picture? We are going to take off through Europe just like gypsies, huh? Just the two of us. What do you say to that, huh?
Larry, I told you it was over.
But why?
Now, don't use that tone of voice on me. I mean it.
Like you meant it all those other times? Hey, I don't blame you. It was my fault. I was behaving like a madman. I'd have left, too, but that's all over now.
Is it, Larry? Oh, for how long? I mean, we just go round in circles. We exhaust ourselves getting nowhere.
But we live, don't we? I'll tell you what you want, sweetheart, and I'll tell you why you want it. You want a nice, stable, and predictable relationship so you can devote all your energies to your career.
What do you mean?
Because deep down, you don't like people. They frighten you. You prefer to deal with them as professionals, not as human beings.
I don't think that's true.
Of course it's true. You know it is. And that's what attracts you to me and repels you. Because I won't let you get away with that. I'll make you look me in the eye.
Larry, why did you have to come here?
Just tell me how much longer you'll be here so I can make our plans.
The film will probably be canceled.
What?
Or at least delayed.
Why?
2 people have been killed.
Killed? What happened?
They fell to their deaths from this room, from those French windows over there.
Oh, no wonder you're so scared.
Larry? Why did you ask me to meet you here?
This place is supposed to be haunted, huh?
You know about that?
Sure, I've been here for 3 days. I got the whole story from a bartender in town.
Oh, but why?
It was a test. 2 weeks ago, you swore you never wanted to see me again, yet now you're willing to come to me in a supposedly haunted tower at midnight.
Larry, do you know anything about those murders?
Of course not.
No, I want the truth.
Angel, why should I kill anyone? If I did, I'd have to go to jail, and then we really would be separated.
We're separated now, Larry.
Say that again.
What?
Say that again. If you really mean that, repeat it.
Don't look at me like that.
Come on, Jenny, let's go down, huh? Let's get out of here. You'll feel better once we're out of this room. I mean, if your film has been canceled, we can leave for Europe in the morning.
No, we can't.
Why not?
Well, the police don't want me to leave yet. And And they want to speak to you, too.
To me? What for?
Well, Mr. Norris, the screenwriter, saw you in a pub this afternoon.
The police know I'm here?
I gave them the photo you put in my suitcase. But it'll just be a routine...
That was foolish. I mean, don't you see what this means? They'll ask me to account for my movements, and how can I do that? And of course, they'll think I killed Boyer and Weller.
How did you know who was killed? I didn't mention their names.
Look, don't start playing detective with me, sweetheart. We're getting out of here tonight.
You did kill them, didn't you?
Come on, let's go.
No.
Ginny.
No, don't come any closer.
You know that if I can't have you, then no one will. But I can't spend the rest of my life doing away with every man you give the green light to.
What's that in your hand?
Just a tape recorder. I'm afraid we're going to have to wake up the good inspector one more time.
All right, Larry, hold it right there.
What?
Mr. Norris.
I've got news for you, sir. The good inspector is already awake. Be careful. The good inspector is also armed.
Inspector, how did you know that?
You have Mr. Norris to thank for saving your life, Miss Stewart.
Mr. Norris?
I went back to your inn, Virginia. Mr. Coombs told me about the message and said you'd come here, so I called the inspector at once.
What made you go back?
Well, as I was driving back to the village, I began to think about my outburst, and I realized if my feelings for you could make me act foolishly, your feelings for Larry could do the same. And I had a feeling that the night was not over yet.
Now it is.
Yes. Now it is.
Denton Norris was a writer, and writers, like actors, rely on their powers of empathy to put them in touch with their fellow man, the better to create the characters they write about or portray. In this case, empathy was also responsible for saving Virginia Stewart's life. But what about her almost fatal attraction to Larry? A final word on that in a moment. What is it that sometimes attracts us to the sinister in people? Excitement? Danger? I'm not sure. But even so great a poet as John Milton, it is said, was irresistibly drawn to the character of Lucifer when he wrote Paradise Lost. Was Freud right then, that there is a bit of the outlaw in each of us? If so, it behooves us never to forget the ancient warning, know thyself. Our cast included Ann Williams, Ian Martin, Paul Hecht, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, your host for another excursion into the dark and frightening world of the macabre. I've been presiding over these trips away from the ordinary world for a long time, and every one of them turns up a surprise. As you look around, you'll see that we're in New Hampshire, and this is Wheeler College. That pleasant older man sitting in his comfortable the fine arts, and his name is Homer Knowles, a professor.
Ted? Hello, Homer. Are you still laughing at me and Diane and Ben?
No, I'm not Ted. May I come over with that engraving?
Of course. Why, has anything happened to the drawing?
Something very extraordinary has happened. A figure has appeared on it. A figure of a man crouching on a mansion porch.
mystery drama, The Figure in the Moonlight, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Patricia Elliott and Paul Hecht. We live in two worlds, the real and the fantasy. Sometimes they overlap. When we sleep, our subconscious becomes active, and when we awake, we may discover that it has provided us with a solution to a problem, or with an inspiration. Maybe the expression, "let me sleep on it," acknowledges the power of our shadow mind. The subconscious is, of course, a fact. The extent of its power is unknown. For example, is it possible that subconscious thought exists and has force even after death? Let us consider that as we eavesdrop on Professor Homer Knowles late one snowy afternoon.
Come in, Ted. Come in.
Huh. Am I late?
Oh, no. It's nothing important.
Good. Ben and I became so absorbed in what he calls the importance of continuity.
Ben? Oh, Ben Ware, of course.
Yes, one of the best graduate students we've ever had, Homer.
Oh, yes, exceptional.
Now, what's this mundane subject you wanted to discuss?
A bequest to the college.
Ah, I like that. Who's bestowed what on us?
Mrs. Albert Pope.
Pope? Don't think I know her.
Oh, it's unlikely that you would. She died a few weeks ago and has left whatever art she owned to the college. Don't get your hopes up. She was a poor, simple woman.
Oh, a thoughtful gesture all same, Homer. Unusual. Well, you knew her, of course.
Yes, slightly. The college has paid her a pension for years. Her husband was superintendent of our fine arts building for a long time.
And you arranged it so her husband's pension would go to her. That's like you.
Oh, it's the only decent thing to do.
Of course. Sure it was.
Your irony is transparent.
So is your sentimentality. Now, all of us know it, Homer. And we respect you for it. And the bequest?
Would you pin up for us, Ted?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Thank you. Look it over and evaluate it. There won't be many pieces. Photographs, prints, a watercolor, too. Nothing of value, probably.
Except to her.
I appreciate this, Ted.
I'm glad to do it.
If her things have no value, perhaps we should give them to the thrift shop at the hospital.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Who knows? She may have owned a masterpiece without knowing it.
Well, I doubt that. But you never know. The Popes lived up here for years. She just might have collected an early local artist. Well, look the stuff over and give me a report.
I'm on my way.
Is that you, Ted?
Hi, darling. Here, give me a hand.
Now, what have you dragged home?
The soul of Mrs. Albert Pope.
Give it to me in English, Professor.
No, I mean it. Here, take this old photo album.
All right.
There. This big portfolio is heavy.
Where'd you get all this junk?
Homer had me pick it up from Mrs. Pope, the late Mrs. Pope. She gave all this stuff to the college. I gave it a quick glance.
Find anything? You know my dream.
It won't come true this time, Diane. No, there's no treasure here. But there is one thing that's interesting. Here, let me hang up my coat and I'll show you.
Ben's expected any minute. It's almost 7.
Oh, it is? I didn't realize it was so late. Oh, this will only take a second, Now, come on. I want you to see this and take a look.
Hey. Oh, it's really quite lovely.
Yeah, it's pretty good engraving. All the other stuff has no real value. Reproductions, mostly Van Gogh. 2 of the sunflowers are Renoir.
She had good taste.
Yeah, and a lot of photographs. Ben might like them. He collects pictures of old New Hampshire houses.
Then he ought to have this engraving.
Hey, that's an idea. Well, what do you think of it?
I like it. That's a fine Victorian house and grounds. Whose house is it, do you know?
No idea. Yeah, it is a pretty good engraving. Clean lines, flagstone path leading up to a wide front porch, 3 floors. Nicely framed by firs. Look, the house plantings are very well done.
But?
You know as well as I do, Di. It really needs a figure in the foreground to give the picture a focal point. As it is, it's just an engraving of a house.
A beautiful house.
Yeah, but the engraving is only architectural, like a plan. It has no meaning. It's just a house.
Who's the artist?
I don't know. It's unsigned. Yeah. With a figure in the foreground, the engraving would come alive.
Well, Ben will still like it.
Well, there's no reason he shouldn't have it. Or some of the old photographs. He's a bug on the fast. What he doesn't want, I'll take over to the hospital thrift shop. They can sell them.
It must be Ben.
I'll wash up and be right back, Di. You play host.
Hi.
Hey, come in, come in.
Oh, you look pretty, Diane.
Flattery earned you a cocktail, and thank you. Did you get your manners? Most art students are reclusive.
Well, I'm absorbed by art, but I can also see beauty around me.
Oh, you're too much. Ted will be right up. He came home just a few minutes ago. Hey, look.
Oh, what's all that?
The aesthetic side of the late Mrs. Pope. Look it over and take what you want. I have to check on dinner. Oh, here's Ted.
Hello, Ben. What can I fix for you? The usual?
Yeah, please.
Well, why don't you sit down in front of the fire?
Who is Mrs. Pope?
I'll tell you all about her in a minute. Not that I know much more than you do. Here you are. White and as cold as a ski lift.
Half an hour and we eat.
Here you are, darling.
Thank you.
A toast.
Right on.
Here's to us. Who's like us? Damn few.
I'd love it. Where did you pick that up, Dan?
When I was in college in Chicago years ago.
Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting that you're from the Midwest.
Why did you abandon Chicago with its arts institute and the universities with their, excellent fine arts departments and come to this little cottage?
I love New Hampshire. And then there's Professor Knowles and Ted. They know everything.
Hardly, Ben.
No, more than I'll ever know.
You really like the climate?
Yeah, I really do. Real winter. Unspoiled forests, clean air, remoteness, the snow. All of it keeps your perspective straight.
Maybe yours. Mine freezes up. Give him the pictures, Ted.
Yes. The Mrs. Albert Pope collection. She left that meager pile to the college, and, there's one picture you might admire. No. Stay where you are. It's quite a good engraving of some old mansion.
You collect pictures of old homes, don't you, Ben?
Yeah. I like them. They give me a sense of...
continuity?
Yeah, and stability.
Yeah, here we are.
Oh, wow, it's beautiful. That's a beautiful house.
Yep, that's a pretty good engraving. All it lacks is a figure in the foreground to give the focal point.
Well, there is a figure in the foreground.
No, wrong.
Oh, there is, really. Take a look.
Oh, we're both, Diane and I...
Let me see.
There. You see? Next to the path. The figure of a man on his hands and knees crawling towards the house.
I swear.
I swear, too. When you showed me the engraving, Ted, there was no figure.
Well, maybe you just glanced at it.
No. We looked at it under the light. There was nothing in the foreground.
Well, there is now. A man furtively crawling across the lawn toward the porch.
Ted?
Yeah, are you stalling?
Are you going to stay up? It's late.
Come on, sit down. Sit down for a minute, Di.
Oh, it's cold in here.
I'll toss another log on the fire.
Not for me. I'm ready for the down comfort.
Yeah, so am I, but I just can't get that engraving out of my mind.
We made a mistake, that's all. There's no question there's a figure in the foreground.
But there wasn't.
Well, I didn't think so either, but there is.
Well, I studied the thing. The foreground was empty.
So what?
So it's mystifying. I don't like that.
Can't you admit we made a mistake?
Yeah, I made lots of mistakes, but this wasn't one of them. I saw what I saw. Let's take another look at it.
Dan looked at us as if we were a little mental.
Yeah, well, I don't blame him. Now, come over. Call what I mean, Di.
An eye check, right?
Right. It's gone.
Come on.
The figure of man crawling toward the house. It's gone. Now, you tell me.
It wasn't there when we first looked at the engraving, and then it was there when you showed it to Ben Ware, and now nothing.
Well, you agree I haven't gone mental.
Well, if you have, so have I. How in the world do you explain it, Ted?
Oh, I can't.
Is there some kind of drawing technique?
No, Di. It's a plain, straightforward engraving. Homer might know.
Call him up and let's take the picture over to him.
Oh, it's pretty late.
Only 10:30. You want to sit here and brood over the thing until you freeze to death?
Well, I feel ridiculous.
I'll call him. He's only half a block away and he stays up late.
I don't know. This simply makes no sense.
Ted, you expect me to believe that the engraving had no figure in the foreground, and that then one appeared, and that now it's gone again?
Well, see for yourself, Homer.
Well, that won't do much good. I never saw the figure. Oh, this is just foolish, Ted.
Well, here, take a look at the thing.
Well, it's quite good. Not valuable, but well etched. The prize among the collection of Mrs. Pope.
Yeah, well, the rest is nothing. Prints and a lot of photographs.
The house looks familiar to me.
Well, that's the clue. I mean, if we knew the history of the house, we might be able to explain this phenomenon.
Oh, phenomenon, my foot.
But honestly, Homer, the three of us saw what we saw.
Oh, let me see. I wonder if that could be the home of that young judge, long since dead, what happened to him? Oh, yes, now I remember. He shot and killed a man for trespassing.
Good heavens.
What the devil would Mrs. Pope have the engraving?
Now, who was the judge?
Well, I just can't remember. It was years ago. Maybe he was 25.
Did you say he killed a man? Well, can you remember who? It might have made news.
Oh, not as much as you might think, Ted. It was an occurrence.
Murder is an occurrence?
Well, up here, a man's property is inviolate, Stan.
Homer, who was killed?
Oh, my goodness. I remember now. It was Albert Pope.
Aha. The Fine Arts Building.
Yes, that's right. A man with a bad habit. When he went hunting, he wandered everywhere. He trespassed. The judge, I wish I'd remember his name. Well, he warned Albert once, and the next time fined him and jailed him for a week.
And the third time, the judge shot and killed him.
Yes, that's right.
Incredible. And the judge lived happily ever after.
I don't know.
Well, that's some story, Homer.
It's pretty grim, but it has nothing to do with your disappearing figure.
All the same, I'd like to know the whole story.
Huh. You've aroused my curiosity. Let me check into it.
I'd appreciate it, Homer. You may smile at what we told you, but unless Di and Ben and I are deluded, that engraving has the power to change itself. I mean, it's weird.
The only explanation is supernatural.
As eminent a philosopher as Santayana wrote, there is nothing impossible in the existence of the supernatural. Its existence seems to me decidedly probable. Is that what we have encountered here? It seems impossible for a picture to change its composition. And yet 3 educated, rational persons maintain that the etching did change. Where this will lead us, I have no idea. But I will return shortly with Act 2. We've gotten ourselves into a byway in the strange world of the macabre. And it has led us to a small college town in New Hampshire and to an etching of an old mansion that seems to have the power to change its composition. There's no rational explanation for it. Is there an irrational one? The subject puzzles and disturbs Ted Morris, an assistant professor of fine arts. Perhaps the history of the house will reveal a secret, a clue. But even as he thinks it, he smiles in disbelief.
Oh, boy, I just so funny.
Since when have you begun talking to yourself?
Oh, yes. Good morning, Ben.
My mother says persons who talk to themselves are crazy.
Well, she's absolutely correct. I have gone over the edge.
I see. That's why you sit there behind your desk grading papers and mumbling to yourself?
Is that what I'm doing?
Yeah, that's what you were doing. What is it?
Ben, there is no figure of a man crawling across the lawn up to the house.
But we saw it.
No, it wasn't there when I first looked at the engraving. Then you picked it up, and there it was. And last night, I looked again. The figure was gone.
That's crazy.
Oh, we are. I showed it to Homer Knowles. He smiled, but, well, he's going to indulge me. He's going to track down history of the mansion.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'd like to know the story. You any idea where the mansion is located?
No. But Homer did recall that it belonged to some judge, a despotic kind of guy. Now, it seems this Albert Pope was an inveterate trespasser. Well, finally, the judge blasted him. End of Albert. End of our building superintendent. No charge brought against the judge.
Wow. Jungle justice.
Yeah.
That's some story.
Well, there may be more to it. Homer's trying to find out. When he does, you're welcome to it, and to the etching. I know you like photographs and paintings of old houses.
Well, there's more to it than that, Ted. I don't know, for some odd reason, I'm sort of drawn to it.
Homer, what a pleasant surprise.
I haven't dropped in at a bad time, have I, Diane?
Come in, Homer. I'm just starting a fire.
Let me take your coat.
Thank you, my dear.
And the package?
No. I want to show you something. It's that darn engraving.
Had any luck about the history of the house?
I'll come to that. But, take a look at the thing.
I can't believe it.
Well. So I'm not crazy.
When you showed me the picture last night, there was no figure in it. Now, look then.
Yes. A figure crouching on the porch.
Very sinister. A creeping man. He vanished, and now he appears again, this time on the porch. You know, we are seeing something being acted out.
I refuse to believe it. Now, this is nonsense. It's a very old engraving. Changes in the atmosphere may account for these subtle changes. I can't explain it, but that must be it. And our imagination.
No, that won't do. We are not imagining what we can see. Now, I want to know about that house, the judge, and that creeping figure. And what have you learned, Homer?
The mansion belonged to a Judge Asa Lawrence, a young firebrand. Came to the bench in his 40s.
Where?
Earned his degree in Boston, went to practice in Orton, and became a judge in 1950. He had a rather heavy hand, really enforced the law.
And shot and killed Albert Pope.
Oh, no question about that.
Oh, he must have been mad.
No, he wasn't. The amateur deer hunters in Boston and New York still swarm all over the area during the seasons, and they shoot at anything that moves. Sometimes at each other.
And they can't read.
The no trespassing signs mean nothing to them. They've got their guns, and by George, they're going to shoot something. Yes, they're a menace. Well, Judge Lawrence fined them dizzy.
But he murdered Albert Pope.
Oh, he warned him time and time again. Fined and jailed him. But Albert did what he pleased.
And his wife became a widow. Anything else, Homer? Well, what about the judge's mansion?
It burned to the ground. The judge died from smoke inhalation.
When? Recently?
No. It's about 3 years after he killed Pope.
Well, when did all this take place? Roughly.
I'd say about 1954.
So that's the story. Now, there's more to it than that, Homer. I would like to reconstruct the whole tragedy from Pope's death to the fire in the mansion.
Well, for goodness sake, why?
Because there is something significant we don't know.
I think so, too. Something's been unfolding before our eyes. You know what I think?
Go on, Doc.
I think we've been watching the man who set fire to the judge's house.
Oh, why did Diane?
No, it's an idea.
You're hallucinating, both of you.
What about the fire, Homer? Can we find out?
Well, I would imagine so. Someone in Orton may remember it.
What about the newspapers?
I don't think the Boston papers... Well, no, that's an idea. They might have carried a line or two about the judge's death. Let me check further. I'll leave the engraving with you.
Ted!
Oh, my. I simply will not believe it.
Yes. The figure on the porch has disappeared.
But look there. Do you see it? One of the front room windows is now open. Ted, dear, may I suggest we pack our bags and make our getaway from this forsaken spot?
Oh, it's got you, has it?
It's driving me up the wall. That engraving is... Well, it's evil.
Oh, forget about it, darling.
How can I? How can you? We have to explain what's happened to it, Ted, or the whole thing will nag at us until we see ghosts in every corner. Do you believe in the supernatural?
No, of course not. I don't think I do. Who can explain everything? It's beyond me.
It means something bad. I don't think you ought to give it to Ben. It might do him some harm.
Oh, nonsense. He's drawn to it.
He said that?
Yeah. Oh, I'll get it.
Ben's drawn to the engraving. How odd.
Is this the home of the magic picture?
Oh, come in, Ben. Go easy on the magic picture talk, huh? Diane is terribly upset.
Oh.
Make yourself at home in the Institute for the Befuddled.
Anything new happened?
Yeah, 2 things. Homer brought the engraving back, and there, as plain as day, was a figure crouching on the porch.
Then the figure disappeared, and there was an open window in the living room of the house.
This is really crazy, isn't it?
Oh, the engraving is yours, Ben. Homer said to give it to you.
Oh, well, thank you. And I'll thank him.
You don't want it, Ben. I think it's evil. It has turned back time to some previous awful event.
Well, that's a little hard for me to follow.
Well, radio sound, all those trillions of airwaves out there, right here in this room. Now, look, I once read or heard that maybe someday science could capture some of those never-ending sounds. They go like ripples when a pebble is tossed into a pond. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Science fiction.
Maybe not. Wouldn't you like to hear, Caesar speaking in the form, or Cleopatra Disraeli, and any other great man or woman?
Yes, but airwaves are a fact. I mean, what's that got to do with the changing engraving?
Well, could it be possible that here's the engraving of the house, and it's lovely and all that, and then something comes along to defile it, and it's somehow recorded.
Well, that assumes that the house is a living thing.
Well, isn't it? A house has its own character.
Now, this is too far-fetched for me, Diane.
Look, do you believe in the supernatural? I've already asked Ted.
Well, yes. I can't define what I mean by it, but insights come to me that I can't explain. Like, well, coming up here for graduate study, something compelled me to. There was some kind of intervention in me that led me here.
Well, that's all I'm saying, Ben. That's it. There must have been some kind of intervention with the house, and it's recreating what it was. It has a mystery to reveal or a tragedy to show us. I swear it.
So it's like a soap opera, huh? Tune in tomorrow to find out what happens next? Yeah, except they never end, do they?
This will end. We watch the picture. You watch it, Ben, if you really want to take it home, until the engraving has retold its story.
May I see the engraving? Sure, it's over there on the table. That entire bequest from Mrs. Pope may have been worthless, but... Oh, this engraving of hers. Now what? Well, Di must be right. The engraving's changed again. What? The figure has emerged from the house and is halfway down the path. He's got a bundle in his arms.
No, look more closely, both of you. That is no bundle.
The man is carrying a small child. Yes, who is it? Ben Lair, Professor. I noticed your light, and
Oh, it's perfectly all right, Ben. I'm pleased to see you. It's pleasant when students drop in. Makes me think I'm still part of a living scene.
Oh, you're more than that, Professor. You're a living legend.
Oh, dear, I hope not. Come, sit down. Ah, you have the engraving.
Yes, Ted said I could have it.
Yes, of course. Perplexing, isn't it?
There's been another change in the engraving. There's a man leaving the house and carrying a small child in his arms.
The devil, you say? Now, what in the world can that mean?
We don't know, but Ted said you were going to check the newspapers.
Yes, so I am. A former student of ours is assistant editor of Boston newspaper. He'll check his morgue in the morning, but oddly enough, he remembered something about Judge Lawrence. The house in the engraving burned down. Did you know that?
Yes, sir. I'm more interested in what happened earlier, at the time that Albert Pope was murdered.
Well, I do know a little about that, Ben. After Albert was shot and killed, his brother Steve arrived with murder in his eyes. Even before the funeral, the brother was threatening to kill Judge Lawrence.
But he didn't, huh?
No. The judge died in the fire, and that was 3 years later.
Did the brother try to get even with the judge?
I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm interested in, Professor.
Well, why is that, my boy?
Because of the figure in the picture. Was it the judge who was running away with a child of his own?
You think the child was abducted?
From the changes we've seen in the picture, a man sneaked into the house and came out carrying a child.
I see. Not likely to be the judge.
Did Judge Lawrence preside here?
No, in Orton, a few miles away.
Maybe I'll drive over there and ask some questions.
Someone's sure to remember the fire, but I don't think you'll learn much about the murder. Albert Pope lived here.
Yeah, but I might learn something about the judge. You know, how old he was when he died. Was he married? Did he have children? What's become of the survivors? And the story doesn't end with that man sneaking out of the house.
Oh, perhaps not. If I learn anything from Boston, I'll tell Ted.
Yeah, I'll do the same if I learn anything in Orton.
I suggest that you begin in the general store. It's the gossip center. Enjoy your engraving.
I'm going to photograph it tonight.
You are? Well, for heaven's sake, why?
Well, the old mansion burned down, remember?
Are you suggesting?
No, I like the etching. I just want to be sure I have a record of it. Just in case it disappears.
No matter what the outcome may be of the engraving that unexplainably altered itself, first to show a foreground figure, then an open window, and then the figure leaving the old mansion with a child in his arms. We're at a loss to rationalize this phenomenon. History may supply the answer. After Professor Knowles talks with that Boston newspaper editor, we may know more. I'll return with Act 3 shortly. noise and ghost. Many will attest to visits by these noisy phantoms. They're noisy, all right. Rapping here and moving objects there. They exist. No question about it. Well, if they can manifest themselves as supernatural visitors, why can't we accept what we have already heard? An old engraving of a house alters itself, and what the beholder sees begins to piece together a tragic story of long ago. So far, we know of a murder, a death in a fire, and we have had a hint of an abduction. It is late the next day at Ted Morris's house.
Ben may stop by, Homer, if he returns early enough from Orton.
You know, he was correct about one part of the story, Ted. Ben suspected that the figure carrying the small child from the house was a kidnapper.
I knew it.
I spoke to a friend of mine in Boston late this morning.
The back issues code the story.
And briefly, it's an ugly story.
Someone kidnapped the judge's child?
Now, Diane, let's take it step by step.
Albert Pope was murdered. His brother Steve came up here from Chicago for the funeral. He was outraged at Judge Lawrence. And a week later, the judge's small boy, about 3 years old, was abducted.
The brother did it.
Well, that's what everyone assumed, but there was no proof. Steve Pope was arrested in Chicago, but he was freed for lack of evidence. But there is more to it than that, Ted. Whoever kidnapped the child committed murder.
No.
The governess was stabbed to death.
Good Lord. I wonder how a man could break into the house and walk away with a small boy without being detected.
And the judge's wife?
That's another part of this tragic story. She had died in childbirth. Perhaps that explains in part why Judge Lawrence was such a harsh man. He married late, and by the time he was 40, he'd lost his wife, and then his little boy was abducted.
What a tragic story.
Yes, I'm rather sorry I unearthed it.
And they never found a trace of the child?
None. The search went on for months. The loss, Judge Lawrence's 2 losses, seemed to break his spirit.
How is it possible for... No, I suppose it is possible. I was about to ask how a child can just vanish.
Well, in a big city, it's not all that difficult. The child is abandoned at an orphanage or at a home.
But they'd report it, Ted.
Well, they should, but just read the papers. There's always a story of an abandoned child.
Well, there's the whole story.
Yeah, and the etching recreated the facts.
Yes, the essential ones.
The story without an ending. Has this Steve Pope ever been back here? Or did you ever speak to Albert's widow about all this?
No, but I have been wondering how Mrs. Pope came to acquire the engraving. My guess is that she simply bought it.
So why would Mrs. Pope want a picture of the home of a man who killed her husband?
She may have wanted it as a reminder of her husband's murder.
Yes, as a talisman. Albert was a happy-go-lucky fellow. His wife was somewhat hard.
Yeah, with a grim sense of humor.
Homer, one more question. Can we find a picture of Judge Lawrence, a photograph, or even one of him in his robes?
Oh, I should think so.
Would you ask your Boston friend to mail us one?
I should think that'd be an official picture of the judge in the Orton courthouse.
Of course.
Why'd you want it, Di?
I'd rather not say. You might laugh. Let me say only that I've got a hunch.
I really must thank Professor Knowles. He's gone to a lot of trouble about the story behind the engraving.
Well, it's been diverting, Ben. Not that anyone will believe it.
Well, some old codgers in Orton confirm it, Ted. The story, I mean.
No, I meant the engraving that kept on changing its composition.
Oh, no. There's no explanation for that.
Something activated it.
Yeah, and still is, Diane. The thing's changed again.
Now what?
Last night, I shot a photograph of the etching. I had a hunch that something might happen. It did. I brought it along to show you.
The etching is scorched.
Yep. That's from the fire that burned down the house.
So, the cycle is completed. And there's an end to it.
And somewhere out there is a small boy, perhaps dead and forgotten, or an alive, grown man. Oh, I'd certainly like to talk to Steve Pope.
Well, I wouldn't. I've had enough of the engraving. Now, look, all this took place 25 years ago. Please, let's drop it.
You drop it. You and Ben and Homer, you have no imagination. I'm going to do some research on my own.
Your research, darling, is based on hunch.
And hunch is intuition.
What's your hunch, Diane?
It's so far-fetched that even if it's correct, I don't think I'll tell.
It'll come to you across a crowded room?
Hey, that's it.
What's what?
That line from South Pacific in song, of course.
What are you talking about, Diane?
How does one fall in love?
I don't remember.
Come on, don't be funny. I'm serious. Isn't there some magical attraction that strikes two persons at the same time? You know in a glance that you're meant for each other. That's corny, but you know that you're intertwined in every way.
Yeah, but what the devil has falling in love got to do with the engraving?
You don't see it, Ben?
Nope.
Well, I do. I know the answer, and I'm going to prove it.
Now, Diane, why won't you tell me?
Because if I'm wrong, I'd look like a fool, and I don't want to cause embarrassment.
Would you give me a hint?
I'd rather not, Ted. You'll just have to wait until tomorrow.
Have you some wild theory about Steve Pope?
No, that's not it. If the police couldn't convict him, I sure can't. Oh, he did it all right.
I suppose the police could check all the orphanages and adoption homes in Chicago, but they probably did that already. And who knows if the little boy was dropped in Chicago?
I don't know. That's a good point.
Well, of course, he wouldn't have been dropped in a small city. A person can be anonymous only in big ones.
I still think Chicago.
More intuition, huh?
Oh, you make fun of it, Ted. But you've had hunches, haven't you?
Yes. I must admit that I have. But I can't imagine what you have in mind. Well, now, what's this that you have to do tomorrow?
I'm going to the courthouse.
Oh, yes. To try to find a picture of Judge Lawrence. What else?
I may make a long-distance telephone call.
You've lost me.
There's something I have to find out, but I don't quite know how to go about it. I don't want to come right out and ask a blunt question.
Oh, since when? You won't give me an inkling of what you're up to?
All right. Just an inkling.
Shoot.
Think about the engraving.
Go on.
You brought it home from Mrs. Pope's. You said it lacked a figure in the foreground to give it a focal point.
That's right, I did.
When did the figure appear?
The second time I looked at it.
Think about what you just said, my dear Ted, and you'll have the clue.
Hello, Dan.
Ben, come in. Oh, what a grisly day.
Oh, I love it.
You have to be crazy, but thanks for coming to my rescue. Drop your coat and come in. I have hot coffee.
Great.
Ted had to take the car.
I know. He's giving a lecture in Putney. I'll be glad to drive you to Orton.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Ben. Do sit down. This will warm you up.
Oh, thank you.
Are the roads passable?
Yeah, sure. And Orton's not far away. Nice little town. I had a good visit there. Did I tell you I saw the judge's former estate?
No. The house is gone, I suppose.
It leveled years ago, and the rubble's been hauled away. The land's been developed.
Who owns it now, do you know?
Some real estate company, Country Homes. They've sold off a number of 3-acre estates. The judge owned about 50 acres. Must have been something back in the 50s. Beautiful property facing a river.
Judge, landowner, artist. Quite a man. And he was only 40 when he died. When you received your Master of Fine Arts, what then, Ben? Back to Chicago?
Oh, no. No, New Hampshire's in my blood. I hope to teach here at the college or at one of the nearby prep schools.
And your parents? Wouldn't they like to have you closer by?
Well, they've never understood me.
Oh, no, not another one of those.
Oh, no, of course not. No, they're wonderful. I mean, they wanted me to take a good job in something in Chicago. You know, get married, have children, visit every week. You know, the conventional.
And along you come and you like art with a capital A.
Yeah, right. They shook their heads, but they never stood in my way. They're great. You'll meet them at commencement. They know all about you and Ted.
How do you explain your interest in fine arts? Have you ever tried?
No, I can't. I mean, there's nothing in their background to suggest an interest of that kind.
Oh?
My dad's a shipping clerk in a big book company. Mom's just a housewife.
Any brothers and sisters?
No, they never could have any children of their own.
After you mean?
No. What I said.
Then?
I was adopted. Oh, wow, what a drive.
How did the lecture go?
Beautifully. Did Ben drive you over to Orton?
Yep.
You found what you wanted?
Yep.
Hey, would you knock off the country dialect and tell all? No. Wait a second. You have been devious, haven't you?
Yep.
Would you please stop that? Now, you insisted that I drive our car because, and don't say yep, or I'll slug you. You wanted to be with Ben. Yep.
Oh, Ted, you're marvelous.
Yes, and you're replaceable. Do you know that? Now, stop being coy.
Did you find a picture of Judge Lawrence?
I found more than that. My intuition was correct.
Well, tell all.
Not so fast. Telephone Homer and insist he come right over this minute. I want both of you to hear what I have to say. And then, and I'm not joking, Ted, we have a vital decision to make.
So that's the tragic Judge Jason Lawrence. Handsome man.
Oh, is that all you see, Homer? Ted?
Should we see something more?
Study the photograph. Make allowance for the old-fashioned hairstyle. Now, doesn't he remind you of someone?
Oh, my. It's the image of Ben Ware.
Why, so it is. What an astonishing coincidence.
Oh, coincidence. Why do you think Ben was, well, as he said, drawn to the engraving? Why does he, a young man from Chicago, love New Hampshire? And, Ted, it was when Ben picked up the engraving that it began to change.
That's astonishing.
And wait until you hear this. Ben was adopted. Judge Asa Lawrence was Ben's father, and Ben was the little boy kidnapped soon after Albert Pope's death, taken to Chicago, abandoned, and adopted by Ben's foster parents, the Wares.
Incredible.
But true. So, now, gentlemen, what do we do?
I don't know.
Homer?
Conceal your discovery, Diane. Ben's a happy young man, and Ware is a good name. If we tell him what we know, his life will be violently disrupted. The publicity would be unnerving. We'd cause trouble for Ben's foster parents, and gain what? Nothing.
But he'd inherit...
Oh, after almost 25 years, Ted, I doubt if there's anything to inherit. That's my advice.
I agree with it, Homer.
Yep, so do I. I hope the judge would understand.
So, once again, we complete an odd tale with an ending you may wish to challenge. It is a hackneyed proverb that states that the violent by violence fall. But hackneyed or not, it's true. Frontier justice draws retribution. That is the tragic moral to be drawn from what we have heard. I'll return shortly. In the strange scheme of things, each of us is an unsolvable mystery. Who are you, really? Even if you can trace your roots back 1,000 years, what preceded them? We are the creatures both of heredity and of environment, and what stirs in our subconscious cannot be exactly explained. Judge Lawrence shot and killed a man. His young son was kidnapped. The judge died in a fire. Why? Can anyone really explain that sequence of events? Our cast included Paul Hecht, Patricia Elliott, Tony Roberts, and Ralph Bell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. For those of us who grew up listening to the chug-chug of steam and the lure of that mournful whistle in the night, the romance of the railroad will never die. Nowadays, of course, trains are different. Yet the clickety-clack of the wheels remains the same, and the whistle still speaks of strange and faraway places. I hope the romance still lingers long enough for me to bring you this story.
The whole point was, you see, that it didn't matter where they thought they were going, because they were really all dead.
That ain't true about us, Mrs. Winsome. I can assure you, we're all very much alive.
You know, Mr. Conductor, you're the very last one in the world I would trust to tell me the whole truth.
Our mystery drama, Journey to Somewhere, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Norman Rose and Carol Teitel. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Why are so many people buying Buick's new Century? Well, it depends on who you ask. Mrs. Marcia Resnick?
It holds the road, and it drives really smooth. It's nice.
And Mrs. Phil Jackson?
I like it because it's roomy.
And Mr. Jackson, he can't even begin to tell you all the reasons why he likes their new Buick Century.
I really wouldn't know where to start.
But then that says a lot about Buick's new Century and why it's drawing a crowd at your Buick dealers.
On a certain day, in a certain year, not so very long ago, a certain train pulled out of a terminal in one of our major cities and headed north. It was traveling what was little better than a spur track. There were few stops along this line to Skeffington Junction, and just as well. For weeks, this part of the country had lain gasping in the clutch of one of the most bitter winters in Weather Department history. For the record, the locomotive was number 711. A cosmic joke, considering all the bad luck this train carried with it and was heading into.
Sounds almost like a ghost train, doesn't it?
I beg pardon?
Maybe I should beg yours. A silly sort of remark, I guess. What I meant was, all this snow, it muffles the sound, sort of a dream-like quality.
I was thinking the same thing. Looking out the window, a world smothered in white silence, swallowing up, absorbing the sound. It is a ghost train.
A sad opening gambit for a conversation. Forgive me, my name is Henry Thorpe.
How are you, Mr. Thorpe? I'm Julie Conrad. I suppose I should say was.
Oh, now, don't tell me that you're a disembodied spirit.
It isn't something I can joke about. Not after 23 years of marriage.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're widowed.
No, it hurts a lot worse than that.
Divorce?
That's the polite name for it. It can be a dirty business, Mr. Thorpe. Just for your information, if you've never been through it.
I haven't. My wife died.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Well, it's some time ago.
Does one make adjustments?
Well, I guess it's up to the individual. I have not been roaringly successful, or I suppose I wouldn't be on this train.
Nor, I suppose, would I.
It might be interesting to pursue just what that means.
I beg your pardon, sir, but could the lady please take care of my patient? And could you help me? Oh, get the conductor.
Oh, dear lady, what is it?
My patient is in the seat just across the aisle, a few seats back. She's not ill, just elderly. Her name is Mrs. Winsome. Mr. Thorpe, help this woman. I'll go and take care of Mrs. Winsome.
Yes, of course. Now, what can I do for you, nurse?
We'll need the conductor. Would you get me to a hospital? I'm having, I believe, an acute appendicitis attack.
All right. Now, take it easy, nurse.
Mrs. Winsome?
Oh, yes? Now, how did you know my name?
Well, I'm sitting a few seats in front of you. Your nurse told me your name.
Did she? Oh, but what happened to her?
Well, I'm afraid she's not feeling too well.
Dear me, that's rather strange.
Why?
Because she's supposed to be in charge of me.
Well, you aren't well?
Of course I am. Just the way they feel.
They?
My daughter and that dreadful husband. They just wanted to get rid of me. So they stuck little Miss Brown with carting me off to be incarcerated.
To be what?
Locked up. in a nice, safe nursing home.
Mrs. Winsome, could we talk about you a little later?
Of course. Everyone always wants to talk about me a little later. But somehow the time never comes around. Who did you want to talk about?
Oh, just for the moment. Your nurse.
What's the matter with her?
Well, she thinks she may be having an appendix attack.
Oh, dear. Then we must stop the train immediately.
Well, I think they're discussing it. I mean, I see Mr. Thorpe is talking with the conductor.
Now, what are we going to do?
Well, it ain't but a few miles to Lambert up ahead. I'm going front to tell the engineer we'll be making an emergency stop.
Or do they have a hospital in Lambert?
Oh, Doc Prouty has a clinic I reckon will have to do. We'll phone on ahead and alert him. I'll be right back.
He said there is a doctor.
Yes, that's right, nurse.
Well, I hope that solves me. Now, what am I going to do about my patient?
Surely we can find accommodations for her, too.
No, you don't understand. She can't manage alone. And besides... Oh, she should be gotten to the sanitarium as soon as possible.
Where is the sanitarium?
In Skeffington Junction. It's about 6 or 7 minutes from the station. Do you know the town?
Well, I was born there, but I left a long time ago.
Do you remember Little Falls Ridge?
With the big Indian teepee on top of it?
Oh, bless you. That blew down years ago. Oh, they got the sanitarium there instead. If only...
Now, you just try to rest. And don't worry. I'll get your patient there for you, okay?
That is a load off my mind. Now, if you'll go by my purse, there's a big envelope beside it with all the papers. Now, would you bring it, please?
Well, I don't like to leave you alone.
No, I'll be all right. I want to check and make sure you have everything. Oh, I think we must be coming into Lambert now.
Won't be a second. Miss.
Yes, sir?
This lady isn't feeling well. Would you mind keeping an eye on her for just a minute?
Well, I don't know if I can...
Please, it's an emergency.
Oh, okay, sir, I'll do my best.
I'll be right back.
Ma'am, excuse me, but this man asked me could I help you. Is there anything I can do? I'm sorry, you heard. If you just tell me how I could help you. Ma'am? Lady, wake up. Please. Oh, mister. Where did he go? Hey, watch it, lady. Don't fall off the seat. Hey, you.
Me?
Yeah, you. Come here. Will you please help me? Help me.
What's the matter? Your mother passed out or something?
No, she's not my mother. She's just some woman that's sick. Now, here, help me get her back on the seat, will you?
Well, why not?
Give me a lift right here, okay?
Okay. There. She's all right. Hey, what's the big idea of the train coming to a sudden stop like this?
It's coming into a station, I guess.
I don't see nothing out there but snow and snowbanks. Hey, where'd that conductor go?
Oh, search me. Hey, what's eating you, whoever you are?
Nothing. I just don't like it. Why should we be stopping here?
What's the matter? You act like you had cops on your tail.
Hey, I never said that.
Okay, miss. And you, son. Thanks for helping out. I'll take over now.
Hey, you know why we're stopping here, mister?
Yes, to get this lady to a hospital. What happened to her?
Well, I think she just sort of passed out, Mr.
Thorpe, Henry Thorpe.
Oh, yes.
Now, let me see.
Sorry.
No, she's breathing all right.
Okay.
Maybe it's a blessing she won't feel the pain. All right, thanks again. The conductor and I will handle the rest.
Yes, sir.
Hey, where are you sitting?
Oh, right over here.
You mind if I sit with you?
Well, I don't know.
I want to ask you something.
What?
How come you thought I might be, taking off from the cops?
Maybe it takes one to know one.
What does that mean?
It means bug off. I'd rather be alone.
Okay, suit yourself, sister, if that's the way you want it.
That's the way I want it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've made an emergency stop. There'll be no one boarding the train, and with the exception of the lady we have to get to the hospital, no one will leave it. There's a bad storm out there, and we'll be pulling out first chance we get, because we're running late. How long do you think we're going to have to hang around this whistle stop?
I don't know, till they get the nurse down to a hospital, I guess.
What's going to happen to the old lady she was taking care of?
Oh, Mr. Thorpe said he'd look after her.
Who's Thorpe?
Well, that guy who came over when you were helping to get the nurse back on the seat.
The one who got off with the conductor and the guys with the stretcher?
Yeah.
Suitcase Sam.
No, I think he said his name was What do you mean, Suitcase Sam?
Oh, it's just a name I gave him in my mind, like.
Why? Hey, wait a minute. Who asked you to sit down?
Me, myself? My name's Duke. What's yours?
Linda Smith. Now, what's it to you?
Well, does it hurt to know your name? Linda what?
Goes both ways. Duke what?
Okay, so, Linda Duke.
How come you call Mr. Thorpe Suitcase Sam?
Oh, that. You ever notice the way he hangs onto his briefcase? Ever since he got on the train, no matter what he does, he never lets go. Helps out the old lady, lugs the briefcase. Goes off the train, it still goes along like it was chained to him. How come?
Well, he has important papers in it. Money, I don't know. Why?
This crummy old train, headed for practically nowhere. 5 of us in this coach now that the nurse is gone. Ever stop to figure what brings us all here?
No, I got my own problems.
Sure. We got problems, all of us.
Hey, who are you?
I told you, Duke. A student of life.
Well, what are you trying to say?
There are 5 of us right here, and we've got one thing in common. We're all on the lam, running like hell from something or other.
Okay, everyone. We're sorry for the delay. You'll be glad to know that the lady who is sick is in good hands. By now, in spite of the weather, she's at the clinic about to have her appendix removed and in A1 condition. So we'll be getting rolling again.
Did you hear what the conductor said, Mrs. Winsome?
Oh, yes. In spite of my age, my hearing is quite unimpaired. Tell me, is Nurse Brown all right?
Well, I believe so.
Excuse me, Mr. Thorpe, just collecting tickets. All the excitement for clean slipped my mind.
Oh, sure, conductor. Here's mine. The other lady...
I got the 2 young people and her. Just Mrs. Winsome's and the nurse left.
Miss Brown put them right there on the back of the seat.
That's right. Let's see. Huh. One way for you, I reckon. Return ticket for her. Should have gotten that to her.
How do you know the return isn't for me?
Well...
Or for Mr. Thorpe?
Is it?
Well, no. The return trip was Miss Brown's, the nurse.
Cozy, isn't it? 5 of us left on the journey. All one-way tickets. They aren't they, conductor?
Why, yes.
My, what a night. Can't see anything out of this window. For all we know, we could be plunging straight into a void.
Well, I doubt it. As long as the train stays on the tracks. They do lead somewhere, you know.
Do I? Do you? I wonder where.
Skeffington Junction. That's where I'm headed.
Are you sure?
I don't quite understand.
I saw a play once about some people on an ocean liner traveling in a fog. And none of them really knew where they were going.
Oh, yes. Outward bound.
That's right. The whole point, you see, was that it didn't matter where they thought they were going, because they were really all dead.
Well, that ain't true about us, Mrs. Winsome. I can assure you, we're all very much alive.
And there was a steward on the ship just like you. Do you know, Mr. Conductor, in this circumstance, that you are the very last one I would trust to tell me the whole truth?
We shouldn't pay too much attention to the vagaries of an old lady who is on the way to being institutionalized. Or should we? The passengers are an odd assortment of lost, unhappy people. What urges them towards Skeffington Junction? What is there for them, if indeed they ever reach it? And if they don't, what will be their ultimate destination? I shall return shortly with Act 2.
This year, give Mom a gift she can appreciate long after Mother's Day is over. Like a name-brand kitchen appliance from True Value Hardware stores. Hi, Pat Summerall to suggest you give her a Presto Fry Baby Deep Fryer. It deep fries 1 to 2 servings of fish, shrimp, chicken, or other fried foods in just minutes, in just 2 cups of cooking oil. And the lid snaps on to store the oil for the next use. Or give Mom the Bun Drip Coffee Maker from True Value Hardware stores. It brews up to 48 ounces of coffee in under 3 minutes and heats water for soup, tea, or cocoa. And the Bun Drip Coffee Maker comes in white with an exclusive fruit cluster design, available only on True Value Hardware Store's collection of name-brand kitchen appliances. This Mother's Day, give Mom a name-brand kitchen appliance, like the Presto Fry Baby Deep Fryer or the Bun Drip Coffee Maker from participating True Value Hardware stores. And remember that True Value is more than just a name. It's our way of doing business.
night is a blur of swirling snowflakes. The searchlights from the locomotive bombard the gloom. The rails gleam bright, leading the train surely towards its destination. Inside the first coach, our passengers are as we left them. But from the cold, wild night outside, phantoms have penetrated the interior warmth. And an old lady's voice has stirred in all our travelers the dead ashes of loss and desertion. Only Gus, the conductor, is left unaffected.
We must be running very late, conductor.
Lost pretty near an hour.
Can you estimate what time we might be getting into Skeffington Junction?
Pretty hard to say the way the weather's shaping up. You want me to go up forward and check?
Yeah, I wish you would.
Yeah, I'll do that little thing. Mrs. Winsome?
Yes?
I just thought I'd like to kind of point out if we really had like you say, a date with destiny, it sure wouldn't be hit or miss like this, would it?
I wouldn't have thought so before. But now that you mention it, perhaps this is just the way it should be.
I'll get up on forward and talk to the engineer.
That man is hiding something.
No, I don't think so. Hiding what?
The truth.
About what?
I can't answer that. Oh, never mind. Am I to understand that you have taken over as my nurse?
Oh, no, not at all. I just told Miss Brown, since she was sick, that I would help you to get where you're going.
To the funny farm.
I beg pardon?
Oh, don't try to be polite. That's the common term for it.
Well, I don't buy the term or the qualification. You are on your way to a sanitarium. Highly qualified and recommended.
All right, if you like it so much. Do you want to take my place?
Me? Why would I...
Now, don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. You think I don't know of the signs of a man who wants to run from life. You do, don't you?
Perhaps. But that has nothing to do with you.
Now, don't be too sure. Though I may come on strong, but maybe I'm just as ready to run as you. The only thing is, never mind what you run from. Where is it you want to run to? Well, where do you?
And it's not very interesting.
Try me.
Oh, all right. I had a wife who was my whole life. And she died suddenly. The children were gone, long gone, involved in their own lives. And in my case, not interested in extending the line. You know, creating grandchildren, whatever you want to call it. And suddenly I don't know, I was up against a blank cliff. End of the road. Now, I did a complete flip-flop.
No, you'll have to explain that for me.
Maybe also for myself. You see, I was born poor. We were so poor that when I was 8, I was let out for adoption. I never knew my parents, who died very young. It was only in the last years when I couldn't find roots with my children that I tried to go back and find them with my parents.
Did you?
No, not really. Just enough to make this last journey, because I see it as the only place I'm wanted.
I think you're very lucky to find any place you're wanted. Some of us are not so lucky.
Mind if I sit down for a moment?
Oh, no, why not? But what about your charge?
Mrs. Winsome is enjoying the kind of sleep that only the very young or the very old seem to be capable of.
You sound a little bitter.
I am.
And I should be the last to criticize. So am I.
Oh? What are you bitter about?
Life, and whatever prolongs it. This endless trip. Why do we have to just put along?
Well, it's a pretty wild storm out there.
The train doesn't have to see where it's going. The tracks are laid out. It just has to go. That's why I picked it.
To go where? Skeffington Junction?
Mainly to anywhere I wasn't.
I don't know how to answer that.
Who asked you to?
Just the normal process of give and take between two human beings.
Oh, haven't we gotten to the time of life where that shouldn't be necessary? If you want to argue cases, why don't you consult them?
Consult who?
Those two so-called kids over there. Ask them about the state of the universe. They know it all. They have it all tabbed, leaving the two of us just two outmoded nothings to cop out. The faster, the better.
No, wait just a minute. Forget it. Ask a foolish question, you get a foolish answer.
What's so foolish about my answers?
Anytime any of us give up on living, wouldn't you say that it's foolish?
No. Anyway, I'd have laid odds you'd be the first to understand.
Me? Why?
Well, things you said when you first intruded on my privacy. This whole crazy setup. What's a well-dressed, obviously successful businessman like yourself doing on a flea-bitten train like this to nowhere?
I'm going to Skeffington Junction, aren't all of us?
I don't know.
There aren't any other stops between here and there.
Well, then that must be where we're going. Don't tell me you have business there.
Well, as it happens, I have. Don't you?
Not really.
This is a pleasure trip?
That it is not. Definitely not.
Well, then why...
Oh, call it a stepping-off place?
To where?
That's a good question. Why don't you ask the others? Except poor little Mrs. Winsome. She knows where she's going. It really is the end of the line for her.
Well, it might not be so bad for her.
You're an optimist.
And you?
Since the roof of my world fell in, I expect only the worst.
Now, look, Mrs. Conrad. You're a young woman. You lost a husband recently, all right. You'll weather the storm. You'll find a new life.
I don't want a new world. I want the one I had. I just wish I was dead, since I might as well be.
Well, that is a bit rugged, Mrs. Conrad.
Well, that is the way I feel. It takes all kinds of women, I imagine, to make a world. My kind, or maybe it's just me. My kind is symbiotic.
Symbiotic?
Forgive me. I once was a biology major. Symbiosis is the living together of two different but mutually interdependent organisms. Take away one of them, and the other dies. Well, there couldn't be anything much different than man and woman, could there?
But your husband...
Oh, he's a survivor. He'll adapt. Not me. Without him, I'm dead.
So, you're running away.
Or towards...
Toward what?
Skeffington Junction. It's a miserable, scrubby little town, you know, except for the hotels. But it's a jumping-off point for one of the most glorious sights in the world. Those wild, cascading, plunging waters with the spindrift hanging in the air to condense in your hair like diamonds or pearls. He said I was wearing a Juliet's cap. I was in fairyland or Camelot, or you pick your own heaven on earth. And it never changed till it changed. I spent my honeymoon in Skeffington Junction. Began my whole life there.
So did I. I was born there.
Is that why you're going back?
More or less.
To try to find a new life?
No, that isn't possible for me. But it could be for you.
Oh, no way. I'm just going there to say goodbye.
Mrs. Conrad, forgive me, but
Look, Mr. Thorpe, if you have an urge to save a life, forget the two you've squandered yourself on so far.
The two?
Mrs. Winsome and me. Why don't you concentrate on the really lost?
I don't know quite what you mean.
Another of my failures was my children. Not so much unlike those two. Why do you suppose they're going to Skeffington Junction?
Well, I wouldn't have the least notion.
Oh, you are a very persuasive man. If you have this missionary urge, go save a couple of souls young enough to maybe make a difference in the eternal balance.
Oh, you misunderstand me, Mrs. Conrad. I'm the last person to have any missionary urges. In my own way, I'm just as dead as you profess to be.
Everything's fine, little baby. Don't move.
I fell asleep.
Who didn't?
I guess it was like all over you.
I guess. We made out.
You went away somewhere.
Yeah. You know, like when you got to...
Was that all?
Well, on the way back, I made a stopover.
What?
El Cubo with the briefcase. He was zonked out, and the briefcase was sitting right beside him. So, I checked it. It wasn't locked. I took a peek.
What am I supposed to say?
Oh, don't you want to know what was in it?
All right. What?
Money. Dough. Wrapped like from a bank. Must be 100, 200,000 maybe. I don't know. So it's a lot of bread.
That isn't ours.
Or anyone's, except like, who has it?
Are you talking about stealing it?
Oh, come on. What steal? Nobody owns nothing. It's all up for grabs.
I don't get you.
I say you do. I think you're just as funky as I am, only you don't want to face up.
I don't get you.
Punk, baby. Punk all the way.
I don't know what you're talking about. What's punk?
I'll lay it out for you. I'm me, and I don't give a damn for nothing, nobody, no way. I am punk.
I don't know. Are you all right?
Oh, yes. I just hurt my arm a little. It's nothing. You better look at Mrs. Winston.
Mrs. Winston, are you all right, Mrs. Winston?
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the suddenness of our stop, but we've just encountered high snowdrifts blocking the track. It's doubtful we can continue on towards Skeffington Junction. Now, we are sending for additional equipment to take us back as far as we have to go to find accommodations to wait out the storm. So please, be patient. We may be here for a considerable time while we try to figure out the best way out for all of us.
The best way out for all of us. An old lady who is being railroaded into an old folks' home against her will. A woman who feels her life is already over. A man who has turned from the living to the dead. A self-confessed punk who cares about nothing but himself. And a young girl whose secret is still locked behind two dark and frightened eyes. What is the best way out for all of these? I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Maybe you've got a neighbor who just bought a new Electra, and he's gotten so smug and self-satisfied lately you can't stand it. Well, look at it this way. If you had just gotten a car with all the luxury and prestige of Electra, and a trim European-like design that makes it easier than you might imagine to park and maneuver in city traffic, wouldn't you be a little insufferable for a while? We thought so. The new Electra at your Buick dealers now.
For 2 hours, the train crew has been busy attempting to dig out the huge engine from the snowdrift into which it had burrowed to an accidental halt. The air in the front coach is growing cold. The two young people are huddled together, sharing his goose-down parka. Henry Thorpe stands, beating his hands across his chest, while Mrs. Conrad snugs into his overcoat. Further back in the car, little Mrs. Winsome is two bright button eyes gleaming out from a mound of stray clothing wound about her. Hey, this is kind of kick, huh?
Oh, glad you think so. Freezing to death.
Oh, cozying up under a blanket?
Now, don't get any ideas.
Ah, come on, Linda. What's the big cold shoulder?
You're wasting your time. I wouldn't trust you any farther than I can throw you. You're not my type.
Yeah? Who said it takes one to know one?
Well, that was different.
How different?
I just meant you were running out on something.
Okay, suppose I am.
Must be your conscience is troubling you.
Hey, don't give me that square talk. How come you, of all people, figure I have to be wrong?
Me of all people. Oh, now look, Duke, or whatever your name is. First, I don't care what put you on the road. And second,
Look, it was nothing all that terrible, just everything backed up. I was flunking out in another college, which was stale news. But it meant the usual go-round with my parents, and I'd had it. So I cut out. Got enough bread to see me through to Canada, and then I can move in with the family.
Sam?
Yeah, it's what do you call it, a commune.
You? In a commune?
Well,
I don't believe it.
Look, it's where you can let everything loose, float free. Thumb your nose at the establishment.
Oh, come on, isn't the family just another kind of commitment?
Well, all right, so what if it is? It's one that I picked, not one I was stuck with. Hey, it's a good life. You ought to dig it, too. Doesn't it grab you?
I don't know. It's something I never even thought about. Can just anybody join us?
If you want to make the commitment.
Hey, are you putting me on?
No, why would you think that?
Well, I had the notion right off on the first that maybe you were headed for the family, too.
No, this is the first I ever heard of it.
Well, then where are you headed?
You wouldn't want to hear.
Try me.
I don't want to put it into words.
Talk to me, Linda. You know you want to talk to somebody.
Oh, yeah, somebody. Anybody. Well, my father, he died a long time ago. And 4 years ago, my mother married again. I was 14. The man she married didn't want me. I just came along with the deal. Oh, he treats my mom all right. But the guy's he's a dog. He slapped me around plenty when my mother didn't know. Later, she didn't care after she started drinking. Well, until then, I could take it. But suddenly I was 18, and the only way was out.
But out where? You got relatives in Skeffington Junction?
You're going to laugh at this. But, have you ever heard of a pen pal?
You mean like you get a name and address and write and he writes back and all that?
Mm-hmm. No, like that. Sometimes when the walls close in on you, you got to find a new door out or a window to escape. Well, anyway, I wrote this guy nearly 2 years ago. He's a farmer, and he lives 2 hours out of Skeffington Junction. He's old enough to be my father, but he never had a wife, so, okay, I never had a father. He was the only way out. Well, that's where I'm headed.
Hey, that is crazy, throwing yourself away.
Are you any better? What do you think you're doing?
I sure hope you folks are making out. Ain't got much to report. We're still waiting for the relief engine that's on its way. We're going to try to keep you as warm as we can till then, but you are going to have to help. How you kids doing?
Oh, we're making out all right.
Good. Mr. Thorpe, you look pretty cold.
I'm all right.
Oh, he isn't, really. He gave me his coat to keep me from freezing.
I got an extra coat here. You better climb into it, sir.
Well, maybe Mrs. Winsome could use it.
I think you need it more. Take it, Henry.
I could use it for just a moment or two if I could be sure that...
Why don't you let me sit with the old lady for a spell? Just come out from the engine room and...
What is it?
It's all right, folks. Now, just take it easy. No cause for alarm. That's just the new locomotive hooked up with us at last.
Really getting warm again, Mr. Conductor. We're going back, aren't we?
We are. Guess in our own ways, none of us here were all that anxious to get to Skeffington Junction this time around.
Where will we end up?
I don't rightly know. I doubt if it'll be Lambert. The town was all sewed up with this weather when we stopped there a while ago. We might have to chase our tails back to where we began.
Oh, dear. That wouldn't really solve anything, would it, Mr. I'm so sorry. I don't know your name.
Gus is pretty near all I ever use.
But you must have another name.
Never had any real use for it except income tax and the like. Summers, it is. It's not much of a name in weather like this.
Summers? Oh, I find it a very nice name. And a cheerful one. Especially in the condition we all find ourselves.
Do you, ma'am? Why?
Well, it's better than if you'd been cold winter.
It might have been better if I had.
What?
This extra little jaunt, Mrs. Winston. You know it as well as me. It's only what do you call it when a fella that's condemned to die gets word from the governor or the king?
Reprieve.
Oh, that's it, reprieve. But it ain't gonna last long.
I don't quite understand.
No. You and me, we're in the same boat, huh? Nobody wants us anymore. I'm 65. The boom falls. I got to retire. There goes my whole life. I never had nothing but the railroad. Take that away, I'm only waiting out the years.
That is my case entirely. We are both in the same boat.
Well, Mr. Thorpe, anything I can do?
No, Gus. Stay where you are.
I just had a sudden urge for a cigar. I'm going out to the platform to indulge it.
How is Mrs. Conrad?
Well, she's fast asleep. I didn't want to disturb her. I don't think anyone else should. Gus, when do you think we'll be stopping?
Well, not this side of the Guzman Bridge.
How long is that?
Well, we should be crossing in another 2-3 minutes.
Oh, fine. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Such a pity. That nice man without a wife. Lonely. And there's a woman just made to order for him.
Beg pardon?
The lady who is sound asleep. Divorced. Lonely as him.
You'd like to see them together?
It'd be nice.
But not reasonable, Mrs. Winsome. Any more reasonable than these two kids who are coming this way.
Now, what do you suppose they want?
Hey, conductor, it's getting kind of steamy in here. Okay if we go out on the platform for a breath of air?
I hope you don't mind.
Oh, no, of course not.
You can have a little visit with Mr. Thorpe. He's out there having a cigar.
Oh, cheer up. Neither of us smoke. We'll leave you some air to breathe.
That was sweet.
What?
Thinking of the non-smokers. Maybe there's some hope for you after all.
Like how?
Maybe you're not all punk. You want to get the door?
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, hi, Mr. Thorpe. You mind if we join you here on the platform?
No, not at all. If you don't mind the cigar.
Linda?
No. We've been so cooped up. Can we get some real fresh air?
Well, we could crack the outside door open just a piece, okay?
Oh, solid. Here, let me help.
Oh, no problem. There we are.
Except, where are we, really?
Well, the conductor said we should be crossing the river and... Oh, yeah, I guess we're on the bridge now.
It's been a strange trip, hasn't it?
Yeah.
One I don't care ever to take again.
Or me.
I don't know if I can agree. Oh!
Hang on for your lives.
What's happening?
The bridge gave way.
What? Oh.
We're hanging on the edge by a thread. I have the door open. Jump!
No!
Jump, it's your only chance!
I can never get back.
I'm sorry. I'm kind of sick to my stomach.
Oh. Did you hurt yourself when you jumped?
No, it's not bad.
Well, then what?
The train. It's gone.
Gone?
Yeah, the weight of the snow must have weakened the bridge, and when we went back over it, it just gave way, and the whole train went whacking into the river.
Oh, my.
Broke the ice, sank like it had just never been.
Well, our car, we were the last one, didn't it?
And the three of us jumped just in time to make the snowbank, and our car got pulled down with the rest.
And the old lady, the conductor, Mrs. whatever her name was.
Yeah, gone.
Oh, my.
Wiped out.
Oh, Took.
I'll tell you, Linda, it makes you sit up and take a new look. I just sacked out. Oh. Hey, how's Mr. Thorpe?
I don't know. Well, he's alive.
Sir? Sir, you all right?
Something happened to my back when we jumped.
Is there anything we can do to help?
No. Don't try to move me. This way, this moment, it doesn't hurt too much.
Sir, we've got to get you out of here.
Why? You want me as another statistic? Forget it.
Oh, you know that's not what we want.
I know, Linda. But I'm long past caring what you want from me. It's what I want from you that's important. I want you both as another statistic.
What?
6 of us. That we know of, 6 of us on that train. 4 of us ready and composed to die.
Not you, sir.
We won't mention the disease, but it was progressing so fast. I would have been destroyed in weeks. All the others had no real future like me, except you two. And that is the miracle, that you are here. I had a briefcase somewhere.
Yes, it's here. Lucky you always carried it with you, the one with the money.
I'm glad that you know what it contains.
No, we don't want the money. Just tell us where you...
Don't say you don't want it. My own children are long ago taken care of. This money is from a safe deposit box. No one knows of it but me.
What did you mean it for?
Well, once I thought I would build a mausoleum for my parents who were buried in a pauper's grave. You see, that's where I was taking it. To die myself and lie with them. Now, I know that was stupid, and I want...
No. Yes, you want?
I want this money to be for the young and for the future. I leave it to you to use as you see best fit.
Who is he?
I guess.
Who? Well, what about the money?
You heard what he said.
You mean we take it?
We take it and use it for things that he might have wanted it used for.
Oh, I doubt if he'd have okayed the punk psychology.
Oh, come on. I don't mean it like that.
Well, then how do we use it?
There'll be a way. As long as it helps some young people, I don't guess he'd fault us too much.
Us? Hey, I got a date with a man who wants to marry me.
You've got a date with a man who wants to use you. We've got a better date.
We?
Okay. Us. With $100,000 and the memory of this trip, of how wrong we could have gone. How can we lose?
Are you propositioning me again?
I'm trying to make you an offer you can't refuse. In everyone's life, there is a Skeffington Junction. That particular private place where, when life becomes too much to bear, you can run and jump off. Or perhaps just bury your head in the sand. Of course, there is no such place in reality. For life itself ordains the pattern we must follow and the end that waits for us. Only the living have that second chance to make changes. So, make them while you can. I'll be back shortly. I have nothing more to say about our story, except that I hope, as you, the young people made good use of the gift of both money and time. And a quote from an old poem. "'Tis here, they say, the journey ends, and little doubt it must be so. But, as I tell my bestest friends, I hate to go." Our cast included Norman Rose, Carol Teitel, E.V. Juster, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Enmeshed in our discontent with the way this world has treated us, we tend to speculate on the possibility of a different sort of world. One, of course, where we expect to be happy and content and treated very well indeed. This world, this realm, this place beyond the stars is commonly called heaven. It is also called the spirit world, or the astral world, sometimes the desire world. But the name I like best of all is
Summerland.
Mr. Bones? Bonesy, where are you? I want to talk to you, Scraggy, so you just get your spindle legs on down here. Oh, there you are, hatchet face.
You hadn't ought to call me those things.
Oh, and why not? Skinny?
How'd you like it if I called you Fatso, or Hippo, or Jumbo?
I wouldn't like it, Mr. Bones, so don't you try it. Don't you try it.
Our mystery drama, Death and Desire, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Maybe you've got a neighbor who just bought a new Electra, and he's gotten so smug and self-satisfied lately you can't stand it. Well, look at it this way. If you had just gotten a car with all the luxury and prestige of Electra and a trim European-like design that makes it easier than you might imagine to park and maneuver in city traffic, wouldn't you be a little insufferable for a while? We thought so. The new Electra at your Buick dealers now.
A little science, a little magic, a little science, a little...
When their curiosity about the space beyond the stars has grown consuming, some people consult spiritualists, sensitives, clairvoyants, those possessing what they call crystal vision, who can bring into sight and hearing the inhabitants of Summerland. Our story is about one of those.
Mr. Bones? Bonesy, I'm home and I want to talk to you, so you get your spindle legs on down here.
What do you want, Melba?
Oh, there you are, hatchet face.
You hadn't ought to call me those things.
Oh, and why not?
How'd you like it if I called you Fatso, or Hippo, or Jumbo?
I wouldn't like it, so don't you try it.
You didn't used to mind when we were with the circus.
When we were with Rafter's traveling circus, I was billed as Gargantua. It was all part of the act.
You're just as fat now.
And you're just as skinny.
I can't help that.
Neither can I help it. That's my glands.
It's my glands, too. I don't like being called Mr. Bones or Bonesy or any of those other things.
So I'll call you by your name. I'll call you Orville.
I wish you would.
I'll try. Really, I will.
I'd appreciate that.
Because I don't want anything to spoil our little arrangement, because we get on pretty good. Don't you think so, Orville?
Pretty good.
Well, it's 5 years since we've been together. 3 at the circus, 2 here. 3 years as the human skeleton and Gargantua. And 2 years as Madame Melba and,
Yeah? What am I, Melba?
Well, you're my husband, for one thing.
Hardly anybody knows that. I never go out, never meet nobody. I just hang around the house.
Well, it's a nice house. It's better than living in a trailer.
I liked it in the trailer. Traveling around from place to place.
You liked those one-night stands?
I did. I liked sitting up and giving a show and knocking it all down and going on to the next place.
In all those hick towns.
Oh, I liked them. And Mr. Rafferty. I liked him. And the other freaks, and the acrobats, and the animals. I liked them all.
You liked sitting up there on that platform and letting all them yokels stare at you?
Yes, I did. They'd never seen anybody like me, and they were very interested, very friendly.
Friendly?
Ha! Most of them were. I liked them. And sometimes one of them liked me. I could tell.
Oh, how could you tell?
Oh, by the way he looked. Sometimes somebody would smile, not to make fun. A friendly smile.
Who smiled at you, friendly?
Oh, now, Melba, don't start up, please. Just a smile now and then. Like in Hoopersville once, and in Fergus Falls one time.
Who smiled at you in Hoopersville? And what went on in Fergus Falls?
Nothing went on, nothing.
Uh-huh. Guess maybe you'd like to go back to Rafty's Circus.
Maybe I would.
Back to Hoopersville. Back to Fergus Falls.
It'd be better there than here.
Well, I swear. You are living in a nice warm house. I cook you nice warm meals. You got nice warm clothes. You got color TV and stereo and about 1 million records. And you want to give all that up and go back to bumming around in the back of a trailer.
Well, I just meant that I was...
Exhibiting yourself. Well, not me, no, sir, not me, Spindleshanks. I am Madame Melba. Madame Melba. Sensitive, sublime. Yes, sir, I've got a reputation, prestige. I got a public image, and I ain't giving any of it up.
All right, Melba, now take it easy.
And you are going to go on being Madame Melba's entity. You got that, Mr. Bones?
Okay.
Now sit down, and I'll tell you what we got on for tonight.
Okay.
Because if things work out tonight, we may be on the way to making ourselves a bundle.
Okay, Melba.
You remember old Mrs. Grant? She came here after her husband died.
Oh, yeah, she was here every night for a while, a couple of years ago. Nice lady.
Yeah, rich lady, too. Well, I just came from talking to her. It was very interesting. It seems that she has somebody she wants to send to me for a seance.
A friend?
No, not a friend. That's the point.
Well, then, who would she want to send here if she's got no friends?
It's her daughter.
She's got a daughter?
Didn't I just say so?
Well, she never said anything about a daughter.
Well, that's because she was all upset over losing her husband. And anyhow, her daughter lived in Paris. But I have been going through the society pages in the local newspaper. And what do I find there? Madame Pierre Sorel has come to these shores. Madame Sorel. Nee Grant.
Well, now, did Mrs. Grant say that this Madame Sorel is her daughter?
No, of course not. She doesn't want me to know who it is that's coming to the seance.
Well, then how...
Oh, Bonesy, if you'd followed the society pages like I do, plus the obituaries, you would know that Madame Sorel has to be Mrs. Grant's daughter. And you'd know why she is here.
Why?
Because her son just died. Her 10-year-old son, he took sick, and he died.
And you think...
I don't think, I know. The mother is sending the daughter to me so I can help her make contact with the dead son. It's simple as ABC.
What if you're wrong?
I'm never wrong. A spiritualist is also telepathic, you know. Anyway, as soon as I lay eyes on her, I'll know for certain. Because if she's about 40 years old, and if there's any resemblance between her and her mother, like maybe those very blue eyes, well, it doesn't matter, because I know I'm right, and you'll see. Now, you can throw your voice to sound like a 10-year-old boy, can't you?
Well, now, I've never done that.
Well, you can say mommy, can't you? A simple mommy.
Mommy?
Well, that's not bad. Coming from the astral world, you wouldn't expect it to be exactly the same as in life. I'll have to go out and get some more dry ice for the vapor. And you better go check your Hessian costume because you've lost some more weight. Oh, how about the wrappings? Okay, that's good. Now, don't get so thin that you can't do that anymore, because the wrappings set the tone of the whole thing. Now, she will be here at 9 o'clock, and I want everything ready. I want you ready, because this may lead to something very big, really big.
Nine o'clock.
And you look a proper Hessian soldier, Bonesy. A regular mercenary from the Revolutionary War. Oh, I love those boots. Now, you were killed at Yorktown, isn't that right? Oh, she's here. Start the music. I'll let her in. Come in. Come in. I'm all ready for you.
Madam Melba?
It is I. Come on in.
I brought my husband. Is that all right?
Of course it is, of course. You just follow me into the parlor.
Lovely music.
It helps, I found. Now, if you will enter.
But it's so dark.
I can't see a thing.
Give me your hands. I will lead you to your chairs.
It's very cold, too.
It is precisely 62 degrees. Will you be seated? Here is a chair for you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Now, if you will join hands.
Yes, of course.
You'd best be quiet, Pierre.
Oh, no, it's all right. You may talk. It won't disturb me. Now, I am about to leave you.
Leave us?
For the trance state.
Oh.
In a few seconds, you will start to feel a wind across your hands. Do not be alarmed. The wind will grow cold.
I think
And then we wait for the entity.
The entity, Madam Melba?
The spirit from Summerland, the sweet spirit who is my contact with the astral world. We shall hear from him soon, I think.
Who is he, Madam Melba?
He is a Hessian soldier, slain at Yorktown in the Revolution, fighting for the British. He never liked being a mercenary, taking pay for opposing a righteous cause. Oh, hush now, listen. I told you we would hear from him.
I hear. Pierre, do you?
Yes, I do.
It's my entity. Oh, my dear Gustav, will you materialize for these good people? They need you, Gustav.
You mean we'll be able to see him? Actually see?
If we concentrate, if we believe.
Oh, I believe, I do.
We should see a vapor rise in now. The wind will grow colder.
It is growing colder.
And I see the vapor. Oh, I see it. I do. I see it.
It is taking shape.
Gustav, are you with us?
Oh, why, I see his boots. Pierre, look. There are his boots.
Gustav, will you talk to us?
His jacket.
Will you, Gustav?
His helmet.
Gustav, we need you.
Good evening.
Oh, sir. Oh, spirits. What do I call him?
Oh, you cannot speak to him at all. Gustav will speak only in answer to my questions. You just fix your thoughts on me, not on him. You send me your thoughts, your desires, your anxieties, and I shall receive them through telepathic communion. And now let me gather my strength. Now. You want to know about someone small, it seems to me.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. Young.
Yes.
Yes. A male. Yes. Gustav, by your kindness and your mercy, can you put us in contact with a small male child?
You have reference to...
To a little boy. Someone who is close to someone here, I think.
My son.
Gustav, will you do this for us?
I have to try.
Oh, please.
He is here.
Oh, he said he's here. My boy is here.
Gustav, is the boy in good health? Is he well?
Very well. Perfect health.
Oh, thank God.
Gustav, is he happy?
Everybody is happy in Summerland. Very happy. There is no sorrow in Summerland. No troubles. No sorrows. Just peace and joy.
Oh, my darling son.
Nobody making fun of anybody. Nobody calling names. Everybody kind and nice and loving.
That's enough.
Everybody smiling, friendly smile.
That's enough.
Everybody is the same. And nobody is afraid.
Stop, Fred. You stop, Fred.
Oh, let him go on.
No, it's impossible. I'm exhausted. I cannot continue.
Oh, but my little boy...
No, you must leave now.
Oh, no.
Things are getting out of control.
But wait...
You must leave. You must get out of my house. You are killing me. I cannot be responsible for what I will do. Just go.
What happens to the dead people who have left us so abruptly without even looking back? Do they think of us? Do they miss us? Do they long for us and remember us with love? Are they troubled as we are? As restless? As filled with recollections and desires? Surely Summerland is not a place where all emotion has been purged. For then it would not be Summerland at all. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
We're going to stick our neck out and tell you something.
It's hard to mix with Arrow shirts.
And the reason is so simple.
America's shirt maker is Arrow shirts.
America's shirt maker has done it again with what is probably the best shirt collar ever made. Arrow's patented custom collar, and only Arrow's got it. It's a whole inch wider at the bottom than the top, just like your neck is. It's adjustable by a full half inch, and it's got a special notch so the neckband doesn't show over your top.
America's shirt maker is Arrow shirts.
See why we're sticking our neck out. Stick your neck into an Arrow custom collar.
America's shirt maker is Arrow shirts.
If we're not already your shirt maker, we ought to be.
If the dead who dwell in Summerland have not lost all capacity for emotion, then how do they feel about being called back to this world? To answer questions which to them may seem childish. Of course, we know by now that Madame Melba's communion with the dead is entirely contrived and false. If it were real, might it not be, well, an impertinence? We return you now to our strange story.
Come on, Madame Melba. I'll take you home.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Rafferty. It's so kind of you to attend the funeral.
Well, we're playing just 20 miles from here, and I was very fond of Orville. Hated to see him leave the circus. We all did. The others would have come to the funeral, but we're doing 3 shows a day, you know.
Oh, yes, I understand.
Tell me, Melba, how did it happen? I didn't even know that Orville was sick.
Well, he wasn't sick. He was in the best of health.
Well, then, how...
Well, see, we had conducted a seance, just like all the others we'd done. And he acted, what you might call peculiar, toward the end of the seance. It just wasn't like himself at all.
In what way?
Well, it's hard to explain if you don't know about seances.
Well, I'm afraid I don't know anything about them.
Well, there is a certain routine, as a certain continuity, as a scenario, you might call it. And it's always more or less the same. There's the cold wind and the vapor rising.
I didn't know.
And then when I've gone into deep trance, the rappings start.
The rappings?
Yes, from the spirit world.
The spirits rap?
Or the entity raps.
Oh, I see. The entity.
And then he materializes from the vapor.
Oh, yes. The vapor. Yes.
After the entity has materialized from the vapor, then I talk to him.
You actually talk to him? You really talk?
And he talks to me. I ask questions of the entity, and he replies.
Well, that's amazing.
Well, it isn't so amazing if you have the power.
I hated to see him leave the circus.
Yes.
And you too, Melba.
Well, of course, we had to make use of my gifts.
I suppose you did.
It was funny. He was talking about the circus, about how he missed it just before that last seance.
He was?
Uh-huh. And that night, he became confused, disturbed. And I had to call off the seance before we'd finished it because I couldn't endure any more. So I told the clients to leave the house. And then when I had put Orville to bed, he was all hot and feverish. And before I could even call a doctor, he passed out of this life.
Oh, that's sad, terribly sad.
Well, here's where I live, Mr. Rafter. Thank you so much for seeing me home. I appreciate it.
Oh, dear lady, I was only too glad.
And would you remember to meet all the old friends at the circus? I suppose they're all still there.
Most of them. Of course, we had to replace you, and we found a splendid replacement for Orville. Benny, his name is. The finest specimen of a human skeleton as I've ever seen. And a nice chap, too.
Well, you like him, do you?
Of course, he's not like Orville.
Well, you said he was a nice chap.
Oh, yes. Very nice fella.
Oh. How long are you going to be playing in these parts, Mr. Rafter?
A few more days. We hit Fergus Falls next Tuesday, then we'll move on to Pennsylvania.
Well, maybe I'll just come over and take in the show.
Oh? Well, I'm sure everybody would be happy to see you, Melba.
I ought to be in pretty good shape by Tuesday. And it might do me good to see the old crowd again.
Mr. Rafferty?
Benny.
Could I talk to you for a minute?
Well, sure. Come on in, Benny.
I need some advice. You know Madame Melba?
Of course I know Madame Melba.
Well, you know she was here on Tuesday.
Well, I know. You met her, I take it.
Oh, yeah. She, we had a long talk.
Well, you did? What about?
Well, you know Madame Melba is a famous medium now. It's like a clairvoyant sort of.
Yeah, I know that. She's done very well at it, I understand.
Yeah, that's what she says. And she wants me to leave the circus and come be with her.
As what? Be with her as what?
Well, she didn't say exactly.
You know her husband just died, don't you?
No. I didn't know that.
Well, he did. Come down with a fever all of a sudden. He died.
Oh, that's too bad.
Her husband used to be the human skeleton with his show. Before you. Did you know that?
No. No, I didn't know that.
Orville, his name was. Fine chap. I was very fond of him. Sorry to see him go. I always had the feeling he hated to leave us, too. Matter of fact, she told me he was talking about the circus the very day he took sick and died.
About coming back?
Well, she didn't say just that. But I have a feeling... Now, look, Benny. Why do you think Madame Melba wants you to join her?
I don't know.
Well, some women of ample size are often attracted to men of your size.
Yeah, I know. And vice versa.
Mm-hmm. You think that's it?
It crossed my mind.
You want to go?
Well...
I tell you what. We'll be laying off for a week before we follow the circuit of Pennsylvania. Suppose you take the time and see what's cooking with Madame Melba.
Oh, can't you do anything?
Well, I don't understand exactly what I'm supposed to do.
You're supposed to do what I tell you to do.
Well, I don't know why I'm doing it.
It's for the seance, Benny. I've told you 1,000 times.
Yeah, but I thought you were a medium, Melba, a clairvoyant.
I am a sensitive. That's the proper term.
So, what do you need me for?
A sensitive needs a little help here and there.
Well, what am I doing in this funny costume?
That is the uniform of a Hessian soldier.
A soldier?
A dead soldier. A dead Hessian soldier.
What's Hessian?
Means German.
German? I don't see what this is all about.
You are the entity that appears from some land, from the space beyond the stars. I ask questions, and you answer them.
Do I know what to say?
I tell you what to say beforehand.
Yeah, but then it isn't real.
Well, not altogether, no.
You're not a real sensitive.
Or not absolutely real, no.
And the vapor isn't real either.
That's dry ice.
None of it's real.
It's real that I have powers, Benny.
Melba, I think I want to go back to the circus.
So you think the circus is real?
Everything at Rafferty's is real. Even the smiles on the clowns' faces. They're painted on. Everybody knows they're painted on. They can see the paint. Nobody's trying to fool anybody, and nobody's fooled. The animals are real. The high wire is real. The pretending is real. The pretending to be happy, to be gay, to be enjoying ourselves. It's pretending, but it's real pretending.
All right, Benny, all right. You don't have to be a Hessian soldier. Just forget the whole thing. Just take off the uniform. We'll skip that part. But you will stick around, won't you? And do a couple of harmless little things.
Like what?
Well, like take the top off the dry ice when I give you the cue.
Well, how would I know when? What's the cue?
It'll be a word cue. I'll give you one. Like, come, sweet spirit from summerland.
Come, sweet spirit from summerland.
And then the vapor appears, and then I go on some more. And then the rappings start.
Oh, yeah, well, Melba, I can't do the rappings. I tried and I can't do them. I can't crack my knuckles. I never could.
Orville could crack his knuckles and his knees.
Well, I can't.
Orville could crack his toes.
I am not Orville. I am Benny. And I can't do it.
Well, if you try.
I have tried.
Well, try again, please, sweetie. For me, try again.
It's because my bones aren't just the same as Orville's.
Sweetheart, I've explained that to you. I went to all the trouble of consulting an orthopedic surgeon, and he says it is not the bones, it is the tendons. Now, remember that. It's not the bones, it's the tendons. Now, try, please. For me, try.
All right.
Try, my pet. Try for Melba.
I can't. It's no use.
Orville could do it standing on a pillow.
Well, I'm not Orville, and I can't do it.
All right, sweet precious. I didn't mean to upset you. Now, let's try just once more. Never mind your knees or your toes. We'll forget all about the knees and the toes. Just your knuckles now. Try, my darling.
I don't think I can.
Oh, that's it. Oh, my sweet pet, you did it. You did it. Oh, that's it. You are wonderful. You are superb. You are marvelous. You did it.
I didn't do anything.
Yes, you did. Didn't you hear yourself?
Melba, listen to me. I didn't do anything.
Oh, sweetheart, I heard you.
That wasn't me.
Of course it was.
No, it wasn't. Somebody else is in this room.
Somebody else?
You know who.
Oh. Orville?
Has to be Orville. Who else?
Orville's dead.
He's come back.
Orville is real.
Not to me, Melba. Not to me. I'm going back to the circus. The circus is what's real to me.
You're walking out on me?
I'm not made for this life, Melba. I'm going back where I belong.
No, you can't do that. You can't leave me all alone.
Mr. Rafferty said I could come back if I wanted to. What was that?
Did you?
I didn't do anything.
Then what? Bonesy. 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 You're here!
Now you don't know what to believe, do you? Is there really a Summerland or isn't there? Can the dead be called back from there, if there is such a place? by living persons whose powers are strong enough, who believe enough? And, as in the case of Melba, can they be summoned even by those who have no power and do not believe at all? Frankly, I haven't the foggiest idea. Do you? I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
Man is coagulated smoke and will return to smoke. So said Paracelsus, 16th century physician and philosopher. Not a very elevated description of ourselves, is it? Not sufficient to interpret our restless dreams, our insatiable ambition, our irrational behavior. But who had ever explained those things? Or us, completely? Perhaps that's really all we are. Just coagulated smoke, destined to return to smoke.
Bonesy, you're here. Oh, Bonesy. Oh, who else could it be?
Not me. I was on my way out.
Well, you can go, because I don't need you anymore.
Well, I kind of like to stick around.
No, you go.
And see what happens.
No, he won't materialize with you here.
Materialize? Materialize? You don't mean... You can't...
Oh, never mind what I mean. You just get out of here. This is between Mr. Bones and me.
Well, if I could see
well,
him...
you can't see him.
Talk to
No.
You mean... You're the only one who can.
That's just what I mean. Now, you go on back to Rafferty's circus where you belong.
I'd like to come back sometime, Madam Melba.
No! Bonesy. Bonesy, are you really there? I thought you were dead. I mean, gone forever. Bonesy, did you really go to Summerland? And did you come back from there to help me? Oh, Bonesy, if I could believe that. Believe it, Melba. It's true. I'm here. Oh, Bill. It's been so awful here without you. I know. Has it been awful for you, too? Well, has it? Nothing is awful in Summerland, Melba. You mean it's the way you said it was? That last time at the seance, it's really like that? It's kind and loving, and nobody is afraid. Yes, Melba. It's just like that. Oh, it's so hard to believe that there actually is such a place. You know, I never really believed that there was. Yeah, I know. I never believed anybody went there. I never believed anybody went anywhere. I know. But there is such a place. Because you've been there, and you know. That's right. And you came back to help me. Yeah. That means I do have the power, doesn't it? I'm not a fake at all. I'm real, and I have the power. Oh, Bonesy, what a marvelous thing to find out after all this long time. Why, I can make a fortune with you to help me. Just, what you have in mind, Melba? Well, there is a lady in this town. She's a baroness, Bonesy. Elizabeth Baroness Barkati, Hungarian, or Polish, something like that. Yeah, she's been pestering me for a seance for more than a month now. Ever since you went to Summerland. And I've been putting her off. I said I was too shaken up after your passing, which, of course, I was. Yeah, of course. Besides which, I didn't have anybody to help me. And then, just as I'm about to give up completely and forever, you signaled your presence. Those rappings. I never heard a sweeter sound in my whole life. Now, listen about this Baroness, Elizabeth Barkati. See, her father died, and then her mother. Well, maybe I've met them. Oh, I suppose you might have. Well, now she's got a husband, a rich American. But she never really got over losing her father and her mother. Poor lady. So
So I have a phone number, and I said that I'd call her when I was ready. Well, I will tell her that tonight is the night. Is that all right with you? My time is your time. Don't say, what form are you going to take when you materialize? Or don't you want to materialize at all? I haven't quite figured all this out. Well, why don't you just leave it all to me, Melba? Well, all right, if you say so. May I present my husband, Madam Melba? I'm so glad. Now, if you follow me into the parlor, follow close behind because the room will be dark. And you may find it a bit chilly. I'll keep it at 62 degrees. The spirits like it better that way. Now, there we are, a chair for you, Baroness, and one for you, sir. You will clasp hands, please. You may talk if you like, but in low conversational tones, if you please. Are we ready? Ready?
Oh, this is nonsense, Elizabeth.
Now, I am going to leave you. I am going into deep trance. In a few seconds, you will feel the wind across your hands. Do not be alarmed. The wind will grow colder. It is a signal from Summerland that the entity is approaching, the sweet spirit who is my contact with the astral world. Ah, yes. We shall hear from him soon, I think. Oh, yes, soon. Was that him? I told you we would hear from him. I can hardly believe. Will you speak to our spirit? Really? Dear one, will you speak to us? And why not? Oh, what did he say? I said, why not? I'm not sure I understand him. You got wax in your ears, lady? Well, perhaps we should start again. We seem to have got off on the wrong track somewhere. Okay.
He sounds like our janitor.
I'm afraid we started wrong. Look, this isn't the right...
Avanti. Come in. Merci. Gracias. Dankeschön.
Believe me, I didn't know that this... What can this mean? Well, it isn't what you think. No, please don't go. Perhaps it would be... No, please, I wish that you wouldn't go.
Oh, let him go. Who needs him? Good riddance to bad rubbish. That's what I always say. What do you always say?
Madam Melba, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry, too. Not at all what I expected. Nothing at all what I expected. Nor I. Oh, did you do this on purpose?
In a way.
To humiliate me.
Spirits don't like to be summoned, Melba. Or conjured.
Boy, you're making fun of me.
A little? Millie?
Oh, Bill.
Since you made fun of us, Melba, pretending we didn't exist?
Well, I didn't know that you did. But I know now, oh, Bill. And I want to be like you.
Just what do you mean by that?
I want to be with you in Summerland.
What? You want to be dead? That's a very wicked thought.
But there's nothing for me here. And there's everything for me there.
I'm sorry, Melba.
What do you mean you're sorry?
It's just not possible.
You mean I can't go to Summerland?
Someday, maybe.
Well, why not now?
You just wouldn't fit in.
Why wouldn't I?
You're not the type.
Well, what I have to do to be the type, to fit in.
You have to lead a better life.
Well, what kind of life? I don't know any other kind of life but this.
Oh, yes, you do.
Well, what? Tell me.
Figure it out. And after you've figured it out, do it. And after you've done it, and the time has come, I'll put in a good word for you, Melba. I have a little influence in Summerland.
Mr. Rafferty?
Why, it's Madam Melba. Come
Come right on in.
Not Madam Melba, Mr. Rafferty.
Well, Melba then. Madam Melba is a little too formal for old friends.
Not Melba either, Mr. Rafferty. I am Gargantua.
Gargantua?
Yes, Mr. Rafferty. If you can see your way clear.
Now, you don't mean that...
Yes, I do.
You want to come back here? Take your old job back?
That's what I want.
But you've been so successful in the world out there.
I've been too successful.
I don't understand. I really don't.
Well, it's a long story. Maybe someday I can tell it to you.
Well, I'd like to hear it.
Oh, I'd like to tell it to you. If I can, someday.
Well, there's no rush. No rush. Would you like to take a look around, see some of your old friends?
Yes, I would. I'd like that very much.
Well, you just go ahead. You know where everybody is, I guess.
I think I can remember.
They'll all be very glad to see you.
I hope so. Oh, my. Isn't it beautiful here?
Melba. Madam Melba. What are you doing here?
Hello, Benny. I've come to get my old job back.
You mean it?
If Mr. Rafferty's willing.
Say, what's happened with Orville? Anything happened?
Oh, Benny, quite a lot happened with Orville. Quite a lot.
He really came back? You talked to him?
Mostly, he talked to me.
But will he come here, you think?
Oh, I don't think so, Benny. He's very happy where he is, you know.
You mean you don't think you'll see him again?
Oh, I'll see him again. But not for a while. And not here. I'll see him later on. Much later. In Summerland.
I don't completely understand our story at all. It seems to mean something. It's trying to tell us something. As near as I can make it out, the message is this. The dead, wherever they are, if they are anyplace, are all right. They are fine. Don't pester them. Leave them alone. But, as I said, I don't really understand that story at all.
Why are so many people buying Buick's New Century? Well, it depends on who you ask. Mrs. Marshall Resnick?
It holds the road, and it drives really smooth. It's nice.
And Mrs. Phil Jackson?
I like it because it's roomy.
And Mr. Jackson, he can't even begin to tell you all the reasons why he likes their new Buick Century.
I really wouldn't know where to start.
But then that says a lot about Buick's New Century and why it's drawing a crowd at your Buick dealers.
I sincerely hope you're not confused. I hope you have a certainty that Summerland is where we're all going to wind up someday. Summerland, where all is kindness and goodness and loving one another. I hope you're right. And I hope to meet you there. We'll have a nice long talk, you and I, and reminisce about the story that I didn't understand at all. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Robert Dryden, Joan Arliss, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In time of war, certain human instincts come to the fore. The aggressive instinct, of course, and also the instinct for survival. That we must all die eventually is inescapable. That some of us must die prematurely is terrifying. So terrifying that in a moment of grave danger, even the most sober and rational of men can appear to regress and clutch at superstitious omens, like our most primitive ancestors. Is this folly? Or does a person in the extreme moment when death is imminent know something we don't?
Captain, if I volunteer for this mission, will we get back here by midnight?
Well, it shouldn't take you more than 3 hours.
You're sure?
How come you're so skittish all of a sudden?
I just want to know that we'll be back here safely by midnight.
Why? Afraid you might turn into a pumpkin?
No, Captain. Something a lot worse than that.
Our mystery drama, Time Out of Mind, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Maybe you've got a neighbor who just bought a new Electra, and he's gotten so smug and self-satisfied lately you can't stand it. Well, look at it this way. If you had just gotten a car with all the luxury and prestige of Electra and a trim European-like design that makes it easier than you might imagine to park and maneuver in city traffic, wouldn't you be a little insufferable for a while? We thought so. The new Electra at your Buick dealers now.
A little science, a little magic, a little science.
We have all experienced that bittersweet longing for the past, known as nostalgia. Most of us have also felt the related sensation of wishing we could return to a specific moment in time to take care of some unfinished business or speak a final word to a loved one. But though this temptation can at times seem unbearable, we should never allow it to become overwhelming.
Dad? Dad?
Huh? What, Scott?
Are you okay?
Oh, sure.
Would you like me to drive for a while?
Oh, no, I'm fine. Why should you?
Well, you looked like you were drifting off.
No, I was just thinking about something, that's all. I'm perfectly wide awake.
Okay, I was just offering.
What time is it?
Nearly midnight. Dad?
What? Why do you keep bothering me?
Bothering you? All you're doing is driving.
What do you want?
You were getting that look in your eye again.
What look?
Like you're forgetting where you are.
Well, I don't like being watched.
Hey, Dad, you've been driving since supper.
Look, believe me, I'm not tired. I was on the road 10 years for my company. I know about driving.
What were you thinking about?
When?
Just now.
Well, nothing.
Well, you said you were.
I don't remember.
Dad, let's talk, okay? If nothing else, the conversation will keep us awake.
I don't know why, Scott. It's usually put us to sleep before.
I don't get it. You insisted on driving me all the way back to school. When I asked you why, you said it would be a good chance for us to get to know each other better.
Yeah, I know, Scott, but... well, it's late at night now.
Well, there's plenty of time to talk tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, Dad.
I'm sorry, son. I didn't mean to snap at you. I know we haven't been very close these past few years while you've been drifting about and trying to find yourself.
But now that I'm back in graduate school, you think you can relate to me, is that it?
You see, even the words you kids use. I mean, relate. But what does that mean? I mean, in my day, it meant to tell somebody something.
Okay.
What?
Let's begin with that. Let's tell each other something.
Well, why don't you tell me about the courses you're taking?
I mean, what's on our minds, how we feel about things, how you feel about me, how I feel about you.
I don't know why you kids today are so obsessed with feeling.
I feel like I'm driving across the country with a complete stranger.
That's really how you feel, Scott?
Yes. I'm not part of your life, Dad. I never have been. I never know what's on your mind. Half the time, you seem like you're somewhere else.
My brother, Scotty.
What?
Well, you asked me what I was thinking about before. It was Scotty. Your uncle, the one you're named after.
Well, why were you thinking about him now?
And January 17th, the day after tomorrow, is the anniversary of his death. He was killed in the Second World War.
Yeah, at Anzio Beach in 1944.
Of course, you've heard the story.
You know, sometimes I really envy him.
Why?
Because I get the impression he was the only person you were ever close to.
Well, why do you say that?
You mention his death so much.
Well, you asked me to tell you what I was thinking about.
I wasn't trying to criticize. All I meant was that other people lost relatives in the war, but that was 30 years ago. His death obviously affected you very much.
He was killed by a sniper while he was out on patrol near Anzio.
All I know about him is how he died.
Well, there's nothing more to tell. You know, you look a lot like Scotty.
I do?
He was tall, like you.
Really? 6'7"?
Just about.
Did he play basketball?
No, he was a musician. He played the piano.
Classical?
No. Rhythm and blues. Swing. He was also a composer. Do you know that Tommy Dorsey heard him once? And he told Scotty to look him up when the war was over. He was going to be great.
I never knew any of this. Well, why haven't you ever talked about him?
And he had a real great sense of humor. A real wise guy. His death was a turning point in my life. It was right after I heard the news that I asked your mother to marry me.
So you were close?
No.
Well, I don't understand.
Well, he looked up to me, but, well, I always made fun of him, Put him down.
No, a lot of older brothers do that. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, most brothers have a lifetime to make it up, and we never did. I never had the chance to tell him how I really felt, and sometimes I think I'd be willing to give almost anything to be able to go back and make sure he knew.
Well, you can't, Dad. It's over.
No, that's just it. It isn't over.
Dad, this is 1978.
There was a letter.
A letter?
Yes. What's that?
It sounds like a highway patrol car.
Well, he's not after us, is he?
Well, I don't know. He's still pretty far back, but... Well, I don't see anybody else on the road.
Oh, but that's crazy. Look, I'm only going 60.
Well, it's still 5 miles over the limit.
Any trooper will spot you 5 miles.
Hey, I'd slow down anyway.
Well, no, he must be answering a call further down the highway.
Look, he's signaling for us to pull over.
Hand me my wallet, will you? It's in the glove compartment.
Good evening.
Hello, officer.
Can I see your license?
Yeah, sure. Just a sec.
Theodore Pittman, that you?
Yep.
Who's that in there with you?
It's my son.
You live in Pennsylvania?
Yes, sir. Harrisburg. My son's studying physics in California, and I'm driving him back to school from winter vacation.
You drive all the way from Harrisburg today?
Oh, no, from Columbus, officer. Can you tell me what the matter is? I was only going a few miles over 60.
Oh, speeding's not the problem.
This interstate can be more treacherous than it looks, Mr. Pittman. It's flat as a board and straight as an arrow for over 100 miles through this part of Kansas. A lot of drivers become lulled or hypnotized. Some even fall asleep at the wheel.
Well, I'm wide awake.
Oh, I've been following you for quite a while. You aware that a few miles back you were weaving?
Well, no.
That's a pretty good sign. A driver's either tiring or his mind's wandering.
Well, I'm okay now.
Does your son drive?
Oh, yes, officer, but I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with me.
You planning to drive all night?
Yes, we're behind schedule. We had some car trouble in Ohio that set us back a day. Well, my son's got to be back in San Francisco in time to register tomorrow, the 17th.
That's a long way to go in 2 days.
Well, we'll make it.
I suggest you stop for some coffee at the next service plaza. There's one about 12 miles up ahead that's got an all-night restaurant.
All right, officer, fair enough. We'll do that.
It's for your own protection, Mr. Pittman.
I understand.
I also suggest you change drivers there.
Yes, sir.
Here's your license.
Thank you. Oh, that was a close call.
Dad, he was only trying to be helpful.
Weaving? I don't remember weaving.
You, started to tell me about a letter?
Well, the last time I ever saw my brother Scotty, we had an argument.
Over what?
Well, I don't remember. It doesn't matter. The point is, that was it. 3 weeks later, he was shipped overseas, and I never saw him again. A couple of months after that, I began to feel apprehensive.
As if you knew something was going to happen?
Well, you always think you have a whole life to talk, so you keep putting it off, and then suddenly something happens, and...
So you wrote to him?
It's amazing what happens when you sit down to do something like that. I mean, feelings you didn't even know you had. Well, everything comes out.
Did you mail it?
3 weeks before he was killed.
So he did know.
Well, you see, that's just it. I don't know if the letter ever reached him. It wasn't among his personal effects when they were sent home.
3 weeks is a lot of time. He must have gotten it.
It took mail anywhere from 2 to 6 weeks to reach men who were at the front.
Oh.
So I never knew. And I never will know.
I'm glad you told me all this, Dad. I feel like maybe we're a lot closer now. Maybe we'll leave...
Scotty's death wasn't necessary.
What?
He never should have been with the infantry in the first place. I mean, he was a big boy. An inch over the height limit. They were supposed to transfer him. It should have come through.
But it didn't. It's over. Hey, let go of it, Dad. It's been over for 30 years.
No, it isn't over. As long as I don't know whether or not he got my letter, it isn't over.
Well, if that's the way you feel, it can't ever be over then, can it?
No.
Dad, are you watching what... Dad, look out! You're going off the road!
It has been said that time heals all wounds. But there are exceptions. Some wounds never heal, and some seem to grow even more painful as time goes on, and the particular event recedes further and further from the grasp. Usually our desires have their consequences only in the present. But is it possible that a wish, if it were strong enough, could affect what is already past? I shall return in a moment with Act Two. Father and son driving across the Kansas prairie late at night. The father reliving an episode from his past he's not been able to forget for 30 years. Then suddenly, and without warning, a mishap. Theo Pittman loses control, and the car careens and crashes. It is said there are no accidents, that everything which happens is ordained. But if this was not an accident, what else could it have been?
Hey, Scotty.
What happened?
How do you feel?
My head.
Hey, just take it easy. That shell couldn't have landed more than 20 yards from our foxhole.
Foxhole? I was in a car. There was an accident.
Hey, just lie back, pal.
Who are you?
It's Leslie.
Leslie?
Les White.
What's that outfit you're wearing? You a soldier?
Hey, that's what they say about you, too.
What? Hey, what are you doing?
Just putting some water on your face.
Where am I?
Field hospital.
Where?
Near Anzio.
Anzio? You mean Italy?
Yeah, we're about 4 miles inland from the beach. You don't remember what happened at all?
No, I don't.
Well, I'm not surprised. The medics said you might suffer loss of memory for a while.
How did I get here?
Oh, a shell hit near our foxhole. I was lighting a cigarette, and I had my head down. You were up top with the binoculars, and the explosion knocked you cold.
Foxhole, Anzio. What year is this?
1944.
I must be dreaming.
Hey, tell me, how do you feel?
A terrible headache.
Well, you ain't dreaming, Scotty.
But it's incredible. How did I get here?
I carried you.
No, I mean... what did you call me?
When?
Just now, my name. What did you say?
Scotty.
Pittman?
Yeah. Hey, your memory's coming back.
I'm Scotty Pittman?
Boy, I don't understand how you weren't killed.
What do you mean?
Well, there's not even a mark on you. Boy, you must have a charmed life.
I want to try standing up.
Hey, wait a few minutes.
I want to get up.
Okay, but let me give you a hand. Hey, take it slow. There. How's that?
Dizzy, yes. No, don't hold me.
You sure?
Let go. I don't believe this.
Captain Croft. Captain, Scotty's come too.
Well, how do you feel, boy?
Okay, I guess.
You don't look any the worse for wear. You able to walk?
Yeah.
How's your vision? Is it blurred at all?
No.
Les, what's the medic say?
Well, he doesn't know how Scotty survived, but he can't find anything wrong with him except for a mild concussion.
Okay, check out with him and get back to your position.
All right.
That guy doesn't like me, does he?
Well, I'm not surprised. You've been trying to get out of this outfit ever since they stuck you here.
Because of my size?
Yep. Hey, how you feeling now?
I really don't know yet.
How's your memory? You know what's happening?
Yeah. We're at Anzio. The Americans and British landed here with 24 battalions. 21 theirs, 3 were ours. The objective is to draw the Germans away from Cassino and make it possible for the Allies to break through to Rome.
Hey, great, you remember.
Well, I should. I've heard the story often enough.
What?
Nothing. What are we doing? I mean, us, specifically.
Well, our battalion is in the vanguard for the invasion forces. When we landed, we took the Germans by surprise, and we were able to push them back this far, but, boy, now their resistance is stiffening. A lot of our armor and men are still being landed on the beach.
So we're the front line?
Our unit is on the extreme southern wing. The German counterattack, if it comes, is expected to be further north. So we're relatively peaceful here. About all we're doing for the moment is going out on daily patrols.
Patrols?
Yeah, hey, don't look so worried. We got it easy. The only real danger we face is from an occasional German sniper.
Sniper? Les, what's the date?
January 16th.
This is the day before... when's the next time we're supposed to go out on patrol?
Tomorrow morning.
The 17th.
Hey, is it beginning to sound familiar?
Yeah, you bet.
We better get going. I'll find a medic and get you checked out of here.
Les, wait a minute. Have we gotten any mail since we landed?
Well, yeah. A batch finally caught up with us yesterday. But you haven't forgotten that.
Did I get something?
You got a letter from your brother.
Then it came.
Oh, yeah, you let me read it.
Where is it now?
Well, gee, I don't know. The last I saw it was tucked in the webbing of your helmet there.
It's not here.
Probably got jarred loose and carried off when that shell exploded. Hey, listen.
What?
The German guns have stopped.
What did the letter say?
What?
Well, you said I let you read it. You remember what it said?
Don't you?
No.
You must have read it over 20 times.
I don't remember.
It was a sweet letter. You and he were really close, huh?
No. No, we, hadn't been.
Well, he must have been making a real effort then to say what he did. Hey, what are you doing?
I have got to try to find that letter.
Yeah, but that's my kit.
Oh, sorry.
Anyway, I told you, it's gone. Oh, the captain's coming this way. We better make tracks back to our position.
White, Pittman, hold on.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. We were just on our way back.
Forget that. I need a couple of volunteers.
Volunteers?
Yes, something's going wrong.
What's happened?
The German guns have fallen silent. That's probably the prelude to the counterattack we've been expecting.
Yes, sir. To the north?
Well, that's just it. Gresham and Hodges and the other outposts are all reporting heavy activity in the hills above their sectors.
Down here? Well, are we getting support?
Well, we still can't get clear radio contact with beach headquarters. The terrain is too rugged.
You want Scotty and me to run back on foot?
Yep, I do. You find out if the 191st Tank Battalion's come ashore yet. Tell them we could sure use some of it.
Yes, sir.
Now, we've seen activity on 3 sides of us, so we're in danger of being cut off.
Well, so we could run into German patrols between here and the beach.
That's right. Otherwise, with luck, you'll be there and back by tonight.
Captain?
Yes, Pittman.
Les says we're scheduled for patrol duty tomorrow.
If we're not being overrun by the Germans, yeah.
Well, if we do volunteer for this trip back to headquarters, will you exempt us from patrol duty for a day?
If you volunteer?
Scotty.
Soldier, you don't understand. You have volunteered.
Captain, he's still a little...
I guarantee no matter what happens, we'll get through to the beach and be back safely by this evening.
Well, that shell must have knocked some spunk into you, Pittman. I haven't heard that kind of enthusiasm from you since you came into this outfit. You keep it up, and I might even be sorry when your transfer comes through. Okay, if you get through to the beach and back by tonight, tomorrow you get a breather.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, Les, you know Colonel Gilpin, don't you?
Yes, sir.
When you get there, report to him. You tell him our situation.
Yes, sir. Well, we're ready to go.
Well, good luck.
What's the matter, Les?
Did you hear something?
No, don't be so jumpy.
It's too quiet.
Now, trust me, we've got nothing to worry about today.
Well, I'm glad one of us is feeling confident.
Hey, Les, is that captain the kind of man to keep his word?
What, you mean about patrol duty tomorrow?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's not exactly Mr. Personality, but he's good on his word. I don't know what difference it makes, though. We'll probably be under attack by then.
Just so long as I'm not out on patrol.
Hey, what's that?
Listen.
3 o'clock.
Hey, we'll make it back in time for supper. Boy, that's beautiful, isn't it?
What?
It's somewhere in the middle of this war, nested among these hills, there's a little village. And the Germans are on one side of them and the Allies on the other. Any minute they're going to go at each other. And still, somebody takes the time to toll the hour.
Yeah. You know, for a minute I could have figured I was back in Vermont. Oh, it's going to be real nice, isn't it? When all this is over and we have peace once and for all.
Yeah. Come on, we'd better keep going.
Colonel Gilpin?
Yeah? What can I do for you?
I'm Private White, and this is Private Pittman. We're reporting from Captain Croft.
Croft? Oh, you're down near Natuna, aren't you, on our southern flank?
Yes, sir.
We were beginning to wonder what had happened to you.
We haven't had any radio contact from you in 2 days.
I know, sir. That's why we're here in person. We've come to report heavy movement in the hills above our position.
Yeah, the enemy counterattack is expected to hit further north.
I know, sir, but we're here to request immediate relief. We're in danger of being surrounded and cut off.
Yeah, we're just bringing the last of the 191st Tank Corps ashore now. We should be able to have you fully supported by morning.
Thank you, sir.
Tell me, did you see any enemy activity between your outpost and here?
Nothing, sir.
Well, that's good. You two boys want something to eat before heading back?
Scotty? No, I want to get back.
Okay, I guess I'd rather travel while it's light anyway.
Well, now, you tell your captain,
Well, get down, sir. Hey, Scotty.
What was that?
Flatten out, will you?
Les, come on. We gotta go.
Through this stuff? Are you crazy?
We'll make it. We've got nothing to worry about.
You can if you want. I'm not moving.
You two boys all right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, I think you'd better stay here.
Well, with your permission, sir, I'd like to go back.
Be crazy to risk it until the shelling stops.
Well, how long will that be?
Well, that depends on how much the Germans got.
Hey, Scotty, we'll get back in the morning.
No, I have got to get back before midnight.
I'm sorry, son, but you're going to have to stay here until this bombardment stops. And that's an order.
We are taught that recklessness or caution can mean the difference between life and death. But this is all relative. For what would strike Les or the Colonel as reckless to Scott Pittman is nothing more than caution, and something that is absolutely necessary if he is not to die. Yet, are his chances for survival really that great? After all, he's fighting for his life against an unusual opponent. History. I shall return in a moment with our final act.
Why are so many people buying Buick's New Century? Well, it depends on who you ask. Mrs. Marcia Resnick?
It holds the road, and it drives really smooth. It's nice.
And Mrs. Phil Jackson?
I like it because it's roomy.
And Mr. Jackson, he can't even begin to tell you all the reasons why he likes their new Buick Century.
I really wouldn't know where to start.
But then that says a lot about Buick's New Century and why it's drawing a crowd at your Buick dealers.
What is the difference between life and death? That is a question we might well ponder at this point, since we're faced with the unusual situation of a person who may be fighting for a life he no longer possesses. There was an accident. That much seems clear. Yet Scott has certainly had no cause to question the reality of the surroundings in which he finds himself, from Kansas highway to a battlefield in World War II. Scott Pittman sits hunched over in a trench, listening to the shells whistling about his ears. But louder even than the exploding bombs is the ticking of time.
Les, what time is it now?
Well, let's see. 10 p.m.
Only 2 more hours. Isn't this shelling ever going to stop?
Why is it so important to get back to our outpost by midnight? I mean, look, the way I see it, we're a heck of a lot safer here. Hey, what are you doing?
I have waited long enough.
Wait a minute, are you crazy?
Let me go.
You wouldn't get 100 yards out there in the open.
I have got nothing to worry about till after midnight.
You think so?
Yes.
Okay. You think you lead a charmed life just because you survived that one shell? Well, go on. Go on, take off.
Les, I'm dead.
What?
I am as good as dead.
Hey, look, cut it out. Don't talk like that. You've been in combat long enough to know you never talk about it. It's bad luck. This afternoon, you weren't afraid of a thing. What's happened to you?
I don't know. I don't know. Well,
Everything's been happening so fast. I haven't had time to stop and think. Of course, this can't be real. It isn't possible.
Well, if this isn't real, why didn't you leave this foxhole when I let go of you just now?
I don't know.
Look at the dirt on your face. It's 30 degrees out. Look at the frost on your breath. You think these things aren't real?
Les, are we friends?
What?
I mean, can I talk to you?
Well, of course. I mean, what kind of a question is that?
I've got to try and explain what's happening because I don't understand it.
Hey, Scotty, you're trembling. What is it? You're acting like this was your first time under fire.
It is.
What do you mean?
Les, I was driving across country with my father on my way back to graduate school. There was an accident, I think. Well, anyway, I woke up here.
That's what's got you unnerved?
Well, isn't that enough?
We all have dreams about being back home.
No, this wasn't a dream. I was on my way back to graduate school in San Francisco. We were driving on an interstate.
On a what?
You see? You see, you don't know what an interstate is, do you? It was 1978, the year it was. I mean, is.
1978? Wait a minute. You mean that this is like the Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court?
Yeah, well, sort of, except that I am not Scotty.
Well, you look like Scotty to me.
No, I am Scotty's nephew. The man who wrote that letter that I was looking for is my father. He was telling me the story of Scotty's death just before the accident.
Death?
Scotty was killed on January 17th.
Well, that's tomorrow. Oh, it's no wonder you've been so jumpy.
He was killed by a sniper. You see, that's why I've got to get back before midnight.
Scotty, it was all just a dream.
Look, I am not. You don't believe me, do you?
Look, let's just call a halt, okay? Just try to forget about it.
Then why do I have a complete memory of my life in 1978 and no memory of all this life now?
The explosion obviously affected your mind. Oh, come on, Scotty, relax. We'll get you medical attention as soon as this shelling lets up.
Don't I look any different to you? I mean, Scotty and I couldn't have looked exactly alike.
Hey, underneath all that dirt, you could be Humphrey Bogart for all I know. Scotty, don't worry. I'm not going to let anything happen to you.
I even remember my last thought before the crash. If there was some way I could find out whether or not Scotty had received that letter.
Well, why don't you write him?
Who?
Your brother. Tell him that the letter came.
Would that work?
Well, if you mail it, it will.
Why didn't I think of that?
Here, wait a second. Here, I got some paper and a pencil in my kit.
Maybe this is what it's all about. Maybe this is why I'm here.
Here's the pencil.
Oh, thanks.
What's the matter?
Why, I don't know what to say.
Well, tell him that you got the letter.
Oh, of course. Dear brother... No. Dear Theodore, your letter arrived safely. I have read it many, many times. It meant more to me than you can possibly imagine. I love you, Scott. No, I mean, Scotty.
Here's an envelope.
Thanks, Les. You have no idea what this is going to mean to him. For 30 years, he's... You think I'm crazy, don't you?
Just write your brother... your father's address on the envelope.
I'm not crazy. I'm really not, Les. I can tell you the day that Berlin is going to fall. I can tell you what happens to Hitler. Did you know that Eisenhower was going to be president?
Look, write the address. We'll see it gets mailed. What's the matter? Why are you hesitating?
I don't know it.
You don't know your own brother's address?
He's not my...
Think, Scotty, think.
He worked in Harrisburg during the war at the Alliance plant.
Okay. Then just send it care of the plant. They'll see it gets to him.
Are you sure?
Oh, come on. They take good care of servicemen's mail. It always gets delivered.
Hey, listen.
What?
They stopped shelling us.
What? It must be a lull.
We can go now.
Why go back at all?
We have to.
But if it's tomorrow you're worried about, why don't we just stay here?
You think I'm stark raving mad, don't you? And soon as you have the chance, you're going to get a couple of medics over here with a straitjacket.
Scotty.
And this letter won't ever be mailed, will it?
I'll mail it, I promise you.
Thanks anyway, Les, but I am going back.
But why, Scotty?
I don't know. Maybe because this is what really happened. Where you go... What are you doing?
Well, no matter what, we're buddies, Scotty. And if I can't stop you, at least I'm not letting you go out there alone.
Hey, Les, stop.
Why, what's the matter?
I thought I saw something move over there in the trees.
Hey, I don't see anything. Hey, come on.
Let's go a little slower, okay?
Like you want to make it back by 12 or not?
There's our battalion.
Oh, just down this hill and over that stream.
Yeah. What time is it?
See, it's only 11:15.
Hey, we made it.
Oh, come on, let's go.
Hey, wait, Les. That can't be right. It's got to be later than that.
What? Oh, hey, you're right. My watch has stopped. It doesn't matter. We still got time.
What's that?
Nothing. Come on.
No. Listen. It's that church bell. The one we heard this afternoon. Les, it's midnight. I didn't make it.
Scotty, there's no one out here. Now, come on. We're almost there.
I can't go any further.
But it can't be more than 500 yards.
That doesn't matter. I'd never get there.
Don't be an idiot. There are no Germans, not this close to our own line.
There are. I know there are.
Oh, damn your crazy, stubborn obstinance. Your idiotic stupidity. That was all just a dream. It doesn't mean anything. Oh, why do you insist on taking it seriously? Look, if you weren't so tall, I'd knock you out and carry you the rest of the way myself.
Get away from me, Les. Go on. What are you waiting for?
Well, that letter to your... That letter. Well, I'll take it if you want.
Would you?
Sure. Well, come on. Give it here.
I can't.
Why not?
Because my dad never got it. It was never mailed. If I gave it to you, you understand?
Yeah, I understand. Captain Croft.
Yes. Well, you made it back.
Well, we reached Colonel Gilpin. The tanks are ashore. The whole invasion force will be moving inland by morning.
Where's Pittman?
Well, he's still out there.
Where?
On the other side of the stream, about 500 yards.
Why?
He refused to come any further. He's gone crazy, sir. That shell yesterday must have blown every ounce of sanity out of his head. He just stopped making sense. He's convinced there's a German sniper out there waiting to kill him.
We've got to get him in here right away. Now, you lead the detail out. You find Sergeant Hobbs and...
What was that? You don't suppose he...
No. That wasn't one of ours. That was a German field rifle.
Dad, are you all right? Hey, Dad, can you hear me? What's happened? Everything's so quiet. Your mind's drifting again. Oh, listen. I got something important to tell you. Scotty got your letter. I know. I was there. I spoke to Les. He was Scotty's buddy. He said the letter came 2 days before he died. So he knew how you felt about him. What's that? That's not for us, is it? The highway patrolman again? We're not going over the speed limit. And you're not weaving. You're driving great, Dad. It's almost like we weren't moving at all. I can't even hear the engine. Dad, wake up. Wake up. If they find you asleep at the wheel, they'll take us off to jail. I'll be late for school. Dad, listen. No matter what they do to us, even if they try to separate us, if maybe we aren't ever going to see each other again, just remember, Scotty got your letter. He knew all along. You don't have to feel badly anymore. I found that out for you. I found out.
Holy jumper.
It's a mess, isn't it? The car's completely totaled.
We got here as quickly as we could.
Yeah, wasn't any need to rush. They're both dead.
Were they killed instantly?
Looks that way.
We'll take the bodies into St. Anne and notify the next of kin.
It's a real shame. I'd stopped these folk about 12 miles back. They were going to pull off the road for coffee at the restaurant just over the rise there, not half a mile from here. A real shame.
It is said that which is truly important is ultimately communicated, if not by tongue or pen, then through some other medium. Were Scott and his father killed instantly? Who knows? A lot is said to happen in that final second before death. Perhaps it is best to take our story as a fantasy of wish fulfillment and not question its logic too closely. But there is a more sober note to be sounded as well, which I shall do as soon as I return.
This spring, True Value Hardware stores can help you get off on the right foot when you have a lot of work to do in your yard. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you they offer lawn and garden equipment to help eliminate a lot of the hard work and give you more time for recreation. Like the Diston cordless grass shears. They can cut around a football field on one charge, and they take charge, handling the trimming around trees, bushes, and fences in your yard. The Diston cordless grass shears are just $11.44. Power pack sold separately at True Value Hardware stores. You can quickly and easily eliminate pests in your garden and around your home with the True Value 2-gallon garden sprayer. The special roto spray nozzle adjusts from a light mist to a 15-foot spray, so you can quickly spray insect and weed killer in a large area, or adjust the spray to reach smaller spots. And right now, the True Value 2-gallon sprayer is anniversary priced at just $14.99 at participating True Value Hardware stores. And remember that True Value is much more than just a name. It's always been our way of doing business. And tell them Pat Summerall sent you.
If there is a lesson to be learned from our story, it is that we must never forget we are born to an eternal present. And it is in this present we must stay. Theodore Pittman would have done better to look to the relationship with his son than continuing to regret his lost chance with his brother.
Our cast included Russell Horton, Lloyd Battista, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale. Why do you say that?
Because I know precisely the kind of help you need.
I'm not sure I know what you mean. I'm not even sure I need any help at all.
Oh, you need all kinds of help. First, you have to be made aware of your problems.
I have a problem.
Oh, rest assured you do. Once you become aware of it, you'll need help in finding and following through the solution.
I really don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that's why I'm so important to you. Believe me, there's one thing that you must do within the next 6 or 8 weeks.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, that is, we must do it.
Yeah. What is it?
We must murder your aunt.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The words traitor and spy are easily applied. Very often, however, events shape destinies. One man's bravery is another man's cowardice. To label a man is to tell what is outside. However, what is inside, what motivates even a hero to change color, is both the tragedy and the mystery of the ensuing hour.
Mr. Stansbury, I have here a secret proclamation sent to me by General Washington of the American plan to invade Canada. 8,000 troops are expected from our ally, France, for that campaign.
You said 8,000?
The British wanted specifics. Well, specifics is what I'm giving you.
Benedict, that information is secret. Are you sure that you should divulge...
The die is cast, Peggy. There is no turning back.
Our mystery drama, The Spy and the Traitor, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Gordon Heath. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
The Electra's all washed and loaded, and you're on your way. You figured 300 miles the first day, but with all of Electra's luxury and room, you're out 400 miles before you know it. Not only that, but the EPA mileage estimates are 22 highway, 15 city, and 18 combined. That's with the standard 5.7-liter engine and automatic transmission. Of course, your mileage will vary depending on how and where you drive, your car's condition, and how it's equipped. And EPA estimates are lower in California. But it's nice to know that a car with as much prestige and elegance as Electra can also be efficient. Buick Electra, a car that can actually make you look forward to a long trip.
They surely will astound you, the amazing things you see. The cars they're built to wonders work. How can such things be? A little science, a little magic, a little science.
Electra models are equipped with GM-built engines supplied by various divisions. See your dealer for details.
39 years old, a war hero, a loner, daring to do battle against odds and without orders, feared by the enemy and disliked by his soldiers. Were they jealous? Was there a place in revolutionary America for a brilliant general who had the reputation of being a one-man army? He was wounded in battle, decorated, and sent home at 39. He was engaged to marry a girl of 17. His name was Benedict Arnold.
They all hate me. The Army, Congress, everyone.
Oh, not hate, Benedict. They're envious of you. Who in his right mind wouldn't be? You're the best general old George ever had.
The best? You may be right, Peg. I have a feeling for fighting. I've had it since I was 13 in the French and Indian Wars. George Washington, a bullet never whistled past him till he was 21.
I know General Washington appreciates your worth.
I'm not so sure, Peggy. I wish he would speed up this ridiculous court-martial so that I could clear myself.
Then I don't want to hear any more about it. Don't fuss so.
Waiting. How I loathe it. And not having any command.
Benedict Arnold, will you stop that?
I've been put on the shelf, that's what it is.
Ben, I'm going to change the subject, and I want you to pay full attention. You know we've been invited to the Meshianza fancy dress ball, and I want your advice. Do you think I would look well-dressed like a Turkish lady? Ben? Ben, are you listening to me?
5 new major generals, and I was passed over.
Ben, if you're going to go on and on over that stupid court-martial, when everyone knows you'll be cleared, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Who is it?
Your father.
Oh, please come in, Father. I'm so upset.
I'm afraid I am also.
General Arnold was just here, and we parted under not too friendly terms.
Margaret, I have something to say to you.
He's so preoccupied with that dreary old court-martial. All he thinks of is clearing himself so he can get a command and go back out there and get shot at. His leg is already terribly hurt. Every time I see him limping, it makes me cry.
Margaret, you know that ball you and your sisters are making such a fuss over?
I should think so. It's the most important social event in Philadelphia. Fuss indeed.
Will you please listen to me?
Yes, Father.
I have decided that in these times it would be unseemly for the Shippen family to spend their efforts on something as flippant as a fancy dress ball.
Father!
I myself have tried to remain neutral, but if my family takes part in such foolishness, we shall certainly be accused of making a mockery of the rebel cause.
Father, I have to go to that ball. Major John Andre has asked me to. It's important.
Think, child. You are engaged to General Arnold, an American general. Not so very long ago, his superior, General Washington, asked 2,000 men to freeze and die at Valley Forge. You cannot be seen dancing with the British here in Philadelphia while widows are weeping over the graves of their soldier husbands.
Oh, no.
We have no money. No money coming in. As you know, when this city fell to the British, I decided not to help either side, to wait it out. No, these are not times to indulge in lavish entertainments.
It's this awful war. I wish that darned old George Washington had never gotten it into his head that we should be separated from Great Britain. It makes me so angry.
Margaret, please keep that sentiment to yourself. We may be forced to swear allegiance to the American flag. Besides, there's much merit in their point of view.
You may think so, Father, but I shall never. I hate this stupid revolution and what it's done to people of culture and breeding.
Miss Peggy Shippen, I believe?
Major John Andre, an honor.
What an exquisite gown.
Thank you.
I hadn't expected you at the ball.
Why not, Major Andre?
Well, a little bird told me your father doesn't approve of such blatant luxury.
The little bird was right. Father does not.
But you are here anyway.
Let us say when Peggy Shippen wishes her own way, she usually gets it.
Usually?
Always.
Do you suppose your fiancé, General Arnold, will mind if I ask you to dance?
The General would mind very much if you did not. A dance or two will make his absence more bearable for me.
Isn't it extraordinary? Here we are of the same heritage and background, General Arnold and myself. Yet one is a loyalist, the other a rebel.
Major Andre, may I ask you to help me forget the war for one evening?
Oh, it shall be a pleasure.
Tell me, did you bring your scissors, Major?
My scissors? Oh, why, yes, I did. How did you know about that?
Your little bird. I understand you are quite accomplished in cutting out silhouettes of the ladies you dance with. I hope you'll do mine.
I should be honored.
Gracious. Is that a country dance the orchestra is playing?
Why, yes, it is.
Do I dare dance a country dance?
My dear Miss Shippin, it is we who must set the fashion for others to follow.
But a country dance is so daring. Imagine moving about to music held in the arms of a man not your husband, in public.
Shall we give it a try?
Let's. Oh, I can't wait. I am absolutely exhausted. 4 whole country dances.
Miss Shippin.
Peggy.
Well, good. Then I can be John to you. Peggy, a glass of punch?
Oh, yes. I need something to revive me. Doesn't this awful revolution seem far away to you, John?
One for you and one for me. To your health.
Thank you.
No, the war is very close to me, especially since my promotion to Deputy Adjutant General.
I am impressed. You have new duties?
Chiefly that of intelligence, the gathering of information.
You mean spying?
Oh, I've said too much already. Now, if you'll allow me, sit there like that, in profile, and I'll take out my black paper and do your silhouette.
Only in exchange.
Exchange?
May I see the scissors?
Here, Peggy, what are you doing?
Snip, snip. A fair trade. A lock of your hair for my face on paper.
I must say, Peggy, for a young lady of your young years, I would say you are one of the most dangerous I have ever met.
Because I cut off a lock of your hair as a keepsake?
Now, stop blinking your eyes and hold still. The nose. I would say you have all the earmarks of a headhunter.
You flatter me.
And if I know anything about that type of lady, one lock of hair won't satisfy you. You won't rest until you have my entire head.
Ben? Husband? Please come to bed.
I'm coming, Peg, dear.
Do you know what day it is today?
Of course I know. The 8th, Tuesday.
Is that all?
1779.
Oh, Ben, today is our anniversary.
It is. Yes.
1 month married today.
Ah, yes.
What is it, Ben? Don't I please you?
Of course you do, Peg. It's obviously I who doesn't please you. I don't know what you see in me. Crippled.
I won't have you talking that way.
You should have married a younger man like John Andre.
Will you stop that? I love you. I know what is troubling you, and it's nothing to do with our marriage. It's a wonderful marriage. Perfect. It's old George, isn't it? And the Philadelphia Congress. It's really shocking. You're the country's hero, and you're being treated like I don't know what.
I wonder, Peggy, if we can ever be happy in a land filled with upstarts and envy.
Why do we have to?
Are you saying, why do we have to remain loyal to the American cause?
Yes, I am. I think they're treating you shamefully. You never got your full commission. That ridiculous court-martial is put off from month to month, so you can't even face your accusers and clear your name. If you were a ranking officer in the British Army, you can be sure they would never treat a great man like that.
No. They wouldn't.
It must be a peculiar American trait to heap honors upon a man, and when he has served his country well, then to drag him down.
Peggy, are you saying we should consider going over to the British?
What do you think?
I wonder how one would go about it.
John Andre might have an idea. He's in intelligence. And because we know him as a friend, he'd keep it a secret.
Yes, John Andre. I remember being a little jealous of him and his attentions to you, Peg. Little did I think someday I might need him. Yes?
Is this the Penn Mansion?
Yes.
General Benedict Arnold?
Yes.
Sainsbury's the name. I've been informed you are a gentleman interested in the finer things of life, and I have brought with me from Philadelphia some articles of rare distinction which I believe you will appreciate. May I come in?
All right. Do so.
Are we alone?
My wife is upstairs, and of course the servants are about.
Yes, I brought with me some exquisite Staffordshire and creamware.
My wife attends to the household effects.
Is there any place we can talk, General, without being overheard by the servants?
Oh, I see. Perhaps in the garden.
In the garden. Splendid. There's beautiful spot you have here, General. Is that West Point directly south?
Why, yes, it is. My wife and I have only recently purchased this property.
Yes, I'd like to see a bit more of the Penn Mansion grounds, if I may. And if you'll come with me outside to my carriage, I have some extraordinary samples fit for a connoisseur. It's an opportunity I don't think you would like to pass up.
Is this strange man selling porcelain or Great Britain? It's one thing to think about changing one's allegiance, another to take action. But when one is faced with a wall of delays, making it impossible to clear oneself, when one is suspended from rank and duty without a trial, perhaps that first step is not such a big one. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
We're going to stick our neck out and tell you something.
It's hard to miss with Arrow. Arrow shirts.
And the reason is so simple.
America's shirt maker is Arrow shirts.
America's shirt maker has done it again with what is probably the best shirt collar ever made. Arrow's patented custom collar, and only Arrow's got it. It's a whole inch wider at the bottom than the top, just like your neck is. It's adjustable by a full half inch, and it's got a special notch so the neckband doesn't show over your tie.
America's shirt maker is Arrow shirts.
See why we're sticking our neck out. Stick your neck into an Arrow custom collar.
America's shirt maker is Arrow shirts.
If we're not already your shirt maker, we ought to be.
It is not the act, but what compels the act. Why does a man cheat at cards, lose a job, even kill another? How often have we been told the fault lies not in our stars, but in ourselves? Here we have a man of great courage, a winner of battles, a gainer of medals, who is about to desert his country. Well, let us see if we can pluck out the heart of this man's mystery. Word has gone out to Major Andre that Benedict Arnold wished to defect. Now the British reply has come knocking at his door.
I have brought with me a personal message from Major Andre.
Proceed.
You sent him a note asking to be assured the British were not planning to give up the war. The answer to your question is assurances are given.
Good.
You asked for suitable pay from the British as inducement.
No, not inducement. Compensation.
Major Andre agrees in principle that you should be compensated, but does not agree to the specific sum you requested.
Oh?
He directs me to tell you the amount will depend upon what services you render to the British.
And what about my question? Should I openly go over to the British side now?
The Major says no, not now. To continue as you are. Serve us in secret.
Has the Major asked for an immediate answer?
I've brought along a dictionary identical to one at British headquarters. Your reply is to be written each word corresponding with the page and line in this dictionary.
I understand. My correspondence is entirely numbers.
The Major suggests your wife write an innocent letter addressed to one of her Philadelphia friends.
She write?
Something innocuous, inquiring as to what's doing in society, the fancy dress balls, whatever. And you are to write your coded, numbered message in invisible ink between the lines.
I don't care for it, Stansbury. Involving an innocent lady friend of my wife's.
The letter will be intercepted, General. It will never reach the party. I suggest you put your thoughts down on paper. I will return to Penn Mansion in an hour for your answer.
Answer? What answer?
For the name of the person to whom your messages for Major Andre will be addressed.
I cannot promise you that. I shall have to consult my wife.
A messenger? When was he here?
He has just left.
What did John say to your proposal? Tell me. Tell me.
The British don't want me to publicly change sides.
But why not? I don't understand.
They want me to secure a command I can betray. But how can I? Washington is holding off giving me a post until this wretched court-martial is over, and there's no date set for it to begin.
What about the money?
Nothing definite. Oh, yes, they'd be delighted for me to tell them of troop movements, secret dispatches, etc. Anything I wish, but Andre refuses to name any specific amount.
But you ask for so little, 10,000 pounds.
We'll write back to John Andre. Peggy, draft up some letter about hats or gowns or whatever. I'll make notes on my views and perhaps, yes, give them some incidental intelligence just to whet their appetite.
This messenger who's coming back, is our letter to be given to him?
No, we're to tell him who in Philadelphia we're writing to.
I'll write directly to John himself. Why not?
You must be out of your mind. Write directly to Andre. Why, you might as well take your carriage and drive to British headquarters or shout our intentions from the housetops. This must be done in secret.
All right, then. I'll address the letter to my father.
Now you're talking sensibly.
I hope something comes of this. How are you going to send your part of the letter, Ben?
Using this dictionary as a code book and writing between the lines of your letter in invisible ink.
I see the dictionary, but where's the ink?
It makes you wonder, doesn't it? How they ever expect to win this war. That fool agent never gave me any ink.
Dear Father, I am well and happy, and to be the wife of this great man has filled my heart and my days. Would you be good enough to forward this letter to our dear friend,
Major John Andre? I have asked him the next time he goes to New York, would he buy me material for a pale pink dress of Mantua, decorated with broad ribbon of the same color. John Andre will know.
Same color. John Andre will know, as we spoke of such material when last we danced at the Meschianza fancy dress ball. Also satin for matching shoes and one pair of ladies' neat spurs. Love to Mama and the girls, your daughter, Margaret. Williams, bring me a candle and that dictionary in the far left-hand corner of the bookcase, and then leave me. I'm not to be disturbed. Good. It's all decoded now. Now let me see. As my life and everything is at stake, I shall expect a certainty as to what amount you will pay me. Herewith some current intelligence. General Washington is going to the Hudson. C has given up. C, Congress has given up C-Ton, Charleston. Congress has given up Charleston. They are in want of arms, men, ammunition to defend it.
Your garden is quite as lovely as I remember it, General Arnold.
You will forgive me if I don't get up. I've had these chairs placed out here at various intervals so I could rest.
Oh, forgive me. May I bring you a cushion from my carriage to make your back more comfortable?
I shall feel more at ease, Stansbury, if you bring me favorable news from the Major. He's received our letters.
Yes, and has entrusted me with the answer. We are to drop the dictionary code. He now fears that the correspondence may fall into the wrong hands and your cooperation is too valuable to risk.
Then he agrees?
To an extent.
To the extent of £10,000 in my terms?
No. The Major cannot see any payments to yourselves until you have made a real and generous effort. He suggests you make a little exertion.
Are those his words?
Verbatim. And procure an accurate plan of West Point, boats guarding the Hudson River, etc., etc., and also the American Army's battle orders.
Andre doesn't realize the problems. No, I don't like this method of communication. Letters, codes, second-hand replies by agents. You will forgive me, Stansbury. Most unsatisfactory.
Which brings me to my next point, General. The Major says if you could enable him to see you, he is convinced a personal conversation would satisfy the both of you entirely.
No. To meet him face to face, yes. Tell the Major I am of like mind. I shall arrange it.
What time is it, Father?
A little after the noon hour.
I'm beside myself with worry. How long does a court-martial take?
I don't know, Margaret.
Benedict has been dragged into this hearing by enemies, but I know he'll come through it with flying colors. Just you wait and see.
Yes, I have no doubt of it.
Father, I wish you could be more charitable.
No, come along, Margaret. How can you say that? You no longer were able to afford the Penn Mansion. Who put this house at your disposal?
Father, I didn't mean that.
I told you both it's yours to keep it. I want you to have some place where you can be happy with no worries of mortgages or unpaid bills.
We shall have money, you'll see. The Philadelphia Congress owes Ben £5,000 a month for the 9 months he had to keep his establishment as commandant of Philadelphia. That's him. He's back. Ben, we're here in the drawing room by the fire.
Another brandy, General?
No, thank you, Mr. Shippen. One was enough to help me recover.
Do you feel up to telling us now the outcome of the court-martial? Are you well enough?
My dearest, I never felt better. At least this trial has taught me who my friends are.
Who spoke up for you?
No one. Not a soul. I had no friends.
But you were acquitted.
Do you remember the story of King Solomon, who, when asked to decide which lady was the true mother of a baby, ordered the infant cut in half and half given to each woman?
Yes, and the true mother rejected that. She would rather have her child alive, even in another woman's hand.
I feel exactly like a mother whose child has been returned to her cut in half. The verdict was half for me and half against. But like King Solomon's child, my reputation is dead. I was exonerated of some charges, but found guilty elsewhere. Nothing specific. Words like improper conduct, imprudent, were thrown at me like dice.
But how could they do that, General? Were they not dealing in facts, specific accusations?
When you are disliked, Mr. Shippen, anyone can dig into the articles of war and come up with some catch-all to hang you.
Oh, my darling, how wicked of them.
They wanted my blood, and they found the catch article, all right. One that forbids, without being specific, mind you, anything an officer might do to, quote, the prejudice of good order or military discipline. The hardest blow of all was the sentence.
But if they acquitted you...
I am to receive a reprimand in writing from General Washington. Now, Mr. Shippen, I am very tired. I did not sleep at all last night. It was good of you to visit and be here when I returned. Now, if you would be so kind as to leave my wife and myself. I I had to talk to you alone, Peggy.
Any word as to your meeting with Major Andre?
Not when I left the house this morning, but I've been gathering some important news for him. Peggy, we must face the truth. America has turned its back on me. Had I ever any doubts about joining the British, they are dispelled now. Yes?
Father, I thought you had gone home. Were you... I mean, have you been standing outside the door all this while?
No, I was waiting for my carriage when a gentleman came to the door and asked to see you, General. I thought perhaps I should announce him.
Who is it, Father?
His name is Stansbury. Who was that gentleman who just left?
My father.
General, I wonder. That is, if Mrs. Arnold does not mind, if you and I...
Mrs. Arnold and I are in this together. She will remain by my side. Before you say anything, Mr. Stansbury, to show my cooperation, I'll give you some information.
Why, excellent.
I have here a proclamation sent to me in secret by General Washington. The American plan to invade Canada. 8,000 troops are expected from France for that campaign.
Well, that is new.
Major Andre wanted my specifics, did he?
Benedict.
What is it?
You are sure?
The die is cast, Peggy. There is no turning back. Where was I? Yes. Our invasion. The American invasion of Canada. 6 French ships of the line, several frigates, and a number of transports carrying the 8,000 are expected at Newport, Rhode Island in 3 weeks. You may tell Major Andre I shall see Washington myself, and I guarantee I shall be offered the command of West Point. Tell him also, when I meet with the Major face to face, he will have from me a complete report on how that garrison can be taken by the British.
A sad day for patriots. The man was noble, but with his last attempt he wiped it out, betrayed his country, and his name remains to the ensuing age abhorred. William Shakespeare's prophetic words, written 100 years before Benedict Arnold's betrayal. I shall be back shortly with Act 3.
The warm, sunny days of spring are the perfect time to paint your house. The National True Test Paint Week is the perfect time to buy True Test house paint from True Value hardware stores. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you, now until June the 4th, they offer True Test paints at special prices. For example, you can get True Test Woodsman Solid Color Latex Stain for just $6.99 a gallon. Woodsman enhances the texture of rough wood and beautifies smooth wood, indoors or out. And it comes in 22 rustic flat colors. Or choose True Test Weatherall Acrylic Latex House Paint, the paint that's earned the Good Housekeeping seal, for just $9.97 a gallon at True Value hardware stores. It resists weather, stains, and smog, and comes in white and 35 colors. So take advantage of the special values on True Test paints during National True Test Paint Week, now until June the 4th at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers. And remember that True Value is much more than just a name. It's our way of doing business. And tell them Pat Summerall sent you.
It is night. Benedict Arnold, his wounded leg propped up beside him, is being rowed to a secret rendezvous near Dobbs Ferry. 30 months of glory, of battle scars and battle honors, and 30 more months of suspicion, disgrace, and despair lie behind him. There is no turning back now. Under the false flag of truce, the British major and the American general, the spy and the traitor, are about to meet.
Arnold? Andre? I've been waiting for you. When did you arrive? A few hours ago. Down there. Look over the cliff. Can you make out her mast? No, don't get up. I know your foot is a great bother. I waited till it was dark. So you came by ship? Yes, the Vulture. Are you alone, Benedict? Yes, John, you? I left Stansbury on the beach below. A useful man.
He knows this whole area on both sides of the Hudson like the back of his hand. How is Peggy?
Oh, this adventure doesn't sit well with her.
I understand you have a baby. Congratulations.
A boy. That doesn't make the strain on Peg any easier. But she insists on knowing everything I do every step of the way.
I'm sorry the court-martial did not go well for you, Benedict.
It was the next to last straw.
Was there a last straw?
Oh, yes. Old George himself had to write to me my actions were improper. But I made him eat his words, which he yet doesn't realize.
I don't quite understand.
It was simple. I made him ashamed that he had to reprimand me. So from there, it was only a step to get him to agree I should be the commander of West Point. Yes, old George will learn how foolish it is not to be loyal to Benedict Arnold.
That's good news. When do you take command?
Soon. But I haven't been twiddling my thumbs, waiting. Now, I have brought with me, John, a detailed drawing of the fortifications. Drew it myself. Here. Put it in your pocket. Now, here are my recommendations how best to storm them.
Oh, I wish I could take a look at these.
We can't light any lanterns here. My guess is, John, if you were to attack West Point before Albany could send reinforcements, the garrison would be yours.
Oh, if we had it, our guns trained on the river and inland, why, all New England could be cut off from the rest of the colonies. Men, supplies, everything.
And what's that worth to you and your generals?
You said 10,000 pounds when last we talked.
The price has gone up to 20.
Yes, but not for a pile of stones and burnt-out cannon. Add 3,000 prisoners and all the stores. Then we would be agreeable.
Is that an owl or a signal?
It may be Stansbury signaling.
Let's hope it's not trouble.
Major Andre.
Hey, Stansbury, what is it?
The boatman, sir. The one who rowed us from the Vulture. I took a tour of the beach to keep my eyes open for the enemy patrol, and when I returned, the boatman was gone.
I didn't believe him. He told me if the hour grew late, he wouldn't be able to row me back, but I didn't believe him.
Will he come back for us in the morning, sir?
One would hope so, but who knows? All right, Stansbury, back to your watch down at the river's edge. I'll call you when I need you.
Yes, sir. But don't worry, sir. I'll keep my eyes open.
It's not a pleasant sensation being in enemy territory. What if there's no boatman in the morning? What then?
Your agent, Stansbury, has a house nearby, doesn't he? About a mile upriver?
Yes, he has.
Then that's where you and I shall spend the night. It'll give us more time for me to explain the drawings and specifications. John, wake up. I'll have Stansbury make us some coffee. Stansbury? Stansbury?
Oh, I could have sworn I didn't sleep a wink.
He's not here. And his cot hasn't been slept in.
If I know him, he's waiting on the shore for that boatman.
I want to give you these papers as well before I forget. The ordnance at West Point, guns available, number of men protecting each fort. Then, here, secret plans of the artillery commander in case of attack. Here, Washington's own top-secret military plans. I'd say I could guarantee you at least 3,000 prisoners.
If so, the 20,000 pounds are yours.
I knew you would see it my way.
Expensive soldiers.
I don't haggle.
The price has gone up in 17 centuries.
I don't follow you.
One used to be able to buy a man's freedom for 30 pieces of silver.
John, I don't care for that. If you British have any second thoughts about doing business with me, please come out and say so. I'm not in the least ashamed of what I'm doing.
But neither am I, Benedict. It was thoughtless. It was a thoughtless remark. Put it down to my fears of how I can get safely back to Philadelphia.
Peter! General!
Come in, Stansbury.
I've been on the beach since 5 this morning.
The boatman didn't return?
No, he didn't. But even if he had, there's no warship to take you on.
What?
The Vulture is gone?
One of the local farmers told me he saw it pull anchor and disappear last night.
Well, how am I going to get back to our lines undetected?
I'd say it's time to consider escape plan number 2. Stansbury, I want you to show the Major the way overland. Stay with him.
Of course I will. I've done it many times.
On horseback in my British uniform? You want me to be shot?
I'll give you letters of passage. They'll have to let you through the lines.
I can give you a long cloak instead of your jacket, sir. Then your breeches and boots won't be seen.
Capital. Believe me, John, it's quite safe.
To spend the rest of the war in a prison camp. Unthinkable.
Were it not for my bad leg, I'd accompany you myself. There's no danger, John. Look, if I had any doubts, would I even consider you carrying these incriminating documents?
You're certain?
I risk everything also, John. The papers you carry could send me to the gallows.
Oh, my darling, I am so happy that you've returned safely. I worried so. Did everything go as you planned?
Not quite, Peggy. But I feel sure Major Andre will get back safely.
All morning I've been walking about this house and thinking, soon, soon, soon. Soon I shall be with my own people. The kind of people I deserve to associate with. Not the American riffraff. In a few days, West Point will be delivered. In just a few days.
Perhaps a bit longer than that, but it will be.
The baby. I must go to him.
Peggy, would you remember one thing?
There are 1,000 things about you I can never forget, Ben. What one thing?
Last night, when I was returning home, riding alone, I prayed that whatever might happen to me, you would always remember our happy days together.
How you talk. Our happiest days are yet to come.
Yes, coming. Stansbury, back so soon? What are you doing here this time of night?
Let me in, quickly.
Do you realize it's 3 o'clock in the morning?
All is lost, General.
What do you mean?
They captured us, Major Andre and myself. I managed to escape.
Oh, good Lord.
What is it? What's the matter?
I'm sorry to intrude at this late hour, Mrs. Arnold, but...
John Andre has been captured.
No.
Go ahead, Stansbury. Tell me how, when, and where.
We had come as far as Tarrytown, sir. The British outpost at White Plains, only 15 miles away, when 3 men, armed, stopped us. The Major handed them the General's pass, your pass, sir. I don't think the men could read it. Then he shouted, "You said you were a British officer. Where is your money?" "I have none," said Major Andre. They didn't believe him. "You are a British officer and no money. Search him." They did. They stripped him.
Oh, how dreadful.
The moment I saw them ahead on the road, barring the way, I said to the Major, "Let's climb up to the right. We'll be hidden in the forest." He would have none of it, but rode straight into their arms. I hid myself and observed the entire capture. Then they found the papers. General, your plans for the taking of West Point.
All is over. All is lost.
The other 2 stood around while the biggest tried to make out what the papers meant. And then, at last, he said, "This man is a spy."
Oh, no.
Please, Peggy, don't go on so.
Ben, they'll find out. They will accuse you, crucify you. You will be called a traitor. You must save yourself. You must go. Now, tonight. Not lose an instant.
General Washington, sir, I have had much time to reflect since my escape and the sentencing of Major John Andre. I know the world will accuse me for what I have done as wrong. Believe me, sir, I have ever acted from a principle of love of my country. Too often have I, in the past, experienced the ingratitude of my country. I ask not, therefore, for any favor for myself, only that you extend your hand, sir, to protect Mrs. Arnold. I beg she may be permitted to return to her father in Philadelphia. I am alone to blame. No one must share my grief other than myself. Your faithful servant, Benedict Arnold.
What news, Taylor?
General Washington has approved the sentence that you're to be executed as a spy, Major Andre.
I foresaw my fate.
Is there anything else, Major?
I am the victim of misfortune, not guilt. When is the hour?
Tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
I do have one last request. May I be executed as a professional soldier?
Sir?
To die like a gentleman and a soldier. Shot, not hanged as a peasant and a spy. I am, after all, still the Adjutant General of the British Army.
Hanged? They hanged that great man like a common criminal?
Margaret, you must calm yourself.
I have no one. You know that, no one. Benedict has deserted me. I'm all alone with my baby.
Please, please.
I haven't a friend left in the world. Do you know that? I did have a friend once. A good, kindly, good friend. Yes, I did. Look, sir, he was my only true friend. This was his.
That lock of hair?
A long time ago, at my very first ball, John Andre gave me this lock of his hair. He let me cut it from his head. Do you know what he said to me, sir?
Margaret.
He said, Peggy, I know you. You won't be satisfied with one lock of my hair. You won't rest until you have my entire head. Oh, dear Lord, what have I done?
Peggy Shippen Arnold, once an innocent and lovely belle of the ball. Did anyone grieve for her? John Andre, once a man of charm and talent, who mourned for him? The British Army did, and a memorial to him stands to this day in Westminster Abbey. Benedict Arnold, for him, no one shed a tear. Once a hero, but forever is he remembered in history as a traitor. I shall return shortly with a few more thoughts on this tragedy. As we look back today at the sad tale of spy and traitor, let us remember there were also very many patriots. One of them, in uniform with Washington, said, "These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of men and women." Said by Tom Paine in 1776. Today, we can say it no better. Our cast included Gordon Heath, Catherine Byers, Howard Ross, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Remember an old-fashioned word, comeuppance? You can even find it in the dictionary, though it is an informal, made-up word. It means, of course,
deserved reward, or just desserts. Usually unpleasant. See, that last is new to me. I thought it was always unpleasant. Be that as it may, I'm glad to say that in this story, it was unpleasant. And never was a comeuppance more richly deserved.
Sid, it's her or us. Now, all we got to do is get there and figure fast as we can how she goes first and saves our necks.
Alice, you're talking murder.
You better believe me. Also, it had better not look that way.
Our mystery drama, The Undying Heart, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Mandel Kramer and Bryna Rayburn. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. 2,000 years ago, the Roman lyric poet and satirist Horace had this to say: "Cursed is the wretch enslaved to such a vice, who ventures life and soul upon the dice." An English poet many years later put it this way: "Some play for gain, to pass the time others play. Both play the fool. Who gets by play is loser in the end." My own comment would be, I suppose, that I never met a man who had a good word for a gambler, except his bookie or his odds maker. A man, for example, like Sid Parks.
Who's that? You better stay out of here. I got a gun. Who is it?
Take it easy, Alice. It's me, Sid.
Sid, what are you doing back in Van Nuys? You aren't due back till dinner tomorrow.
Drove all night from Vegas to get here this morning.
What for?
You put that heater away, for Pete's sake.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What are you doing with my rod anyway?
What would you do if you wake up in the middle of the night and heard someone at the door trying to get in?
Not the middle of the night. It's 6:30 already. Alice, what am I going to do? What am I going to do?
Have you been drinking?
No, but I got a head that feels like I have. Make me a cup of coffee, will you? I got to stay awake, try to figure out what to do.
Hey, Sid, what is it? What's happening?
Make me some coffee first, then I'll tell you.
Okay.
And we got to start packing right away. We got to take it on the lam. I mean, what am I going to use for money?
What do you mean? You have the $200 Sam paid you to deliver the cash.
Are you kidding? That's gone with all the rest.
All the rest? Sid, you broke your promise. You've been gambling again.
I got took, Alice. All the way to the cleaners.
Oh, you stupid fool. You know how much we needed that dough? We owe all around the lot.
A fat chance that anyone has to get paid now.
Oh, they'll get paid off somehow. You still have your job.
No way. Not once Sad Sam finds out what I did to him. He doesn't dump me in the harbor. The boys who never got the payoff will take care of me for him.
I can't believe it. You didn't.
I'm afraid I did, baby.
All of it?
All of it, the whole bundle. 50 big ones.
You gambled away all of Sad Sam's money just like it was your own? There's nothing left?
Not a red cent.
Oh, he's going to blow the whistle on you for sure when he...
What's that?
Oh, that's just the kettle. I'll make you coffee. I guess I better have some, too.
Look, Alice, I didn't mean it. Honest, I didn't. I mean, Sam should never have given me that $200 up front. By the time I pulled into Vegas and parked the car, the money was burning a hole in my pocket.
Yeah, well, that's all it ever does with you.
You don't understand. You don't know what it does to a guy to know that he can win. To know that he can beat that wheel if he just has enough of a stake to hang in there with it.
Oh, you can't ever learn, can you?
Look, honey, first off, it was only a little flutter. I mean, I thought this trip was bringing me found money. So I'll shoot half of it, 100, that's all. And I started to win big.
You couldn't pull out then? Just for once when you were ahead?
Alice, I got to thinking about us. I mean, like, well, you know, we're not getting any younger, and I don't have any Social Security or any insurance or anything like that. And it was going so good, I thought, here's the big chance. Make that stake. The big killing that'll put us on easy street.
Mm-hmm. Only the wheel turned sour.
Yeah. I had what I thought was a temporary run of bad luck, so I went into the other 100, and that got wiped out.
Oh.
I mean, the way it figured on my system, 1, 2, maybe 3 spins, and I had to come out winners. So I borrowed some from the payoff dough I was carrying.
It was all in small bills, and I...
You stole Sad Sam's money?
Wasn't exactly stealing.
Oh, you filched a bookie's money that he was sending to Las Vegas to pay off some hard boy who'd knocked off Sad Sam to the tune of 50 G's.
Yes, but...
And you blew it all. Oh!
Look, I know it was a crazy thing to do, but...
Well, there's one thing anyway.
What?
You won't have to worry about brains much longer. Just as soon as Sad Sam or the hard boys get the news, they'll knock 'em out for you.
Alice, we got to be long going out of here before then. Only what are we going to use for money?
Where are we going to go, even if we had it? You can't hide from the association. You're a dead pigeon, Sid. Unless... Hey, what about your Aunt Esther?
That's what I was thinking of.
You're sure you still figure in her will?
Oh, no sweat about that. That was one thing my old man arranged with her before he popped off. I'm in for a sure 100,000.
It's too bad she didn't follow your old man's example a year ago when she had her heart attack.
Ah, but look, she's like 86, 87 maybe. How long can she last?
Don't ask me. You always tell me that New Englanders never die. They just live so long, eventually they get tired and leave.
Look, right now, she's the only chance I've got.
Yeah? Well, you better phone her.
6:30 in the morning, for crying out loud.
Not back in the east. It's 9:30. I'm sure she's up and about. Now, what's the name of that town?
Melton. But it's not going to work. Alice.
Why not?
First off, what do you expect me to say? Aunt Esther, dear, how about floating me a loan for half of my inheritance so I can pay off a 50G tab I'm wearing around my neck? I can't get the money.
Look, why can't you say you need it to go into business? And why does it have to be a loan? Couldn't she just give it to you right now? You say the money's there.
Well, it is and it isn't.
What does that mean?
It's an insurance. I mean, that was my father's business. So when he died, you know, him and me weren't hitting it off so hot. So he left his money to my Aunt Esther on condition that she carried an insurance policy for me when she died. And as long as she pays the premiums out of what he left her, the policy is there.
So, just what are we going to do?
Look, Alice, I don't know. I mean, the first thing I got to do is hide out someplace. And there's nowhere better than with Aunt Esther. But I don't even have enough bread to get back east.
Okay, Buster. You don't know how lucky you are.
Why? What do you mean?
Well, I got my own system for beating the odds.
What?
I clean out your pockets of the odd change every chance I get. I built this a little nest egg.
What?
Enough to take us back east to your aunt and hide, if she'll take us in. Now, you better pick up the phone while it's still connected and find out if we're going to be welcome there.
Tucker, turn it down. Land's sake. Enough to give a person an acute attack of deafness.
Well, I'm sorry, Emmy, but there's nothing better than rock and roll for testing a speaker. If it can handle that, it can handle anything. What do you want?
Well, I got some bad news for you.
What?
Guess who's on the phone?
Why, I didn't hear it ring.
Well, how could you with all that caterwauling coming out of your loudspeakers?
Who is it, the bank again?
No, worse than that.
Yes, I'd better go answer. Maybe I'll find out quicker.
It's not for you. It's for Aunt Esther. She's talking to him right now.
Oh, your cousin Sidney.
Yes?
That's bad news, all right. What's that no good want this time?
I don't know.
Well, if it's money, he sure came to the wrong place. Ain't none of us got a dime since the heart attack. Well, come on. We'd better go up front and find out just what he's up to.
It's just so wonderful to hear from you, Sid, and to know you're coming to visit.
Well, I can't tell you how wonderful it is to hear you sounding just like yourself again, Aunt Esther. I mean, after your,
Oh, my little heart spell. Why, that was nothing. I'm as good as new now.
Well, that's good to hear. Now, tell me, you sure you have room for Alice and me?
Oh, of course. You know the house.
Well, sure, but I mean, Emma and Parker are with you now.
Oh, I'm glad you're coming back, Sid. I'm a pretty old lady now, and might be my last chance to see you.
Oh, not you. You're going to outlive all of us.
Well, I have to admit I was a mite peaked for a while. But now I feel as if I could live forever.
Well, I'm sure you will. Look, we'll fly into Boston today, so you can expect to see us tonight.
Well, you've just come a-running.
You don't know how much we're looking forward to being with you. Goodbye now.
So, you're still her favorite nephew?
Oh, we could count on that.
Oh, thank the Lord for small favors. Well, I guess I better start to pack while you make the plane reservations.
Yeah.
What's the matter now?
Well, I don't know. I mean, what am I going to do about the house here? The furniture, the car, everything.
What do you think we're going to do? We're going to walk out on them fast.
Yeah, I guess we're lucky we got somewhere to head for we can hold up.
Oh, that's for sure. But that won't last long. How much of a lead do you think we'll have on the hard boys you've tangled with? The most we could hope is maybe a month before they dig you up.
What are you trying to do, scare the daylights out of me?
I'm trying to make you use your skull for once in your life. To face the main fact.
What fact?
You have to come up with the do-re-mi to pay off.
Look, all Aunt Esther has is the insurance. Now, who knows how long I have to wait for that?
We can't afford to wait for it, Sid. We need it now.
Don't you understand? We can't touch it until she dies.
She's an old lady with a weak heart. If she lives a couple more years, we're dead. If she kicks off now, we're out from under.
What are you suggesting?
Just laying it on the line, Sid. It's her or us. Now, all we got to do is get there and figure fast as we can how she goes first and saves our necks.
You're talking murder.
You better believe me. But also, it had better not look that way.
Thomas de Quincey, the English author, once wrote an essay on this subject. It was titled, Murder as One of the Fine Arts. A quote from that article is, if once a man indulges himself in murder, very soon he comes to think very little of robbing. We have the opposite side of the coin. The robbing has been done. But will murder be something that Sid or Alice can consider worth so little thinking? I shall return shortly with Act 2. Now, let me see. Where were we? A compulsive gambler has lost $50,000 that did not belong to him. Worse still, the money was in payment of a debt from a bookie to a gangster. The gambler, Sid Parks, has an aunt whose death would enrich him by twice what he owes in insurance money. And because he must hide to save his life, he has fled to join this aunt in a quiet suburb of Boston. How long he can remain hidden there from the forces of retribution is problematical. To solve that problem, and the larger one, Sid's woman has offered the only solution. The aunt, Esther Gardner, must die. The only question left now is how.
Oh, that's the phone, Parker.
I'll get it, Aunt Esther. Don't you get up.
But it must be Sid. I want to talk to him.
You will, if that's who it is. Hello?
Hello? Who's that, Parker?
That's right.
Sid here.
Yeah?
We just got in. The plane was late.
So I see.
I just wanted to make sure if we should still come on out tonight.
Well, it's pretty late. Especially for Aunt Esther to be up, given her condition.
Oh, stuff and nonsense, Parker. It does me good to have some kind of fling now and then. Give me that phone.
Now, Aunt Esther, don't you think...
I think you've got to stop treating me like an invalid and go on about your business, Parker. Sid? Sid, that you?
Aunt Esther, I can't wait to see you.
Where are you?
Oh, right here, Logan Airport.
Oh.
Look, why don't we just put up at the airport motel tonight and not bother you?
Now, you listen to me, Sid Parks. You're coming right on out here immediately. Why, we're practically around the corner from the airport. And you're talking to family.
All right, Aunt Esther, I give in. Don't you scold me now.
Oh, I'm not scolding. I've just missed you. And now you get a bus or a taxi and you
Well, I'll do better than that, darling. I'll rent me a nice big car and I'll be there in no time.
Well, you hurry along now. I'm looking forward to meeting your wife.
Oh, they coming here?
Of course.
The woman, too?
You mean his wife?
I mean Alice.
Now, you keep a civil tongue in your head, Parker. Who is to say they're not married? Emma's getting a spare room ready for them, isn't she?
I reckon.
Now, you don't have to mooch around so about it.
That's the way I feel. But I'm thinking of Emmy, mainly.
Emmy? Oh, she's not still jealous of Sid. How could she be now?
She just don't like him much. With reason.
What reason?
The same one I count about him. Or any man who figures the world owes him a living. He's the one who's a mooch. What do you suppose is bringing him back this time?
Why, he told me he has business here in the East.
Monkey business, I'll be sworn.
Oh, don't be silly. Sid is doing very well indeed. He's even leasing a car to drive out here.
He can afford it with free room and board.
Now, that's not a nice thing to say, Parker.
The way I feel, Esther. Maybe because I don't find my cousin-in-law all that nice either.
Got the most expensive car, Alice. It builds the image. What's the difference? Doesn't cost anything out of pocket on a credit card.
Well, you shouldn't have put it on that. From now on, stick to cash.
Which we don't happen to have much of. What's the big excitement that I use a credit card?
Oh, brother. It's a good thing up to now you stuck to petty larceny. Because, bolthead, a credit card can be traced.
Oh, I never thought of that.
Oh, it's too late to have any fits over it now. Just keep our fingers crossed and get on with what we have to do before any of the boys back there catch up to you. And how did the old dame sound?
Healthy as a horse.
We got to find a way to stop her from running.
I wish you wouldn't talk like that.
I wish I didn't have to. But it's either Aunt Esther or you going to be pushing up daisies. Are you ready to make the choice?
Will you give me a chance to figure how?
Man, you die! You die! White man! Oh, you say something, Emmy?
Say something? Oh, I've been screaming my head off trying to get your attention. What are you doing?
Oh, just fussing around with the tape deck. Pretty near got it all set up now. That was the reverb you were hearing. Got a lot of echo effects I can get. Some of them enough to scare you out of house and home. Sound like ghosts or one of them encounters
Well, now, can't you save all that for just down at the shop? It's enough to wake up the whole neighborhood.
Not with the insulation I got in the basement here.
Never mind that. And don't give me none of your electronic ghosts. I got enough of the live kind right here in the house. Ha! Ghouls, more like. They're here.
Oh, dear Sid and his new woman.
Alice. Ha! Some name for a man-eating shark.
What's he looking for? Another handout?
To hear him talk, he's on top of the world. Drove up here in a big limousine or whatever. Both of them dressed to the teeth. Claims they hit a big out west.
Well, maybe he has, Emmy.
I believe that, but they pour cement over Boston Common and make it into a parking lot.
So you don't think Sid's just dropped by for a visit?
When did Sid ever drop by anywhere for just? You know he always has what he calls an angle.
The usual one, money.
I reckon. Only one thing I don't quite understand.
What's that?
He sure brought along enough bags and baggage. Never done that before. Looks like he's got a notion to settle down here. That wife, or whatever she is busy unpacking them. Wanted to know if we had an extra closet.
And where's the cousin?
Oh, that's sweet-talking Aunt Esther. For all the good it'll do him.
We hope.
Come on upstairs, Parker. I have your hot chocolate ready. It's almost 10 o'clock and our bedtime. I don't propose to let Sid Parks change our habits any. That's because a rotten apple like him has turned up again in our barrel.
Yeah, I wouldn't want him spoiling the rest of us.
He won't. Let him find out for himself. He's already gotten his comeuppance in this household. By the grace of God.
You sure there isn't anything I can bring you, Aunt Esther?
No, Sid. Just bringing yourself back to visit is more than enough. Oh, since Emma has already turned in, if you want, like a good boy, you could hand me my pills there on the bureau.
Oh, sure. These right here?
No, those are only sleeping pills. Land sakes, I never need those. Still sleep like a baby. That other bottle there.
Oh, this one. What is it?
Oh, I never can remember those fancy names. Something for my heart. It's written there on the label.
Digitalis.
Yes.
What's it supposed to do?
If you can believe it, It slowed my old heart down a little.
Oh?
Now, there's a contradiction for you. Though seeing you again has stepped it up a piece.
Well, I didn't guess that I'd mean all that to you still.
Sid, your father was my favorite brother. And I have to admit, his son reminds me so much of him. You've got to be a favorite, too.
Well, you know, that goes both ways, Auntie. You want to take this digitalis now?
I suppose. Just one. I have to be careful on the dosage.
Well, how come such a big bottle?
Well, I have to take one 3 times a day. Oh, thanks.
Need some more water in the glass?
No. There's enough.
Well, what about this hot chocolate that Emma brought you?
Well, now, I'll tell you about that. Myself, I can't abide it. But Emmy's so good, I don't like to hurt her feelings. So, do you know what I do?
No, what?
Well, I keep it by me, and as soon as she goes to bed with Parker, like clockwork, 10 p.m. every night, I just get up and pour it down the sink. You won't let on now.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. Well, I guess it's about your bedtime, too, hmm?
Oh, this is a special night. No, we don't have to rush it. There's something I want to say to you, Sid.
Oh? What's that, Auntie?
Well, I can't tell you how happy it makes me feel to see you with a fine woman and so successful. Business is really good, huh?
Well, I don't like to boast, but yes, as a matter of fact, it is, yes. Auntie, there's something I want to talk to you about.
Well, here I am.
Oh, this time?
No time like the present, Sid.
Well, all right. You know, what I was thinking was about you.
Yes?
If you would like to make a little investment, let's say, like $50,000 or so, I could promise you to double or maybe even triple that within 1 year.
Oh, wouldn't I like to? But I just don't have the money.
Well, if there's some way I could help you raise it.
No chance, Sid. Matter of fact, cash is a little problem around the house lately.
Oh, how come? I thought Parker had this hi-fi business or whatever it is that's very successful. I mean, I even thought if maybe he had some extra cash lying around, I could build it up for him.
Oh, no. I'm afraid this is a family that's strapped for daily cash and just has to live on expectations. Oh, you know how your father set everything up.
Oh, sure, Auntie, I know. And look, my first night home, this is no time for this kind of talk.
Oh, Sid, you make me feel so warm and safe. The only thing I worried about was your father's way of thinking. Always the future, never the present.
You didn't let the insurance go.
Oh, no, never. Last thing I would ever do. I promised him. I try to keep my promise.
Promises. I'm sorry, Anista. I just can't wait any longer for them to come true.
What are you waiting for, Sid?
Have a heart, Alice.
We got the opportunity of a lifetime. We got to grab it.
Not so fast. Give it time.
We haven't got time. How long do you think it's going to take the association or the syndicate or whatever name you want to give those crumbs to catch up with you? And when they do, you better be ready.
Okay. But I got to work things out.
What's to work out? A lady with a weak heart. A giant-sized bottle of digitalis. All it needs is an overdose. And she goes to sleep for good.
It's not that simple. How do I give her an overdose with those two watchdogs, Emma and Parker, around?
You put the watchdogs to sleep.
How?
You said she has phenobarbital she never uses. Well, your ever-loving cousins live by the clock. 1 chocolate drink every night and off to Betty by. So, spike the chocolate. What they don't know may hurt them, but it sure won't bother us.
I don't know. How can we be sure that we'll be in the clear?
Well, that's the one thing we got to figure out. What we need is an alibi.
What I need is $50,000 free and clear, and forget about this.
There's no other way you can get the money free and clear. So let's get down to cases. Now, what we have to worry about from now on is how do we keep our skirts clean?
I offer a quote from Alfred Lord Tennyson. Men at most differ as heaven and earth, but women, worst and best, as heaven and hell. And I can qualify it by agreeing that it is chauvinistic in general, but in particular, where these individuals are concerned, the quote is valid. Without his own Lady Macbeth to spur him on, Sid Parks would not have done what he did. I shall return shortly with Act 3. It has taken 3 days for Sid and Alice Parks to perfect their plan to murder Sid's Aunt Esther. Now all that remains is to put it into practice. The only difficulty is that planning is one thing, action another. In fact, it's questionable if it ever would have gone into action if it hadn't been for a phone call that Sid received on the 4th day.
The man on the phone asked for Sid Parks. That's you, isn't it?
Well, yes, Emma, but how did he know that... did he say what he wanted?
I didn't ask him. Unlike some other people, I can mind my own business. I wouldn't keep him waiting. It's long distance. Oh, excuse me, Alice.
Oh, pardon me if I'm in your way. Who is it, Sid?
I don't know. Close the door.
Yeah, sure. Who'd be calling you long distance?
That's just the trouble. Who else?
I told you they'd find you.
What am I going to do?
First off, you'd better answer the phone.
Yeah. Hello, this is Sid Parks talking. You wanted to talk to me? Look, I wasn't running out. I was just trying to get the dough together to make good, that's all. Well, yeah. Look, I promise. I just got to go to New York overnight, then I'll be back here from then on. Sure, by Monday. I know I can't lose you. I ain't going to try.
Who?
One of the mob.
Hmm.
There's a contract out on me unless...
How did they find you?
What's the difference? They did.
So?
I got till Monday.
Yeah. You said we're going to New York tonight.
That's it.
That means we're going ahead.
What else can I do?
Oh, don't ask me. I told you it was what you were going to have to do since the beginning. How long will it take us to get to New York?
4 or 5 hours. We won't go into the city. Got a reservation in a motel right near LaGuardia.
I assure you set up everything?
Best I can. Some of it we'll just have to play by ear.
Well, I did my part. The chocolate is spiked with enough phenobarbital to put Parker and Emma fast asleep and out of your way. Oh, you got the tape?
I got it.
And the recorder?
Got that, too.
Are you sure I can handle that all right?
I'll show you once we get to the motel.
Well, what plane do you plan to get?
I got to make that 8 o'clock shuttle. That'll put me back at the house by 9:30. Then I'll get the 11 o'clock or the midnight back to New York out of Boston, depending on how soon the dope knocks them out.
Oh, I just wish it was over with.
Just wish I didn't have to do what I have to do.
You know what I really wish?
What?
I wish I could be sure you really have the guts to go through with it. Okay. I pick up the phone, and as soon as the desk clerk answers, I hit the button on the tape machine and hold the receiver to the speaker.
That's right. This is Mr. Sid Parks in room 219. I want to make a call to Boston, area code 617-555-4495. I'll talk to anyone who answers.
Okay. But supposing they ask a question about the number or something.
I've covered that. Now, if they do, you come right on the phone saying something like, I'll make the call for you, Sid. You better finish that presentation. At the same time, you hit the button again, and they'll hear. Okay, Alice, I better get it finished. I just want Ed to make sure Aunt Esther's all right. Then you answer something and hold on. It's just enough to establish that I'm here in New York and couldn't be in Boston. The whole alibi hangs on that.
But what if Aunt Esther answers?
No, she should be asleep. And the phone's not in her room anyway. Just don't let it ring too long.
Yeah, well, let's figure the worst. What if Parker or Emma answer?
Say that you're calling to see how she was. Make out like you're in a hurry, you see, and get off.
And how do I warn you?
Well, that's when you slip outside of the payphone and call me at the phone booth number that I gave you. It's right on the corner, about a half a block from the house.
Uh-huh.
That's one call we don't want traced.
Okay. Now, what time do I call?
From here at the motel, 10:30 on the nose. Then you can try again at 10:40. And if I don't hear from you before 11, then I'll know that the coast is clear.
You really are going to go through with it?
It's my neck or hers. What can I do?
Amy, I thought you'd never get back. Did you take Esther her hot chocolate?
Oh, yes, Parker. And tonight I made sure she drank it. Oh, she's been that fidgety ever since Sid turned up again.
I reckon we all have.
Well, I'm not tonight. I can hardly keep my eyes open. Oh, I thought I'd fall asleep before I could get out of Auntie's room.
Yeah, I feel that way myself. What time is it?
Oh, 10:15. Well, bed early for a change. Now, I can tell you, I don't mind. With Sid and that woman out of the house, we'll all sleep the sounder.
Hello?
Sid?
Alice?
Yeah.
Anything wrong?
No. Everything went like a breeze. I didn't even have to say anything that first call.
Good. No answer?
No. Oh, the second time.
All right, I can see the house from here. It's been dark for an hour. Okay, this is it. All things being equal, maybe I'll make the 11 o'clock plane.
Sid?
Yeah, it's me.
Oh, how come you're so late?
Wouldn't you know that she must have drunk the chocolate, too, tonight?
Oh.
She was fast asleep like the others. I had one heck of a time getting her awake enough to take the digitalis.
But she did.
Half a bottle, enough to kill either of us.
So it's over with.
Yes, it's over.
Now we wait. And what?
If we don't hear, tomorrow night we go back like we said we would. But I left the number of the motel here when we made the reservation, so maybe we'll get a call. In the meantime, I've had it.
And no one saw you leave or come back?
No. As far as anybody's concerned, we checked in, never left the room, and slept the night through in peace. Except for the call that I left for the morning.
You do have an appointment?
Oh, yeah. It's all covered. The alibi's airtight. No way it can be broken. We're in the clear, baby. Let's get a good night's sleep for a change. Yeah?
Mr. Sidney Parks?
Yeah, that's right. Who's this?
This is Lieutenant Thomas O'Brien, Milton City Police. I'm afraid I have a bad shock for you, Mr. Parks.
A shock?
It's about your aunt, Miss Esther Gardner.
Oh, don't tell me she passed away.
We were called here on emergency by a Mr. and Mrs. Wilson.
Yeah, well, Mrs. Wilson is my cousin.
It seems that somehow your aunt took an overdose of digitalis, medicine she was taking for her heart condition.
Where is my aunt now?
Well, they've rushed her to the hospital.
She's still alive?
I'm sorry to have to say it. That's just routine. The amount your aunt took was more than enough to stop a healthy person's heart, let alone a woman with a bad one to begin with.
Well, you want us to drive back immediately?
Well, now, I don't see there's all that need. Mrs. Wilson tells me you plan to be back by tonight.
That's right.
Well, why don't you leave it at that, sir? There's nothing you can do here to help us before then. I'll tell Mr. and Mrs. Wilson you'll be back as planned. And I'm sorry to wake you with such news.
Well, that's all right. That's all right. I was due to get up in half an hour anyway. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Well?
We did it, baby.
Oh.
We pulled it off. From now on, we're on easy street. All we have to do now is play it cool. Almost there, Alice. Our troubles are over.
Yeah, we don't know what's waiting for us at the house.
Whatever it is, we can handle it. It's all downhill from here on in.
Well, I'm not looking forward to facing Emma and Parker.
Don't worry, we can handle him.
Or the lieutenant.
No worries about him. Okay, here we are.
Yeah, I'm kind of late.
What time is it?
Oh, nearly midnight.
Forget the bags, huh? Let's get in and see what's happening.
Yeah, maybe we better get the bags. Looks like rain.
All right. I got mine. You handle yours.
Yeah. Hey, you got your key?
Mm-hmm.
Funny, the house is so dark.
Ah, you know Emma and Parker. I guess they turned in.
So, go ahead. Open the door. What's keeping you?
don't know. I just got this kind of creepy feeling.
Oh, grow up. Open the door.
Okay. Just can't blame me for being a little bit, you know.
Well, it's a little late to develop a conscience. Hey, she's dead, Sid. And that's just what you wanted. Now, open the door.
Sure.
Get in, you fool. Close the door.
Scared the devil out of me.
Okay. Now let's get upstairs. Turn on the light. Come on, turn it on.
I did. It don't work. What do you think's wrong?
What's that?
I don't know.
Come on, let's find some light before we can...
Welcome home, murderers. I've been waiting for you.
That's her voice.
You didn't expect to see me, did you? Why should you, knowing that I was dead?
I can't see you.
What? Don't fall for this, Sid. Some kind of trick. Parker and his hi-fi junk.
No trick, Alice. Look toward the stairs. Here I am, at the head of the stairs. Shall I come down to you?
No, you can't. You're dead.
Why should I be dead?
Because I gave you the medicine, and you swallowed it, and you lay there just like I wanted it dead.
Why would you want me to be dead? Do you hate me so much?
I don't hate you. I was desperate. I gambled away all my money the only way I could get enough to pay off.
Shut up.
No, I wanted to know that I didn't want to hurt her.
You fool, this is some kind of trick.
How can it be a trick? You see her, don't you?
If we see her, then somehow she's not dead. Your only chance is to kill her again. You got a gun? What are you waiting for?
Don't reach for the gun, Mr. Parks. We have you covered. Okay, Mills. Travis, put the handcuffs on them. They're both under arrest.
I still don't understand what happened. What went wrong?
I wish Aunt Esther could be here to tell you for herself. But she just can't face you, Sid, after what you tried to do to her.
And Esther is still alive?
Can't be. I mean, she took it. I saw her swallow all that medicine and then go limp. I saw her die, I tell you. I saw her.
You keep your mouth shut.
Aunt Esther is alive.
Oh, yes, very much so.
Then that wasn't her ghost. I mean, when we...
No, that was an elaborate little hoax that Parker Wilson and his electronic equipment were able to arrange. Unfortunately, when you forced Mrs. Gardner to take the digitalis, she was also half drugged and her recollection was a little fuzzy. But hearing you convict yourself out of your own mouth cleared everything up.
And how could she not be dead? Nobody, especially somebody with a weak heart, could possibly have lived after a dose of digitalis like that.
It all looked so neat, Mr. Parks, didn't it? The perfect murder. But there was one little thing you overlooked. Something no gambler should have missed. Oh, don't look so shocked. I've spent the day checking up on you.
What did I miss?
The element of chance.
I don't understand.
I'd like to be the one to tell him this. When Aunt Esther went to the hospital last year with her heart trouble, the time you couldn't have cared less about her, didn't even waste a phone call to see how she was, they put a pacemaker in to control her heart.
And that was enough to keep her heart going in spite of the digitalis?
There wasn't any digitalis in that bottle.
But I saw the pills. She took them regularly.
They were only for her peace of mind. Because she'd grown accustomed to taking them before she went to the hospital. To make her feel secure, Dr. Brandon gave her a placebo instead. But let her think she was still taking digitalis.
I wonder now if it had been digitalis, if she mightn't have lived just the same. You know, you were dealing an awful cold deck, Mr. Parks.
Just one more thing to eat your heart out, Sid. Parker and I had to pay for that hospital trip. I took all our savings. So Aunt Esther has made us the beneficiaries from her insurance policy. Instead of you.
You see what I mean, Mr. Parks? The element of chance. That's one thing you didn't stand from the very beginning.
Sid and Alice were brought to trial and convicted of aggravated assault, which is a legal way of saying attempted murder. They received varying sentences. Alice, 5 to 10 years. Sid, 10 to 20. What Alice thought about her sentence, we don't report. What Sid did about his should be obvious. The mob has a long memory.
He was better off behind bars, even knowing they'd still be waiting for him when he got out. I'll be back shortly. Another footnote to our story, something the poet George Herbert had to say on the substance of this one. Play not for gain, but sport. Who plays for more than he can use, with pleasure stakes his heart. Sid Parks chose to stake not only his own, but an old lady's, and turned up losing not hers, but his own. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Bryna Rayburn, Joan Shea, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Remember when we believed that the kiss of a princess could turn a frog into a prince? That was long ago, of course, when we believed in magic. The years passed and we started calling it luck. Then, pushed, prodded, or plummeted into a confused maturity, we began to speak of problem solving. But even as the magnetic pull of childhood resists all our efforts to grow up, so does the buried belief that the kiss of a beautiful princess will transform the ugly frog into a handsome prince.
You understand? She hates me, Tom.
Oh, I don't think she does.
She's trying to kill me.
Come on now, Bart.
And she will. If I don't kill her first.
Our mystery drama, Death Spell, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Ralph Bell and Joan Lovejoy. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Magic is and has always been man's frantic effort to control what he fears. Flood, famine, disease, death. In the story we're about to bring you, the dread enemy is none of these. It is a single person. One, you would think, who might be expected to harbor none but the most benign thoughts. Not an enemy at all, but a lover.
Helen. You here?
I'll be right with you, Tom. I'm putting a casserole into the oven.
Oh, not that same old thing again.
Till one of us starts bringing in some money, it's that same old thing.
I got your thingamajig.
You did? Oh, why didn't you say so?
I just did say so.
Oh, great. Marvelous. Swell.
I could have bought a steak for what that thing cost.
Oh, but I had to have it. I need it.
Yeah, well, I need protein.
Oh, gorgeous. Fantastic.
What the devil do you want it for?
I have to know if I'm going to get the part in Antigone.
What part? What Antigone?
Sophocles' Antigone. I read for a part in it.
Doing Antigone where? Off Broadway?
Off Broadway.
New Jersey, 2 weeks. But they paid equity minimum.
I bought this, whatchamacallit, so that you could find out about 2 weeks in New Jersey?
This is not a whatchamacallit or a thingamajig. It is a Ouija board.
Whatever.
It's not a whatever either. The Ouija board is as old as astrology. Ouija board goes back to the 4th century B.C.
I'm so impressed.
Where did you get it?
In one of those voodoo shops on Greenwich Avenue.
The Ouija board has nothing to do with voodoo. The Ouija board is an ancient divinatory device.
Yeah, okay.
Now, come on. Put your fingers on the planchette. Tom, come on, now, please. The casserole's going to take an hour, so come on.
Oh, do I have
Yes, you do. You have to. If I don't find out about that part in Antigone, I'm going to burst. Just put your fingers very lightly, please.
Okay.
Ouija, tell me, am I going to work soon in a play? Am I? Close your eyes, Tom.
No, okay.
Just let it move by itself.
Okay. It is moving.
You can't rush it.
You know, I ran into a guy today. In the voodoo shop.
This is not voodoo.
A guy I hadn't seen for a couple of years, at the very least. Bertram Chillingworth Crowley, commonly called Bart. Ever tell you about him?
Mm-mm.
I knew him in art school. He came to class every day in a Cadillac station wagon. That suggest anything to you?
Money.
Mm-hmm. Lots and lots of money. Pots of money. Lots of pots of money.
Why don't you shut up and concentrate?
He never did finish art school.
I think the planchette is starting to move.
He was too rich to paint.
It is.
He quit art school and he sank back into his millions.
It's starting, Tom.
I never gave him another thought till today, when I ran into him in the voodoo place. Oops.
Tom.
I gotta get the phone.
But it was just starting to move.
Hello.
Is this Tom Craven?
Yes, this is Tom Craven.
Tom, how are you?
Well, who's this?
This is Bart. We ran into each other this afternoon. Greenwich Avenue?
Bertram Chillingworth Crowley?
Yes. Listen, we didn't get much chance to talk today, so I was wondering, could we have lunch? Tomorrow, maybe?
I don't eat lunch as a rule.
At my club, I thought.
Oh. Well,
I have something I'd like to talk over with you. Something that might interest you.
Oh? Would it be all right if I brought a girl along, Bart?
Your wife?
No, a girl.
Well, sure. Bring her along. How's 1 o'clock? Meet you in the lobby of the Lancaster Club on Park Avenue. 1:30? That all right?
Yeah, all right. Hey, how do you like that? Just finished talking about the guy. He's on the phone.
Tom, sit down.
That's spooky. That's really spooky.
It's moving.
Is that okay with you? Lunch tomorrow?
Now, relax. Don't press on it.
1:30?
It's spelling out something.
Lancaster
It's
Club.
moving to A.
It's a very snooty joint.
Oh, it's going so fast.
Park Avenue.
N-T-I-A-N-T-I. Antigone. The first 4 letters in Antigone. How do you like that?
That's spooky.
You'd like it. You really would. It's got 3 rooms besides the studio, and the studio has a skylight.
Oh, that sounds marvelous.
Perfect north light. I had it built to minute specifications. Had it built for myself. I thought someday I might take up painting again, but of course I never did.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, I don't know. Never did have much talent, you know. Not like old Tom here.
Yeah, well, old Tom here isn't exactly setting the world on fire.
No, but you will one of these days. And I'd like to help you on your way to fame and all that.
Well, that's awfully nice of you, Bart. Really is.
You'd be doing me a favor if you'd move into the place. Both of you. I really mean that.
Helen?
Is it that you don't want to leave the city?
Oh, Lord, no.
Or maybe Helen doesn't want to move out of New York. Actresses don't, I've heard.
Well, you heard right. Actresses like to be where the action is. I'm up for a part right now.
But my place is only 50 miles from the city. You can get there in an hour.
Oh, there's a train?
No, look, I have a car. Well, actually, I have 5 cars, and I have a chauffeur. Or Tom could drive you, or I could. Think about it, will you?
Sure.
Oh, well, certainly think about it.
And let me know as soon as you can, okay?
You bet.
Anybody want any more coffee?
Not for me, thanks.
I'll get the check. Waiter, check. I'll sign it.
It's a funny thing you phoning me, Bart, when you did. I'd just been telling Helen about you when the phone rang.
He was telling me how he'd run into you.
In the voodoo shop.
Not voodoo.
Oh, they have voodoo stuff there, too. Potions, powders, amulets, all kinds of stuff. Are you interested in magic?
Tom was buying a Ouija board for me.
She was trying to find out if she was going to get a part in a play that she's up for.
And I am going to get it.
Yeah, you hope.
Well, the Ouija board spelled out A-N-T-I, and the name of the play is Antigone. So how about that?
That was right after the phone call from you. You know, everything was getting very spooky.
Listen, if you decide to take the studio at my place, bring the Ouija board along.
Something you're dying to know, Bart?
Something I'm dying to know. Yes.
Well, if we moved in with you, we will come complete with Ouija board.
Bart, why are you so anxious to have us take your studio? Not that I doubt you wanted to help a struggling artist. I don't, but... Well, actually, you and I don't know each other very well. You don't know Helen at all.
I think we'll be very compatible. Don't you think so?
You're lonely, isn't that it?
Lonely?
Well, I mean, living all by yourself in that big house on that big estate.
But I don't live all by myself.
Oh, you don't? I'm sorry. I just assumed
you didn't mention anybody else.
Oh, there are the servants, and then there's my wife.
Your wife? You didn't say... You never mentioned... I didn't know you were married.
Oh, yes, to Rosalind. We've been married for a couple of years.
That's marvelous.
After I left art school, I didn't know what to do with myself, so I started traveling. I went all over the place. 2 suitcases, one packed with clothes, one with maps and books.
All by yourself?
Yes. I'm not really a gregarious person. I don't make friends easily. For somebody like me, travel is really the only answer. You stay in one place till you've exhausted it, then you move on to the next place. You meet people on planes, on ships, in hotels, in bars. You're not completely isolated, but you never make any close friends. It's something I'm not capable of anyway.
But you did make one close friend, didn't you?
What?
I mean, Rosalind.
Oh, yes, Rosalind.
And you married her?
Yes, I married Rosalind.
Where did you meet her, Bart?
In Trinidad. Do you know Trinidad, either of you?
No.
I don't.
Marvelous place. Very polyglot civilization. Been occupied any number of times since the original Arawak Indians. You'd love Port of Spain. That's the capital city. 12 nationalities live there. They have churches, mosques, synagogues. Astounding place.
And that's where you met Rosalind?
Rosalind is the most beautiful woman who ever lived. Part Spanish, part Arawak, part Eurasian, and maybe a little of everything else. Beautiful beyond words.
Well, then, you're not alone.
No.
Living with a woman you love, who loves you, that's the greatest thing in life.
I suppose it is.
You know it is.
Only Rosalind doesn't love me.
Oh. I'm sorry.
She hates me.
Oh, now, Bart.
She's trying to kill me.
Come on, Bart.
And she will. If I don't kill her first.
And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. And man considered it magic. not only the creation, but the words that brought it to pass. And when the words were written down, the writing was magic too. Perhaps everything not quite comprehended by the limited mind of man appears to be magic. Perhaps everything is. What a lovely word magic is. It springs from the lips so lightly, like the bursting of the tiniest seed pod showering its contents into the air. In a world which labors so strenuously to explain how and why everything is as it is and not otherwise, what a relief to turn away, even for a moment, and view it all as simply magic.
It's crazy. Simply crazy.
It's a beautiful place.
I may not stay, Tom.
Well, I'm staying. This is a fabulous studio.
And you don't mind if your host is slightly insane?
Well, I've put up with worse things in my time.
You have? Like what?
Being hungry. Not being able to work. Look, Helen, we don't have to see a lot of the Crowleys. They live in the big house. We live here. They've got their problems. We've got ours.
Someone's at the door.
Yeah.
Bringing us a nice little problem.
Good morning.
Hello, Rosalind.
Oh, come in, Rosalind. It's a mess in here. We're unpacking.
I brought you some flowers from the garden.
Well, thanks.
They're lovely. Thank you. We'll get organized after a while. Can you find a place to sit down?
Oh, it's all right. I'll just wander about. I can't stay. Oh. Well, look here. Did you bring this with you?
Oh, what's that? Oh, no. We didn't bring any books.
It's a copy of Malleus Maleficarum, The Hammer of Witches. Bertram must have put it here. 2 Dominicans wrote it in the 15th century. Then people believed in witchcraft and magic.
Have you read it?
I couldn't finish it. I think it's the most boring book ever put together. Well, if there's anything you need...
Not at the moment.
If you find you do need something, please let me know.
Thank you, we will.
She's got to be the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I'd like to paint her.
I thought we weren't going to see too much of the Crowleys. I thought we were going to let them have their problems, we have ours, and all that stuff.
Well, I didn't mean that right away. I meant sometime.
Just as long as they don't start being one of our problems.
Helen, don't look for trouble, huh?
I don't think I'll have to. I think it'll come right up to the door. Oh, maybe it's arrived.
Helen, knock it off, will you? Hey. Hiya, Bart. Come on in.
Thanks. Thanks very much.
Hello, Mr. Crowley.
Hello. I've just come from the doctor.
Oh? Something wrong?
The doctor says no. He says I'm fine.
Well, good.
But I'm not.
You don't believe the doctor?
There's something wrong with me. I know it.
Well, Bart, why don't you change doctors?
I've been to all of them. They all say the same thing. I'm in perfect health.
Well, then I think you ought to take their word for it, Bart.
How can I? And I know I'm dying.
Oh, now listen.
Do you know that Rosalind does all the cooking in our house?
No, does she?
She insists on it. She has coconut milk flown up from Jamaica. She says it's the only thing to use in cooking.
Well, maybe she's right.
But things taste peculiar. She could be putting all sorts of things in.
What kind of things?
Powders, potions, things she knows about. I know my blood pressure's gone up, and I think my metabolism's changing. I'm not a well man. I'm getting worse.
Hey, Bart, you know what's wrong with you? Forgive me for saying it, but, you're a bit of a hypochondriac. You think about how you feel all the time.
How can I help it?
When you think about it, because, you got nothing better to do. Take some advice. Find something to do and do it, huh?
That's easier said than done.
Oh, Bart, with all your money...
Money's got nothing to do with it. Look what I found on the lawn this morning.
What is it?
It's just an envelope.
Addressed to me. It's got my name on it.
Oh, so what? You dropped it on the lawn sometime. And it maybe fell out of the trash. So what?
Look there. Look at that.
Yeah, what?
That little hole there. In the middle of the W in Crowley.
It's a little hole. So what?
Made by a nail. A nail driven through my name.
You don't know that.
What else could it be?
Well, I don't know. Could be anything.
But I found the nail. I found it in the grass, 6 inches away from the envelope.
Well, that doesn't mean anything.
Oh, but it does. That's one of the oldest ways in the world to put a spell on someone. Don't you know that?
No, I don't know that. I don't believe in those things, Bart. I think that's all superstition. It's all nonsense.
Oh, no. It's real.
Well, I can't go along with you, Bart.
You'll see. She'll get to me. She'll kill me. She's got her mind set on it, and she'll do it. One of these days, she'll do it. She'll get her way.
Look, Mr. Crowley, I'm not sure Tom and I ought to stay here.
You're not thinking of leaving, are you?
I think maybe we should.
Don't go. Don't leave. Don't leave me alone to die. Oh, please.
Oh, take it easy. Easy. Come on, Bart. Take it easy.
If you're here, she won't dare. Don't leave. Promise me you'll stay. Tom. Helen.
I don't know.
Bart, what can I say?
Say you won't go. Say you'll hang around for a little while anyway, till I can decide what to do.
Helen?
Well, I don't think we should.
Don't say that. I don't know what will become of me if you leave. Stay a little while. Don't let me die here all alone.
Oh, we could stay for a while, I guess.
Oh, thank you, Tom. Thank you.
No, I don't know for how long.
You can go any time you want to, but not right away.
Okay. Not right away.
Actually, I have the name of another doctor. I'm seeing him next week. Maybe he can help.
Yeah, maybe he can.
Thank you both. You've taken a load off my mind. Oh, and you will come up to the house some evening for dinner, won't you? We'd love to have you. Rosalind's a very good cook. She really is. And she wouldn't put anything in your food. Just in mine.
Why did you say we'd stay?
Oh, I don't know. He seems so sort of helpless.
Is that the only reason?
It won't hurt us to help him out.
Are you sure he's the one you're interested in? Or is it his wife?
Tom, hold up a minute, will you?
Oh, hi there, Bart.
Taking you a walk around?
Yeah, the work wasn't going too well, so I thought
where's Helen?
Your chauffeur drove her into New York. She's reading for a part in something.
She coming back?
Maybe tomorrow.
She doesn't like me, does she?
Well, I wouldn't say that. Bart, you shouldn't go around thinking people don't like you. You know, it's not good for you. This thing you have about Rosalind trying to kill you. I've gotten to know Rosalind the last couple of weeks. You know, she's really a very nice woman. And Lord knows she's beautiful.
Oh, yes. Beautiful. They all are.
Look, do you think she might pose for me?
Pose? You mean you want to paint a portrait?
Yeah, something like that.
That might not be a bad idea.
You know, I don't get to use models like that. I can't afford it.
It might be a wonderful idea. You might catch it in the portrait.
That particular quality she has?
You might catch the demon.
What are you talking about? What demon?
They say that's possible. That a great artist can catch the demon that lurks in us all. Ordinary people can't see it, but a great artist can see it and put it on canvas. If you could do that...
Bart, I'm not a great artist, and I'm not looking for demons.
But if you should catch the demon in Rosalind, put it on canvas where everyone could see it.
I don't believe there is any such demon.
You don't?
No. No, I don't.
Then look at this.
What is it?
Look at it.
Well, looks like a piece of pipe.
That's what it is.
Well, Bart, so what? It's a piece of pipe, so what?
I found it on the lawn this morning. And that's not all I found. Look at this. Go ahead, look at it.
All right. It's a sinker, isn't it? The kind you put on a fish line to weigh it down?
That's right. It's a sinker.
All right, so what?
A lead sinker.
Hey, Bart, you know something? You're driving me crazy. Why shouldn't you find a lead sinker on the lawn? People do fish around here. You probably do yourself, don't you?
And a piece of pipe? What about that?
Yeah, well, what about it?
Lead pipe. Lead pipe. A lead sinker and a piece of lead pipe. Doesn't that say anything to you?
No, not a thing. Is it supposed to?
Lead, Tom, is the metal of Saturn.
So what?
Very powerful in a death spell.
But you're driving yourself crazy with this thing, you know that?
Just as copper is the metal of Venus, copper is powerful in a love spell. Oh, yes. When Rosalind and I were first in love, she gave me a copper bracelet. She said it was for the arthritis in my hands, and it did help, I have to admit that, but that wasn't her real reason for giving it to me. Oh, no. It was to cast a love spell over me. She wanted me then. But now it's lead. The Saturn metal. Lead, the metal of death.
Bart, come up to the studio with me. I'll make you a drink. We'll have a talk, huh?
I have an appointment with the doctor.
Just one drink.
A new doctor. I told you I'd found one, didn't I?
The doctor will wait. Or you can see him some other time. Come on, huh? Just one drink. We'll talk.
Well...
Tom, help me, please.
Who's that? Is that Rosalind?
Tom, please.
Where is she?
She's up there.
Where?
In her room.
Tom, please, Tom.
What does she want? What's the matter?
I imagine she wants you to let her out.
Let her out of her own room?
Yes. I locked her in.
If you think Bertram Chillingsworth Crowley is a madman, take a look around you. Do you find the behavior of your friends and relatives at all times and on all occasions reasonable? Take a look at the people of the world. Are they behaving rationally? Or if your friends and relatives are too close to you and the citizens of the world are too remote, take a look at yourself, if you dare. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly. A young man, sound of body, with a plethora of worldly goods, married to an incomparably beautiful young woman, living in the loveliest of homes, companioned by a solicitous friend, pursues the idea that his wife has cast over him a death spell. Why? Why does he do this? I believe it was John Milton who wrote, "The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a hell of heaven, and a heaven of hell."
Your chin up just a little, Rosalind?
Enough?
That's fine. It's perfect. You getting tired?
Not at all.
Tell me when you want me to stop.
It's an easy pose.
Is any word about Bart?
The same. They're feeding him intravenously now.
Oh, boy. That doesn't sound so good.
That is not good at all. I think he will die.
Oh, come on now. It's not all that hopeless.
I think it is.
Rosalind, let's knock off the sitting for a while. I have to ask you something.
I'm sure you do.
You won't be offended?
Ask me.
Do you know that Bart thinks that you were casting Well, that you are casting some sort of a spell over him. A death spell.
Oh, yes. I know.
I wasn't sure if you knew. He really was crazy on the subject.
Quite crazy.
He kept showing me things he'd picked up on the lawn. An envelope with a nail driven through his name.
Oh, yes.
Things made out of lead.
The metal of Saturn.
Oh. You know about these things, do you?
Of course. Everyone knows.
Well, I didn't. Not till I came here.
People have known for centuries.
Well, what I wanted to ask you...
Yes?
Is it true?
That I cast a death spell over my husband, is that what you want to ask?
Well, yes.
Then why don't you come right out and ask it?
Well, the thing is, I don't really believe in things like that.
You don't?
Well, nobody does, really.
Everybody does.
Oh,
really.
No.
Everybody believes in magic. Oh, they may laugh at it or swear at it or sneer at it, but somewhere in some dark corner, everyone believes in it.
Do you?
Partly. From time to time.
But you don't practice it. Do you?
My husband believes I do.
But you don't.
So long as he believes I do, that's all that counts.
You mean if you believe a thing is so, it's so?
I mean, if you believe a thing is so, it works. And that is why my husband is going to die. For all their drugs and their bottles of glucose and their tubes going into his arm, no matter what they do, he will die because he believes he will die. I can't stop it. Nothing can stop it. He believes he will die, and he will die.
I don't think I can go along with that, Rosalind.
It doesn't matter. Oh, look there. Look out the window, your girl, Helen.
Oh, she's back. She went into New York to see about a part. Hi there.
Hello.
Hello. What's going on here?
Well, nothing's going on. Rosalind's posing for me, that's all.
Oh, really?
We just stopped for a minute. We were talking.
We're talking about Bart. The hospital's got him on intravenous feeding. Doesn't look too good.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yes, it's too bad.
You don't seem too broken up about it.
Oh, now, Helen.
I'm not happy about it.
I think you are.
Helen, you'd better stop, huh?
You know what I found her doing the other day? I went up to the house to borrow something. Do you know what she was doing?
Oh, Helen.
Come on now.
Scrying. That's what she was doing. Scrying.
What's that? What is she talking about?
Scrying is an ancient method used to conjure up spirits.
And foretell the future.
One uses a crystal ball.
Or a glass of water.
Yes. Or a bottle of ink. Anything that reflects. But I have no crystal ball. There was no glass of water, no bottle of ink.
Your fingernails. Your long, pointed, long fingernails. Polished till they were gleaming. You were looking into them. And you were seeing the future in them.
Helen, why would I do that?
To see when your husband would die, when you'd be free of him. And you did see, didn't you? And you started moving in on Tom the very next day.
Helen, that's enough. You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Somebody get that.
I will.
Thanks.
Yes? Yes, this is Mrs. Crowley speaking. Oh? Oh. Yes, I understand. Thank you for calling me.
Was that, was it,
It was the hospital. He's dead.
Oh, Rosalind.
That's awful.
Can we do anything for you? What can we do?
I don't know.
Anything at all.
Could you stay for the funeral? After all, you were the only friends he had.
I don't know why I am doing this. I didn't even know the man. Not really. I wasn't his friend. You were.
You're doing it because you're a nice girl.
Well, it wouldn't look right if nobody showed up at the funeral.
Well, there are funerals like that where nobody shows up. I've read about them.
If nobody showed up, how did anybody know?
You got a point there.
Well, I'll be leaving right after the funeral.
Oh?
I've got a job.
You didn't tell me that.
I haven't had a chance. When I got back, you were here with her, and then she got the phone call.
What kind of a job?
On the road, bus and truck.
Oh, not Antigone.
Not Antigone. Somebody else got that.
Then the Ouija board was wrong.
No, not really.
The Ouija board spelled out A-N-T-I, you remember?
That doesn't have to mean Antigone. It could mean Auntie Mame.
You're not going out with Auntie Mame.
For 26 weeks. Will you be here when I get back? Are you staying on with the bereaved widow?
For a while.
A long while?
Well, she needs somebody.
Somebody like you.
Maybe.
You're in love with her, Tom. You may not believe that, but you are.
I don't know whether I believe it or not. Rosa says if you believe something, it's so. Like, Bart believed that she'd cast a death spell over him, so it didn't make any difference if she did or didn't. He believed she did. That's why he died.
Oh, she did, all right.
You don't know that. You have no way of knowing that.
Right from the beginning. She got us down here. She cast a love spell.
Oh, you're nuts.
And I'm getting out before she casts a death spell over me.
She hasn't got a thing against you, Helen. She likes you very much.
Yeah? Then why is she taking my fellow away from me?
She hasn't... She... It's all in your head.
Oh, is that where it is? Then why are you staying on here?
I told you, it's just for a while.
A long while. Like forever?
Oh, no.
I'll tell you what. When I get through touring with Auntie Mame, I'll call you here. If a woman answers, I'll hang up. Meanwhile, we rehearse 2 weeks in New York. I'll be at our old apartment. If you change your mind...
I'll call you.
Now, let's get dressed for the funeral. We don't want to be late. Though I don't think it'll be sold out.
Oh, come in, Rosalind.
I brought you some flowers.
Well, that's very nice of you. Roses, huh?
I arranged them for you. I don't think you have any vases here.
Oh, where'll I put them?
Oh, any place?
How about, here?
Fine. Now, sit down and talk to me.
Okay.
You must be lonely without Helen.
Well, we were together for quite a while. Yes, I miss her. But, she got a job, you know.
Oh, did she? No, I didn't know. She left right after the funeral. I didn't have a chance to. Will she be back, do you think?
Oh, right now she's in New York, rehearsing, and then she's going on the road for 6 months, so, no, I don't think she'll be back.
Pity. I liked Helen.
I always thought you did. Matter of fact, I told her you did.
She didn't believe you.
Well, no, actually, she didn't.
It's very hard for me to convey liking. I don't know why that should be. Some personality lack, I suppose.
Well, do you think maybe you'd feel like posing for me one of these days? There's no rush, of course.
Why, any time. Now, if you like.
Oh, I didn't mean...
Well, why not? The light is very good.
All right.
Are the roses in your way?
Yeah, I'll move them. Now, I'll just set up my easel.
This is very nice of you, Rosalind. I really do appreciate it.
It's a relief to me to be doing something. Anything.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Have I got the pose right?
Stay the way you are. I'm going to start over.
Helen believes in magic, doesn't she?
Kind of.
There's a high magic, and there's a low magic.
Yeah? Would you turn your face a little to the light?
Low magic is concerned with, petty things. Getting a certain part in a certain play, things like that.
Head up, just a trifle. Oh, yes, that's good.
High magic is something quite different.
Mm-hmm.
Make yourself like God in order to understand God. That's the purpose of high magic.
Just stay like that.
Vault from your body and unfold. Unfold.
Don't move, please.
Outrun time and find eternity. Embrace sensation. Exist everywhere and at all times, past, present. Be unborn, be young, be old, be dead, and beyond death.
Rosalind.
Embrace all those things. Know all times, all places, all feelings, all persons and things, all quantities, all qualities.
Rosalind.
Then can you know God. Well, Tom? Are you ready?
I was just...
To start the picture, I mean.
Oh, that.
What did you think I meant?
I don't know. I'd forgotten all about the picture.
Well, that's what we're here for, isn't it? Isn't it?
I think I'll just move the roses. I think I'll put them on the table right here next to you. Yes, I'll put them here. Wait a second.
Yes? Something wrong?
You've put them in a copper bowl.
Yes.
Copper is the metal of Venus.
Yes.
Copper is the metal of love.
What's the matter, Tom? What are you doing?
Calling Helen in New York. You don't mind, do you?
I don't mind. No.
I want to tell her something. It'll only take a minute.
Hello?
Helen, this is Tom. I'm coming back to New York.
When?
A couple of days. I want to finish a painting I've just started.
A painting of Rosalind?
Yes. It could be very good if I can just capture something. Capture it and put it on canvas.
Capture what?
I'm not sure. But I think it's a demon.
It's very dangerous to believe you are God. It's dangerous to believe that you are like God. It's dangerous even to believe that you can understand God. It's not only dangerous, it's arrogant. I'll be back shortly. The theme of our story has been believing a thing is so makes it so. Well now, will believing that you are handsome, charming, and irresistible make you, in all truth, handsome, charming, and irresistible? I very much doubt it. But if you don't take it too seriously, it could make you more attractive. Try it. I'm going to. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Joan Lovejoy, Gordon Heath, and Terry Keane. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.